为难藏类，入目皆是灵。说起万花筒写轮眼，带土的万花筒绝对是最特殊的。不仅开眼时直接从二勾玉变成万花筒，立刻拥有影级战力，瞬秒数十名物影暗马，而且14岁就能一个人入侵木野，控制九尾，和忍界传说多风水门厮杀。甚至卡卡西获得双神威体验卡之后，更是直接开启完全体虚组合，连大筒木辉夜都能五五开。而我穿越成带土做的第一件事情，就是回收卡卡西的血轮眼，成就双神威。因为一对血轮眼只有集齐一双才能发挥出真正的力量。左眼神威主攻，右眼神威主手，双神威合一，红力直接顺翻好几倍。从此我忍界来去自如。我要再一次创造一个有你的世界。此时的我脑海中一直回荡着带土那悲怆的画面突然一转，我竟发现自己脚踏着一滩血，怀里紧紧抱着浑身是血的我瞬间懵了，这是怎么回事？我明明在家看火影忍者呢。我抬头望去，血月高悬，巨木耸立在身后，树上雾影忍者被绞死的尸体正下着血雨，我的右臂缺失，肩膀还延伸出断木，漩涡诀包裹着我单薄的身体。是梦？我喃喃着，俯身捡起一把苦木，轻轻在脸上划了一下，那刺痛清晰无比的传来，同时让我意识到一个惊骇的现实，这不是梦，我真的穿越了，而且穿越到了这个时期的带土身上。Obito， 呆胶不带土，没事吧？他说的日语，可能是因为世界同步的关系，我居然能听懂他的意思。我没事。怔了片刻后，我回应道：作为一个二次元奸网轮廓，我很快就接受了这个现实。回到班大人身边去吧。漩涡诀说道：是啊，班安排带土看到临死的那一幕，就是想让带土对这个世界绝望，然后回到他身边，自愿接受他的洗脑，成为复活班执行月之眼计划的忠实傀儡。但可惜，现在站在这里的不是那个可怜的带土，而是我林雨，一个穿越者。身为一个刷了不下10遍火影的死忠粉，我清楚火影每个时间点上发生的事情，我比这个世界上的任何人都要清楚火影世界的本质，所以我绝不会像带土一样落入班的算计，落得粉身碎骨的下场。我甚至已经有了一个初步的畅想。对不起林，我不能创造一个有你的世界了，因为只有你的话是远远不够的。我洞视着四周的环境，空气中水分的轨迹，地上沙砾的轨迹，都细致入微地呈现在我的眼中。这就是血轮眼第一观察者视角吗？果真是神奇啊！我收回目光，望向怀中的林的尸体还是热的，但我没那么邪恶，我想先把林的尸体保存起来，日后再做打算。我将林的尸体轻轻放下，手捂着自己的右眼，手指露出一道缝隙，试点对焦灵，心中有了些微妙的感应，身体内一股热流在涌动，汇聚向右眼，这就是查克拉。我恍然，右眼有些滚烫，瞳仁颤动着，有血丝呈现。因为这是我第一次尝试使用瞳术，所以费了好一番功夫去尝试。终于，那熟悉的时空漩涡在眼前呈现，并在我的控制下呈逆时针转动。林的尸体被吸入了神威空间中。我喘息了一口气，看向趴在不远处血泊中的卡卡西。卡卡西正在昏睡，对一切毫不知情。我起身走到卡卡西跟前，将他的身体翻过来，做的第一件事就是拉下卡卡西的面罩，一睹他的真容。看到卡卡西真容后，我感叹不愧是卡电，帅的一批，怪不得能把灵迷的神魂颠倒。但我还没狭隘到因为卡卡西是情敌就对他落井下石的地步，在这一点上，我会尊重原作的剧情，留卡卡西一条命。不过不是宇智波一族的你无法承受这只万花筒的力量，我帮你减负好了。卡卡西说着，我伸手按在卡卡西左眼眶上，噗的一声，卡卡西的左眼就被我挖了出来。这只左眼原本就属于带土，我当然要回收，我可没有带土那样的精神洁癖，放弃唾手可得的力量。最重要的，这眼睛中寄宿的力量可是神威啊！火影最无解的万花筒瞳术，天照月度加剧土命，在神威面前都是鸡肋，也就别天神能和神威一较高下。可惜 CD 比命长，但双眼神威便可傲视一切，比什么金手指都强。我学着办，将眼球直接塞入左眼空空的眼眶中，一道血痕顺着左眼角淌下。因为有柱间细胞的关系，视神经很快连结，我的左眼睁开，3轮风车图案，双万花筒血轮眼，我眼中的世界又不一样了。果然比单眼看得更加清晰，力量也在不断的涌出来。真如班所说，不管是血轮眼还是轮回眼，只有集齐一双才能发挥真正的威力。我激动不已，但我的心还没有完全放下，还有一关等着我去过。班爷，那是火影迷们对宇智波斑的尊称，班也是我十分喜爱的一个反派。但既然我穿越到火影世界中，班就是我眼前第一道坎。地下基地中，外道魔像耸立，班坐在魔像前的石椅上，后颈连接着3根魔像延伸出的白色管，他就是靠魔像提供的生命力苟延残喘的活，要将这世间的因果斩断。为此我回来了。班的面前，我学着带土的口吻说出自己的豪言壮语，面色平静，内心却紧张。我的一些做法和原先的带土略有不同，我也不确定班这老狐狸能否看出端倪。班审视着眼前的我，良久后，苍老的嘴角勾起一抹微笑，没被其他人发现吧？一模一样的台词，我悬着的心放下一半。这时，班身旁侍立的一名白爵说道：带土把所有的敌人都杀光了，所以没问题。但他似乎不想对卡卡西下手，只是挖了卡卡西的眼睛。木叶的增援赶到时，他正捂着眼睛失神呢。班深深望着我道：不忍心对曾经的同伴赶尽杀绝吗？做戏做全套。我一摊手，满不在乎道：不，我只是不在乎罢了。那家伙是否还活在这世上，我都不在乎。在我即将创造的世界里，有卡卡西，也有灵。告诉我怎么才能创造梦中的世界。班，不用你道谢了，过来吧。班笑了，我大踏步向班走去。从今天起，你就是救世主。看着我的眼睛，班的血轮眼启动，我进入了幻术空间中。在幻术空间中，班和剧本上一样，僵尸尾、外道魔像、无限阅读、轮回眼等等事情告诉了我虽早就知道了，还是不动声色地听他说着。离开幻术空间，班起身，将苍老的手放在一旁白爵的身上。带土，我将宇智波的禁术、6道之术，还有阴阳盾烛交给你。白爵半边身子变成了漆黑，黑爵诞生了。我深深地望了他一眼，我把自己的意志注入其中，你可以将他的一半 半当成我，这也是劣化后的产物。你可以把这些阴阳盾制造的家伙当成棋子来使用。说着，扳两指结印，滋滋，外道魔像培育的铸剑人造体胸口，黑棒呼应而出。那根黑棒是我意识的实体，使用六道之术时可以使用它。安排好一切，扳迈步向前走去，咯嘣，三根连结魔像的管子绷带，油尽灯枯的扳瘫坐在石椅上，喘息道：呼呼啊，好了，去吧。在我复活前的这段时间，你就是宇智波。扳，我盯着扳，直到他咽气为止。扳，你就安心去吧。复活你是别想了，月之眼计划是不会实现的，但我会收集尾兽，复活石尾，化身为石尾的人助力带土，开始扳大人的计划吧。先到鱼影村找到掌门，培养他的轮回眼，为复活扳大人做准备。黑白绝走了过来，我明白的，不过顺序要变一变。我打开万花筒，左眼对焦黑绝，我要在这里解决掉这个麻烦。神威你要干什么？黑绝露出惊恐的神色，这才叫斩断因果。我冷道，咔嚓，黑绝被神威从白绝身上分离，转移到时空间中。修，我随即将自己也转移到时空间中。时空间里，黑绝趴在一块方块上，褐色瞳孔惊怒地望着我。你为什么要这么做？我可是扳大人的意志。我笑道，不，你不是扳的意志，你是辉夜的意志。你篡改了宇智波的石碑，诱导着扳进行月之眼计划，目的是复活你的母亲大筒木辉夜。听到此，黑绝如五雷轰顶。你为何会知道这些？你绝对不是普通的小鬼，你到底是谁？我是谁不重要，重要的是你会死在这里。我结火盾之一，同时使用神威，火盾暴风乱舞，熊熊熊，火焰在神威的扭曲下，威力增幅数倍，向黑绝席卷而去。黑绝的能力是潜入大地，借用大地之力发动木盾，但在这神威空间中，他的能力根本没有半点用武之地岂可羞可恶！他被火焰烧了个正着，发出痛苦的惨叫，但他毕竟是那个辉夜的医生，没那么容易被杀掉。他对包裹我身体的漩涡诀喊道：白绝，你还不快阻止这个混蛋！漩涡诀没有妄动，似乎在斟酌着。我驻足对漩涡诀说道：卷卷头，现在是你站队的时候，一旦选错了，后果你可要考虑清楚。场面僵持着，沉默良久之后，漩涡诀半玩味的声音响起：妈，我只关心变异，变异是什么样子？带土，如果你能告诉我的话。我笑了，好啊，我不仅告诉你变异是什么样，还会告诉你大便是怎么形成的。一言为定，就这样，在大便的诱惑下，漩涡诀站队了。你们这群混账！黑绝气急败坏的怒喝：我们上！卷卷头，咔咔咔，一条条木枝从我的右肩的铸剑人造体上冒出，我手臂猛地一甩，成片木枝向黑绝飞去。黑绝急忙闪避，但还是有数根木枝命中。这种东西，黑绝咬牙要拔出刺入身体的木枝。休想！我起手结印，木盾扦插之术，咔咔咔咔咔咔咔咔，木枝上倒刺疯长，将黑绝捅成个篓子。我因法在变，配合神威，使出比方才更加强大的火盾。熊熊熊！我近千年的经营，竟然被宇智波初出茅庐的小鬼给在不甘心的咆哮中，贯穿忍者世界历史的大阴谋家黑绝，就这样被初来乍到的穿越者我消灭了。呼呼呼！我喘息着，因为有千手细胞，我体内的查克拉很充沛，但我毕竟是异世界来的，像刚才那样结印使用忍术尚且不熟练，所以要比正常施术耗费更多查克拉。随着我对印和查克拉的熟悉，这种消耗将减少。离开神威空间，回到山洞中，方才的异变已惊动了全部白绝，他们离开魔像，围在四周。我戒备着，一旦发生变故，随时准备遁入神威空间中。这时，漩涡诀说道：不用担心，白绝们的心意是相通，况且我们本来就不喜欢白，他称我们为低劣的人造人，当成棋子随意使用。其实我们人造人也是有感情的。阿飞，你果真是个好孩子，我感叹着，心下松了一口气。接下来的一段时间，我都没有离开山洞，我在白绝们的指导下，熟练着查克拉的使用方法，诸如将查克拉凝聚在脚底、粘附在水面和天花板等等基本技巧，以及一些基础忍术的使用。此外，我还找到班生前珍藏的忍具、卷轴。就这样过了半年，我各项基本素质都已入门境，自信凭借着双眼神威的力量，哪怕是面对影级都丝毫不惧。但若是6到那个级别，就心虚了。抛开大筒木辉夜不说，以后会出现的大筒木桃式、大筒木金式、大筒木普式，还有博人时期的磁旋大筒木一式，都是无比棘手的敌人，要与他们对抗，眼下的配置是远远不够的。因此，石尾是必须的，而要复活石尾，便需要轮回眼的力量。长门那里有一双现成的轮回眼，但那双轮回眼的原主是斑，对自己会造成莫大负担，只能移植一只。那样做等同于舍弃一只眼睛的神威，我不想付出那样的代价。轮回眼是由血轮眼进化而来的，而且可以使用原本万花筒的力量。比起移植这种急功近利的方法，我宁可自己进化。而要进化轮回眼，必须集合千手和宇智波两方的力量。我现在拥有双眼万花筒，但是千手的力量尚不完善。我左半边身体的铸剑人造体只是普通白绝而已，太低劣了。当务之急是要获得完整的铸剑仙体。我抬头望着魔像上的那具铸剑人造体，根据白绝的描述，那人造体没有意识，却是还原度最高的，已无限接近铸剑本体。但我并不知如何才能融合这铸剑人造体。班曾经将铸剑的肉块移植到伤口后，借此获得铸剑一部分力量，至晚年才开启了轮回眼。我的胃口很大，我不要一部分，而是全部，那就要讲究方法了。毕竟铸剑的力量非常难以驾驭。那个人的话应该可以。我想到的乃是火影世界中掌握核心科技之人，传说中的3忍之一大蛇丸白绝。大蛇丸在什么地方？我问道。咕噜噜，白绝从魔像中钻了出来。大蛇丸在火之国南部森林秘密据点中，不过似乎有要转移的意思，那就赶紧去见见他吧。花，我从墙上扯过一身黑色大氅披在身上，大步流星地走出据点。
Fire release, storm dance. Roar, roar, roar. The flames, distorted by the divine might, surged toward Black Zetsu with several times the power. Black Zetsu's ability was to burrow into the earth and use its power to perform would release, but in this divine space, Black Zetsu's abilities had no place to manifest. How can this be? Damn it. It was hit directly by the flames, letting out a painful scream. However, it was the consciousness of Kaguya after all. Not so easily killed. It shouted to the vortex Zetsu enveloping Lin Yu's body. White Zetsu, why aren't you stopping this bastard? The vortex Zetsu did not act recklessly, seemingly contemplating. Lin Yu stood still and said to vortex Zetsu, Vortex Head, it's time for you to pick a side. If you choose wrong, you better think about the consequences. The situation was stalemated, and after a long silence, vortex Zetsu's half-amused voice rang out. Well, I only care about convenience. What does convenience look like, Obito? If you can tell me. Lin Yu smiled. Sure, I'll not only tell you what convenience looks like, but I'll also tell you how poop is formed. It's a deal. Thus, under the temptation of poop, vortex Zetsu chose a side. You bunch of bastards. Black Zetsu shouted angrily. Let's go, Vortex Head. Crack, crack, crack. Branches erupted from Lin Yu's right shoulder, the Hashirama artificial body. Lin Yu swung his arm violently, and a flurry of branches shot toward Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu hurriedly dodged, but several branches still hit. This thing, Black Zetsu gritted its teeth to pull out the branches embedded in its body. No way. Lin Yu began to hand signs. Would release. Insertion technique. Crack, 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 crack. The barbs on the branches grew wildly, turning Black Zetsu into a sieve. Lin Yu changed his hand signs again, combining them with divine might, unleashing an even more powerful fire release. Roar, roar, roar. My nearly 1,000 years of effort actually being. By a rookie from the Uchiha clan, in an unwilling roar, the great schemer Black Zetsu, who spanned the history of the ninja world, was thus eliminated by the newcomer Lin Yu. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Lin Yu panted. Thanks to the Senju cells, his chakra was abundant, but after all, he came from another world, and using ninjutsu like earlier was still unfamiliar to him, so it consumed more chakra than normal. As he became more familiar with the hand signs and chakra, this consumption would decrease, leaving the divine space and returning to the cave. The earlier disturbance had alarmed all the white Zetsu, who left the golem and surrounded him. Lin Yu remained vigilant, ready to retreat into the divine space at any moment if anything went wrong. At this moment, Vortex Zetsu said, Don't worry, the hearts of the white Zetsu are connected. And besides, we never liked Madara. He calls us inferior artificial beings and uses us as pawns. In fact, we artificial beings have feelings too. Afe, you really are a good kid. Lin Yu sighed, feeling relieved. For the next period, Lin Yu did not leave the cave. Under the guidance of the white Zetsu, he practiced using chakra, such as gathering chakra at the soles of his feet, adhering to the water surface and ceiling, and other basic techniques, as well as some fundamental ninjutsu. Obito Uchiha's chakra attributes were very comprehensive, including fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, and yin, but lacking yang. Deep in the cave, Lin Yu found the vessel Madara used to store biological bodies, where he preserved Rin's corpse. Additionally, he found the ninja tools and scrolls that Madara treasured during his lifetime. Half a year passed like this. Lin Yu had become proficient in various basic skills and was confident that with the power of his double-eye divine might, he would not fear even an Akatsuka-level opponent. However, if it were at the level of the six paths, he would feel uneasy. Setting aside Kaguya, Otsutsuki, the upcoming Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki, as well as the Shinjutsu of the Otsutsuki clan during Boruto's time, were all incredibly tricky enemies. To confront them, the current configuration was far from enough. Therefore, the 10 tails were essential, and to resurrect the 10 tails, the power of the Rinnegan was required. Nagato had a pair of ready-made Rinnegan, but the original owner of those Rinnegan was Madara, which would put a huge burden on him. He could only transplant one. Doing so would be equivalent to giving up one eye's divine might, and Lin Yu did not want to pay that price. The Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan and could use the original Mangeky's power. Rather than resorting to such a quick-fix method, Lin Yu would rather evolve it himself. To evolve the Rinnegan, he needed to gather the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha. Lin Yu now possessed a double-eyed Mangeky, but the power of the Senju was still incomplete. The Hashirama artificial body on his left side was just an ordinary white Zetsu, too inferior. The urgent task was to obtain a complete Hashirama Sage body. Lin Yu looked up at the Hashirama artificial body on the golem. According to the white Zetsu's description, that artificial body had no consciousness but had the highest degree of restoration, infinitely close to Hashirama's original body. However, Lin Yu did not know how to fuse with this Hashirama artificial body. Madara had previously gained a part of Hashirama's power by implanting Hashirama's flesh into his wounds, only opening the Rinnegan in his old age. Lin Yu's appetite was large. He did not want just a part, but the whole thing. Then, he needed to consider the method, as Hashirama's power was very difficult to control. That person's words might be helpful. Lin Yu thought of the person in the Naruto world who mastered core technology, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. White Zetsu. Where is Orochimaru? Lin Yu asked. Gulu Gulu. White Zetsu crawled out from the golem. Orochimaru is in a secret base in the southern forest of the Land of Fire, but it seems he has plans to move. Then, let's hurry and meet him. Whoosh. Lin Yu pulled a black cloak from the wall and draped it over his shoulders, striding out of the base. Chapter 3. Conquering Orochimaru. Outside Orochimaru's stronghold in the southern forest of the Land of Fire. Lord Orochimaru. All the test subjects have been dealt with, reported the young pharmacist Kabuto respectfully. The man standing in front of him wore the ninja attire of Konoha village. With the Konoha headband on his forehead, long black hair cascading down his shoulders, golden elongated pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils, pale skin, and blue-black spiral-shaped earrings. His charm was both sinister and enchanting. He was none other than the vibrant Orochimaru. It was the end of the 47th year of Konoha. The fourth Hokage had taken office, and Orochimaru had lost in the competition for the Hokage position against Minato Namikaze, yet he had not yet defected. Danzo had hinted that the Umbu had noticed the disappearances of ninjas in the village, and it was about time to abandon the stronghold. Orochimaru looked back at the entrance of a stronghold and said hoarsely, Suddenly, he sensed something, his golden pupils gazing into the darkness of the distant treetops. Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto's expression was puzzled. It seems we have a visitor. Orochimaru licked his long tongue. Shadow, snake hands. Hiss. Several venomous snake hands shot out from his sleeve, attacking the shadows in the trees. Boom. Trees were snapped, birds took flight, and dust was raised. Orochimaru watched the dust ahead, his eyes slightly narrowed. No wonder he is one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Lin Yu walked out from the dust and scathed. Swish. The snake hands retracted into Orochimaru's sleeve as he placed one hand on his hip and looked at Lin Yu, saying, It seems you are not from Konoha's Umbu. State your identity. Lin Yu raised his head and displayed his Sharingan in his left eye to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pupils brightened. Uchiha's eyes. Swish. Almost simultaneously, Orochimaru activated body flicker technique, reaching for Lin Yu's left eye, smiling. How fortunate. A Sharingan delivered right to my door. I'll take it. Whoosh. However, his form had already overlapped with Lin Yu, seemingly passing through him, and his smile abruptly stopped. What? What just happened? Lord Orochimaru, be careful behind you. Kabuto's shout came. Lin Yu's hand had already landed on Orochimaru's shoulder. Zing! The three Tomo transformed into a kaleidoscope, a three-ringed pinwheel symbolizing the power of Kamui. Whoosh! The Kamui vortex appeared, distorting Orochimaru's figure, pulling him towards the space-time. This is a space-time technique. Orochimaru was shocked, and without hesitation opened his mouth wide. One arm drilled out, followed by his body, landing covered in slime, his feet transforming into a snake tail as he darted away. After creating some distance, he looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression, no longer frivolous, but completely grave. Lin Yu looked at the shriveled skin bag in his hand and sighed. As expected, it's quite tricky, not so easy to catch. The technique to escape the Kamui's pull was none other than the snake's substitution technique, Orochimaru's signature skill. Using an external body as a substitute, transferring his real body from his mouth without the need for hand seals, making it the most perfect substitution technique. Sasuke once used it to evade Amaterasu. Using it by anyone other than Orochimaru would consume a large amount of their chakra. Your eyes seem to be no ordinary Sharingan. You even awaken the kaleidoscope and possess space-time abilities. When did the Uchiha clan produce someone like you? What is your name? Orochimaru asked with both caution and respect. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu said, My name is Uchiha Yu. So, Yu Kuin, how much do you know about me? Orochimaru asked meaningfully. I know you have been conducting human experiments, developing a power known as Curse Seal. Lin Yu said, You know so much about me. It seems I can't let you live. Orochimaru said, giving a glance to Kabuto in front of the stronghold. Whoosh. At this moment, Kabuto launched a surprise attack. Blue chakra transforming into a blade in his hand, stabbing towards Lin Yu's back. Get back, trash. Lin Yu stared ahead, reaching behind him to accurately grab Kabuto's arm while simultaneously kicking him in the abdomen. Kabuto crashed through a cluster of trees, landing on the ground in a sorry state. Orochimaru's expression was serious. Although Kabuto is a medical ninja, his combat ability is comparable to that of a jonin. He managed to, It seems you don't intend to have a proper conversation with me, Lin Yu said. I don't want to put my research results into the hands of someone as dangerous as you. Orochimaru threw a shuriken, quickly forming hand seals to use the shuriken shadow clone technique taught by the third Hokage, Hiruzen, Sarutobi. Bang bang bang. Thousands of shurikens flew towards Linyu. Orochimaru certainly did not expect to defeat Linyu with this move. He merely wanted to use the large-scale attack to test Linyu's abilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the shurikens passed through Linyu's body, embedding themselves in the ground. As expected, his body can be penetrated, but to hit the opponent, it seems he needs to materialize. Only by aiming at the moment of mutual attack can it be effective. Kabuto was defeated. If he wanted to lure him out, he could only summon that lord. Orochimaru, worthy of the title of Sannin, had grasped Linyu's abilities through such a brief test. He bit his finger, forming the hand seals for the boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and horse, and pressed both hands onto the ground. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. Boom! Accompanied by a massive cloud of smoke, 10,000 snakes appeared, their bodies coiling high into the air. The terrifying vertical pupils of 10,000 snakes looked down at Linyu, and Orochimaru shouted from above. Damn, Orochimaru, summoning me just to deal with a mere human. Do you believe I will swallow you whole? Orochimaru replied. But this is no ordinary human. He possesses the power of the Sharingan and can use quite tricky eye techniques. I would feel a bit uneasy handling him alone. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Hearing this, 10,000 snakes re-examine Linyu. Taking a closer look, his eyes are indeed different. They give me an extremely annoying feeling. Afterwards, send me 100 living sacrifices, or I will swallow you whole. 10,000 snakes coldly shouted, its massive snake body darting out with incredible agility. Boom! Boom! The ground where Linyu stood was smashed into a large pit by the head of 10,000 snakes. He leaped into the air, forming hand seals with both hands, his chest swelling high. Fire release! Great fireball technique. Roaring, a gigantic fireball exploded, engulfing 10,000 snakes. After half a year of tempering, Linyu's great fireball technique was now as powerful as his previous storm dance. As the flames dispersed, a charred shell was revealed. Still crumbling and falling apart, it had shed its skin. Linyu looked at the hole beneath the disintegrating snake skin. Did the real body burrow underground? Rumbling. The ground shook, and a massive tail of 10,000 snakes broke through the earth, with the snake head not far behind, baring its fangs and biting at Linyu. But it passed right through his body. What? Who the hell is this kid? 10,000 snakes was puzzled. Linyu dodged to the side of 10,000 snakes, formed hand seals, and struck the ground. Earth release, earth spike. Boom, boom, boom. Where 10,000 snakes coiled, dozens of sharp and massive rocks protruded, piercing its body all over. Now's the time. But at that moment, Orochimaru above 10,000 snakes performed hand seals. Boom, boom, boom. Countless snake heads broke through the ground, each spitting a Kusanagi sword toward Linyu. Aiming at the moment, I cast the technique to materialize. There's no way out, Linyu murmured as a wooden sprout emerged from his left arm, growing into a towering giant tree. The trunk twisted and entangled, with thorns swirling, completely crushing the serpent body that descended. Orochimaru was utterly stunned. Wood release, you possess the powers of both Uchiha and Senju. Damn Orochimaru. If you want to live next time, I'll settle this score with you. The injured Manda cursed angrily and transformed into a puff of white smoke, disappearing. Crack! Linyu twisted his body, separating his left arm from the tree, and with a snap, the vortex mask entwined with the vortex opened, revealing Linyu's face, along with another kaleidoscope Sharingan hidden beneath the mask. Both kaleidoscope eyes housed the power of Kamui. The right eye focused on defense, when activated, could absorb oneself and external objects into another space. And there was a passive ability that required no conscious control, automatically transferring the body to another space when under attack, making it immune to all damage. The left eye focused on offense, allowing for long-range strikes, distorting the space at the focal point. No existence could withstand this power of Kamui, not even the 10 tails. Zing! Linyu's left eye's kaleidoscope pattern rotated, focusing on Orochimaru's right arm. Kamui! Crack! The space distorted, and one of Orochimaru's arms was violently twisted off, sent into another space. Ugh! Orochimaru covered the bleeding wound where his arm was severed, looking at Linyu with a disheveled expression, intending to use the substitution technique to restore his arm. You can spit out a brand new version of yourself. But next time, this eye technique will twist your neck. Linyu's cold warning rang out as Orochimaru ceased all resistance. Because Orochimaru knew that in front of these eyes, any resistance was futile. If Linyu had that intention, he would already be dead. What is your goal? Orochimaru asked. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama is not a mere inferior copy, but his true power, Linyu said solemnly. Orochimaru's pupils trembled, and after a long while, He lowered his head. From the shadows of his face came a dazed laughter. So that's it. He raised his head, licking his long tongue, his golden slit pupils burning as he looked at Linyu, speaking in a hoarse and low voice. It seems that I am not the only one trying to approach that realm. Undoubtedly, you have already walked ahead of me. Since our goals are the same, very well, Yukuin. Let me lend you a hand. Chapter 4. The Mystery of the Body Between Pillars. Whoosh. In that familiar underground cave, a vortex suddenly appeared, and Linyu returned to the base with Orochimaru and Do. The space movement of Kamui also requires a marker. But unlike the flying thunder god, which uses a spell to mark, Kamui is marked with the eyes. In other words, as long as it's a place he has visited once, he can use Kamui to jump back and forth. This is, standing in front of the outer path golem, Orochimaru was shocked to the extreme. He had traveled across the 5 great countries and had seen countless strong people and ninjutsu. But this was the first time he truly felt how small he was in the face of such power. This power does not belong to this world. Coming here was indeed the right choice. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with fervor for the myriad of things and the truths of the world. As Linyu opened a door to a new world for him, Orochimaru, do you see the artificial body of the first Hokage? How do you feel? Linyu asked. Orochimaru gazed deeply at the body of the first Hokage on the golem, and said with admiration, Sawara, very perfect. It's simply like the real Lord Hashirama. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't imagine. You have good insight. Linyu turned to look at Orochimaru's profile. I want to merge with it perfectly, completely. Do you have a way? Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and after a moment he said, the most direct method is to graft it onto your body, but just like organ transplantation. It will cause rejection and cannot exert its full power. Furthermore, if your own strength is overdrawn, you may be backfired by the power of the first Hokage. So this method must not be considered. We need to use a more advanced method, Orochimaru said seriously. Linyu nodded. Orochimaru was not lying. Danzo used this method, and when he exhausted his strength in the fight against Sasuke, he was backfired by the first Hokage's cells. What does the advanced method refer to? It refers to implanting the original cells of Hashirama into your body. The original cells will proliferate and gradually replace the original cells. But this will bear the pain of breaking the cocoon, and the success rate is nearly 0. Orochimaru explained. Nearly 0? Have you conducted similar experiments? I once obtained residual bodily material from Lord Hashirama's grave and tried to activate it to extract original cells, but too much time has passed. From this residual bodily material, I only extracted degraded original cells and implanted them into 60 newborns. Even the degraded ones, only one survived in the end, 1 out of 60. Therefore, it can be estimated that the success rate of complete original cells is infinitely close to 0. Linyu knew that the surviving experimental subject Orochimaru mentioned was Yamato. Indeed, compared to other users of Hashirama cells, Yamato was more like a person with flesh and blood, and he could relatively comprehensively use the wood release techniques, although their power was greatly reduced. There is a saying that goes, the first Hokage used wood release to conquer the world, while Yamato used wood release for greening. The gap is evident. What if it succeeds? Linyu asked. Orochimaru smiled with a kind of madness. The legend of the god of ninjas will be resurrected, setting aside the risks. Do you have confidence in extracting the most perfect original cells? Linyu asked. The more perfect the original cells can be extracted. This replica of Lord Hashirama is already infinitely close to the original, but there are still some minor flaws. As long as there is a small catalyst, it can become absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, that catalyst is probably impossible to find. Orochimaru's tone was filled with endless regret. Catalyst? What kind of catalyst? It is the only infant that survived back then. I abandoned him in the equipment. He should have died long ago. Orochimaru sighed. Upon hearing this, Linyu breathed a sigh of relief. After all this, the catalyst refers to Yamato. Linyu knew that the infant was saved by Danzo by accident and was raised beside him. At this moment, he had joined the Konoha Umbu's root, codename. Danzo. Oh Danzo, you have committed countless sins in your life, yet you did one good thing. Linyu thought. You don't need to worry about the catalyst for now. Linyu said, deciding to go to Konoha later to retrieve Yamato. Gurgle. A large number of white Zetsu emerged from all directions. Lord Orochimaru. Do took out a kunai in defense. Do, don't be nervous. Yukuin is our partner and will not be rude. Orochimaru said dreamily, looking at the outer path golem. Do put down the kunai. They're called Zetsu, and they're my friends and helpers. They have already transferred your experimental equipment scattered across various outposts. So you don't need to worry. If you need any assistance, you can tell them directly. Linyu said. Truly well thought out. Yukuin Orochimaru smiled enchantingly. Orochimaru, We have heard many rumors about you while scouting the outside world. Let me say this up front. If you dare to have any crooked ideas, don't think you can leave here alive. The White Zetsu warned. Oh my, I'm truly flattered. Don't worry. I won't easily lose such an important experimental site before I unveil the veil of truth, so you can rest assured, Yu-kun. Orochimaru said, glancing at Linyu. Ha! Linyu smiled lightly. Zetsu, take Mr. Orochimaru and his assistant to their sleeping quarters. Your rooms are ready. Please follow me. A white Zetsu stepped forward to lead the way. Orochimaru looked at the white Zetsu and thought, take a good look. These white fellows are full of Lord Hashirama's cells, although they are degraded. Yu-kun, just how much truth does he grasp? This small chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Late at night, Linyu sat on a huge beast-bone spine at the entrance of the base, gazing at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, with Obito's fan beside him. He genuinely felt that the moon in the Naruto world was rounder and brighter than the moon he had seen before. Before crossing over, Linyu had average grades, no outstanding talents, an introverted personality, and was silent, with no friends he could talk to in life. His parents divorced when he was in middle school, and soon after the divorce, both had their own families, neither willing to support him, leaving only the legal alimony every month, never caring about his life. Now that he was missing, they probably hadn't noticed, and even if they did, at most they would call the police and hastily deal with it. That's just the kind of people they were. After entering high school, he developed depression and had suicidal thoughts. It was during that time that he came into contact with the two-dimensional world, with anime, and from then on, he couldn't stop. He became obsessed with those passionate and novel adventure stories. Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, Bleach, Fairy Tail, a certain magical index, One Punch. Especially Naruto. He felt that with these, even if he had no friends, it didn't matter. Classmates and teachers scoffed at him, thinking he was a useless person poisoned by two-dimensional culture, believing he had no future and would eventually be eliminated by the cruel competition of society. Perhaps. But how could they know that it was the two-dimensional world that saved him, giving him the belief and motivation to live on after being abandoned by life? Linyu had thought more than once about how great it would be if he could be born in a two-dimensional world. Perhaps it was precisely his disappointment with reality and his yearning for the two-dimensional world that became the opportunity for his crossover. If this is a dream, he hopes it is a dream from which he will never wake up. He sincerely feels fortunate to have crossed into the world of Naruto, as he has no lingering attachments to reality. Even though the ninja world is filled with conflict and the constant risk of death, Linyu feels genuinely freer than ever before. Even the bloody wind brings a sense of comfort. This is where I am meant to be. I want to live freely, without any restraints. In the past, I lacked the power to break free from reality, but since heaven has given me the chance to cross into the world of Naruto, I will strive for everything. In this world, I do not want to be constrained by anyone's gaze. Therefore, I want power, the power to face all challenges. Linyu expressed his inner ambitions to the moon, with only the ever-present Vortex Ju as his listener. Through the connection between himself and Linyu, Vortex Ju could sense his emotions, which were the feelings of a solitary person. Unlike the previous Obito, who despite being trapped, still held onto Kakashi, Rin, Minato-sensei, and Konoha before his dark transformation, Linyu felt nothing in his heart, only a thirst for power and a yearning for freedom. Vortex Ju understood that the person he enveloped was no longer the Uchiha Obito who aimed to become Hokage, admired Kakashi, and loved Rin. Instead, it was Uchiha Yu, who knew all the secrets of the ninja world, craved strength and freedom, and fought for himself. He sincerely wanted to witness where this he would go. The wind picked up, and Linyu rose with his fan in hand. Crack! Vortex Ju's head twisted, transforming into a brand new dual-eyed mask, with two eyes reflecting the soul shining brightly in the darkness. It was time to move to Konoha. Chapter 5. The Nightmare of Roots. At noon, Linyu stood atop the tallest building in the hidden Leaf Village, gazing at the Hokage Rock on the opposite mountain wall. The Leaf Village had signed a truce with the Rock Village, bringing an end to the Third Ninja War. The third Hokage resigned in shame, and Minato Namikaze took office as the fourth Hokage. The Hokage Rock had just recently been completed. Due to Linyu occupying Obito's body, he felt a faint sense of belonging to the Leaf Village. If he had no ulterior motives, he would have taken the opportunity to explore the village. Unfortunately, things never go as one wishes. Underground, at the headquarters of Root, unlike the sunlit ground above, this place was shrouded in dim and oppressive tones, both day and night, reflecting the nature of the organization, hidden from the light. In front of Linyu were two Root guards, clad in Umbu armor and wearing masks. Who is that? They looked at the unfamiliar figure before them, wary yet unafraid. After all, this was the headquarters of Root in the Leaf Village. Who would dare to come here recklessly? Seeing the masked individual, they assumed he was likely part of the 4th Hokage's direct umbu, sent to relay orders. However, Danzo held a strong hostility toward Minato, so Root wouldn't treat the umbu kindly. Linyu was not there to chat with them. He raised his head, and the 3 tomo under his mask shone brightly. It was the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. The 2 guards' eyes widened, losing focus as they fell into a hypnotic illusion. Tell me, where is A? Linyu asked coldly. Underground, 2nd level, training room. The guard replied dully. Linyu thought, oh, not out on a mission? I came at just the right time. Where is Danzo? He asked again. Lord Danzo has gone out, the guard answered. During this time, Danzo was secretly in close contact with Orochimaru, and his current outing was to a new base disclosed in a confidential letter from Orochimaru. But that had nothing to do with Linyu. He was only there to take Yamato. Thud! The 2 guards collapsed to the ground, and Linyu walked past them. This scene was also seen by the ninja in Root's monitoring room. This is, hurry, there's an intruder. Crash. Members stationed at Root gathered in front of the massive cross bridge, some walking on walls, others hanging from the ceiling, all casting hostile glances at Linyu. Linyu walked forward as if he were alone, stepping onto the bridge. Anyone who intrudes into Root's domain will be killed. Swish, swish, swish. Kunai and Shuriken shot toward Linyu from all directions, but they all passed through his body, embedding themselves in the bridge. This unbelievable scene shocked the Root members. Impossible. It penetrated. What is going on? Is that guy using a special technique? Physical attacks passed through his body, yet I can still clearly feel his chakra. How is this? On the ceiling, a ninja with tea-colored hair calmly analyzed the situation, forming a peculiar hand seal aimed at Linyu's back. Buzz! Linyu's pace slowed as another figure appeared in his consciousness. The secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, mind-body switch technique. Linyu thought. The wind's technique worked, now's the chance. Root members charged at him, but regrettably, all their attacks passed through him again. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Linyu formed hand seals with both hands, spitting out 4 fire dragons that swept in all directions. Under this all-encompassing fire technique, no one could escape. If it weren't for the Root ninja skilled in water release who intervened in time, half of them might have been killed or injured. What's going on? His mental strength is exceptionally strong. My mind-body switch technique was undone in just a few seconds. Yamanaka F said, still feeling apprehensive. So troublesome. Attacking while Lord Danzo is away. What is his intention? F. Use the mind-body switch technique again. Said a boy in black next to Yamanaka F. But just a few seconds is enough. With my technique, I can take him out in an instant. The boy in black took off his shirt, his body shrouded in a layer of black. Yamanaka Kigen was the name of the boy, a child of the Oil Woman clan with a special physique. He and Yamanaka F were both later Danzo's guards, but they were still quite young at this moment. Yamanaka F gathered chakra, forming the mind-body switch hand seal, aiming at Linyu from afar, while Yamanaka Kigen charged toward Linyu. But would the same method work on Linyu? Zing! Linyu's left eye transformed into the Manjiki, focusing on F's head. Kamisato. Crack! In an instant, F's head was severed, his body collapsing as blood sprayed several meters high, the headless corpse falling to the ground. As for Yamanaka Kigen, due to the failure of the mind-body switch technique, he passed through Linyu's body. In that fleeting moment, Linyu's right hand pressed down on Kigen's shoulder, his right eye releasing the Kamisato vortex, absorbing Yamanaka Kigen. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The vortex enveloping Linyu's body caused a sharp pain in his right hand. Indeed, this nano-level poisonous insect was something even the vortex could not ignore. Kamisato can ignore all physical attacks in ninjutsu, but it seems there are also weaknesses. If the mind-body switch technique can work, then Jinjutsu should also be effective. It appears that for ninjas with outstanding abilities like this, I must be extra cautious. By the way, for the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, perhaps I should choose that guy's eyes. Linyu muttered to himself. That guy, who on earth is he? Seeing their 2 elite members being killed in an instant. The other Root members were too shocked to move, their hands gripping their weapons trembling. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. He can instantly erase F, and he can instantly erase us. How do we deal with such an enemy? Linyu remained indifferent. He had come only for Yamato and did not wish to kill indiscriminately. However, the rules of a ninja world are cruel, especially for Root. Appropriate killings and intimidation are necessary. Suddenly, Linyu's gaze locked onto a short ninja at the back of the crowd. Found him. That person was precisely who Linyu was looking for, codenamed Ein Root, later known as Tens after joining the Leaf Sambu, and his name, as 8J Nin in Team 7 was Yamato. In the original storyline, although Yamato was used, he ultimately had a good ending. But what Linyu wanted required him to serve as a stepping stone. Your story ends here. A's your doom. Lin Yu stepped toward A. He must not be allowed to act recklessly in Root S territory. Root members rose up in resistance. But without F and Kigen, all their attacks were meaningless to Lin Yu. He moved through blades and fire, everything passing through him. Closing in on A. Come with me honestly, you might suffer less. Would release. Great forest technique. A form the hand seal for would release. Extending his arm forward as 4 wooden pillars emerged from his sleeves, reaching out to entangle Lin Yu. His target was A, although there was no physical entity in defense. The attack would certainly have a true form. Behind him, Root members launched powerful coordinated ninjutsu. Oomph. Under his mask, Lin Yu smirked, his eyes changing to Mangeki. Susanoo. The azure chakra flames ignited from his body, transforming into bones that blocked all attacks coming from behind. The skeletal hand grasped the wooden pillar in front and tore it apart. What? Everyone was stunned. Crack. Susanoo dissipated. Lin Yu extended his right hand, and tree trunks entwined and tightly bound Yamato. This is the same would release as mine, but its power is far greater than mine. In pain, Yamato was choked unconscious by Lin Yu's would release. The tree trunks retreated, and Lin Yu hoisted the unconscious Yamato onto his shoulder. Looking back at the dilapidated Root headquarters and the helpless Root members. Farewell. Whoosh. With a low murmur, Lin Yu disappeared into the vortex of Kamui. On this day, Lin Yu left an unprecedented nightmare for the Root of Konoha. Chapter 6. Gazing into the night's pupil. On the night of Lin Yu's departure, Danzo, who had been searching for Orochimaru in vain, rushed back to Konoha upon receiving urgent news. Looking at the nearly destroyed Root headquarters and the headless corpse of Kamizuki Izumo, Danzo, usually calm and composed, was furious. What on earth is going on? Lord Danzo, here's what happened. A Root member kneeling nearby reported the situation to Danzo. After hearing it, Danzo leaned on his cane, bowing his head in deep thought. The ability to silently breach Konoha's barrier and invade the Root headquarters located underground in Konoha, immune to all physical attacks and ninjutsu, combined with space-time ninjutsu superior to the 2nd and 4th Hokages, and that ominous chakra enveloping the body, undoubtedly points to the rumored Susanoo. The only invader I can think of is none other than Uchiha Madara. Realizing this, Danzo silently tightened his grip on the cane, then reconsidered. No, Madara is a figure from the Warring States period. No matter how he prolongs his life, he shouldn't be alive now. It must be a Uchiha descendant inheriting Madara's will. He can use would release and has targeted Jia, who has inherited Lord Hashirama's cells, conspiring with the powers of Uchiha and Senju. In other words, he wants to obtain the 9 tails. Orochimaru just happens to be missing at this time. This is probably not a coincidence. Immediately report this matter to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Danzo commanded. Lord Danzo, this incident occurred in our Root headquarters. If it spreads, it will harm our reputation. His subordinate questioned. What does reputation matter? This incident can highlight the weakness and incompetence of Konoha under the 4th Hokage, allowing enemies to take advantage of the situation, resulting in significant losses for us, who diligently protect Konoha. The 4th has just taken office, and his position is still unstable. This blow will be heavy and suits my purpose, Danzo said coldly. But the 4th was recommended by the 3rd, and is a hero of the Ninja World War. Pulling him down like this is unrealistic. At least it will turn the situation in my favor, such as justifiably placing the 9 tails Jinchuriki under Root's supervision. Danzo said solemnly. Lord Danzo is wise. Danzo's gaze deepened. Kushina's chakra is exceptional even among the Uzumaki clan, capable of fully suppressing the 9 tails, which is why she was chosen as the 2nd Jinchuriki after Mido. Now that she is pregnant, the seal is becoming loose. It is the perfect opportunity to act. Once the 9 tails is under my control, I can frame the Uchiha for the murder of the Jinchuriki. This way, I can both destroy the 4th's rule and eliminate the Uchiha clan as an unstable factor. Finally, it will be me, Shimura Danzo, who becomes Hokage and leads Konoha to dominate the ninja world. Danzo's ambitions and schemes were far greater and deeper than imagined. Outside Konoha village, in the forest, Lin Yu was rushing. The reason he didn't use Kamui to return to the base immediately was that he wanted to mark space-time coordinates with his Sharingan in more locations for easier jumps back and forth. In the later stages of the original story, Obito could almost traverse all corners of the ninja world using Kamui because he had left his footprints all over the ninja world. Since you're in Konoha, why not take the 9 tails back as well? Don't you want to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails? Uzumaki Ju questioned. Lin Yu replied, things need to be done one at a time. You can't eat a fat man in one bite. Besides, Konoha's strength cannot be underestimated right now. With that yellow flash around and the 3rd Hokage at his peak, Jiraiya among the legendary Sannin, and many elite Jonin present, It will be difficult to succeed without adequate preparation. Well, that is true. Besides, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is due in 6 months. So waiting for the seal to weaken a bit more is not too late. Uzumaki-ju said. Lin Yu remained silent. The real reason he didn't want to act now was that he didn't want to harm a pregnant woman. Attacking the pregnant Kushina, separating the Nine-Tails, and causing Kushina's death was one of the few stains on Obito that could never be washed away. Lin Yu wouldn't choose to strike when Kushina was giving birth like Obito had. He would capture the Nine-Tails honorably. Even if extracting the Nine-Tails would lead to Kushina's death, that would be another matter, as it involved Lin Yu's principles. Almost done marking the locations. It's time to go back, Lin Yu said while looking around. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. Lin Yu saw a tall boy in front of the stone and target, instructing a shorter boy on shuriken techniques. The 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi was focused on throwing shuriken. Beside him, guiding him was the 8-year-old Uchiha Shursui, with 3 tomo embedded in his red pupils, completely mismatched with his youthful face. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Uchiha Shursui, known as Shunshin Shursui, was the strongest Jinjutsu genius in the history of the Uchiha clan. Itachi opened his Sharingan at the age of 8, shocking the entire Konoha village, but little did he know that Shursui had opened his eyes even earlier, at the age of 7. After only a year of honing, he had mastered it and unlocked the 3 tomo. Tap, tap, tap. Itachi's shuriken could accurately hit the target 10 meters away. Itachi, let me teach you how to hit targets in dead angles. Shursui smiled. Dead angles? Doesn't that mean the shuriken has to curve? How is that possible? Itachi was surprised. Like this. Shursui stacked 2 shuriken together at a slightly offset angle and casually threw them. Clang, clang. The 2 shuriken collided in flight, altering their trajectory and accurately hitting the target behind the stone. Impressive, as expected of brother Shursui. When can I be like you? The young Itachi marveled. With your talent. You can do it with just a little practice. Actually, when I was your age, I hadn't Suddenly, Shursui's pupils flickered, as if sensing something, and he looked up. A gust of wind blew by, stirring up a lot of leaves. Brother Shursui, what's wrong? Itachi asked. Nothing. It must be my illusion. Shursui stared at the empty treetops, muttering. TSK, outstanding insight. Forgive my bluntness, the potential in those eyes is beyond yours. From a distance, Uzumaki-ju exclaimed in amazement. Of course, otherwise he wouldn't have been chosen by Lin Yu. Shursui, I will wait for those eyes of yours, for you have the value to make me wait. Only your Kodoame Tsukumi deserves to merge with my Kamui to obtain the unparalleled, strongest eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The pupils beneath Lin Yu's mask flickered with unusual light. Whoosh! Accompanied by a whirl, he vanished into the night sky. Chapter 7. Rain Concealment Breakthrough. In the underground base, Lin Yu released Dea from the Kamui space. I never expected this kid to survive and still be kept by that old fox Danzo. Yukuin is indeed decisive, able to take this child away from the Roots territory. Orochimaru sighed in a hoarse voice. Rather than this, how should we proceed next? Lin Yu asked indifferently. Orochimaru stepped in front of the outer path golem. This giant golem is a vessel for cultivating the Hashirama artificial body if we directly insert the catalyst. The catalysis should be completed. Zetsu, leave it to us. Gulu Gulu. Several white Zetsu emerged from the ground, dragging Dea into the golem. CHH. Shortly after, a large amount of smoke rose from the skin of the Hashirama artificial body on the golem, and a large number of trees sprouted from the surrounding cliffs. What powerful vitality, Sawalarashi. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled as he licked his iconic long tongue. Lin Yu's gaze was fiery. He knew that this Hashirama artificial body had reached perfection and was no different from the original Hashirama. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yu glanced at Orochimaru. I have helped you perfect the sample. You must provide me with a satisfactory answer, extracting the most perfect original cells from the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju, Orochimaru said. I have a feeling this will be the most perfect work in history. No, unprecedented. Of course, this will take time. How long? A month. During this time, I will work tirelessly, never leaving the experimental equipment, because the extraction process requires extremely high precision. A slight mistake could ruin everything. So, Yukuin, I cannot be disturbed during this period. Orochimaru said. Lin Yu glanced at Orochimaru with a deep gaze and said, as long as you don't have any ulterior motives, Zetsu won't disturb you. As for Danzo and the Konoha Umbu, you don't need to worry. I guarantee they won't find this place. Orochimaru smiled. Then it's a burden on you, Yukuin mutual assistance. Lin Yu retracted his gaze. The Hashirama artificial body was removed from the golem and placed into Orochimaru's extraction device. After setting up a barrier around the underground base to ensure safety, Lin Yu stood in front of the outer path golem, lost in thought. About 3 months ago, Lin Yu was still training his ninja skills, and the outer path golem had disappeared for a brief time before returning here. The summoning of the outer path golem. Nagato has awakened on his side. Yes, although Lin Yu did not intervene in the matters of Rain Shinobi Village. What must happen will still happen. Yahiko established the Akatsuki organization and gradually grew stronger, attracting the attention of the Rain's leader, the demigod known as Hanzo the Salamander. As the Third Great Ninja War reached its climax, the battles between Konoha and Iwagakure escalated, and the battlefield was naturally chosen in a small, unnamed country at the junction of the Fire, Earth, and Wind nations, which is also where Rain Shinobi Village is located. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, attempted to end the conflict through negotiations, but Danzo did not want the war to end and obstructed it by all means. Using the Akatsuki organization, under Danzo's instigation, Hanzo ultimately chose to strike hard against the Akatsuki. The Konoha Umbu under Danzo was responsible for assisting in the cleanup. In that battle, Yahiko was brutally killed, Nagato went berserk, the power of the Rinnegan further awakened, and the Outer Path Golem killed a large number of Rain Shinobi, forcing Hanzo and Danzo to retreat. Danzo's obstruction ended in failure, and Konoha and Iwagakure ultimately successfully reached a ceasefire agreement, bringing the Third Great Ninja War to a close. Hanzo, feeling the threat from Nagato, organized a pursuit team to search for Nagato and the remnants of the Akatsuki. Unlike before, without Obito's support, Nagato, who had been drained of power by the Outer Path Golem and severely injured, had been cornered several times by the pursuit team. If this continued, it would not end well. Before my Rinnegan is activated, I need to collect the tailed beasts and rely on Nagato and the Akatsuki. And the Outer Path reincarnation technique seems to require a life as a price. In every sense, Nagato's Rinnegan must be used by me. So, do we need to go to Rain Shinobi Village? That village is located at the junction of the 3 great nations, and the journey is long. We should set off early. Vortex Zetsu said. No need. Summoning technique is also a type of space-time ninjutsu. When Nagato is truly cornered and tries to summon the Outer Path Golem again, I can resonate with it using Kamui and get there. As the saying goes, it's not about being early, but about being clever. Lin Yu's gaze was profound. A few days later, Rain Shinobi Village. Hanzo's pursuit team discovered the hideout of the Akatsuki once again. After a chase, in front of the inland lake surrounding Rain Shinobi Village, Nagato, Konan, Kaisuk, and the Daibutsu members of the Akatsuki were cut off from their escape route. The giant salamander towered, and Hanzo, the man known as a demigod, stood atop its head, coldly gazing at the few people at the lakeside who were at their wits' end. Konan, quickly take Nagato and escape. We will hold them off here, Daibutsu said. At this moment, Nagato's legs were crippled, and his body was emaciated due to synchronizing with the Outer Path Golem, being supported by Konan. No, you're the last members of the Akatsuki, our comrades. I don't want to see you die. Nagato said. Nagato, you're the hope of the Akatsuki, the inheritor of Yahiko's will. We will protect you with our lives. Kaisuk shouted. No way, the remnants of the Akatsuki. None of you will leave Rain Shinobi Village alive. Hanzo's cold words fell, and with a 2-finger hand seal, barriers rose, trapping them. The ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village quickly donned their gas masks. Hiss! The salamander beneath Hanzo opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a large amount of toxic mist, quickly filling the entire barrier. Water style, water barrier. Kaisuk formed hand seals, and the water barrier was generated. He changed his hand seal, and the water barrier transformed into a cement wall. After being blocked for a moment, the toxic mist spread down from above. Yoa! The large hammer ninjutsu in Daibutsu's hand spun, creating a powerful airflow that kept the toxic mist at bay. A futile struggle, attack. Shtua 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 shtua. The ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village threw a large number of kunai attached to exploding tags, rumbling. In the explosive flames, Kaisuk and Daibutsu died, tragically before Nagato and Konan's eyes. Nagato let out a deafening roar, and a powerful chakra storm dispersed the toxic mist. Nagato, stop in your current state. Using this move again will definitely kill you. Konan shouted anxiously. Hanzo's pupils constricted. This feeling. He is about to use that move again. He must not succeed. Flash. Hanzo instantly disappeared from atop the salamander, his scythe flying towards Nagato. But for some reason, the Outer Path Golem did not appear, and Hanzo's scythe was already close. This is the end. Not necessarily. Whoosh. In midair, a vortex appeared, and Lin Yu descended. Clang. He swung the Uchiha fan, blocking the scythe, his Sharingan coldly watching the man known as a demigod before him. Chapter 8. Uchiha Yu vs. Peak Hans. Sharingan. The moment Hans noticed Lin Yu's Sharingan, He quickly averted his gaze. As a top existence in the ninja world, he was certainly prepared to engage with a master from the Uchiha clan. During the Third Great Ninja War, the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, was defeated by Hans. In that battle, Fugaku's companions risked their lives to save him, leading Fugaku to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Hans possessed a strong combat instinct and naturally mastered the method of engaging without making eye contact. "Oh, you won't even give me a chance to cast Genjutsu." Lin Yu was astonished. Clang! After their weapons clashed, the two separated. Hans formed hand seals, flipped in the air, and landed with both hands on the ground. Ninja art. Jizz spell. Gurgle. Purple poison surged from the ground, engulfing the bodies of Jay-Z and the Great Buddha, instantly turning them into dry bones. Conan assisted Nagato in retreating, but the poison quickly corroded the ground and was about to reach them. Gurgle. In midair, Lin Yu focused. He summoned a poison pool, sealing off my landing point, and even Nagato and Conan are within the attack range. There's no way out. Susanoo. Crack. Azure chakra flames enveloped Lin Yu entirely, transforming into a skeletal form of Susanoo, which landed and protected both Conan and Nagato within. "Who are you, and why are you saving me?" Nagato questioned. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is, Nagato, you shouldn't die here. You haven't yet unleashed the true power of the renegade." Lin Yu's voice trailed off behind him. "Do you know my name and my eyes?" Nagato was astonished. "In time, you'll slowly find out," Lin Yu said solemnly. Back on top of the salamander, Hans gazed gravely into the distance. "The Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo can actually withstand my deadly poison. Does Akatsuki have such a person hidden away?" But fire release, exploding flame circle. Crash! The ground beneath the standing Susanoo sank. Countless explosive tags surged from the soil, flowing onto Susanoo. Lin Yu's Sharingan observed. The number of explosive tags exceeded 1,000. They were not a preset trap, but were summoned with the technique. This form's continuation cannot withstand it. Nagato's expression grew even more serious, as Hans's fire release was an amplified version of the technique that burned his leg. Had he not used the power of the Rinnegan at that time to absorb some of the explosion's force, the outcome would have been dire. But the scale of this technique was several times stronger than before. Hans formed hand seals. Boom! The explosive flames shot into the sky, the heat even evaporating the rainwater within dozens of meters. Buzz! Amid the flames, two golden lights appeared. Those were Susanoo's eyes. As the flames receded, a scene that shocked Hans and the Rain Ninjas unfolded. The tattered skeletal body of Susanoo rapidly repaired itself, muscles and tendons weaving between the bones, forming a layer of armor that enveloped the skeletal body. Susanoo, second form. ZZZZ. A gigantic, pitch-black shuriken appeared in Susanoo's hand. "What is that?" Hans's pupils contracted. Shuriken of Kamui. Whoosh! After charging power, the Susanoo launched the Kamui shuriken. Not good. Hans quickly leaped back. The Kamui shuriken struck the salamander he was standing on. Crack! The spatial distortion force of Kamui manifested. The salamander let out a terrifying scream. Its massive body twisted into a tangle. Ultimately, it exploded with a bang, releasing a mist of blood and poison. Nearby Rain Ninjas were caught in the toxic mist, instantly collapsing and dying, even their gas masks proving useless. In the back, Hans's gaze turned grave, a dojutsu that can distort space. This is a power more terrifying than that Rinnegan. It destroyed the salamander in an instant. How many secrets does Akatsuki hold? Whoosh! The Kamui shuriken flew toward Hans again. That thing is coming. Being hit means certain death. The ninjas of the Hidden Rain village scrambled to flee. Oomph! Earth release! Earth mound! Hans snorted coldly, slamming his palm against the ground as a massive rock separated from the earth and rose into the air. Boom! The Kamui shuriken struck the boulder, creating a spatial distortion field that shattered and displaced the rock. Inside Susanoo, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, he realized that the Kamui shuriken triggers spatial distortion upon hitting a physical object and immediately thought to use this feint. Truly impressive, Hans. But, pausing for a moment, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. The second one. How will you respond? Whoosh! Suddenly, from the shadow of the previous Kamui shuriken, another Kamui shuriken spun and flew toward Hans. Kamui, shadow, shuriken. What? This move completely caught Hans off guard. At this distance, even body flicker technique wouldn't be enough. Boom! The Kamui shadow, shuriken struck Hans, and under the spatial distortion field, his body was shredded. However, during the process, his body turned into mud. Was it a shadow clone using Earth release, set up under the cover of the salamander's explosion? Even my Sharingan didn't notice. Quite remarkable. As for the real body, Lin Yu looked down at his feet. Crack! The ground beneath Lin Yu fractured, and a chain shot up from the earth, wrapping around Lin Yu's weapon fan. It turned out that Hans had discovered the weakness of Susanoo was right beneath it. This was also a shared weakness of the half-body form continuation. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Taijutsu. Chain side second strike. Crack. The other end of the chain, tipped with deadly poison, flew toward Lin Yu's neck. For anyone else, this would be a moment of certain death, but Lin Yu is an exception. Kamui has an infinite margin for error. Whoosh. The side passed through Lin Yu's body without causing any harm. Huh. Hans, hidden underground, controlling the scythe, exclaimed in surprise. It's time to put an end to this. Whoosh. Lin Yu crouched down, his right arm probing into the ground. Surgeon would release chakra, was injected. Would release. Hell's chaos. Crack. Crack. Countless wooden branches surged from the ground, blooming across the earth. Amid the horrific screams, all the rain ninjas present, whether CH Neen or J Neen, were pierced and slaughtered by the chaotic blooming would release. Boom. A massive sound erupted a few seconds later as Hans, hiding underground, burst out, his protective armor shattered, and his left arm was severely injured by the chaotic wooden spikes, blood flowing profusely. After being hit by this would release. The branches could grow wildly within his flesh. Had Hans not used his powerful chakra to forcibly suppress the growing branches, he would have been turned into a bloody mess. Who? Hans gasped for breath, looking at Lin Yu with immense trepidation. He has been through countless battles, yet for the first time, he is being suppressed like this. His strategy is flawless, but none of his attacks have been effective. With the kaleidoscope Sharingan, a technique that manipulates space, and the rigid defense of Susanoo, he surprisingly also possesses a flexible defensive technique that surpasses even the etherealization technique, making him virtually unbeatable. Furthermore, he can even use would release. Although I still have my ultimate secret jutsu in reserve, the cost of using it is too great. Whether I can defeat him is still uncertain. Deep in thought, Hans gazed at Hate and said solemnly, "You are a rare strong opponent in my life as Hans of the Salamander. Your strength far surpasses that of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. State your name." "Uchiha." "Hate." Hate replied emphatically. "Uchiha Hate. I will remember your name. From now on, I, Hans of the Salamander, will regard you as an equal. Your name will spread from Amage Cure to the 5 great nations. In the future, we will meet again, and then we will determine the victor between us." As the words fell, Hans activated the body flicker technique, and his figure and presence vanished into the blood-soaked rain. Chapter 9. Today, pain is born. Hans has left, and Lin Yu's breathing has become somewhat rapid. Engaging with Hans at his peak is not as easy as one might imagine. To defend against the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, Hans maintained a significant distance from him throughout the fight, making it difficult for Lin Yu to accurately focus his left eye's long-range Kamui. He could only rely on his Susanoo to use Kamui Shuriken, which was an enormous drain on his chakra. If it weren't for the support of Hashirama Senju's chakra, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. However, this battle has made Lin Yu even more certain of one thing. The potential of this Mangeki Sharingan is immense. With the second form of Susanoo, he can gain the upper hand against Hans, who is renowned as the pinnacle of the ninja world. Hans hasn't used his full strength, and neither has Lin Yu, who could make him use the third form of the Yada Susanoo right now. Whoosh! The Susanoo dissipated, and the rain that had been blocked began to pour down again. Behind him, Nagato looked at Lin Yu with fervent eyes and said, "Incredible. You actually managed to injure that Hans." Lin Yu did not turn around. He didn't want Nagato to see his slightly fatigued appearance. Maintaining an absolute mystery would facilitate the plan he was about to implement. If you can master the true power of the Rinnegan, you can do it too. Perhaps even better than I did, Lin Yu said solemnly. The Rinnegan, the true power? Nagato's pupils trembled. Lin Yu looked up at the sky, spread his arms to welcome the rain, and said in a deep voice, "Yes." The possessor of the Rinnegan can not only summon the outer path Geto Mazo, but can also use the powers of the 6 paths. Just like you occasionally manage to deflect attacks around you and absorb part of the power of ninjutsu before, these all belong to the realm of the 6 paths. You have to grasp it accurately and extend it in a targeted manner to enter the domain of the 6 paths. Nagato raised his hand, pressing against his own eyes, and said dreamily, "You understand my eyes better than I do. I wish I had met you sooner." Maybe Yahiko and everyone in Akatsuki wouldn't have died. Upon hearing this, Konan, standing nearby, lowered her light blue eyes, her expression filled with sorrow. Lin Yu remained silent. Whether he came early or late, the damned would still die. Yahiko had to die. If he didn't, Nagato wouldn't be able to experience pain. The Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan, and the way to awaken its power is similar. It requires a strong mental stimulus. But Lin Yu was still glad that he came after Yahiko's death. At this time, Nagato was more sensitive, more helpless, and more eager for power, making him easier to control. Nagato said dejectedly, "Once, my dream was to protect Yahiko and Konan. Later, as a member of Akatsuki, I sincerely wanted to fulfill Yahiko's wish and bring peace to this war-torn Amage Cure and even the ninja world. Yahiko, Konan, and everyone in Akatsuki believed in me wholeheartedly. But it wasn't until Yahiko died before my eyes that I began to doubt whether I truly had this ability. It's not too late now. Yahiko can be resurrected, and the ninja world will usher in peace, all thanks to your Rinnegan." At this moment, Linyu finally dropped a heavy bombshell. "What did you say?" Nagato's Rinnegan eyes widened, and even Konan looked up, incredulous as she stared at Linyu. Linyu turned around and looked directly at Nagato, saying, "The outer path power of the Rinnegan can even grant the power to transcend life and death. Is what you said true?" Nagato was nearly breathless. "Absolutely. But it requires the price of life." Linyu had no intention of hiding this matter. Upon hearing this price, Konan's expression turned gloomy. Unlike Konan's reaction, Nagato appeared unusually excited. "Then can I use that power right now?" It seemed he couldn't wait to resurrect Yahiko, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Linyu thought to himself, "Nagato, your spirit is commendable, and I appreciate it, but unfortunately, whether it's Kishimoto's script or my script, you are destined to meet a tragic end." He gazed deeply at Nagato and said, "You can." Then, Linyu interrupted Nagato. "But think about it. If Yahiko lives but you die, can he truly accept your goodwill? Yahiko and everyone in Akatsuki have pinned their hopes on the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, on you who possess the Rinnegan. If you leave, who will realize Yahiko's aspirations and ideals? The time to resurrect Yahiko is not now, at the very least. You must wait until you fulfill Yahiko's wish before deciding for yourself." Nagato seemed to awaken from a dream. "Right, you are right. So how do I bring peace to the ninja world?" Having set the stage, Linyu got to the point. "First, you need to master the six paths techniques of the Rinnegan thoroughly. This will place you in an invincible position. On this basis, re-establish the Akatsuki organization. Collect and utilize the power of tailed beasts." Tailed beasts? Those legendary giant chakra beasts? I know there are 9 tailed beasts in the world, and Konoha possesses the strongest 9 tails. Nagato said. Linyu continued, "Yes, the 9 tailed beasts were originally one. It was the Sage of Six Paths who divided their powers before his death, hoping that someone in the future would be able to wield this power and bring peace to the world. You are the reincarnation of the Sage, possessing the Rinnegan. And from the moment you were born, you have carried this heavy responsibility. If you're interested, I can tell you more." "I am interested. Please be sure to tell me," Nagato said without a moment's hesitation. Beneath his mask, Linyu's mouth curved into a faint smile. "Follow me. I will tell you everything about this world." Whoosh! The Kamui vortex appeared, pulling Nagato and Konan into it. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. A few days later, outside Amage Cure, on a tall tower, Nagato stood in a chakra transmission device, his back filled with black rods. Creak, the iron door opened. Konan walked in, wearing the Akatsuki's fire cloud robe, and beneath her pale lips, there was now a black lip piercing. Beside her stood a handsome young man with tea-colored hair, his expression cold and ruthless, also wearing the fire cloud robe. With black rods distributed across his nose and ears, he was Pain, the Deva Path, and his former self was Yahiko. I never expected to fight alongside Yahiko once more. "Mr. Yu, this is all thanks to you." Nagato looked at the shadow beside him. There, Linyu stood up, draping a black cloak over himself. "It's nothing. This will both make up for your lack of mobility and protect your true body as safety. Now, I should take my leave. Mr. Yu, I will always regard you as the behind-the-scenes leader of Akatsuki," Nagato said fervently to Linyu's back. Linyu paused for a moment and replied lightly. Watching Linyu leave, Nagato turned to Pain, the Deva Path, "And the frontline leader of Akatsuki will always be you. Yahiko, what should we do next?" Konan asked. Pain, the Deva Path, said, "Just follow Mr. Yu's suggestion. First, gather defected ninjas from various countries, regardless of their origins or experiences, focusing solely on strength. Transform Akatsuki into a multinational mercenary organization to accumulate wealth and power, and when the time is ripe, begin collecting tailed beasts." Rumbling. In the oppressive clouds, thunder rolled, as if the sky were mourning. Linyu stood in the rain, looking back towards Amage Cure, murmuring, "This eternally weeping little country is the most suitable for darkness to take root. Today, Pain is born." Chapter 10. The Rising Fame of You. After handling the matters with Nagato and Akatsuki, Linyu was not idle. He decided to perfect some things before Orochimaru produced results. Life cannot be separated from clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and the world of Naruto is no different. Lin Yu had no particular requirements for clothing. The black robe left by Madara suited his aesthetic well. With the use of Kamui, his mode of transportation was unmatched even by the lightning trains of the post-Naruto era. As for where he lived, it was mediocre. There were beds in the underground base and a group of white Zetsu to play with, so it wasn't boring. But he still lacked a woman, one with warmth and the ability to move on her own. In terms of food, thanks to the first Hokage's cells, he could survive without eating. However, just because eating wasn't necessary didn't mean he didn't want to eat. For instance, he had always wanted to taste the legendary Ichiraka ramen. Unfortunately, he had no money. Among Madara's inheritance were his ninja tools, ninjutsu, and even the outer path golem. But there was no money. This was understandable, as Madara was a man who distanced himself from the secular world, dedicating his life to the Moon Eye plan. Having long since lost interest in worldly pleasures, hence he didn't need money. But Lin Yu was different. Some might ask, with Lin Yu's abilities, what did it matter if he ate without paying? He could just take what he wanted by force. Who could stop him? But bullying ordinary civilians was not Lin Yu's style. Therefore, he needed money. If he had none, he would have to earn some. There were various ways for ninjas to make money. The most basic was to become a bandit or robber, looting civilians and merchants, which Lin Yu would certainly not consider. A slightly more advanced way was to be hired by individuals or organizations to protect specific people or assassinate designated targets, which Lin Yu also disliked, as being employed meant being at the mercy of others, conflicting with the freedom he yearned for. Another option was to work for a ninja village and receive rewards for missions, which Lin Yu also currently dismissed. Although he could officially return to Konoha as Uchiha Bido, he didn't want to form deep ties with the people of Konoha, as the things he aimed for would inevitably cause friction and even war with Konoha. Unnecessary ties would only hinder him when it came time to act. He had once been indecisive, but in the world of Naruto, he only wanted to move forward toward his goals with determination. His ninja way, in a certain sense, was aligned with Naruto's. Thus, he decided to adopt a method of making money by hunting ninjas on the bounty list and exchanging them for high rewards at the exchange office. At the Valley of the End, with waterfalls cascading down, Lin Yu sat atop the statue of the first Hokage. Gulu Gulu. White Zetsu emerged from a nearby rock. Did you find it? Lin Yu asked. Really, you're so idle, looking for this kind of nonsensical stuff. While complaining, White Zetsu placed a bounty list in Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu picked it up and flipped through it. This list was organized by various ninja villages and ranked according to the amount of bounty. Following the principle of proximity, Lin Yu opened the Konoha Ninja bounty list. Any ninja on the bounty list must possess a certain level of strength. Ordinary genin and chunin would not qualify. At the very least, they had to be special jonin level or dangerous rogue ninjas. Most ninja bounties range from 5 million to 10 million ryo. Ninjas with bounties exceeding 10 million were either very strong or highly dangerous. Yakushi Kabuto, a Konoha spy and rogue ninja, bounty, 10 million ryo. Lin Yu ignored him and flipped back. Hatake Kakashi, son of White Fang, Konoha Jonin, bounty, 13 million ryo, but the number 1300 had a red cross over it. Corrected to 11 million ryo. Oh, why has Kakashi's bounty dropped by 2 million ryo? This is thanks to you, oh. That's right. The first thing Lin Yu did after crossing over was to dig out Kakashi's eyes, which undoubtedly caused Kakashi's value in the eyes of his benefactor to decrease. But in the long run, losing the Sharingan would give Kakashi better development prospects. He originally had little chakra, and obtaining the Sharingan midway forced a change in his growth direction, which greatly limited his original potential. Kakashi, as the son of Konoha's White Fang, specialized in the secret techniques left by White Fang and could potentially reach the strength of a Hokage. Lin Yu flipped again. Asuma Sarutobi, Konoha Jonin, son of the third Hokage, bounty, 15 million ryo. I remember Asuma's peak bounty was 35 million ryo. Oh, that should have been after he became one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. Lin Yu murmured, continuing to flip through. From it, he found the bounty lists of almost all Konoha's elite Jonin, the legendary 3 ninjas, and even the 3rd and 4th Hokage, Nara Shikaku, Inazuka Kiba, and Nara Shikamaru, Konoha's Ino Shikicho, bounties of 20 million, 25 million, and 28 million ryo, respectively, which basically corresponded to their strengths. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. The bounties of the legendary 3 ninjas were roughly equal, 50 million, 52 million, and 55 million ryo, with Orochimaru's slightly higher due to his involvement in dangerous experiments and infamous reputation. As for the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, their bounties were 66 million and 77 million ryo, respectively. The peak strength of the third Hokage was not inferior to the young Minato. The reason for such a large difference was likely due to the third Hokage's moderate approach, which resulted in fewer enemies. These individuals were already regulars on the bounty list, with their bounties sitting there year-round, as no one could take them down without weighing their own strength. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Lin Yu flipped to the last section of the Konoha column and was surprised to find an additional page that had just been added. Upon seeing it, his expression turned strange. Uchiha Yu, true identity unknown, assisted rogue ninjas from Amigakure, escaped the pursuit of Hanzo of the Salamander. Recognized by Hanzo as a ninja of equal strength. Bounty, 80 million Ryo. Photo missing. Abilities unknown. This news seems to have leaked too quickly. Lin Yu murmured. Hanzo truly keeps his word. He said that my name would spread across the 5 great nations, and I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Now many ninjas are inquiring about you, including the Umbu of the 5 great nations. White Zetsu said beside him. Well, it doesn't matter. Any enemy that stands in my way will end up with only one fate, which is death. Lin Yu said indifferently. So, who is today's unlucky one? White Zetsu teased. Lin Yu thought for a moment, flipped a few pages forward in the list, and pointed. This one. Beijia. This ninja's photo shows a very fierce appearance. A rogue ninja from Konoha. Bounty. 16 million Ryo. Oh, this guy, originally a jonin from Konoha, failed to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire a month ago and defected from Konoha, and is currently being pursued by Konoha's Umbu. White Zetsu said. Where is he? Lin Yu asked. Fortunately, he's not far from here, in the forest. You marked it last time, Vortex, Zetsu said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go collect that 16 million Ryo. Whoosh. Lin Yu disappeared into the vortex of Kamui. Chapter 11. A pleasant surprise. Whoosh. In the forest, a vortex appeared, and Hayato landed on the ground. After observing with his Sharingan, he picked up a branch. The front end had footprints, but the back end was cut off with a sharp blade, creating a false impression to confuse pursuers. The real escape route was this way. Hayato looked towards the 4 o'clock direction. The vortex sighed inwardly. Yu's intelligence analysis ability is gradually improving. Even without the Sharingan and the Senju artificial body, he would likely become an outstanding ninja. Hayato pursued the escape route to the north. Along the way, he discovered nearly invisible threads attached between the trees and rocks, connecting to explosive tags. A trap, huh? Well then, let's use it to our advantage. Hayato casually threw a kunai, severing the threads. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed through the woods. North Kai, fleeing towards the forest exit, paused on a tree trunk to check the source of the explosions. He wore a Konoha forehead protector with a horizontal line cut through the middle by a kunai, a standard mark of a rogue ninja. Did the traps I set work? North Kai breathed a sigh of relief and took out a soldier pill to swallow. Whoosh! A shadow sped towards him from the end of his line of sight. Whoosh! North Kai threw a kunai at the shadow. Observing the incoming kunai, Hayato thought, a foe of this level doesn't require using Kamui to dodge. It's just right for honing my basic combat skills. Clang! Hayato knocked down the kunai with a backhand, landing on a tree trunk. A member of Root, or an Umbu, North Kai warned. Neither. I'm someone who has set my sights on your 16 million bounty, Hayato replied calmly. Hearing this, North Kai relaxed his expression, forming hand seals with a slight smirk. Then you're really out of luck. I've already killed several guys like you along the way. Whoosh! After forming seals, his figure blurred and vanished. A camouflage technique, a high-level ninjutsu that allows the user to blend into the surrounding environment by changing their body color to achieve invisibility. Indeed, it's Jonin level. However, such tricks are meaningless in front of the Sharingan. Whoosh! Hayato leaned back, the blade slicing above him, cutting off leaves. A sensory ninja, North Kai realized. As his attack missed, he dispelled the camouflage to avoid wasting chakra and quickly flashed to Hayato's rear. Shadow Dance Leaf. It seems you're particularly skilled in swordsmanship, Hayato murmured. North Kai swung his ninja sword, executing the Konoha-style sword technique. Crescent Moon Dance. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, Hayato was sliced into several segments, but with a bang, his body transformed into several pieces of wood that fell. This was merely a very ordinary substitution technique, but what astonished North Kai was, his substitution technique activated faster than my sword technique. After all, he had assassinated a daimyo before. Although he failed, he shouldn't be this lacking in skill. Hayato appeared on a tree behind. Damn it. This remark seemed to hit North Kai's sore spot, and he yelled angrily, scattering numerous shurikens around, embedding them in the thickets, each shuriken entangled with steel wire. His hands moved rapidly, the spreading steel wire sealing off all directions, and as North Kai pulled back, it wrapped around Hayato. This was the windmill's great blade technique, which young Sasuke had barely managed to use in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams against Orochimaru. With the help of the Sharingan, it seems the difficulty level isn't that high for a Jonin. Hayato murmured, seemingly oblivious that he was the one entangled. It's over. North Kai bit the other end of the steel wire and formed hand seals with both hands. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Roaring. Flames spread along the steel wire toward Hayato. In the end, 16 million. Is this the level of it? Hayato murmured. Crack. Crack. His arms broke the steel wires, and he formed the uziel with his hands, chakra gathering in his throat. Fire release. Great fire extinguish. Boom. 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 What erupted was a vast sea of flames, instantly melting the steel wires, devouring the great fireball, sweeping through a large area of the forest. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Madara had once used this fire release to suppress the water formation wall launched by 20 water release ninjas from the Ninja Alliance. At this moment, Hayato's great fire extinguish, while not as powerful as Madara's, already had a third of his splendor. Waves of heat surged, and North Kai looked at the roaring sea of fire in despair. What exactly are you? Boom. The flames exploded, shooting into the sky. Visible from afar. In the distance, 3 Konoha Umbu ninjas tracking North Kai stopped, shielding their faces against the heat wave, staring at the flames. What level of fire release is this? Could it be that Root got there first? The 2 male Umbu ninjas exclaimed in shock. Let's go take a look. The female Umbu led the way. When they arrived at the scene, what they saw was unforgettable for a lifetime. That fire release had burned a clearing in the forest and in the charred land. A masked boy in a black robe held a body that was burned beyond recognition. Even the face difficult to discern, muttering to himself, "This is troublesome. Now I can't even recognize the face. Will the 16 million bounty just go to waste? If it's just the face, I can restore it with my ability." A voice distinct from the boy's tone emerged, carrying a hint of arrogance and flippancy. Damn it, it's North Kai. He was still a step ahead of Root. The male Umbu clenched his fists unwillingly. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It turns out that North Kai was originally a member of Konoha's Umbu, tasked with protecting the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but unexpectedly launched an attack on the daimyo. Afterward, the Umbu investigation revealed that before North Kai fled, he had contact with Root, leading to suspicions that Root had set him up to frame the commander of the Umbu, the 4th Hokage. Given Root's style, they would definitely move to silence him quickly. The task of these 3 Umbu was to bring North Kai back before Root could intervene. No, he isn't from Root. His attire is different, and he clearly mentioned 16 million. The leading female ninja, noticing the oddities, stepped forward and shouted at Hayato's back. Who goes there? We are from Konoha's Umbu. This is Konoha's jurisdiction. State your identity. Hearing the voice, Hayato slowly turned his face, the Sharingan beneath his mask radiating light. Close your eyes. Do not make eye contact with her. The female ninja's pupils constricted, and she quickly shut her eyes. Thud, thud, but it was too late. The 2 male Umbu behind her had already fallen victim. This hair color, this voice, could it be? Hayato murmured, dragging North Kai's body closer to the female ninja. The female ninja quickly retreated, but her back collided against a large tree. Hayato had already approached. Damn it. The female ninja drew her ninja sword and slashed forward. Whoosh. But the blade passed through Hayato's body without the sensation of a cut. What is this? The female ninja was horrified to find her body trapped in a genjutsu. Unable to move, fear sweeping over her, causing her shoulders to tremble slightly. Hayato reached out and removed the animal mask from the female ninja's face, revealing a stunning yet youthful visage, making Hayato's eyes light up. Yuzuki Yuyaka, it really is you. Chapter 12 Under the Setting Sun. This cruel ninja world. Yuzuki Yuin? How do you know my sister's name? The woman in front of Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing his words. Lin Yu regained his focus and looked more closely at the woman. Indeed, her appearance was strikingly similar to Yuzuki Yuin, but with subtle differences. It made sense. At this time, Yuzuki Yuin was only 9 years old, just graduated from the Ninja Academy, and had not yet joined the Umbu, while the woman before him looked to be around 17 or 18. Is she Yuin's older sister? What is your name? Lin Yu asked. My name is Yuzuki Yuyang, Yuin's sister. Who are you, and what are your intentions? Yuyang questioned. Lin Yu looked up at the evening glow in the sky. Yuzuki, Yuyang. They did not appear in the storyline of Naruto, but that does not mean they do not exist. Just like how Kishimoto did not depict ninjas using the bathroom does not mean ninjas do not use the bathroom. Well, that is a topic that Obito likes. Kishimoto was very fond of embedding characters' fates within their names, like the swift wind under the moonlight, passing away like a gust on a high moonlit night. Then Yuzuki Yuyong must represent the descent before Yuzuki's arrival, akin to the setting sun, implying a short-lived beauty. In Lin Yu's mind, a scenario formed, a sister who relied on her younger sibling, losing her life on a mission for the Umbu, and the young Yuzuki Yuin choosing to inherit her sister's legacy, striving to join the Umbu. A gentle breeze blew, and Lin Yu looked back at Yuzuki Yuyong. Ahead of her awaited a fate of death. Had he not crossed over, had he not met her? I'm asking you a question. Answer me. Yuyong said anxiously. Are you willing to come with me? Lin Yu replied, dodging the question. What nonsense are you talking? Do you want me to betray Konoha? Yuyong exclaimed indignantly. Lin Yu reached out and gently placed his hand on Yuyong's pure and delicate cheek. She instinctively wanted to pull away, but her body was immobile. Her eyes filled with the humiliation of wanting to end her own life immediately. I just don't want to see a woman like you become a victim of this cruel ninja world. Lin Yu's words were nonsensical, yet his gaze was unfathomable. It even made Yuyong feel that this man before her was not speaking recklessly. There must be a basis for what he said. Even so, Yuyong remained steadfast. Since the day I joined the Umbu, we all wrote our wills. Even in death, we will not betray Konoha. Lin Yu smiled and gently pinched Yuyong's delicate chin, tilting her head slightly. What if I say, if you don't come with me, I will kill your companions? Yuyong's eyes trembled as she looked at her two fallen companions, gritting her teeth. They are also Umbu members, just like me. They have long since put life and death aside. Then what about your 9-year-old sister? Lin Yu said dangerously. Yuyong's pupils suddenly froze. You despicable. Answer me. Will you come with me? Lin Yu provided no further explanation. Yuyong's expression was one of intense struggle. But thinking of her sister who had lost their parents and had relied on her since childhood, she made a painful decision and compromised. What do you want me to do? Lin Yu sighed. As expected, no matter how firm a ninja's beliefs are, they cannot entirely cast aside personal feelings. Even Uchiha Itachi, who was willing to end his clan for the peace of the village and the ninja world, would not lay a hand on his brother because in his heart, Sasuke was more important than the village. In Yuyong's heart, her sister Yuzuki Yuin's safety is more important than the village. This is human nature. Lin Yu would certainly not harm Yuzuki Yuin. He just wanted to break through Yuyong's psychological defenses. He released Yuyong's chin and said calmly, You don't need to do anything special. Just give up Konoha and come with me. Yuyong was slightly taken aback for a moment, then said, All right, I will go with you. But if you make me do anything detrimental to Konoha, I will certainly end my own life, even if you threaten me with my sister's life. And I hope you spare my subordinates. Deal. Lin Yu had no intention of killing them. Release the Jinjutsu, a 1T runaway. Yuyong said, Release. Yuyong took off her forehead protector, took out a kunai, gritted her teeth, and resolutely drew a horizontal line across the center of the forehead protector, representing her severance from Konoha and becoming a rogue ninja. Let's go. Lin Yu averted his gaze and dragged Beiji's corpse, walking ahead. Where are we going now? Yuyong followed behind. To the exchange. Lin Yu said without looking back. Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? To say yes is correct. To say no is also correct. Lin Yu replied enigmatically. Yuyong thought, so he's a rogue ninja of the Uchiha. What was your purpose in killing Beiji? Was it just to obtain money? Yuyong asked again. Otherwise, would such a guy still have value for me to take action personally? Lin Yu retorted. Yuyong thought. It seems he is not colluding with Root. If it's the message scroll in your hand, I suggest you put away. Lin Yu said. Yuyong was startled and put the scroll she was about to take out back. Her idea was to at least relay Lin Yu's information back to the village. It seems that's not going to happen. This little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. With this person's abilities, he could easily control my mind with the Sharingan, but why doesn't he do that? Yuyong looked at Lin Yu's back, feeling puzzled while inevitably becoming more curious about him. No matter what, he has the potential to threaten the village. I might as well stay by his side, figure out his background, and find an opportunity to kill him. Yuyong thought secretly. She did not notice the faint smile at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth as he walked ahead. He might not understand the thoughts of women in the real world, but he could grasp the thoughts of women in the anime world perfectly. She will not succeed. Back then, Conan prepared 600 billion explosive tags to kill Obito. And in the end, didn't she still fail? Lin Yu did not believe Yuyong would be stronger than Conan, nor did he believe he would be weaker than Obito. Moreover, in anime, there are countless examples of those who initially wanted to kill each other, but ended up emotionally ensnared. Yuyong would be no exception. Not long after the two left, members of Root, dressed in black cloaks and wearing masks, arrived at the scene, witnessing the devastation. Beijia's sensing ability has vanished. He is probably dead, said a sensing ninja from the Root Squad. Captain, these two are not dead, but Yuzuki Yuyong is nowhere to be seen. A Root member checked the two unconscious Umbu members on the ground. Kill them both and frame it on Yuzuki Yuyong, said the Root Squad leader, wearing a white robe from a tree, but they are still from the village. Remember, the philosophy of Root is to use any means necessary to support the great tree of Konoha from the shadows. Only Danzo can lead Konoha forward. The death of these two is merely a necessary sacrifice, the captain said sternly. Yes, understood. Crack, crack. The ninja blade ruthlessly pierced the hearts of two Umbu members. How ironic it is that these two Umbu ninjas escaped a disaster at Lin Yu's hands, only to be struck down by their own comrades in an instant. In fact, Lin Yu had seen through all of this long ago, which is why he pursued power. With power, one has the right to enjoy freedom. With power, one can pursue more of the things he desires. Chapter 13. Deep affection and intense emotion, enraptured. Outside a toilet on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. Lin Yu stopped. Don't get me wrong, with the Hashirama cells in him, Lin Yu doesn't need to eat and naturally doesn't need to use the toilet. He came here because the nearest money exchange was located inside this toilet. Wait here, Lin Yu said to the figure behind him, Yuzuki Yueing, before dragging Beijia's corpse into the toilet. Splash! As soon as he entered the toilet, the vortex of Ju Afei detached from Lin Yu. What is up? Lin Yu asked. It's rare to visit a human toilet. I want to study the urge to go. Afei was as obsessed as ever with the urge to relieve himself. Just don't get any shit on you. Everyone has their own ambitions. And Lin Yu couldn't be bothered with this guy. After a reminder, he approached the wall, gently pushed, and bang. A secret door fell down, and Lin Yu walked in. Inside the dimly lit money exchange, a row of refrigerated cabinets was displayed, used to store corpses. Bang! Lin Yu casually tossed Beijia's corpse onto the floor and coldly said, Exchange for money. The person in charge of the money exchange was a big bearded man who leaned against the table, a cigarette in his mouth. Sizing up the corpse on the ground, Beijia's face had been restored by Ju to a degree that did not affect recognition. But a corpse damaged to such an extent was something the big bearded man had never seen before. He couldn't help but raise his head and deeply scrutinize the young man before him, secretly alarmed, because this young man's age was seriously inconsistent with the prey he had brought. However, in this ninja world, judging people by their appearance was an extremely foolish thing. During wartime, there were numerous young ninjas who possessed extraordinary strength, and the young man before him was likely one of them. The big bearded man put down the cigarette, stepped forward, placed Beijia's corpse into the cabinet, then flipped through the bounty list, marking Beijia's page with a red cross, and took a money box from the cash cabinet, placing it in front of Lin Yu. The black market has its own rules. Both parties should not ask too many questions. One hand delivers the corpse, and the other receives the money. Lin Yu did not count the money like Kakuzu, but picked up the money box and turned to walk out. Is this your first time here? Aren't you going to count the amount? After the transaction was completed, the big bearded man lit another cigarette and couldn't help but curiously ask Lin Yu's back. Lin Yu stopped. Without turning around. No need. The big bearded man's expression was intriguing. In this world, it's not good to trust people so easily. Aren't you afraid I might shortchange you, or that the money is fake? Lin Yu turned around and said indifferently, Then that's even better. I would have a reason to take you out and keep all your money for myself. This casual remark contained an absolute confidence in his strength. The big bearded man paused the cigarette he was about to bring to his mouth, and even he, a man who had dealt with corpses for years, felt a chill run down his spine. He was serious. Regaining his composure, the big bearded man hurriedly said, Little brother, you must be joking. Our organization only profits from dead people's money and never cheats living people. We look forward to working with you again. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and walked out. He definitely wouldn't be coming back in a short time because his need for money wasn't very great. Upon exiting the money exchange, Lin Yu was rendered speechless by the sight before him, as Afei was squatting in front of the latrine, poking at a lump of long-dried feces with a wooden stick. Can you not use wood release for such a hobby? Lin Yu said. Plop. Afei tossed aside the wooden stick and clapped his hands. I just invented a technique that's even more powerful than wood release. What technique? Lin Yu asked. Ninja art. Poop release technique. Afei made hand seals. Nothing happened, and the air fell silent. Huh? Did it fail? Afei scratched his head awkwardly. This cramped space was filled with a silly atmosphere, and Lin Yu felt the air had become quite ridiculous. What a smelly technique. Lin Yu coldly commented as he walked out. Afei shrugged and was about to cover Lin Yu with his body, but was met with Lin Yu's disdain. Forget it. You smell like shit. Lin Yu opened the money box, threw a stack of cash on the ground, gave Afei a look, and walked out. Well, forget it. Ah-Fei shrugged, picked up the money, and disappeared into the ground. Waiting outside, Yuzuki Yueying saw Lin Yu's true appearance. He's so young. Yueying didn't know Obito, but was surprised that someone with such strength looked even younger than her. Where to next? Yueying collected herself and asked. 100 miles away. To where I live, Lin Yu said. 100 miles? Even if we don't sleep and go at full speed, it would take 2 days and 2 nights, Yueying replied. No need. It only takes the blink of an eye. Lin Yu placed his hand on Yueying's shoulder, the 3 tomo transforming into a kaleidoscope. Whoosh! The Kamui vortex appeared. This is space-time dojutsu. In amazement, Yueying was sucked in by the Kamui, followed by Lin Yu himself. The vortex vanished. 100 miles away, in the underground base. Yueying looked at the unfamiliar environment before her, filled with white zetsu and mysterious magical statues, her emotions unsettled. About a minute later, gurgle. Ah-Fei's head popped up from the ground. Too slow, Lin Yu said. I'm not like you. I can't ignore the limits of space. Ah-Fei stated the obvious. Is everything ready? Lin Yu asked. After Ah-Fei fully emerged from the ground, he placed a box on the floor. Lin Yu said to Yuzuki Yueying, your room is ready. It's right next to mine. Also, this box contains clean clothes for you, as well as some ninja-specific bento. Just make do with it for now. I will soon set up a hot spring specifically for your bathing needs. Having finished explaining, ignoring Yuzuki Yueying's astonished expression, Lin Yu carried the money box towards his dorm room. After a moment of hesitation, Yuzuki Yueying followed behind Lin Yu. At the door of the room, Lin Yu stopped. In the evenings when there's nothing to do, just stay in your room and don't run around the base. If there's anything, you can call Ju, those white guys. After saying that, Lin Yu pushed the door and entered the room. Creak! In the dead of night, the door of the room next to Lin Yu's quietly opened. In the dim light, Yuzuki Yueying walked out. She paused for a moment in front of Lin Yu's door, contemplating whether to rush in and take action against Lin Yu, but then shook her head, knowing it wouldn't be so easy to succeed. At least, she needed to understand the secrets hidden here first. Yuzuki Yueying looked down the corridor at the room with the tightly closed iron door. The other rooms in this corridor all had wooden doors, but that one was blocked by a thick iron door. Yueying guessed that something significant must be hidden there. She stealthily approached, stopping outside the iron door, confirming there were no traps set outside before looking up at the skylight above. Releasing chakra from her feet, she climbed up the wall to the skylight, took out a small mirror, extended it, and through the reflection, she saw the scene inside that stone chamber. Inside, there are large experimental devices. What catches the eye is a cylindrical vessel filled with green liquid, containing a person. However, the surface of the vessel is blurry, making it difficult to see the person's exact features, only that they seem to be connected to many tubes. Drip, drip. At the end of the device, there is an outlet, and at regular intervals, a drop of golden blood falls into a glass tube. The tube is already filled to nearly 1/3 of its height. In front of the equipment stands a tall man in a white robe, looking ethereal. His long hair accentuates his allure, and a rope tied in a special shape at his lower back adds to his mysterious presence. He is intently watching the experimental apparatus. For some reason, Yuzuki Yueying feels that the man's silhouette is somewhat familiar, resembling a man that their Konoha Umbu has been keeping an eye on, an extremely dangerous and terrifying man. HM? At this moment, the man stops his actions and slowly turns around. Yueying suddenly feels as if her heart has been grasped by an invisible hand, and she is breathless. Hiss! The snake-like vertical pupils exude a strong killing intent. Yueying gasps in shock, losing her footing and falling to the ground. Her heart races wildly, breathing rapidly. It can't be wrong. It must be him. That's Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. How could he be in a place like this? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps stop behind her. Didn't I tell you to stay in your room and not run around? Lin Yu says to the still shaken Yueying in front of him. I should go back to sleep, Yueying says. Inside the stone chamber, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto casts a questioning glance at Orochimaru. No need to worry. Let her be, Orochimaru rasps. Understood. Kabuto steps back. It seems that although Yukuin is powerful, he is still an emotional Uchiha boy. I wonder if my most perfect creation can spark a miracle in Yukuin. It is truly something to look forward to. Orochimaru gazes at the drops of golden blood collected in the glass tube, a blissful smile playing on his lips. Chapter 14. The Return to Konoha. Whoosh. In the dead of night, a vortex suddenly appeared in the dark streets of Konoha village, and descending with that vortex was Lin Yu. Dressed in black, he blended into the night, and beneath his hood was a brand new orange mask with black patterns. Through the holes in the mask, his Sharingan shone brightly in the darkness. Finally, I've arrived. Looking at the 4 characters Ichiraku Ramen, Lin Yu felt a wave of emotion. He lifted the curtain and walked inside. Welcome. Behind the counter, the owner of Ichiraku, wearing a chef's outfit, greeted him enthusiastically. At this moment, Uncle Ichiraku was in his prime, with no wrinkles from the passage of time on his face. Beside him, his daughter, SHBU, was sleeping soundly in her stroller. A large bowl of pork bone broth. Linyu sat down in the rightmost seat against the wall. This time he came alone, not with Ah Fei, because he feared that Ah Fei would chatter incessantly about disgusting topics during the meal, ruining his appetite. Uncle Ichiraku ladled the pork bone broth into a bowl, then used a strainer to lift the ramen and place it into the broth, garnishing it with green onions and pickled ginger, creating a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor, and set it before Linyu. Sir, your pork bone broth. MMM. The aroma wafted up, tantalizing his taste buds, and Linyu couldn't wait any longer. He picked up his chopsticks, removed his mask, and lowered his head to eat. Slurp. The noodles were springy and smooth, the broth flavorful and rich. It was incredibly delicious, 10 times better than the best ramen Linyu had ever had before. Once he started, he couldn't stop. Just as Linyu was savoring every bite, two ninjas lifted the curtain and walked into the ramen shop side by side. Coincidentally, it was Might Guy and Kakashi. Guy was wearing his signature green jumpsuit, while Kakashi had a black eye patch over his left eye, but what lay beneath was no longer the Sharingan, but an empty eye socket. Boss. 2 big bowls of miso chashu, Guy said with sparkling teeth, raising 2 fingers to Uncle Ichiraku, and plopped down in the left seat. Kakashi took his time, sitting in the middle seat, casually turning his head and catching a glimpse of Linyu's side profile hidden beneath his long hair. Momentarily lost in thought. Hey, here are your miso chashu. As Uncle Ichiraku brought over the 2 bowls, Kakashi snapped back to reality. I say, Kakashi, so far our competitions are tied at 20 wins and 20 losses. How about this time we see who can finish their ramen first? Guy said energetically as always. Sorry, I'm really not in the mood right now. Kakashi replied listlessly, breaking apart his chopsticks and lowering his mask, eating absent-mindedly. Guy looked at Kakashi with a complex expression. 6 months ago, Kakashi lost Rin and his Sharingan, was rescued back to Konoha, and suffered severe physical and mental trauma, staying in Konoha's rehabilitation center until a month ago when he was officially discharged, remaining in this negative state. Guy withdrew his gaze, broke apart his chopsticks, and wolfed down his food, finishing the ramen in less than a minute, then gulping down the broth, setting down the bowl, wiping the soup from the corner of his mouth, and looking seriously at Kakashi. Kakashi, as your rival and close friend, I can understand your feelings. I've gone through a similar period with my father, Might Die. Being downcast is a desecration to the deceased. What Obito entrusted to you is not just his eyes, but his will. If he were alive, he would certainly not want to see you like this. Kakashi paused with his chopsticks, sighing, I understand everything you said. But even though I understand, I can't let it go. I feel unworthy of that eye because I couldn't protect Rin. I think this must be Obito's punishment from beyond for me, to take back the eye. He must hate me to the core. Guy frowned. Kakashi, are you being too stubborn about this? Maybe, but I've decided to join Root, Kakashi said startlingly. Bang. Guy jumped up, incredulous. Root? Kakashi, are you serious? Noticing the look from Uncle Ichiraku, Guy realized he had lost his composure, apologized, and sat back down, whispering to Kakashi, is this the 4th intention? Kakashi replied, no, it's my own decision. Half a month ago, Root's headquarters was attacked by mysterious ninjas, resulting in several members' deaths. Danzo exaggerated the situation and reported it to the Fire Country's daimyo, claiming the 4th intentionally let the enemy in to undermine Konoha's foundation. Guy frowned. Would the daimyo believe such nonsense? Kakashi said, if it were before, probably not, but a month ago, the assassination of the daimyo by Beijia, a direct member of the 4th's Umbu, raised suspicions. Coupled with this incident, the situation is quite unfavorable for the 4th. Beijia, although strong, doesn't seem like the type to do such a thing. Could it be Root's doing? The Umbu had similar suspicions, which is why they sent people to pursue Beijia to uncover the truth. However, just the night before, the Umbu that was dispatched were killed. It was led by Yuzuki Yuyu. This dealt another blow to the credibility of the 4th's Umbu. It was only thanks to the 3rd stepping in and using his own reputation to vouch for the 4th that the situation was barely calmed. But Root's condition was to place the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina, under Root's supervision, and the daimyo agreed. Guy pointedly said, the Jinchuriki. Could it be that Danzo wants? Kakashi said in a low voice, exactly. Danzo has long coveted the position of Hokage. He must want to grasp the Nine Tails in his hands to undermine the 4th's position. Now that things have come to this, even the Umbu can't intervene. The only thing I can do is join Root and do my utmost to protect Kushina. ensuring the fourth doesn't have to worry about anything and can get through this crisis. Guy expressed concern, but Kakashi, you know what kind of person Danzo is. You might lose your life. Kakashi resolutely said, it doesn't matter. I couldn't protect Obito, nor could I protect Rin. A person like me is not worth much. At the very least, I should share some of the pressure for my teacher. Meanwhile, Lin Yu finished his ramen paid, donned his mask that he had placed aside, and got up to leave. On the sparsely populated street, Lin Yu gazed at the moon obscured by dark clouds, his eyes deep. Although I have no intention of capturing the Nine Tails for now, if it falls into Danzo's hands, it will bring many disadvantages in the future. In the script, I want to realize Naruto is no longer the main character. At the very least, I want to give him a carefree childhood and not let history repeat itself. Kushina will be the last Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in the history of ninjas. An ominous wind swept through the street, and Lin Yu turned to look at the darkness of the village. Danzo, let's go meet him. Chapter 15. Deterrence of Danzo. In a remote and dark area of Konoha village, there is a Japanese-style room. In front of the door, two fierce and intimidating statues stand tall. This is the sleeping place of Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root. Inside the room, Danzo sits at the table, using the candlelight to read a secret letter from Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Ninja. The content of the letter states, Nagato has escaped from my hands and is secretly reviving the Akatsuki organization. The ninja who rescued Nagato from me claims to be Uchiha Yu, possessing strength not inferior to mine. He is likely a rare talent among the Uchiha after Madara. If Konoha Village and the ninja world want long-term peace, the Uchiha must be eliminated. Danzo murmurs as he burns the letter. Suddenly, the candle flame flickers violently and goes out. A killing intent. Danzo squints. Who is it? The Root member guarding outside screams and collapses. And a figure with long hair is reflected on the paper sliding door. Crack! A bolt of lightning bursts through the door, piercing through Danzo's body. Bang! The door is shattered, and Lin Yu stands outside, looking into the dark room where Danzo is no longer present, only a piece of wood that has been pierced. Body replacement technique, so fast. Lin Yu looks up and sees Danzo standing on the eaves. A cold wind blows, and under the moonlight, the two face each other. Uchiha Yu, I have long wanted to meet you, Danzo says in a low voice. Zing! Lin Yu's left eye turns into a kaleidoscope, focusing on Danzo's head. Kamui! Crack! Danzo's head is twisted off by Kamui, blood spurts from his neck, and his headless body falls from the wall. It fades away in a blur of light and shadow. The ability to manipulate space with eye techniques is indeed terrifying. Danzo's voice comes from the other side, revealing him unscathed, standing atop the statue, removing the bandage from his right eye, revealing the Sharingan beneath, while quickly forming hand seals with both hands, taking a deep breath. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Whoosh. The vacuum wave sweeps through, splitting everything, whether it's the house, walls, or anything else, in two, leaving only Lin Yu unscathed. So that's how it is, allowing the medium to penetrate the body and nullifying the attack. This is the power of your other kaleidoscope Sharingan. Truly a pair of flawless eyes. How about becoming a substitute for my right eye? Danzo says, removing the bandage from his right eye, revealing a desolate white Sharingan, forever losing its light. Lin Yu coldly states, Izanagi, possessing the powers of both Senju and Uchiha, can only be activated at the cost of permanently losing its light. Removing your right eye means that your right arm implanted with Hashirama cells, along with the 10 Sharingan on it, exists for this purpose, a masterpiece of Orochimaru. What? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Danzo's pupils shrink sharply. How could he know my secrets so well? That bastard Orochimaru has indeed colluded with him, betraying Konoha. You may allow the medium to penetrate your body, but to attack, you must materialize. In other words, as long as you fight, you will lose. Danzo says, extending his right arm from his clothing, removing the iron plate on it, revealing 10 terrifying rotating Sharingan. For every Sharingan he consumes, he can maintain Izanagi for 1 minute. These 10 Sharingan can allow Izanagi to last for 10 minutes, meaning that within these 10 minutes, no matter how many times Danzo is killed, he will not die. This is the source of Danzo's confidence. Then give it a try. Lin Yu says. Boom. Danzo uses the body flicker technique to close in, thrusting a kunai towards Lin Yu. Whoosh. As expected, Danzo, along with the kunai, passes through Lin Yu without any effect. Swish. He turns around, sweeping with the kunai, again passing through. A tightness in his heart. This guy seems to have no intention of counterattacking, wanting to use this to drain my Izanagi. Lin Yu mockingly laughs. You might consider lifting Izanagi, but my left eye's eye technique will, as before, instantly twist your head off. You know I have the ability to do so. This is what is called strategic deterrence. making Danzo fully aware that he has fallen into a trap, yet still must comply. Bastard. Danzo is furious, but helpless, forming hand seals to unleash a powerful wind release attack. It's not over yet. Boom, boom, boom. Danzo's powerful ninjutsu is unleashed one after another, and it is impressive that the techniques connect seamlessly. Lin Yu furrows his brows. So that's how it is. He plans to maintain a saturated attack during the duration of his Anaji, preventing me from easily lifting the intangibility mode. Swish, 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 swish. Danzo's hand seal speed has become like an afterimage. Thinking, though the kaleidoscope by technique is extraordinary, it also has its limits. The time he can maintain the penetrating mode must be limited. Lin Yu thinks, haha. It seems he wants to bet that the duration of his Izanagi is longer than my intangibility mode. Fine, I'll gamble with you. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment of Danzo's ninjutsu, this area has almost been leveled. Time passes second by second, and Danzo's Sharingan on his right arm closes one after another. One less with each one, unable to open again. For minutes have passed, and 4 Sharingan have closed, but Lin Yu's intangibility mode still has not lifted. This damned eye technique. Danzo is anxious, but he dares not stop the hand seals for a moment, fearing that if he stops, Lin Yu's eye technique will reset, and all his efforts will be in vain. However, the consequence of casting techniques like this not only drains his eyes, but also rapidly depletes his chakra. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Time continues to pass, which is a great torment for Danzo. Finally, the 5th Sharingan closes. Swish, swish. At this moment, Lin Yu forms hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. The fireball collides with the wind release ahead, and due to the opposing attributes, it transforms into a stronger fire release, engulfing Danzo. Izanagi is triggered, unfavorable factors turn into dreams, and Danzo reappears in another place. Although suppressed, he wears a face of ecstatic joy. 5 minutes is your limit. I win. Not necessarily. Lin Yu's kaleidoscope suddenly emits light. Susanoo. Roaring. Azure chakra flames envelop Lin Yu's entire body, transforming into a gigantic skeleton, muscles and veins intertwining between the bones, forming a layer of outerwear. Susanoo, while tricky, I may still be able to break it. Danzo feels slightly pressured but remains calm. In the original work, Danzo's battle with Sasuke also confirmed that he indeed has the ability to break the second form of Susanoo. However, Danzo's expression completely freezes next. Roaring, 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 roaring. Because, outside the skeleton of Susanoo, an even more powerful chakra flame ignites, and that massive chakra flame stabilizes, forming a mighty armor, tightly wrapping around the Susanoo. Susanoo. Third form, Yatagarasu. This is the most powerful form of half-body Susanoo. The higher-level complete body Susanoo can only be activated after opening the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan or obtaining the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Danzo stares at the towering 20-meter-high Susanoo, his expression dazed. Lin Yu speaks in a deep voice. Danzo, do you still have the confidence to break it within the remaining 5 minutes? Tuanzo gritted his teeth and said, with such intense chakra, I don't believe you can maintain it for long. Hee, it seems you've forgotten one thing. Lin Yu smiled, and below his right arm, the tree trunk twisted down like a twisted rope. Would release. Why did I forget that he also possesses the power of the first Hokage? Tuanzo's heart sank, he knew. His remaining strength was insufficient to break this Susanoo. However, Tuanzo, being a battle-hardened figure of the Hokage level, remained calm at this moment. The commotion from our battle will surely attract the strong in the village. They will arrive in less than 5 minutes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Yellow Flash, and many elite Jonin. Even if you are strong, there's no way you can survive under our siege. Lin Yu smiled non-committally and said, I'm not in a hurry to kill you. Orochimaru is already at my disposal, and the eyes in your right arm can no longer replenish. Even if you escape this time, with only 5 Sharingan left in your right arm, no, soon it will be 4. Do you have the confidence to survive the next time? Lin Yu threatened Tuanzo openly. Tuanzo clenched his fists tightly, and finally, his attitude softened. What exactly is your purpose for coming here? Stop all accusations against the 4th Hokage, and do not lay a hand on the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, otherwise. You and your root will disappear from this world. Remember my words, Tuanzo. Whoosh. As his words fell, Lin Yu vanished into the vortex of Kamui. After he left, several seconds passed before the towering Yata no Kagami Susanoo, before Tuanzo, dissipated with a rumble, leaving behind indelible marks on the ground, and Tuanzo's expression filled with endless unwillingness and humiliation. Chapter 16. The Ambition of You. On a high mountain outside Konoha village, Lin Yu leaned against a tree trunk, overlooking Konoha village. Whoosh. A few minutes later, his hand passed through the tree. He pondered. So that's it. The limit of the penetration mode is 5 minutes, and if it reaches a critical state and is released, it needs another 5 minutes to reset. Gurgle. Vortex Ju emerged from the ground beside him. So you came to this place. Konoha seems a bit chaotic. The third Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and a large number of Jonin have gathered. Did you cause this? Ju asked. I went for a meal and reminded Danzo, by the way. Lin Yu said. Vortex Ju walked up to Lin Yu, standing side by side with him. Looking at the Konoha ninja village. Just a reminder, but you didn't directly kill him. It should be that the conditions didn't allow for that. Lin Yu nodded. That's right. If it were possible, I would want to eliminate that tumor Danzo immediately. However, after tonight's incident, you probably won't dare to act against the Nine Tails for a while. Sounds like you're still a bit reluctant. Ju said, there's nothing I can do. A coordinated organization like Konoha that collaborates with major countries is hard to counter with individual strength, unless one reaches the realm of the Six Paths. Lin Yu said, the realm of the Six Paths. Aren't you considering collecting tailed beasts and becoming a Jinchuriki right away? Vortex Ju turned to look at Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook his head. Obito turned Rin into the Three Tails Jinchuriki, and now that Rin is dead, the Three Tails won't revive for another 10 years. Even if we capture all the other tailed beasts now, without the Three Tails, we can't form the 10 Tails. If I'm not a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, it won't have any meaning. He shifted the topic. Therefore, I have decided to establish a ninja village. Nagato's Akatsuki will operate in the shadows, while my ninja village will be active on the surface. Lin Yu's current thoughts were similar to Orochimaru's, who established the Sound Ninja Village to destroy Konoha and later allied with the Sand Ninja during the Chunin exams to strike Konoha hard, but ultimately failed. Orochimaru's failure was not solely due to the third Hokage sacrificing his life for the Shiki Fuin. The root cause was that the Sound Ninja Village he formed was too weak to exert any influence, and the so-called alliance with the Sand Ninja was also unreliable. The ninja village Lin Yu wanted to establish was not a weak village like the Sound Ninja Village, but a colossal entity that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great nations and even surpass them. Well, that's quite a plan. When do you start? Ju unusually showed interest in something other than the usual matters. Once I obtain the true power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, I'll start immediately. Lin Yu said ambitiously. So, in half a month then? Vortex Ju said. Let us go back and prepare. Before I report back to Orochimaru, I still need to go to another place to accomplish something. Lin Yu activated Kamui and left with Vortex Ju. In the underground base, Lin Yu changed into a brand new outfit, which was the armor worn by Uchiha Madara during the Warring States period. He carried the Uchiha fan on his back, and with his long hair, he looked just like Madara in the flesh. It wasn't that he was deliberately imitating Madara, but this outfit was more favorable for the place he was about to go. Don't you need me to cover you? Ju asked. No, I'd rather experience the thrill of battle myself. Lin Yu said. Letting Vortex Ju wrap around him would indeed enhance his defense, and the power would release. But it always made Lin Yu feel like he was scratching an itch through his boots, often leaving him wanting more when the battle ended. As his ocular power continued to increase, he became more battle-hungry, eager to experience combat firsthand. This was the instinct of the Uchiha. Well, that S-Fine Ju took a black robe and put it on, preparing to go out with Lin Yu. Where are you going? At this moment, Yuzuki Yuing walked over. What? Do you want to follow? Lin Yu stopped and turned to ask. Yuzuki Yuing lowered her head, tacitly agreeing. It turned out that last night, as killing intent released by Orochimaru left her with a significant shadow. She would rather follow Lin Yu than stay in the same den as Orochimaru. Moreover, Yuzuki Yuing had not given up on the idea of killing Lin Yu and escaping his control. Being by his side would allow her to better understand his secrets and weaknesses. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu said, Sure, but it's a long journey. You should prepare. Can't you use your ocular technique to go directly? Yuzuki Yuing asked tentatively. That essay place my ocular technique hasn't marked. Lin Yu said, Oh. Yuzuki Yuing seemed to be thinking, then turned and returned to her room to prepare. Is it okay to reveal the details of your ocular technique to a woman who harbors murderous intent towards you? Ju said. Lin Yu had his own perspective. A true strong person is never afraid of having their secrets exposed. Rather, even if their secrets are known, they cannot be defeated. I want to become that kind of strong person, and I don't believe this girl will be my enemy in the future. I can't understand these human tricks, but poop is the best for me. Ju shrugged and said seriously, Speaking of which, what do you plan to do? Lin Yu's gaze deepened. Bring back a pet. Oh, a summoning beast? Not an ordinary summoning beast. Now that Kushina is pregnant, The 9 tails are not under consideration. The 8 tails, which are second only to the 9 tails in power, would be the best option. It turned out that Lin Yu planned to go to the land of Lightning's Kumogakure to capture the 8 tails. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh, not as a Jinchuriki, but to control it as a summoning beast, just like how Madara once controlled the 9 tails. Since you're going to Kumogakure, wouldn't it be better to capture the 2 tails as well? With your ocular power, controlling 2-tailed beasts aside from the 9 tails shouldn't be too difficult. Ju asked presumptively. If that happens, the balance of the tailed beasts will be broken, and war will break out. Lin Yu said thoughtfully. Yes, for a long time. The ninja villages of the 5 great nations have maintained a balance of power through the tailed beasts, temporarily keeping the peace. The land of lightning controls 2 tailed beasts. Losing one wouldn't break the balance, but if both were lost simultaneously, the power balance would tilt and the 4th great ninja war could break out early. Oh, are you the kind of person who loves peace? Ju was astonished. Lin Yu denied. No, I'm just worried about the outbreak of war and the deaths of Jinchuriki. When a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will also die, and the larger the chakra quantity of the tailed beast, the longer it takes to revive. If an accident occurs, my plan could be delayed indefinitely. Yes, the chakra quantity of the 3 tails is the lowest among the tailed beasts, taking 10 years to revive, while the revival time for the other tailed beasts ranges from over 10 years to several decades. The 9 tails, which has the largest chakra quantity, takes hundreds of years to revive. Lin Yu's eyes became profound. This false peace must be maintained at least until the moment my Uchiha Yu's Rinnegan officially awakens. On the other side of the wall, Yuzuki Iwang pressed her ear against the door and felt a cold sweat running down her back. The 3 set off on their journey to the land of lightning. The land of fire and the land of lightning do not border each other. So to avoid a long detour, they must pass through the land of water. At this time, the land of water, specifically the Hidden Mist Village, was under the dark period of the 4th Mizuka Jigura's rule, a closed-off and isolationist regime. It was the infamous Bloody Mist, where any foreign ninja entering the land of water would fall victim to the terrifying pursuit of the hidden mist with little chance of survival. The path ahead was fraught with lethal dangers. But this was exactly what Lin Yu craved. On the night of the 2nd day, at the border between the land of fire and the land of water, Lin Yu gazed at the ominous mist that enveloped everything ahead. The Sharingan hidden beneath his mask emitted a restless light as his eyes longed for the arrival of war. The rumor Bloody Mist, do not let me down. Chapter 17. In the Blood Mist. The land of water is surrounded by the sea on all sides, yet it boasts many unique peaks. Due to its distance from the mainland and the barrier of the ocean, the land of water rarely intervenes in the Ninja World War, making it the least affected country among the 5 great shinobi countries. Kirigakure, located deep in the mountains of the land of water, is often shrouded in dense fog, completely isolating it from other countries. The path to the land of lightning must pass through Kirigakure. Lin Yu, Afei, and Yuzuki Yuyue have been in the land of water for 3 days, and they have not encountered any Kiri ninjas along the way, as ninjas are a minority compared to ordinary people. However, the closer they get to Kirigakure, the higher the likelihood of encountering ninjas. In the forest, the 3 are hurrying across a wetland, splashing water with their footsteps. Lin Yu glances at Yuzuki Yuyue behind him, noticing her breath becoming ragged. Tired? Then let's take a break, Lin Yu suggests. Don't underestimate me. Yuzuki Yuyue grits her teeth and rushes ahead of Lin Yu. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several shuriken fly towards them from the front. Huh. Yuzuki Yuyue quickly draws her sword and clangs the shuriken away, but suddenly realizes that the shuriken on the ground is connected to an explosive tag. Exhausted, she can't dodge in time and thinks, oh no. Just then, an arm wraps around her waist and pulls her aside quickly. Boom. The explosive tag detonates, sending water splashing everywhere. Yuzuki Yuyue comes to her senses, finding herself in Lin Yu's arms. I told you not to act tough. She grits her teeth and breaks free from Lin Yu, warily looking into the mist ahead. There, a large group of Kiri ninjas emerges, led by a man with short black hair, no eyebrows, sharp teeth, and a prominent cross-shaped scar on his right cheek. His ears and neck are wrapped in bandages, and the lower half of his face is painted with red stripes. Behind him, he carries a large sword known as the Decapitating Sword. This outfit and weapon. Could he be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Piba Shirzong? Yuzuki Yuyue says gravely. Many fans of Hokage might be unfamiliar with Piba Shirzong, but Lin Yu is not. He was the previous owner of the Decapitating Sword before Momochi Zabuza, and a member of the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the original story, he defected from Kirigakure due to dissatisfaction with the 4th Mizuka Jigura's rule, joined Akatsuki. and died at the hands of the Mizukage during a mission in the Land of Water at the age of 31. At this moment, it is not yet that time. Piba Shizong is just in his early 20s and has not yet defected from the mist. Moreover, he is one of the 3 who survived the 8 gates of Might Guy in the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. You are not ninjas from this village. Piba Shizong steps forward and coldly questions. Afei responds casually, "Oh dear, what bad luck. To run into the famous 7 ninja swordsmen right away. I really want to go home." Shizong frowns, looking at Yuzuki Uyue's forehead protector next to Linyu, a Leaf's rogue ninja. Shizong murmurs, drawing his decapitating sword and raising it. "Speak. Why have you come here? If you confess honestly, I might leave your corpses intact, but after I learn all your ninjutsu, that's the rule in the Blood Mist." "Oh, so scary." Afei exaggerates. You step back, go to Afei's side. Linyu tells Yuzuki Uyue. Though reluctant, Yuzuki Uyue complies. Even he, facing the 7 ninja swordsmen alone with so many Kiri ninjas, is it too reckless? She asks. Who knows? By the way, what does it feel like to be defeated? Can you tell me? Afei still seems oblivious. Yuzuki Uyue shakes her head, feeling that talking to Afei is a complete waste of time. Are you not going to let the 2 behind you escape? Shizong asks Linyu. No need. Linyu replies. You're right, there's indeed no need, because soon the 3 of you will be reunited underground. Shizong forms hand seals with 2 fingers in front of his chest. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. Thick mist spreads out, and in this fog, only the Kiri ninjas can clearly sense the presence of their enemies. Oh, blocking the line of sight, this technique is indeed unfavorable for the Sharingan. But as long as I attack, it will inevitably create noise. Linyu murmurs, lightning chakra swirling around his right hand, and he lunges forward from behind. Crackle. The lightning pierces through Shizong, arcs of electricity wreaking havoc. Crash. Yet Shizong's body dissolves into water. Water clone. Glug glug. A large amount of water surges up beneath Linyu's feet, forming a water prison that traps him inside. Oh, this isn't an ordinary water clone. It releases the water prison technique when destroyed. Linyu thinks inside the water prison. Whoosh. Shizong's real body descends from the air, gripping the decapitating sword tightly, and swings down with fury. It's over. Boom. The water prison is cleaved apart, the sword embedded deep into the ground. But what feels off to Shizong is that he clearly struck his opponent, yet the sensation of flesh and bones separating does not come. What just happened? Not good. As Shizong is astonished, he tries to withdraw his sword. Too late. Clang. Linyu steps on the back of the sword, his right hand resting on Shizong's shoulder, and says in a deep voice, and now it's over. The Sharingan. Shizong is stunned. Whoosh. The vortex of Kamui is released from Linyu's right eye. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. In an instant, Shizong is sucked into the Kamui space. This is the terror of Kamui, if one is unaware of its details. Even someone as strong as the 7 ninja swordsmen can be instantly killed. But even knowing its details, what can one do? In the face of absolute power, all struggles are futile. As the user is pulled into another dimension, the mist concealment technique is lifted. Around them, the Kiri ninjas are left dumbfounded. Captain Shizong was taken down in an instant? What kind of technique is that? Linyu bends down to pick up the decapitating sword from the ground. As the Sharingan rotates, he locks onto the positions of all the Kiri ninjas. Whoosh! He vanishes from his spot. Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Swish! 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 The blade flashes, and Kiri ninjas fall one after another under the gleam of the decapitating sword. This can't be real. Yuzuki Uyue's pupils tremble. 1 minute later, the blood of the Kiri ninjas stains the ground. Bang! Linyu plunges the decapitating sword into the ground, his gaze coldly sweeping toward the shadows of the trees, shouting, "Stop hiding and come out." Rustle, rustle, rustle. After a moment of silence, movement can be heard. Shizong is a waste, just like his decapitating sword, utterly useless. From the west, a female ninja approaches, with chestnut red long hair, styled into vertical braids. Sharp teeth and fluffy bandages wrapped around her neck, carrying 2 spiked blades on her back. She is the second user of the Kiri Ninja Sword 7, Raikiri. Tooth. Ringo Yuri. Is it Konoha again? It easily evokes unpleasant memories. However, the Uchiha clan shouldn't be able to use such exaggerated physical techniques. From the north, a bulky male ninja approaches, with orange hair reaching down to his waist, sharp teeth, a neck wrapped in fluffy bandages, green stripes on his cheeks, and carrying a large sword wrapped in bandages on his back. He is the first user of the sword Kubikirib CH, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, known as Suigetsu. Following him is a young ninja, the young Kisame Hashigaki. But the Uchiha Sharingan is famous in the ninja world, Jay-Z's death has provided us with some advantageous intelligence. From the south, a young ninja approaches. With white hair styled in a vertical braid, sharp teeth, and a neck wrapped in fluffy bandages. He does not carry a sword, only a scroll with him. It is said that after Might Guy's defeat, a young prodigy emerged in the hidden mist, a boy of the Hozuki clan bloodline who inherited the dual swords. HR. The most terrifying thing is that he can freely summon and use all the ninja swords. The exploding blade, Splash the long blade, Needle the dull blade, Shun. After the previous owners of these 3 swords died without heirs, they were all entrusted to the boy's scroll, and with HR, he alone represents the 4 people. The boy is right in front of me, and his name is Hozuki Mangetsu. Observing from the shadows, watching my comrades die, truly a display of blood mist. Lin murmurs as he looks up and says, "So, everyone is here now." Chapter 18. One-on-one with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Let's go. Retreat a bit further. If you get caught up in this, it could cost you your life. Fei said seriously to Maui Xiang. Aren't you his companion? Why don't you go help him? Maui Xiang asked, confused, adding, "Don't get me wrong, I just don't understand. I'm not concerned about him. Unless he wants to die himself. I can't imagine who could kill him." Fei said meaningfully. Maui Xiang glanced deeply at Lin Yu and then retreated with Fei to a safer distance to observe the battle. "Kaisuk, your strength isn't enough. Keep an eye on those 2 over there. Us 3 can handle him," Suigetsu Zuki said to the behind him, Karasuma Kisame. "Understood, Mr. Suigetsu." Karasuma Kisame replied respectfully and also retreated outside the battle circle. Then, Suigetsu Zuki walked to Ringo Yuri's side and drew his large sword, Samahata. "Newbie, if you get in my way, my Samahata won't hold back." As an established member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu Zuki spoke with arrogance. Someone who barely escaped with their life from a leaf village Nin shouldn't be pointing fingers here. Ringo Yuri retorted mercilessly, crossing her arms and drawing her Raikiri, which crackled with electricity at her side. Crack! Golden arcs of lightning wrapped around the blade. She was known as the genius ninja of lightning released from the Mist Village, and the power of Raikiri was maximized in her hands, far surpassing its previous owner. "How dare you?" Suigetsu Zuki was about to get angry. "You 2 better shut up if you don't want the swords to be taken back by me." Kirigakure's Manatsu appeared between the 2, and with a whoosh, he unfurled a scroll. At this distance, Kirigakure's Manatsu could freely manipulate these swords, even if he wasn't their master. Thus, Suigetsu Zuki and Ringo Yuri could only obediently close their mouths. On the scroll, there were 7 seal positions, inscribed with cut, big, long, blunt, explode, lightning, double, corresponding to the code names of the 7 swords. Among them, long, blunt, explode, and double were lit up, indicating that they contained the swords. Kirigakure's Manatsu laid the scroll on the ground, bit his finger, and dripped a drop of blood on the cut position. Then formed hand seals, causing the formation to glow. Manatsu's sharp gaze turned towards Lin Yu. Return the cut sword. Buzz! Buzz! Lin Yu felt the decapitation sword in his hand shaking violently, as if it was about to slip away. There's no reason to return something once it's in hand. Whoosh! Lin Yu's right eye's power sucked the decapitation sword back. The light on the scroll's position faded, and Kirigakure's Manatsu frowned. The connection between the scroll and the sword has been severed. As expected, his ocular technique can transfer touched objects to another space. The earlier attack from Jay-Z passed through him, showing that physical attacks are ineffective against him. But what about ninjutsu attacks? Kirigakure's Manatsu formed a finger gun shape and pointed at Lin Yu from afar, executing the secret water iron cannon technique of the Kirigakure clan. Bayou, high-density water, compressed into high-pressure water bullets, shot out from his fingers, passing through Lin Yu's body and instantly penetrating several large trees behind him, ultimately leaving a deep hole in a large rock. Maui Xiang stared in shock at the hole so close by. Fei said, "Looks like this place isn't safe either. Let's move further back." Kirigakure's Manatsu lowered his fingers, his expression more serious. Not even ninjutsu attacks are effective? Then the only breakthrough point is when he attacks. He needs to materialize. Good analysis, but Lin Yu began forming the horse hand seal, dense fire release chakra gathering in his throat. Fire release, great fire destruction. The raging sea of fire rolled across the ground, sweeping towards the 3, even drying up the standing water on the ground in an instant. Such an exaggerated fire release. Even the 3 who excelled in water release didn't dare to be careless. The 3 simultaneously form hand seals. Water release. Water dragon, 3 strikes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 water dragons rose from the ground to clash with the fire release, sizzling as steam filled the air. Karasuma Kisame covered his face with his hand. Awestruck, is this the fire release that the Uchiha clan is proud of? It actually took all 3 of these water release masters using water dragon bullets to block it. The property clash is completely meaningless. It's truly terrifying. Lin Yu formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful wind release technique copied from his battle with Danzo last night using a Sharingan. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The vacuum wave swept across, slicing through the steam. Suigetsu H. Zuki swung Samahata with brute force, smashing to block the wind release. Crack. Lightning flashed as Ringo Yuri used body flicker technique to get close to Lin Yu, her dual swords crackling with golden lightning, crossing downwards. Clang. Lin Yu pulled out the Uchiha fan from behind to block the lightning slash. This fan can absorb my lightning release chakra. A stunned Ringo Yuri thought. Suspended in the air, Lin Yu praised, concentrating lightning release chakra in your feet, using body flicker technique to aim and attack the moment I materialize my technique. You're truly the genius female ninja of lightning release. But, Uchiha rebound. Crack. The absorbed lightning slash exploded from a fan. The chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Ringo Yuri was knocked away, dragging her feet on the ground as she retreated to her 2 comrades, blood flowing from her shoulders. Gritting her teeth, his fan not only blocked my lightning slash, but even rebounded it back. That fan was an artifact from Madara's time, during the 4th Great Ninja War. Madara used the fan to execute Uchiha rebound, even bouncing back Naruto's mini-tailed beast ball. I'll lure him in close. Ringo, prepare your long-range attack. Kirigakuru's Manatsu said as he summoned his dual swords, Hiramakarei. Understood. Ringo Yuri got up. Lightning release. Natural lightning. She forcefully slashed her lightning sword towards the sky, rumbling thunder. Summoning natural lightning from the sky. Whoosh. Kirigakuru's Manatsu, wielding Hiramakarei, dashed towards Lin Yu on the water. Water release. Great water arm technique. As he ran, his arms transformed into thick, powerful water arms. Hiramakarei. Release. With chakra infused, the Hiramakarei in his hand became enormous, like a giant hammer falling from the sky. Boom. Hiramakarei passed through Lin Yu, smashing down to create a massive pit. Whoosh. Lin Yu turned around, reaching for Kirigakuru's Manatsu's shoulder. Now's the time. Bring me with you. Kirigakuru's Manatsu shouted. Whoosh. But Lin Yu's palm passed through Kirigakuru's Manatsu's body. Manatsu was shocked. This guy is pretending to attack, using our tactics against us. He has already seen through Ringo's technique. Lightning sword technique, Thundergate. In the distance, Ringo Yuri suddenly thrust her dual swords into the ground. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The natural lightning she previously summoned, guided by her lightning sword, transformed into a wide-range lightning attack descending. But the only one struck by lightning and letting out a cry of agony was Gazai Manwe. Chapter 19, Overwhelming Power. Crackle. If it weren't for my timely use of the water transformation technique, I would have been done for. But this lightning ultimately left me severely injured. The body of Ghost Lantern Full Moon turned into a puddle of water, spreading on the ground. Then let me send you on your way. Hiss. Powerful lightning release chakra gathered in Lin Yu's right hand, emitting a sharp hiss. It was precisely Kakashi Hitaki's signature move, lightning release, Chidori. He made a thrusting motion towards Ghost Lantern Full Moon. At that moment, Ringo Yuri lunged in, her twin swords wrapped in lightning slashing down. Under the mask, Lin Yu's eyes revealed a cunning glint. Whoosh, whoosh. The twin swords once again passed through Lin Yu, the same trick. But this time, he made it more realistic. What? By the time Ringo Yuri sensed something was wrong, it was too late. The 2 lightning blades pierced Ghost Lantern Full Moon. The latter let out a painful scream. And right before Lin Yu was Ringo Yuri's unsuspecting back, he realized an undeniable fact. If the divine might was played well, it could really kill someone. Crack. Lin Yu's right hand, covered in lightning, reached out from Ringo Yuri's chest. Wow. Ringo spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her eyes wide open already. Beyond saving, Lin Yu pulled his arm out, and Ringo Yuri collapsed to the ground, dead. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the terrified Suigetsu Hozuki in the distance. So next, whoosh. His right eye's divine might absorb itself, appearing like a ghost behind Suigetsu Hozuki, his hand reaching for his shoulder. It's over. Suddenly, a sword stabbed in from the side. It was Kisame Hashigaki. Lin Yu immediately switched to penetration mode. Kisame's sword passed through, and at the same time, Lin Yu's pupils behind the mask locked onto Kisame's eyes. Jinjutsu. Sharingan. Kisame's pupils constricted. Suigetsu Hozuki sensed something unusual behind him, and his big sword swung towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu blocked with his fan. With a clang, Lin Yu used the force to retreat. Kisame, well done. If it weren't for you, I would have been in real danger just now, Suigetsu Hozuki thought, still shaken. Crack! Without warning, Kisame's sword had already slashed across Suigetsu Hozuki's throat. Kisame, you! Thud! Suigetsu Hozuki knelt on the ground, clutching his bleeding throat, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Kisame. Yet Kisame, with a vacant expression, it turned out to be the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. It should die. Time and time again, Konoha, in endless resentment, Suigetsu Hozuki gasped his last breath. Fate is indeed interesting in the original work. Suigetsu Hozuki died at the hands of his capable subordinate, Kisame Hashigaki. Here, he received the same treatment. Ringo Yuri and Suigetsu Hozuki fell one after the other. And the only survivor, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, was pinned to the ground by the lightning blade, the continuously released lightning paralyzing his semi-liquid body, rendering him immobile. Kisame, finish off Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Linyu commanded Kisame in the Jinjutsu. Kisame dully stepped forward, standing before Ghost Lantern Full Moon, raising the sword high and thrusting it down. Crack! Blood spurted out. Linyu's eyes narrowed. Kisame Hashigaki actually drove the sword into his own thigh. Cold sweat soaking his entire body, panting heavily. He actually broke free from Linyu's Jinjutsu with that intense pain. Even Linyu had to sincerely admire him at this moment. Kisame Hashigaki, as expected of you. Kisame sighed weakly. Even I wouldn't willingly be manipulated by a Jinjutsu twice, but it's an undeniable fact that I killed my own superior. With that, I have no face to meet the fourth Mizukichi. Saying this, he pulled out the lightning blade that had immobilized Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Full Moon stood up, sternly saying, I'm afraid we won't be seeing the fourth Mizukichi either, because this person's strength is even more terrifying than Lord Yagura. Linyu remained non-committal, stepping forward to pick up the Hashigaki sword on the ground, absorbing it with his right eye, then kicking Suigetsu Hozuki's corpse aside. Boom, boom, boom. The azure chakra flames burned. Susanoo was unleashed, entering its second form. Clad in Susanoo, Linyu approached Kisame Hashigaki and Ghost Lantern Full Moon with overwhelming force, declaring, if you want me to spare your lives, you must break through this Susanoo. It would be a joyful thing for you to grant us a way out. But I can't smile at all. In the face of the intimidating Susanoo, Kisame sighed sincerely. Ghost Lantern Full Moon felt the same. He unfolded a scroll. Bang, bang, bang. Summoning, long blade, stitching needle. Summoning, dull blade, hammer cut. Summoning, explosive blade, splash. Kisame, choose any of these blades that you find suitable. Ghost Lantern Full Moon said. Then I want to be polite. Kisame Hashigaki said, his gaze shifting among the three ninja swords. Long blade, stitching needle, shaped like a giant sewing needle, with a tough steel wire connected at the back, possessing the strongest piercing power among the 7 blades, capable of stitching the pierced enemy together. Kisame weighed the stitching needle in his hand, but ultimately set it down because it was too light. It lacked weight when swung. Dull blade, hammer cut, with one end connected to the blade and the other to a hammer. The attack method involves first cutting with the blade and then smashing the back of the blade with the hammer to add force. Reputed to be able to break through any defense. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Kisame waited, and the weight was just right, but he still put it down because this iron-working-like attack style was not to his liking. He preferred to end the battle in the most straightforward manner. So, he chose explosive blade, splash, with a blade perfectly combined with an explosion. At the moment it struck the enemy, the explosion scroll would unleash a powerful explosive attack. The stronger the swing, the more terrifying the explosion. Possessing the most lethal destructive power. To destroy that, the explosive blade, dull blade, and flounder, the 3 most powerful ninja swords, are all essential. Ghost Lantern Full Moon said, forming seals with both hands. Bang! Amidst the white smoke, a shadow clone appeared beside him. With your current chakra, is that okay? Kisame asked. I can't worry about that anymore. This concerns the survival of our 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Ghost Lantern Full Moon replied. Linyu said solemnly, come on. Let me witness the true, destructive power of the 7 ninja swordsmen of a mist. Ghost Lantern Full Moon's main body wielded the twin swords, Flounder, circling around behind Susanoo. His arms transforming into the great water arm, pouring chakra without reservation, the sword body becoming extraordinarily exaggerated. Ghost Lantern Full Moon's clone wielded the dull blade, hammer cut, charging straight towards Susanoo's front, also activating the great water arm, one hand holding the blade, the other grabbing the hammer. Boom! The blade swung down with full force, striking Susanoo. Boom! Simultaneously, the big hammer smashed down heavily on the blade's handle. Crack! A crack appeared on Susanoo's outer layer. Flounder. Release. Almost simultaneously, the flounder fully released by Ghost Lantern Full Moon slammed heavily against Susanu's back. Crack. Crack. The front and rear encirclement. The crack in Susanu's front is further expanding. Boom. Zuki Mangetsu's shadow clone is dispelled. His drenched body shouted, Kisame now. Shout. Samahata Kisame leaped high, and with his explosive blade, he struck down fiercely on the crack in front of Susanu. Rumble. The violent explosion released from the blade's explosive scroll engulfed the entire Susanu. Kisame and Zuki Mangetsu were both blown away far. In the distance, Yuzuki Uyaza's pupils constricted suddenly, and his hands involuntarily clenched. As expected of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki, Zuki Mangetsu, I Uchiha you recognize your strength, and will call you the 2 demons of Kirigakure. Today, I will let you off the hook. If you have no place to stay in Kirigakure in the future, you can consider joining Akatsuki. No, just come to my ninja village. From the flames of the explosion, Hayashi walked out unscathed and said to the severely injured, exhausted 2 demons of Kirigakure, who couldn't even move a finger. Chapter 20, bearing the name of Shadow. Hearing that Lin Yu had kept his word, both Akatsuki Yagura and Kisame Hashigaki breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. These 2 ninjas, who had adapted to the brutal environment of the Blood Mist and achieved their current status, were not afraid of death. But that did not mean they were willing to easily cast away their lives. Lin Yu put away the Thunderblade, Fong, and approached Akatsuki Yagura, taking out the beheading sword and throwing it in front of him, saying, 1 for 1, no objections, right? Akatsuki Yagura smiled bitterly. Even if you take all 7 swords. What objections could I have? Lin Yu remained non-committal and simply asked, you have a younger brother, right? Akatsuki Yagura was taken aback and replied, yes, his name is Mizuki, and he is not even 2 years old. When you come to report later, bring him along. Lin Yu turned and walked towards Kisame Hashigaki. Akatsuki Yagura looked at Lin Yu's back and said, are you so sure that I will lose my place in the mist? The 7 ninja swordsmen are second only to the Mizukage in Kirigakure, even if the mist claims to be the land of blood mist. It cannot be separated from our power. Lin Yu did not respond to Akatsuki Yagura's question and stood in front of Kisame Hashigaki. At this moment, Kisame's arms were torn and bleeding from the force of the explosion, and even his bones were visible. This showed how powerful his final strike was. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu made a decision. He took out the great sword, Samahata, and placed it in front of Kisame Hashigaki. Then picked up the exploding blade, missed, and said, Kisame Hashigaki, from today on, you're the new master of Samahata. I will keep Mist. Kisame was surprised and said, wait a minute. Although Mist has formidable destructive power, in terms of characteristics, Samahata is the strongest among the 7 ninja swords. You must know that, right? After witnessing Lin use immense power, Kisame addressed him with respect each time. How could Lin Yu not know about Samahata's strength? Samahata could even devour the chakra of tailed beasts, and merging with it could not only enhance perception, but also grant near-immortal recovery. However, Lin Yu would never choose to merge with Samahata for such a trivial benefit, never. Because the merged form was too ugly. Lin Yu did not want to become a half-human, half-fish creature like the fishmen in One Piece. What he wanted to merge with was only the 10 tails. Therefore, after much thought, it was better for Samahata to go to someone who was suitable for it. In the original work, Kisame Hashigaki, in order to uphold his beliefs, was unwilling to betray his companions until death. After being captured, he even bit off his own tongue to escape control and summoned a shark to eat himself. In the end, he faithfully completed the task entrusted to him by Bido. Whether for Bido or Lin Yu, Kisame Hashigaki was a ninja worth their admiration and trust. Lin Yu sincerely said, a good ninja's sword should go to a ninja worthy of it. Kisame Hashigaki, compared to the value of Samahata, I value your worth even more. Kisame did not show any surprise, but instead said, although I don't know why you value me so much, I will thank you for now. Also, I have no intention of betraying Kirigakure. I hope you understand that. Lin Yu replied, the choice is in your hands. I am just giving you a platform. If one day you find that both your companions and your own existence are false, and you can hardly distinguish who you are, 2 paths will lie before you. If your heart still yearns for darkness, then go to Amigakure and find an organization called Akatsuki. If you still yearn for light, then come to Ankin Village. Just now, Lin Yu had already decided on the name for his future ninja village, Ankin Village, and he would bear the name of Shadow. Kisame laughed and said, naming it Akatsuki symbolizes darkness, while naming it Ankin signifies light. If I may say so, the name you chose is quite nonsensical. Lin Yu smiled and said, the appearance and essence of things are often the opposite. Doesn't he that resemble this absurd yet real ninja world? Kisame replied. I still cannot see that step yet. Perhaps, as you said, one day I will face a choice, but at this moment, I still yearn for light. You said joining Akatsuki means going to Amigakure. So how do I join Ankin Village? Lin Yu said, it does not exist yet, but it will soon, when the time comes. Its name will surely spread throughout the ninja world, and the way there will not be hard to find. Just fear that, by then, your heart will yearn for darkness. Haha, then let us hope your prophecy does not come true, Kisame respectfully said. Thus, Lin Yu turned and left. Passing by the corpse of Ringo Aomuri, he took a special look. When he saw her, Lin Yu was a bit surprised because in his understanding, the Thunderblade, Fong, was still in the hands of its first master, Kirigane Raiga. He was also one of the 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen who survived from Might Due and lived until the Naruto era. But upon closer thought, that was just a plot created by the animation team. It seems that the original plot created by the animation team is not recognized in this Naruto world, as evidenced by the fact that this Thunderblade, Fong, is not in Kirigane Raiga's possession, but has been inherited by Ringo Aomuri. By the way, Ringo Aomuri is a very distinctive female ninja, beautiful and young, but Lin Yu did not feel pity for her because of this. Instead, he struck decisively as soon as he seized the opportunity, indicating that he was not someone who would act on impulse due to appearances. The reason he initially spared Yuzuki Yugao was also because her name and the meaning it carried slightly touched Lin Yu's increasingly cold heart. Yugao, this is for you. Arriving in front of Yuzuki Yugao, Lin Yu took out the Thunderblade, Fong. Did you bring this for me? Yuzuki Yugao appeared very surprised. What else could it be? Lin Yu replied. Yuzuki Yugao hesitated and did not reach out for a long time. Weren't you always wanting to kill me? With an extra powerful ninja sword. Wouldn't that increase your success rate? At this moment, Lin Yu said teasingly. Just don't regret it when the time comes. Yuzuki Yugao shot Lin Yu a fierce glare and took the Thunderblade, Fong, and strapped it on her back. Lin Yu smiled faintly. He had long seen that Yuzuki Yugao possessed lightning attributes and was extremely skilled in swordsmanship. With this Thunderblade that suited her best, her strength would surely increase significantly. After a short rest, the 3 continued on their way. By the way, the lightning release techniques you used in battle, I once saw someone use them. What is your relationship with the son of White Fang, Hatake Kakashi? Yuzuki Yugao suddenly asked. Chapter 21. The Shadow of Blood Mist, The Attack of Yagura. Faced with Yuzuki Yukari's sudden question, Lin Yu replied, I suppose. It's an old acquaintance. Yuzuki Yukari thought to herself, an old acquaintance, an acquaintance of Hatake Kakashi. Among the Uchiha clan, seems to only refer to Uchiha Obito, who was the fallen hero in the battle at the end of the Third Shinobi World War. The Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Speaking of which, Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan came from Uchiha Obito, but he later inexplicably lost it. Yukari looked at Lin Yu's back. He claims to be Uchiha Yu, but as a former member of the Konoha Umbu, I was responsible for surveilling the Konoha Guard. So I had access to the Uchiha clan's genealogy, but including newborns, there is no person named Yu. Suddenly, she had a frightening guess that made her break out in a cold sweat. You are Uchiha Obito? Ahead, Lin Yu's lips curled slightly. But he did not respond. It is unexpected that the first person to discover the mystery of Lin Yu's identity is not Obito's close friend Hatake Kakashi, nor his mentor Minato Namikaze, but the unfamiliar Yuzuki Yukari. It is a bit ironic. In fact, Lin Yu did not need to hide anything. He could easily admit that he is Uchiha Obito. But, starting to investigate me, isn't that a sign of interest in me? So at this moment, maintaining a sense of mystery to make her more curious about me is the way to go. Maybe yes, maybe not. Lin Yu said. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Yukari pouted. What do you mean maybe yes, maybe not? You are Obito, right? Who knows? Lin Yu replied. You. Yuzuki Yukari's face turned red with anger. Thinking, maybe I've seen Obito before, but I just don't remember clearly. So, she said, then can you take off your mask and let me see? Sure, you can take it off. Lin Yu smiled. Yuzuki Yukari ran forward and reached for Lin Yu's mask. Whoosh! But her hand passed right through Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu grabbed her hand and used Kamui to suck her in, then released her after a while. Are you calm now? I swear I will kill you. No matter who you are. Yuzuki Yukari was furious. Is this what humans commonly refer to as a light bulb? Akai, who was quietly watching the 2 flirt from behind, murmured to himself. After another day's journey, the 3 of them had crossed most of the land of water and arrived at the foot of the mountain where Kirigakure is located. As a woman, Yuzuki Yukari could not endure the sweaty state after a long trek. So after receiving Lin Yu's absolute promise that he would not peek, she found a clean mountain spring, looked around, and then loosened her clothes. She had a beautiful face, long purple hair, and her figure was perfect both as a ninja and as a woman. Although not as exaggerated as Tsunade, she was not inferior to an adult Hinata. Under the moonlight, her perfectly developed body stretched out, with her hands covering her chest. A slight blush on her face. Earlier, Linyu noticed that her appearance was somewhat different from Yuzuki Yakaina, as there was a beauty mark under the corner of Yukari's left eye, which Yakaina did not have. She soaked in the spring water, washing away the tension and fatigue of the past few days. Things seemed different from what she had imagined. After being captured by Linyu, nothing humiliating or embarrassing had happened. By the campfire, Linyu was eating wild fruits, while Akai was lazily lying on a tree. Linyu said, "Speaking of which, the place we reached earlier is still quite far from Kirigakure. Why would the 7 ninja swordsmen appear there at the same time? If it were a coincidence, the chances would be too small." Yes, he had been so focused on enjoying the battle that he overlooked these details. In the tree, Akai reasoned, "If it's not a coincidence, then someone must know your whereabouts and leaked it out. Who could that someone be? Could it be?" Linyu pondered. "Roll her head. At this distance, can you still communicate with other white Zetsus?" "Yes, no problem. They report back to me about the situation at home every so often. After all, Orochimaru's results are crucial to your future grand plan and cannot be compromised." Akai was unexpectedly reliable. "What about that Yakushi Kabuto? Have you paid attention to him?" Linyu asked. "Isn't he the guy with the glasses under Orochimaru? He doesn't seem particularly remarkable, so I didn't pay much attention to him," Akai said. "Is that so?" Linyu narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't take the current Kabuto seriously, he knew that Kabuto contained a very terrifying potential. If he weren't a capable helper of Orochimaru, he would have killed Kabuto at the first opportunity. "What, do you suspect that Glasses guy did it?" Akai asked. Not suspecting, Linyu was already certain that it was Kabuto's doing. Yakushi Kabuto originally worked for Danzo, a multifaceted spy traveling between various countries. After being abandoned by Danzo, he found refuge with Orochimaru and followed him wholeheartedly. But his loyalty to Orochimaru does not mean he is loyal to Linyu. Just think about it. If Kabuto saw his respected Orochimaru become a tool for Linyu to obtain Hashirama's power, what would he do? Even if he kept it from Orochimaru, it wouldn't be surprising for him to secretly leak Linyu's whereabouts. He is that kind of person. If that's the case, I'll immediately have White Zetsu eliminate him. Akai rarely showed killing intent. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Let's not act rashly for now, just keep an eye on him. Right now, nothing is more important than Orochimaru's results. Hashirama cells are crucial to my future, so I can't let anything interfere with Orochimaru's progress. Even if it is indeed Kabuto's doing, I must pretend not to know. Although Linyu said this, there was an overwhelming killing intent in his eyes. He never imagined that in this world of Naruto, there would be someone who could plot against him. So he had already decided that once he obtained Orochimaru's results, he would immediately kill Yakushi Kabuto, even if he were innocent. When Yuzuki Yukari returned from her bath, she saw Linyu by the campfire and frowned. "Don't you have basic ninja knowledge? Making a fire while camping at night is a big taboo. You could be discovered by enemy ninjas at any moment. Isn't that better? If I get killed, you'll be free." Linyu smiled. "You." Yuzuki Yukari gritted her teeth, but knowing she couldn't refute him, she could only stomp her foot in anger. Suddenly, the bonfire that had been burning brightly just a second ago flickered violently and went out. Then, a vast and dense fog enveloped the entire mountain. This was no natural fog, but the mist technique of Kirigakure. However, this time the mist technique was of a scale far beyond what the 7 ninja swordsmen could compare to. In the blood mist, the only one capable of using this scale of mist technique was none other than, with the ability to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen single-handedly. I have no choice but to personally step in and eliminate the intruder. In the mist, a beautiful young boy with green hair and purple eyes slowly walked over, his voice crisp and resembling that of a child. Linyu stood up, calm and unperturbed, and said, "I didn't expect to meet you so soon, the controller of this blood mist, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura." Chapter 22, Super Fierce Battle, Uchiha versus Yagura. Yagura's large-scale mist concealment technique reduced visibility to nearly zero, which was extremely disadvantageous for the Sharingan, so breaking it was the top priority. From a scroll left by Madara, Linyu learned a large number of powerful ninjutsu, including the 5 basic nature transformations, and this was no exception. He swiftly formed a series of complex hand seals, extending his arms forward. Wind release, tornado, whoosh, whoosh. The raging tornado swept through, dispersing the thick fog. Yagura, the 4th Mizukage, revealed himself amidst the mist. With green hair and purple eyes, a scar resembling a stitched line under his left eye, he wielded a staff-like weapon adorned with green flowers at the front, bracing himself against the ground, standing firm in the midst of the tornado. his purple pupils filled with anger, seemingly embarrassed that his proud mist-concealment technique had been broken. Wind release, typhoon. Yagura formed seals with one hand, twirled his staff, and unleashed a powerful wind technique. Boom, boom. Two streams of air collided head-on, creating a massive convective storm. Ugh, Afei and Yuzuki were blown away. Yuyuki drew her ninja blade from behind, stabbing it into the ground, simultaneously covering her face with one hand. Watching the two battling in the storm, feeling both are monsters. As the storm subsided, lightning release, Chidori, sizzle, Linyu vanished from his spot, his right hand crackling with lightning as he charged at Yagura. Water release, water mirror technique. A round water mirror appeared before Yagura, reflecting the image of Lin Yu charging with Chidori. Whoosh! The water mirror rippled, and the reflected Lin Yu burst forth from the mirror. The mirror Chidori clashing with Lin Yu's true Chidori. Crackle! They annihilated each other, the power identical. Lin Yu smirked, as I expected. Yagura would use this technique, so I'll copy it without hesitation. Lin Yu's true intention was to use the copying ability of Sharingan to replicate Yagura's ninjutsu. Otherwise, this rare opportunity to battle a shadow-level expert would be wasted. In front of my water mirror technique, even S-rank ninjutsu can be perfectly copied, Yagura said arrogantly. Is that so? Lin Yu's left eye's Mangeki focused on that mirror. Kamui. Crack. The water mirror vanished. Nanny. Unable to copy. His ocular technique indeed surpasses my water mirror technique. Yagura exclaimed. This time it's your head. Lin Yu's left eye focused on Yagura's head. Not good. Water release. Wave reflection technique. The fourth Mizuki Yagura always covers himself with a layer of special water chakra, allowing him to manipulate this chakra without hand seals, refracting light to create blurred shadows. In Lin Yu's eyes, Yagura's figure rippled like a reflection on a lake, unstable. Kamui. But he still activated his ocular technique. With a scream, the distorted light and shadow settled. Yagura flew back with a long trail of blood. One hand gripping his staff, the other covering his left ear, blood flowing incessantly. Although Kamui missed, failing to sever his head, it did take away one of his left ears. At this moment, the distance between Yagura and Lin Yu had exceeded the range limit of Lin Yu's left eye's long-range Kamui. As expected of the fourth Mizuki, finding a way to survive under my technique is truly rare. Lin Yu said with a smile. Damn Uchiha, I will slaughter you. Yagura's youthful face twisted with rage, and the killing intent he emitted grew stronger. Water release, water cut wave. He spat out a straight, ultra-high-pressure water column, transforming it into a sharp water blade, instantly slicing through the ground and heading towards Lin Yu. Of course, it passed right through Lin Yu. Is this his penetration technique? Yagura changed his hand seals, split flow. Whoosh! The water column split in two, one continuing to merge with Lin Yu's body, while the other shot towards Yuyuki in the distance. Lin Yu frowned. Not good, under these circumstances, I can't intercept. Crack. However, Yuyuki gripped her lightning blade, Tachi. Behind her, and in the moment of drawing the sword, it was already wrapped in lightning, crossing the two blades in front of her, blocking the water cut wave. Though she blocked it, the immense force of the water pushed her back, which was better than being penetrated through a vital spot. Yagura looked at the lightning blade in Yuyuki's hand, tossed his staff aside, formed hand seals with both hands, and said with chilling, killing intent, the lightning blade, Tachi, our mist village's property, has fallen into the hands of an outsider, the brat of the Kirigakure clan. This infuriates me. You all shall die in the blood mist. Water release, great explosive water wave. He unleashed a torrent of seawater from his mouth, instantly forming a massive oval-shaped water domain that submerged everything within dozens of square meters. Of course, including anyone within this water domain. Deep within the water domain, Lin Yu thought, such a powerful water release can rival the Great Fire Annihilation. Truly a man worthy of the title of Mizuki. Afei, I leave Yuyuki to you. In another part of the water domain, Yuyuki was completely sealed by the water pressure, unable to breathe or move. Crack. Fortunately, Afei's body unfurled into a vortex, enveloping Yuyuki. Yuyuki struggled against it with great resistance. If you want to live, be good. I'm saving you for you's sake. Afei said, and Yuyuki stopped resisting. Glub, glub. Afei reached the bottom of the water domain and burrowed into the ground. A few seconds later, 1 kilometer away from the core battlefield, Afei appeared, having left Yuyuki's side. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Cough, cough. Yuyuki coughed violently, gasping for breath as she looked at the massive oval-shaped water domain below, knowing that Lin Yu was still inside. Don't worry. He won't be taken down so easily, Afei said. In the core of the battle, Yagura thought. The woman's chakra suddenly disappeared from the water domain. But it doesn't matter. She can't escape my grasp. Linyu thought. A phase seems to have taken Yuki to safety. This water pressure is quite unfavorable. First, I'll use Susanoo to block, then use Kamui to teleport out. Crack. The skeletal form of Susanoo was unleashed, resisting the water pressure, while Linyu prepared to release the Kamui vortex to teleport himself out of this water domain. You won't succeed. Yagura's expression was cold as he stood up and formed hand seals. Water release. Vortex turbulence. The entire water domain spun rapidly, forming a massive vortex. At the core of the vortex was Linyu and his Susanoo. Each turbine was a large-scale water blade, with hundreds or thousands of turbines swirling rapidly. One could see how much attack Susanoo was enduring. This was merely the first form of the skeletal state, which almost instantly fell apart. Linyu truly did not expect Yagura to unleash such a terrifying water release attack. Linyu's spatial movement was forcibly halted, switching to penetration mode. Hehe, it seems your spatial movement has failed. Uchiha-yu, although I am in the closed water country, I have long heard your great name. Standing alongside that salamander Hans, causing great losses for Konoha's Danzo. I have already instructed the Umbu of the Mist Village to gather intelligence related to you. And when I heard you were coming to this country, I became quite nervous. Well, the gathered intelligence will come in handy now. Your so-called invincible penetration state seems to only last for about 5 minutes, and under penetration mode, any technique you use will require you to deactivate it. Therefore, I have prepared a great gift for you. A devilish smile appeared on Yagura's childlike face. The water country is a land rich in water resources, with a vast amount of underground water veins. The deep mountains where the Mist Village is located have one of the largest underground water veins in the water country. When the Six Tails rampages, the successive Mizukage would borrow the power of these underground water veins to perform the super large water release, natural water technique to suppress the tailed beasts and buy time for the sealing techniques. However, this water release technique has never been used to suppress any ninja. Uchiha-yu, you have pioneered the blood mist, and I must commend you. Accept this baptism. Bang. Yagura clasped his hands together. Water release. Ultimate technique. Divine Feather Tsujin. Boom. The ground collapsed, and the natural water vein hidden deep within the earth transformed into a thick water column over 100 meters wide, shooting straight into the sky. Yagura proclaimed wildly, "This underground water vein will continue to spout for 6 minutes. And the water pressure is so strong that anything other than a tailed beast will be crushed in an instant. Once your penetration mode is deactivated, it will be your death. If you attempt spatial transfer, you will die even faster. How about it? Have you experienced the terror of the blood mist?" Yagura, I accept your welcoming gift, so let me return the favor with an even greater gift. What? Chapter 23. The Divine Artifact Susanoo, the Tyrant Yagura. When Linyu's cold voice echoed, a massive vortex of time and space erupted from within the water column, causing the underground water veins that gushed skyward to converge towards the center of the vortex, ultimately disappearing without a trace, revealing its true form. It was the Yatengu Susanoo. However, unlike the earlier display that intimidated Danzo, this time the Yatengu Susanoo held an object resembling the 8-span mirror in its hand. Susanoo Artifact, Kyuta Shinken. It contained boundless divine power capable of transferring all incoming attacks, even the myriad phenomena, to the realm of time and space. The mere underground water veins could be consumed in one gulp. In the original work, Kakashi, who obtained the chakra from Obito's final gift and gained dual Kamui, was able to activate the complete Susanoo, yet he did not utilize the Susanoo artifact, but now Linyu had brought it forth. It made sense. After all, Kakashi's dual Kamui was merely a one-time experience card, and in such a short time, how could he possibly explore the deeper powers of divine might? But Linyu was different. His dual Kamui was permanent, giving him ample time to develop it. Impossible. This natural water release technique, launched using the underground water veins, far exceeded my own strength. Even suppressing tailed beasts, yet he managed to neutralize it. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, the once invincible Mizukage Yagura finally showed a hint of panic. Within Susanoo, Linyu said solemnly, "Yagura, do not underestimate the Uchiha's ocular techniques. Indeed, the true power of Susanoo can rival that of tailed beasts, let alone the Susanoo that nurtured the artifact." Damn it! Yagura's face twisted with rage as he dipped his hand in blood and formed seals. Hi. Su, you shun Wei. Summoning technique. Infinite leech. Boom. White smoke rose. In a gigantic water, leech stood tall. Watch me melt you down to blood. Yagura roared. Dissolution technique. Dissolving monster technique. The water leech opened its massive mouth and spewed forth a torrent of strong acidic liquid towards Susanoo. Useless. Within Susanoo, Linyu clenched his palm. Whoosh. The Kyuda Shinken unleashed a divine might vortex, absorbing all the descending acidic liquid. Lin Yu suddenly lifted his head, his kaleidoscope eyes sweeping over the enormous head of the infinite leech. Whoosh! At the same time, a pitch-black Magatama emerged from the other hand of Susanoo and was thrown out. Susanoo artifact, Kyuda divine might Magatama. Whoosh! The Magatama approached, and the slippery body of the infinite leech quickly fled. However, the Magatama actually changed direction and continued to close in. The Kyuda divine might Magatama would automatically lock onto the target marked by Lin Yu's eyes, pursuing it endlessly. Damn it! Yagura, sensing the situation was dire, formed seals, exhausting his remaining chakra to unleash a move. Water release. Water dragon's bite. Splash! The water-formed dragon soared into the sky, its mouth wide open, biting towards the Magatama. Yet, the Magatama penetrated through the dragon's gaping mouth. What? Yagura exclaimed in shock. Yes, the true terror of the Kyuda divine might Magatama is not its pursuit, but its ability to penetrate non-target entities. This meant it could not be intercepted by any means. From the moment it left his hand, it represented the end for its target. Before the artifact, all struggles were futile. Boom! The Kyuda divine might Magatama struck the head of the infinite leech, erupting with a time-space distortion field more powerful than the divine might shuriken. Ag! A piercing scream echoed as the infinite leech was split in two, its headless body crashing to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. In the distance, Fei murmured, after this series of battles, Yu's power has increased again. Next, it's you, Yagura. Within Susanoo, Lin Yu's kaleidoscope locked onto Yagura's head filled with despair, ready to unleash a second Kyuda divine might Magatama. Ugh! Suddenly, a sharp pain struck and Lin Yu covered his eyes. Boom! The Yatengu Susanoo collapsed, and the kaleidoscope reverted to 3 Magatama. 2 streams of blood flowing from Lin Yu's eye sockets, as he weakly said. I didn't expect using the Susanoo artifact would consume such a vast amount of chakra and ocular power. Even the cells of Hashirama are struggling to withstand it. Yagura saw this and rallied. But at this moment, his chakra was too depleted to perform even a decent long-range water release technique, leaving him only able to execute a move, water release, wave riding strike. A water release acceleration technique that allows rapid sliding along the water surface. Sliding in close, Yagura swung the stick in his hand, aiming for Lin Yu's head. What? But to his shock, the attack still passed through Lin Yu's body. The penetrating ability of Divine Might is a passive skill, regardless of Lin Yu's state. Whether in kaleidoscope mode or not, if attacked, it would automatically activate, unless Lin Yu actively deactivated it. Yagura, I may be weakened, but that doesn't mean you have grown stronger. Lin Yu's cold voice echoed as his left eye regained the kaleidoscope. Lightning release coiled around his right arm, merging with the power of Divine Might, turning pitch black. Divine Might, Raikiri. Yagura hurriedly raised the stick in his hand to block. Clang. With a sound of collision, the space around the stick distorted, and Yagura realized something was wrong, hurriedly letting go of the stick, but it was still too late. Crack. One of his left arms was torn off, pulled into the vortex of Divine Might, and clutching his severed arm, he retreated in embarrassment. Lin Yu's left eye focused on Yagura's head, preparing to use long-range Divine Might to sever his head. Just then, kunai laced with explosive tags shot in from all directions. Young Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Reluctantly, Lin Yu gave up on using Divine Might and switched to penetration mode. The kunai passed through Lin Yu and landed at his feet. Boom, 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 boom. Explosive flames erupted. At this moment, Yagura had been rescued by the urgently arriving Umbu of the Mist Village. Fourth Lord, are you all right? Yagura did not respond. His gloomy purple eyes, unwillingly staring at the explosion site, returned to the village. What about the invader? The Umbu asked. It doesn't matter. Hurry, leave. After saying that, Yagura had already fainted on the shoulder of the Mist Village Umbu. Quickly, take the Fourth Lord back to the village for treatment. The Umbu urgently evacuated. The explosive flames dissipated. Trying to leave is not that simple. Just as Lin Yu was about to pursue, his gaze suddenly turned upward, where he saw a boy in a sky-blue robe standing atop a peak, his half-transparent red chakra enveloping his body, and behind him transformed into 6 tails, seemingly issuing a warning. Oh, a host of the 6 tails. Very well. Lin Yu retracted his gaze, activating his right eye of Divine Might, pulling himself in. Seeing this, the 6 tails Jinchuriki retreated. The Mist Village ultimately belongs to a great nation. If I forcibly kill the Mizukichi here, it would surely provoke the entire Mist Village to rise against me. With Divine Might, Lin Yu could certainly escape unscathed, but the path to the Land of Lightning would be cut off. Lin Yu had not forgotten his true purpose for this journey. It was not the 7 ninja swordsmen, not Mizuka Jigura, nor the 6 tails Jinchuriki, but the 8 tails of the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. Whoosh! Linyu descended amidst the vortex next to Ah Fei and Yuzuki Yugao. It took more effort than I anticipated, Ah Fei said. This is also unavoidable. Water escape is originally a kind of ninjutsu that heavily relies on geographical advantages. The difference between having water and not having water, or having more water and less water, is like heaven and earth. Linyu said, yes, when Itsong used the underground veins to perform a water escape technique that could suppress tail beasts. It was destined that this battlefield would not be so easy. Suddenly, Linyu felt dizzy in front of him, and he stopped in his tracks. Ah Fei wanted to step forward to support him, but was stopped by Linyu. Are you okay? Ah Fei asked with concern. I'm fine. Just need to rest for a moment. After resting, we'll continue on our way and leave the Land of Water as soon as possible. Linyu said casually. As the sun set in the east, Mitsuki looked at Linyu's back as he passed by her, and thought complexly in her heart. So, he is also a flesh and blood human. Chapter 24. The Cloud Hidden Yunlei Gorge, 8 Tails Killer Bee. After resting and recovering, Linyu, Ah Fei, and Mutsu Xiong continued their journey towards the border of the Land of Water. Along the way, Linyu was deep in thought about the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and the Susanu's artifacts. As is well known, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, with its usage, tends to lead to self-isolation, resulting in eventual blindness. In the original work, the reason why Obito frequently used Kamui without going blind was due to borrowing Hashirama's cells to enhance his body S energy, thereby offsetting the side effects of the kaleidoscope. However, Obito ultimately only had one kaleidoscope and could not use the double-eye kaleidoscope to activate Susanoo, nor could he utilize the artifacts of Susanoo. This was the fundamental reason why Obito did not go blind. Unexpectedly, the Susanoo artifacts consume such a vast amount of ocular power. If used too frequently, even with Hashirama cells, there would still be a risk of blindness. Linyu pressed his hand against his eye socket. Not all Susanoo can nurture artifacts. To Linyu's knowledge, even Indra's reincarnators, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, could not use the power of the artifacts. Could it be that among the Uchiha clan, it is the non-Indra reincarnators who can nurture artifacts? Just like Uchiha Itachi, whose Susanoo possessed the 3 great artifacts, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Yada no Kagami, and Yada no Jagon, providing both offense and defense, and even having sealing techniques. However, Uchiha Itachi, without the power of Senja Hashirama, had to wield the power of the artifacts at the cost of suffering from serious illness at a young age, even relying on medication to prolong his life. I will eventually acquire the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, so the risk of blindness is not a concern for me. But Linyu stopped at a tree trunk, his gaze deep. The Shursue kaleidoscope needed to synthesize the Eternal Kaleidoscope is still in the nurturing process, and before I open my eyes, I cannot completely go blind. Therefore, I should use the Susanoo artifacts as little as possible until I obtain the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Are you okay? Is it still the side effects of using the artifacts? Ah Fei asked with concern. I'm fine, let's keep moving. The Mist-Hidden Village has not sent any follow-up pursuers, and the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Mizukage have been defeated one after another. Even the Bloody Mist Village must be afraid, hoping that this plague god, Linyu, will leave the Land of Water soon. Thus, after another 2 days and nights, the 3 of them left the territory of the Land of Water and arrived in the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning has towering peaks that reach the clouds, echoing with deafening thunder, hence its name. The rivers in the central mountains create a winding coastline at the estuary, and there are many hot spring areas within the country. The ninja village of the Land of Lightning is the Cloud Hidden Village. The Cloud Hidden Village has 2 Jinchuriki, the 2 tails and the 8 tails, and is a martial arts ninja village that promotes swordsmanship and ninja physical techniques to enhance its national strength. It focuses on studying the ninjutsu and ninja tools of other countries. In the original work, the Cloud Hidden Village had executed many dirty plans. From the initial Jin Jiao and In Jiao units, even the second Hokage Senju Tobarama unfortunately perished. They even attempted to get their hands on the 9 tails of Konoha. Unfortunately, their plans failed due to the power of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Later on, they also targeted the famous Hyuga clan of Konoha, sending ninjas to abduct the young Hyuga clan's heiress, Hinata Hyuga. Although their plan once again ended in failure, it also led to the death of Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi, from the branch family, twisting young Niji's personality and intensifying the conflict between the main family and the branch family. Hihi, the Cloud Hidden Village, which has always liked to plunder, would never expect that one day the hand of plunder would also reach above their heads. This time, the one who came is not Sasuke the Little Hawk, but Linyu. This is Jura. He will never make the same mistake that Sasuke did, almost getting wiped out by Killer Bee. And in the end, only leaving behind one tentacle of the Eight Tails, making Obito lose face in front of the Akatsuki members. Near the border of the Land of Lightning. Bang. A lone cloud-hidden ninja crashed heavily against a tree. Damn it. He looked painfully at the masked man approaching. Where's the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? Lin Yu asked coldly. The cloud-hidden ninja gasped and raised his head, contempt in his eyes. Hee, the ninjas of the cloud-hidden village will never betray their comrades. I agree with that. You excel at unity, which makes it more convenient to plunder resources from other countries, Lin Yu said sharply. You, the cloud-hidden man retorted. Say whatever you want. The ninjas of the cloud-hidden village will not yield to force. Lin Yu grabbed the man's head and lifted him into the air, his Sharingan coldly staring into the man's eyes. Is that so? But the fear in your eyes betrays your heart. The cloud-hidden man's gaze flickered with guilt, and his body began to tremble. And fear gives one a chance to exploit. Lin Yu's cold words fell, and the Sharingan released a ghostly light. Jinjutsu, Sharingan, Dong. The cloud-hidden man's eyes widened, then lost focus, muttering dully, Yunlei. Gorge, training. Lin Yu casually threw the cloud-hidden ninja aside, a smirk on his lips. Yunlei Gorge. Fate is indeed interesting. Behind him, a Fei glanced at the cloud-hidden man on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, thinking, just an ordinary Jinjutsu. And it completely destroyed the mind of a Jonin. After using the artifact, Yu's ocular power has indeed improved significantly. If it were Obito instead of Yu, it would probably take years to achieve this level of ocular power. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. In the original work, Obito once infiltrated the Mist-Hidden Village, using the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan to manipulate the then-perfect Three Tails Jinchuriki Mizuki Jigura. In fact, that time point was 10 years later, while the current Obito is still far from that level of ocular power. This means that, aside from the double Kamui, Yu is already far ahead of Obito. The next day, at dusk, Yunlei Gorge. Is the light really dazzling? Is it already evening? Stupid guy, bastard. After practicing all morning, my stomach is empty? I, who love rap, am a good person? Dinner is decided to be sukiyaki, yeah. The dark-skinned young man Killer Bee, wearing black sunglasses, sang a bizarre rap, performing exaggerated dance moves as he walked out from the inner room, then saw three strangers standing on the platform below, the leader. Wearing a mask was none other than Lin Yu. Killer Bee jumped down in front of the three. Finally met you, the Kai Shukuin of the ninja world. Lin Yu said, Kai Shukuin? Killer Bee twisted his neck, looking confused. Of course, he didn't understand what Kai Shukuin was, but he was used to pursuing a kind of rhyme. He waved his hands. Who are you calling Kai Shukuin? You are Kai Shukuin? Your whole family is Kai Shukuin? Cabbage plus dragon beard vegetable? Plus insect grass? Tonight we eat deep-fried Kai Shukuin OH, stupid guy, bastard WEI. At the end, Killer Bee pointed his finger skyward, making a very shocking gesture. At this moment, even a Fei, known for being silly, couldn't help but say, this guy, has he got shit in his head? Yo, rather than being told that I have shit in my head by you, I think I'd rather choose to shit myself. You, who look like light soy sauce paper, are a piece of dog shit. Stupid guy, you bastard. Kairabi blurted out. You, can I join the battle? A Fei said to Lin Yu. Just hold on, this guy is my prey. Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile of battle. After nearly 7 days of long journey, finally, he could fight against the tailed beast. Chapter 25. The clash of power and skill, the pinnacle of competition. You two step back, Lin Yu said to those behind him. A Fei and Matt Suzuki Yu retreated to a distant peak. Whoosh. Explosive blade. Splash. Release from the divine might whirlpool. Lin Yu charged towards Karabi with his blade. Karabi, the #1 in Hokage's sword techniques. Let me see what you've got. Facing Lin Yu's charge, Karabi continued to rap to himself. Is there a blade in my eyes? Is there no me in your eyes? No. Explanation needed? Come at me? It's inexplicable. It's inexplicably passionate. Stupid guy. Bastard. As the explosive blade approached, boom. A huge sound erupted, and the ground collapsed. As the dust settled, it was revealed that Karabi had actually caught the explosive blade with his bare hands, skillfully avoiding the detonating scroll at the blade's tip. Pinching the unmarked blade close to the back, with the explosive edge less than a centimeter from his forehead. To put in a realistic saying, the more skilled the artist, the bolder the person. OH, explosive blade splash? Swallowing saliva? A hair's breadth off? 1,000 miles apart? Stupid guy? Bastard? Take this move. Karabi twisted his big hand fiercely. The explosive blade flew out of his grip, and Karabi caught the falling blade, swinging it towards Lin Yu ahead. It seems I'm really not suited to using a blade. Lin Yu smiled faintly, stepping back a bit, grabbing the Uchiha fan from his back, placing his hand against the back of the fan, raising it above his head. Clang. He blocked Karabi's descending blade. Uchiha rebound. Boom. The explosive fire wave was bounced back by the fan, and Karabi was blown away. After he got up, looking at his disheveled self, he pondered while getting up and singing. Is it a killing blade? Is it a death talisman? The enemy's weapon? I don't want it. Is it low-key luxury? At this point, it's useless to talk after the fact. Eight Tails Karabi, about to start. High-profile, flashy skills. Stupid guy, bastard, sorry. The author is not very good at writing rap lyrics. Just bear with it. Bang. Karabi tossed the explosive blade aside, and the 8 blades behind him flew into the air, landing later, 2 tucked in his elbows, 2 under his armpits, 1 resting on his hip, supported by his thigh, 1 tucked in his leg bend, 1 around his neck, and the last one held in his mouth. Karabi, 8-blade style. Distant peek. What? What kind of posture is that? Matsuzuki Siyu was stunned, unable to close his mouth. It truly is a sword technique that only a monster can master. Even the Sharingan might not be able to see through it. Will you evade with the Divine Might's penetration? Or, a Fae murmured. Lin Yu thought, although I can evade using the penetration mode, there is no second expert with a blade like Karabi in the ninja world. This opportunity is extremely rare. It's perfect for training my Sharingan's dynamic vision ability. In an instant, Lin Yu made his decision. Dancing, like a butterfly, Karabi rolled and jumped, and, oddly, the 8 blades looked like they would fall off at any moment, yet they remained strangely glued to Karabi's body. The 8 blades approached, the offensive like a storm. Lin Yu waved the fan to counter. The Sharingan under his mask spun rapidly, capturing the trajectories of the 8 blades. Can't see clearly, too fast. Lin Yu was caught off guard. Several blood cuts opened on his shoulders and arms. This was Lin Yu's first injury in battle since crossing into the Naruto world, but since he chose to use this to train his insight, he wouldn't mind this bit of cost. Seizing an opening, Lin Yu backflipped, and Karabi jumped up in response. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed in midair dozens of times. Lin Yu landed first, and Karabi shot out 3 blades in midair. Lin Yu rolled on the ground to dodge. And as Karabi landed, he recalled the 3 blades, launching a new round of offense against Lin Yu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 tails, striking like a bee. Karabi changed his posture to manipulate the 8 blades, his movement never faltering, frequently appearing in front of Lin Yu, behind him, to his sides, above his head. The blades fast enough to leave after images in the air. This sword technique is too strong. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim this technique may not be a bloodline limit, but the Sharingan really can't copy it. This is the strongest sword technique that only Karabi can use. Borrowing a term from real-world martial arts novels, Karabi has reached the realm of men and blade is one. Even without the 8 tails, he is definitely at the level of a Kage. But just because it can't be copied doesn't mean it can't be seen through. Lin Yu's pupils trembled, blood vessels appeared in the whites of his eyes. The frequency at which his eyes were moving had reached its limit. In this critical state, finally, the dazzling trajectory of the 8 blades became clear in his eyes. Karabi launched another round of attacks. I see it clearly. Lin Yu's idle left hand shook off a kunai. As the 8 blades approached, he instantly dodged 4, blocked 3 with a fan, and directed a kunai towards an unavoidable blade. And it was laced with lightning chakra. Crack! The kunai and blade collided, breaking the blade. The kunai simultaneously carved a long wound across Karabi's chest. Karabi stared at the blood floating before him, stunned. Bang! Lin Yu spun around. His foot heavily kicked Karabi in the chest. Boom! Karabi's back slammed into the rock. Dare to play with lightning in front of me? Watch me tear you apart? Stupid guy, bastard. Karabi was furious. 7 blades wrapped in lightning were continuously thrown at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's Sharingan insight was fully unleashed. Swinging the lightning kunai in his hand, clang, 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 he continuously knocked them down. Crack! After knocking down 3, his kunai broke, half in his hand. Half falling, Lin Yu remained calm, throwing the half kunai forward to knock down another blade, leaping into the air, positioning himself horizontally, allowing 2 blades to fly past. One above and one below, brushing against his chest and back. The 7th blade was already close, and Lin Yu, unable to dodge in midair at the critical moment, saw his hand lightning fast catch the other half of the kunai that hadn't hit the ground yet, and with a clang, he deflected the trajectory of the 7th blade. The entire process seemed slow, but it all happened in the blink of an eye. This is the ultimate art that can only be displayed when a Sharingan's insight reaches its peak. After landing, Lin Yu stood up, calm and composed. Impressive. Even Karabi, who was focused on rapping, was stunned by Lin Yu's move. There's no way. Gulu Gulu. A translucent red-tailed beast chakra seeped out, Transforming into a tailed beast coat, with 8 tails swaying, Karabi's center of gravity sank, and he charged forward violently. The ground trembled under his immense power. You are strong, but I am 8 tails Karabi, Thunder Plow Hot Blade. Boom! His powerful arm wrapped around Lin Yu's chest. This was a move that once sent Sasuke's insides flying. Boom! Lin Yu was sent flying, crashing into the mountain wall, dust fly. Way! Karabi cheered victoriously towards the sky. I see. So this is the ninjutsu enhanced by tailed beast chakra for power and speed. The power is truly extraordinary. From the dust, Lin Yu's deep voice echoed. Karabi's rap abruptly stopped as he adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes fixed intently on the cloud of smoke. Filled with disbelief, it's hard to believe that besides brother, there is someone who can withstand this move, the Thunder Plow Hot Knife. Lin Yu, draped in Susanoo, approached, and beneath the colorful mask, his eyes sparkled with dazzling light. His deep voice was filled with authority. Well then, let's end the warm-up here and begin the real competition. Karabi, no. 8 Tails. Chapter 26. Heated Battle. This opponent is no joke. If I continue to treat this like a game, I might lose my life. The 8 Tails sternly reminded Karabi from within. I understand you state 2, quick and decisive. You idiot, you jerk, Karabi said. More intense and concentrated tailed beast chakra than in state 1 seeped out of his body, suddenly compressing to form a crimson, tailed beast cloak around Karabi's body, with even tailed beast-like bones forming at his elbows. Bang! Karabi's limbs were on the ground. Huff! A scorching breath erupted from his tailed beast cloak and open mouth, forcing the power of the tailed beast into a human form. This is state 2, second only to complete tailed beast transformation. Although its absolute power is not as strong as complete tailed beast transformation, its speed and instantaneous explosive power are superior. Whenever Karabi enters this form, it often means the battle will end in an instant. Inside the Susanoo, Lin Yu said indifferently, "Oh, half-tailed beast transformation. I've never released this form except when sparring with my brother. This should end it." Head 8 blades. Boom! Karabi charged out explosively. His attack method extremely simple and brutal, directly crashing his head into the Susanoo. The skeletal Susanoo clearly could not withstand the savage impact of the half-transformation. Cracks rapidly spreading from the point of impact throughout, and it exploded apart. Effortlessly, that is how it is. Karabi accelerated and crashed towards Lin Yu, only to pass right through him. What? As expected, he was stunned. This was almost everyone's instinctive reaction the first time they saw penetration. Lin Yu turned around. His left eye's kaleidoscope aimed at Karabi's back. Kamui. Crack. In an instant, a large hole appeared in Karabi's back and chest, connecting front and back. The tailed beast transformation was also lifted. Karabi screamed as he fell to the ground, his body landing in a pool of blood. Lin Yu looked indifferently at the dying Karabi. I've avoided the head. For a Jinchuriki, this kind of injury 1T lead to death. When a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will die with them. So Lin Yu couldn't kill Karabi, but needed to weaken him in battle. Then lift the sealing armor that sealed the 8 tails to free it from a Jinchuriki. Thump, thump. Karabi's heartbeat quickly weakened. Cold, so cold. In Karabi's spiritual world, the light faded, endless cold spread. Pull yourself together. I'll save you now. The 8 tails called out to Karabi, generously transmitting its chakra. Under the infusion of the 8 tails' powerful chakra, the large hole connecting Karabi's back and chest healed. Only those with immense life force like Hashirama Senju and Tsunade Senju with 100 healing seal, or those Jinchuriki who perfectly controlled their tailed beasts, could achieve such near-resurrection feats. A slight smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. This outcome was within his expectations. In Karabi's spiritual world, what a terrifying ocular technique. So powerful it makes me tremble. It nearly caused me to lose my life. Karabi thought, still shaken. Did you notice? Just now, he could have aimed for your head, but he didn't. The 8 tails said. Could it be that he was awed by my genius rap, and couldn't he bring himself to strike? You think too much. I think his goal is to get me, which is why he held back on you. The 8 tails realized Lin Yu's true intention. Since I know his intention, I don't have to worry about my head suddenly getting moved. Karabi stood up. Lin Yu said indifferently, "Are you being a bit more honest now? Idiot jerk." Boom. Karabi entered state 2 again, opening his mouth wide, and the yin-yang tailed beast chakra was compressed into a super dense black sphere in a 2:8 ratio, causing the ground beneath Karabi's feet to collapse from the sheer weight of that chakra. Tailed beast bomb, although a small version under half-tailed beast transformation, was enough to destroy a small mountain. Lin Yu shook his head, truly incorrigible. Boom! The small-tailed beast bomb was launched. Without a doubt, it passed through his body. Rumble. Accompanied by explosive light, A small mountain in the background behind Lin Yu disappeared. Is this the power of a Jinchuriki? On the opposite mountain, Yuzuki Yukari was shocked. So strong, not just physical attacks, even the tailed beast bomb can penetrate. Incredible, he is simply unbeatable. Karabi was astonished. B. His ability is too bizarre. Without intel there is almost no chance of victory. It's better to retreat. The Eight Tails suggested. I agree, but there is one thing I need to confirm. Karabi opened his mouth wide and once again gathered a tailed beast bomb. Lin Yu said indifferently, "Here we go again? No matter how many times you try, it's just a waste of chakra." Suddenly, Karabi turned his aim, directing the tailed beast bomb at another direction, which was the mountain where Akatsuki and Yuzuki Yukari were located. Pulling this move, Akatsuki said, "Boom." The tailed beast bomb was launched, flying at incredible speed. Damn, Lin Yu cursed inwardly, activating Susanoo, ready to block it. There is no time. Lin Yu activated his left IS Mangeki Sharingan to its fullest, his vision piercing through the void, tracking the flying tailed beast bomb. Catch up to it for me, Kamui. It's over. The tailed beast bomb was almost in front of him. Under that desperate pressure, Yuzuki Yukari felt hopeless. Whoosh. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Just as the situation was critical, the space distorted, accompanied by that familiar vortex. The tailed beast bomb was transferred into the time-space. This shocking scene brought immense impact to Yuzuki Yukari's heart. Thunderplow Hot Blade. Almost simultaneously as Lin Yu activated Kamui, Karabi's lightning plow hot blade under half-tailed beast transformation struck towards Lin Yu. Crack. The Susanoo covering Lin Yu's body shattered after only a moment of resistance, and the lightning plow hot blade was about to hit Lin Yu's chest. Taking a solid hit, even if Lin Yu didn't die, he would be severely injured. He doing this to save me. Yuzuki Yukari's eyes trembled violently, about to rush over, but Akatsuki held her shoulder and said, "Don't panic." Crack. Suddenly, a thick tree grew from Lin Yu's right shoulder, tightly entangling Karabi's body, and the branches that split off continued to wrap around his limbs. Yuzuki Yukari let out a deep sigh of relief. Damn, would release. He can still use would release. The Eight Tails exclaimed in surprise from within Karabi. Would release? The legendary bloodline limit of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, with various powerful abilities. Amazing. What kind of ninja is this? But at least one thing can be confirmed. He must materialize when attacking. That is his weakness, idiot, jerk. Karabi exclaimed. Now is not the time to talk about this. I must break free from this would release. B. The Eight Tails urged anxiously. Understood. 8. Complete tailed beast transformation. Boom. The trees binding Karabi shattered. Lin Yu retreated, looking at the massive creature revealing its true form before him. Feeling the overwhelming chakra, he sensed that every cell in his body was jumping. It's finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Eight Tails. Chapter 27. Unmatched Divine Might. The Eight Tails defeat. The true form of the Eight Tails is a giant ox with 8 octopus-like tentacles for a tail. Originally, it had 2 horns on its head, but during the rampage of the previous Jinchuriki, Barubi, the 4th Raikage, severed its left horn, leaving it with only 1. The reason for Barubi's rampage is closely related to Orochimaru. It was also Barubi's death that led to Karabi becoming the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails at a young age, and he lived up to expectations, becoming the first man to perfectly control the Eight Tails. At this moment, this man is pushed into a corner by Lin Yu and is forced to reveal his beast form. You are disillusioned? So you will be destroyed? The true appearance of this Jinchuriki? Just a monster? Take a good look. Jinchuriki transformation? Yeah. The Eight Tails transformed Karabi is humming a rap, twisting his body, and expelling a large amount of gas from his nostrils. Lin Yu laughs and scolds. Your nose can still breathe. You really are a bull-headed idiot, but... Bear, 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 bear. 5 clusters of blue flames ignite from his fingertips as Lin Yu bends down, pressing his palm against the ground. I won't let you run rampant anymore. Uchiha Fire Formation. Whoosh. The earth erupts with hellfire, transforming into a crimson lotus barrier, enveloping most of the Yunlei Gorge. Lin Yu divides the battlefield to prevent Akatsuki and Yuzuki Uyas from getting involved again. Outside the barrier, Yuzuki Uyas exclaims. This barrier technique is even more powerful than the 4 purple flames formation. He can actually activate it all by himself. Akatsuki mutters, however, it's still not as strong as the 4 red suns formation, but it should be more than enough to defend against the Eight Tails tailed beast bomb. Inside the barrier, only Lin Yu and the Eight Tails remain. Lin Yu stands up. Now let's enjoy the fun of battle, but don't let me down, Eight Tails. I will crush you. The Eight Tails raises its head, gathering terrifying tailed beast chakra in its mouth, forming a large tailed beast bomb. This is a genuine tailed beast bomb from the Eight Tails, far beyond the small version used in partial transformations. It's not an exaggeration to say that one shot could level a mountain. Lin Yu's eyes burn with intensity. Good, just like that bear. Azure chakra flames ignite, covering his entire body, transforming into a colossal being no smaller than the Eight Tails. Yatagarasu Susanoo. Boom, boom. The mountain peaks begin to crumble under the weight of the Susanoo and the tailed beast, teetering on the brink of collapse. But this is just the beginning. The Eight Tails opens its mouth, swallowing the tailed beast bomb, then unleashes an overwhelming wave of golden light forward. Boom! Explosive energy fills the barrier, and the walls of the Uchiha fire formation begin to ripple like waves, but show no signs of breaking. This massive energy must have a point of release, and a hole opens at the top of the barrier. Bang! The energy is compressed into a beam shooting straight into the sky, then bursts like fireworks, raining down on the earth. Boom! 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 After several seconds, explosions come from all directions, shaking the ground. What level of battle is this? Yuzuki Uyaz is stunned, shaking the opaque barrier, clenching her hands in anxiety. Inside the calmed barrier, Yatagarasu Susanoo stands tall, having taken the tailed beast bomb without using any divine artifact, relying solely on its own defense. Inside the Susanoo, Lin Yu looks at the smoking, shocked Eight Tails and coldly says, I thought it would be stronger. In the end, is this all it is? Then I 1T hold back. Zing! 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 In the hands of Yatagarasu Susanoo, pitch-black shurikens gather. Divine Might Shuriken, triple shot. The Eight Tails does not back down either. Rapid-fire tailed beast bomb, triple shot. Bang! 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 The rapid-fire tailed beast bombs explode upon contact with the Divine Might Shurikens, but the explosion's power is absorbed by the spatial vortex triggered by the Divine Might Shurikens. In the spiritual realm where Karabi and the Eight Tails reside, Karabi sweats. That was close. If I had gotten hit by that, I'd be done for. The Eight Tails remarks. It seems that this black shuriken must rely on that chakra giant to be used. We need to destroy it first. Karabi responds. But that chakra giant's defense is simply unbelievable. It's completely different from the previous skeletal form. The Eight Tails states to break through that, we must use an even more powerful tailed beast bomb. But in this damned barrier, the explosion of the tailed beast bomb would also affect us. We would harm ourselves while hurting the enemy. Karabi suggests, since brute force won't work, let's go with a sealing technique. 8. Use that move. Sealing technique. Million Wrath endpoint. Oh whoa. The Eight Tails opens its mouth and spews out a large amount of ink, quickly spreading toward the Susanoo. Lin Yu maneuvers the Susanoo to jump, but the ink suddenly transforms into 8 gigantic black octopus tentacles, wrapping tightly around the Yatagarasu Susanoo, while the pitch-black color rapidly stains the Susanoo. This is... Lin Yu's eyes narrow. Okay, everything is ready, just need to count to 3. And that big guy will be completely covered and immobilized by the ink infused with Eight Tails chakra. 1, 2. The Eight Tails begins to count, watching as the Yatagarasu Susanoo is about to be completely sealed. Well done. You've pushed me to this point. Lin Yu closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, an astonishing visual power is unleashed. Susanoo Divine Artifact. 9 Shaka Divine Void Mirror. Whoosh! A powerful divine might vortex erupts in the void, causing the ink covering the Susanoo to rapidly retreat, swirling into the vortex, all absorbed into the enormous divine shield held by the Susanoo. Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. What? Karabi and the Eight Tails are both stunned. Divine Might Mark? 8. Lin Yu's eyes scan the 8 tentacle tails behind the Eight Tails, marking them all in just a few seconds. Whoosh! A pitch-black Magatama appears in the left hand of Yatagarasu Susanoo. Susanoo Divine Artifact. 9 Shaka Divine Might Magatama. The Magatama is thrown. The Eight Tails fires a tailed beast bomb to intercept, but unexpectedly, the Magatama penetrates through the tailed beast bomb. That thing can also be penetrated? Damn it, get out of the way. The Eight Tails flees in the barrier, with the Divine Might Magatama in hot pursuit. Damn, is it targeting my tail? No choice. I'll just send one tail to him. Whoosh! But in a twist of despair, the Magatama splits into 8, shooting towards the Eight Tails. How can this be? The Eight Tails is utterly bewildered. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the 8 Magatama hit the Eight Tails, creating 8 spatial vortices, separating the Eight Tails from its body, disappearing into the spatial vortices. The sky echoes with the Eight Tails' mournful scream. Meanwhile, the tailed beast bomb fired by the Eight Tails is also absorbed by the Divine Might Vortex emitted by the 9 Shaka Divine Void Mirror. Ha! Ha! Inside Yatagarasu Susanoo, Lin Yu breathes heavily, blood flowing continuously from his eye sockets. His visual power is nearly exhausted. But he is not as disheveled as when he last used the Susanoo divine artifact, even able to maintain the Susanoo. Damn beast, I will blow you to smithereens. Stupid fool, bastard. The injured Eight Tails was completely enraged, gathering an extremely terrifying chakra. Inside the Susanoo, Linyu looked up, his gaze deep as he said, "Have you completely lost your mind? Do you really want to continue overusing your ocular power and use the third artifact? No, there's no need for that." Linyu formed a hand seal with 2 fingers in front of his chest. Ninja art, mist concealment technique. Mist filled the barrier, obscuring visibility. Linyu crossed 4 fingers in front of his chest to form another hand seal. Ninja art, shadow clone technique. Boom. In the smoke, a shadow clone appeared. This is the true power of Kamui, the correct use. Linyu's main body vanished into the whirlpool of his right eye's Kamui, leaving only the shadow clone within the Yatenga Susanoo. What was happening inside? Outside the barrier, on the mountaintop, Yuzuki Uyaz was anxious. The whirlpool rotated, and Linyu appeared before him. Uyaz exclaimed, "How did you get here? Where's the Eight Tails? He will soon bring about his own destruction. Let us get you all to safety first." Whoosh! Linyu absorbed Off-Fei, Yuzuki Uyaz, and himself into the space-time dimension. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails, completely unaware of everything happening, gathered enough chakra and opened its massive mouth. Tail Beast Ball! Boom, 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 boom. Under the continuous bombardment of the tailed beast balls, the Yatenga Susanoo was destroyed and the chaotic energy rampaged within the barrier, turning everything into nothing. Crack! Finally, even the Uchiha fire array couldn't withstand the impact and began to develop spiderweb-like cracks, subsequently collapsing. Boom, 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 boom. Without the barrier's restriction, the explosion's light swept in all directions, engulfing the towering mountains one after another, making them disappear. The explosion engulfed the entire cloud, Thunder Gorge, and the residual waves, even reached the hidden rain village 10 miles away. The fourth Reikage, was in his office lifting weights when suddenly the building shook and debris fell. What is happening? I looked out the window and saw a massive light on the horizon. His pupils contracting. That's the direction of Cloud, Thunder Gorge. Something has gone wrong. Boom! He broke through the wall and rushed out. It took a full 8 minutes for the explosion's light to finally subside. Whoosh! In midair, the whirlpool spun and Linyu appeared, landing on a floating piece of broken wood, surveying the surroundings. The Cloud Thunder Gorge no longer existed. All he could see was an endless expanse of ocean. The debris and rubble floating on the sea surface symbolized the previous devastation. Linyu sincerely sighed. The power of the tailed beast can only be truly understood through personal experience. Even the scatter power is so formidable. I can hardly imagine how destructive it would be when unified. 10 Tails, one day, I will obtain your power. Linyu's gaze fixed on Karabi, who was lying on a piece of rubble covered in blood. For now, let me obtain this scatter part. Whoosh! The scene shifted to Karabi in his mental world. B. Get together, B. Don't panic. I'll use my tentacle clones to get you out now. The Eight Tails looked at the motionless Karabi lying there. It's too late. Linyu's voice echoed. It's you. How are you still alive? How did you get in here? The Eight Tails roared, staring at Linyu, who shouldn't be alive and shouldn't be appearing here. With the power of the Sharingan. It's not difficult. Also, is this what they call the iron armor seal? Linyu walked past Karabi, looking at the thick iron armor encasing the Eight Tails. He formed a hand seal with 2 fingers, and the left eye beneath the mass shone brightly. Kamui, Armor Break Seal Release. Chapter 28, A Perfect Conclusion. The Divine Might itself is an irresistible force that can even distort space, let alone the sealing technique. Therefore, as long as the sealing technique is distorted by the power of Divine Might, the seal will also break. Divine Might, Armor Breaking Release. Under the influence of Divine Might Vortex, the iron armor sealing technique is distorted and the cracks appear in the iron armor that is embodied within the Jinchuriki. The chakra of the Eight Tails seeps out from the gaps. This feeling, the iron armor seal, is about to be undone. Damn it, I must stop him. The Eight Tails octopus claw fiercely slams towards Linyu. Linyu ignores it. The power of his eye technique greatly increases. The iron armor shatters. Linyu suddenly looks up, his eyes emitting a red light. The slashing octopus claw freezes in midair. The Eight Tails' eyes also transform into the kaleidoscope shape of Linyu's eyes, which is a sign of being caught in the eye technique's control. What strong eye power, I can't move. Outside, Linyu forms a seal with 2 fingers and shouts. Come out, Eight Tails. Boom! The Eight Tails chakra bursts out from Karabi's head, transforming into a red light that shoots into the sky, connecting with the pitch-black vortex in the sky. That dark vortex is not caused by Divine Might, but but is a natural phenomenon triggered by the appearance of the tailed beast chakra. Crimson lightning ravages within the vortex, each bolt containing destructive power. Linyu gazes at the sky, reflecting. By comparing the power of the 8 tails, one can imagine how strong the 9 tails truly is. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could tame the 9 tails as if it were a pet. The gap between me and them is not small at all. However, one day, I will bridge this gap. The surging red chakra pillar continues for a long time before showing signs of diminishing, ultimately completely leaving Kurabi's head and heading towards the red chakra mass in the sky. Linyu knows that the 8 tails has completely separated from the Jinchuriki, and Kurabi cannot escape the fate of death. At this moment, an unexpected scene occurs. In midair, the end of the red light suddenly transforms into an octopus tentacle, firmly sticking to Kurabi's body. Linyu squints his eyes, slightly moved, and says, "The 8 tails should be completely under my power control. Is this an unwillingness to let Kurabi die? A touching friendship. Fine, I will fulfill you." Whoosh! Linyu leaps from the sea into midair, using a lightning-infused hand blade to sever the end of the red light. The octopus tentacle writhes and returns to Kurabi's body. It's nothing serious. The main body of the 8 tails has already been extracted, and the amount of chakra in a single tentacle can recover quickly, which won't affect its power. Recalling the past, when Madara forcibly pulled the tailed beast with the outer path golem, the 8 tails also used this method to extend Kurabi's life. Linyu has no grudge against Kurabi and does not necessarily want to kill him. Kurabi's life is saved, the 8 tails obsession is resolved, no longer resisting. After the chakra condenses, it rides in midair, restoring the form of the bull-headed octopus, falling onto the sea surface, creating huge waves. It's still the same 8 tails, but it has returned to its wild state. The control of the eye power won't last long. I need to wrap this up quickly. Crack! Thick trees sprout from Linyu's right shoulder, entangling the 8 tails, as Linyu intends to transfer the 8 tails to the time-space. And to transfer such a massive being as the 8 tails, both eyes of divine might need to be used simultaneously. It is necessary to explain that Linyu's right eye of divine might is mainly used for transferring himself. Transferring external objects requires a very close distance or touching the object to be transferred with his body. The left eye of divine might can be used for long-distance transfers. But to transfer the entire body of the 8 tails, it must be completely within his field of vision, meaning a certain viewing distance is required. Therefore, Linyu uses this tree, which contains his own chakra, as a part of his body to make contact with the 8 tails, thus fulfilling the close-range requirement for the right eye's divine might and providing enough viewing distance for the left eye's long-range divine might. Everything is ready. The 2 kaleidoscopes beneath the mask aim at the 8 tails. Divine might. Whoosh! A massive divine might vortex appears, and the 8 tails is entirely transferred to the time-space. Crack! The transfer is complete. Linyu breaks the tree from his right arm. Hoo! He bends over, standing on the surface of the sea, breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his face onto the water surface, from which his masked face is also reflected. Linyu removes the mask, looking at his pale face due to exhaustion. He smiles and mutters to himself. How long has it been since I looked in the mirror? The time of battle has been busy yet fulfilling. Boom! Behind him, a figure falls from the sky, stirring up waves. It is a giant man, nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin, light yellow hair. A green shuriken-like symbol tattooed on his shoulders, wearing a wide belt and heavy armor, his body covered with a layer of lightning armor. Damn it! Get away from my brother! The man shouts at Linyu's back. Haha! The 4th Reikage, his explosive temper really lives up to its reputation. Linyu slowly puts the mask back on his face and turns around unhurriedly. Sharingan, who are you? Upon seeing Linyu's Sharingan, suddenly freezes and asks, Uchiha-you. Linyu announces his name in the Naruto world. You are the Uchiha traitor who has caused chaos in the ninja world. What have you done to deserve this? A yells. Not much, just continuing your village's usual style, defeating your brother, then unlocking the iron armor seal within him, and bringing your pet home. Linyu says calmly, You bastard. I will tear you apart piece by piece to avenge my brother. A says with killing intent. Then it depends on whether you have that ability. Zing. Under the mask, the 3 Tomo transform into a kaleidoscope. Just a mere Sharingan. Crackle. Upon seeing the kaleidoscope Sharingan, A's lightning armor becomes even more explosive. His hair stands up, turning hard and sharp. This is the enhanced form of the lightning armor. In order to counter the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he stimulates the nerves inside his body with lightning, pushing his reflex speed, strength, speed, and defense to the extreme. In this mode, his speed is beyond what even the kaleidoscope Sharingan can keep up with. My chakra is running low. I need to finish this quickly with divine might. Lin Yu's left eye focuses on A's head. Divine Might. Whoosh. Just as the Divine Might vortex appears, it has already disappeared from the spot along with the lightning. So fast. He is even faster than my Divine Might activation speed. Lin Yu is astonished. He has seen others use substitution techniques and visual distortion ninjutsu to evade Divine Might. But this is the first time he has seen someone like A evade by sheer speed. Indeed, only a man who inherits the name of Raikage could do such a thing. Lightning's brutality. Whoosh. A's figure flashes beside Lin Yu. A lightning-covered hand blade slashing towards Lin Yu's neck. Whoosh. When he realizes that his attack passes right through Lin Yu, he expresses surprise and then coldly says, just as rumored, it can allow attacks to pass through, but 5 minutes is your limit. During the time you're using ninjutsu or the time-space-eye technique while passing through, you must materialize. Lin Yusin thought, sure enough, that guy Danzo has spread my information, trying to use others to get rid of me. Oh, since you know my abilities, why are you so open about it? Do you want me to be on guard? Lin Yu said calmly. Crack, crack. Fei twisted his neck and disdainfully said, it doesn't matter. I will unleash a continuous powerful attack at a speed and frequency you can't match, making you dare not release your penetration until the moment your penetration ends. I will snap your neck. Boom. AI said that and intended to do so, cloaked in lightning, executing continuous ninjutsu. Each move's intensity comparable to Killer Bee's attacks in half-beast transformation. AI was once affirmed by Tsunade to possess tailed beast-level chakra. Really unreasonable. Lin Yu's expression remained calm, his mind racing. Penetration is just a temporary measure. I must turn defense into offense. The remaining chakra I have cannot be used for Susanoo, so I have to find another way. With him clad in such intense lightning armor, maintaining such a high-intensity attack, his speed will inevitably decrease as his stamina wanes. And I will seize the moment when his movements slow down to strike for victory. Lin Yu's Sharingan spun, closely watching AI's movements. His ever-changing figure gradually became traceable, until AI's thrusting action from directly ahead was perfectly captured by Lin Yu. Now's the time. Kamui, Raikiri. Lin Yu released penetration and charged towards AI. Just as AI's thrusting arm was about to reach him, Lin Yu lowered his center of gravity, aiming for AI's chest. It's over. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Lin Yu's eyes, and his body stiffened violently. Damn! The side effect of overexerting my ocular power hits at this moment. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yu sharply twisted his body to the side. Crack! AI's figure passed by Lin Yu. Blood splattered, and Lin Yu's right arm was severed. AI swiftly turned to pursue. Lin Yu's gaze hardened. Without activating penetration mode, he kicked his severed hand towards AI. At this moment, AI's eyes were only on Lin Yu, and the severed hand struck his arm. Whoosh! On the severed hand, the fading Kamui, Raikiri triggered a temporal distortion. Crack! AI's arm was twisted off, along with Lin Yu's severed hand, both vanishing into the temporal vortex. Whoosh! AI's footsteps came to a sudden halt as he stared at his bleeding severed arm, his eyes glazed over. Fourth Raikage. AI, we will meet again in the near future. In the name of the shadow, let us duel once more. Whoosh! Lin Yu disappeared into the vortex of his right eye. AI looked at the place where Lin Yu vanished, withdrew his gaze, walked to Killer Bee's side, lifted him with one hand, tears streaming down. Brother will definitely avenge you. Bro. The Killer Bee let out a faint call. Oh no, brother. AI was overjoyed. Whoosh. The scene shifted to the space-time realm. Lin Yu found his severed hand and reattached it. Hiss. The healing ability of the Hashirama cells took effect, and the severed hand was reconnected. Lin Yu moved his reattached arm. It felt completely normal. Done? A bit later than expected. Ah-Fei and Yuzuki Uyaz came over. I encountered a little trouble during the cleanup, Lin Yu said indifferently. Ah-Fei looked at the severed hand belonging to the Raikage on the ground. Small arcs of electricity still jumping from it, murmuring, it doesn't seem like a little trouble. Lin Yu said, it's not important anymore. What we wanted is already in hand. Let's go back. Orochimaru's side should be nearing its end as well. Chapter 29. After the fierce battle, she actually. It took 7 days and nights to travel from her hometown to the Land of Thunder, but returning to her hometown took less than 7 seconds. Both the Land of Water and the Land of Thunder had been developed, and from now on, she could freely travel between these two countries using divine power. Lin Yu said, among the 5 great nations, only the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth are left. Should we find time to visit? No rush. We can't just go for a spatial marker. There should be a respectable purpose before we do that, Lin Yu replied. Well, that's true, Ah-Fei shrugged. By the way, where's Xiang? Lin Yu looked back. She just landed and went back to her room with a heavy heart. I think she must have been quite stimulated on this journey and needs some time to digest it. After all, she is not like us, who don't need to eat or excrete, Lin Yu said, lowering his brows, deep in thought. Let's go see the progress with Orochimaru. In the stone chamber. Splash. Inside the cylindrical glass vessel, the green liquid soaking the Hashirama artificial body was bubbling vigorously. Gurgle. The tubes connected to the back of the artificial body wriggled like snakes, making a chilling squeezing sound. Tick. After a long time, another drop of golden blood fell from the extraction device into the glass tube, which was about to be filled. Very good. Just a little more. My perfect creation. Orochimaru's eyes were bloodshot, his expression possessed. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for nearly a month, and he hadn't even closed his eyes. Lord Orochimaru, you should take a rest. Leave this to me, said Yakushi Kabuto with concern. Kabuto, step back. I need to concentrate, Orochimaru said without turning his head. Yes. Kabuto obediently exited the room, thinking as he walked back, Lord Orochimaru's pursuit of truth is truly fascinating. But someone wants to exploit his obsession with truth to achieve their own despicable goals. Kabuto lowered his head, his fingers pressing on the frame of his glasses. The large lenses reflected light, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. But how could I let him succeed? He hasn't come back yet. He should never return. After all, the Blood Mist is such a terrifying place. For a ninja with leaked information, how could they possibly leave that place alive? Uchihayu. Just repent underground for treating me, Yakushi Kabuto, as a minor character. He chuckled darkly, unable to suppress his manic laughter. Oh, is there something to be happy about? Tell me about it. A voice suddenly echoed around the corner, cutting off Kabuto's laughter. What? He halted in his tracks, seeing Lin Yu leaning against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. His small eyes behind the glasses widened in shock, his face turned pale, beads of sweat streaming down. You, Lord Yu. You're back? But Kabuto, being someone who had been a multifaceted spy, quickly regained his composure. That's great. I have good news to tell you. What kind of good news? Lin Yu asked, his expression unchanged. Thanks to the joint efforts of Lord Orochimaru and me, the extraction of the first Hokage Hashirama's original cells has gone even smoother than expected. So the results will come early. In 3 days, you will have a body equal to that of the ninja god, Senju Hashirama, Kabuto said excitedly. That is truly a cause for celebration. After it's done, Kabuto, I won't treat you poorly. Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. Kabuto knelt on one knee before Lin Yu, his right hand over his heart. I won't dare. Serving you is a great honor for me. Then I'll trouble you with this, Lin Yu said, turning and walking towards his room. I bid you farewell, my lord. Kabuto looked up, his gaze dark as he watched Lin Yu's back, thinking, in that case I have no choice but to use my trump card. He didn't notice the hidden glint in Lin Yu's masked eyes. In her room, Yuzuki Xiong tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In the early hours, she got out of bed and left her room. Moments later, the door to Lin Yu's room opened. Yuzuki Xiong tiptoed inside, stopping at the foot of the bed. On the wall hung Lin Yu's mask and fan. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was sound asleep on the bed, breathing evenly after a series of fierce battles. Bathed in the faint light from the corridor, Yuzuki Xiong gazed at Lin Yu's sleeping face, which was not as cold as usual, appearing like a very peaceful neighbor boy. Complex thoughts flickered in Yuzuki Xiong's eyes. Her eyelids trembled and closed, memories flashing through her mind of the time spent with Lin Yu since their meeting. Would you be willing to come with me? I just don't want you to become a victim in this cruel ninja world. You don't have to do anything special. Just give up Konoha and come with me. This was when she was captured by Lin Yu. Your room is ready, right next to mine. Also, this box contains a change of clothes for you and some ninja meals. Just make do for now. I'll set up a hot spring exclusively for you soon. This was when she had just arrived at the base, feeling anxious. When there's nothing to do at night, just stay in your room and don't run around the base. Didn't I tell you to stay in your room and not run around? Go back to sleep. This was when she was wandering around and was intimidated by Orochimaru's killing intent. If you're tired, then rest. Don't push yourself. This was what Lin Yu said when he saved her from the mist ninja, holding her waist. Xiong, this is for you. You said you always wanted to kill me, right? With this powerful ninja knife, your success rate should improve, right? This was Lin Yu jokingly handing her the Raijin blade. And facing the eight-tailed beast bomb, when she thought she was doomed, Lin Yu risked his life to save her. Throughout this journey, Yuzuki Xiong faced a reality she was very reluctant to accept. She gradually became accustomed to staying by Lin Yu's side, and even somewhat fell in love with this life. If this continued, she feared she would forget her original intention and even fall deeper. Yuzuki Xiong opened her eyes, having made up her mind to cut the ties of fate. She drew out her knife from behind, stealing her heart. and stabbed it toward the defenseless Lin Yu, who was sleeping. Bang! The knife pierced Lin Yu's body, stabbing through the bed frame. Lin Yu's breathing stopped abruptly. Hoo, hoo. Yuzuki Xiong felt nearly drained. She didn't even have the strength to pull out the knife. Swaying as she walked out, leaning against the door frame. When she turned her head, 2 lines of tears slid from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. Your power is too great. One day it will threaten the village. Please forgive me. Leaving Lin Yu's room, Yuzuki Xiong didn't run away but returned to her own room, sitting in the corner, burying her head in her knees, quietly waiting for the consequences to come. It wasn't until the next morning that nothing unusual happened. Yuzuki Xiong stepped out of her room, filled with suspicion, only to see Lin Yu just coming out, stretching lazily. Yuzuki Xiong froze in place, her mouth opening and closing, unable to say a word. Oh hey, good morning. Are you getting up to pee? Lin Yu greeted with a smile and teased her a bit. Chapter 30, A Fate Destined to Fall. By the way, you left something in my room. I took it for you. Bang. Lin Yu threw the knife that Mitsuki Sayaka used last night onto the ground. Mitsuki Sayaka looked at the knife on the ground, then at Lin Yu, who seemed perfectly fine, and asked, why are you okay? Lin Yu replied, you're not stupid. You know I have the ability to penetrate, and chose to strike while I was sound asleep. But you probably don't know that my penetrating ability works even when I'm asleep. So that's how it is. Mitsuki Sayaka's expression turned melancholy, but for some reason, deep down, she felt a sense of relief. Then she picked up the knife on the ground and suddenly stabbed it towards her own heart, wanting to end it herself. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, stepped forward, and grabbed the blade. Blood dripped to the ground. Lin Yu's hand was cut, and he asked, what are you doing? Mitsuki Sayaka said, since the matter has been exposed, I have nothing more to say. I have been following you to find an opportunity to kill you. Since I can't do that, then I can only commit suicide. Are you afraid I'll go after your sister? At first, yes, but after being by your side, I realized a man like you would never harm an innocent girl. Then it's for the village, right? Konoha raised me, taught me, and knowing you might pose a threat to the village, I cannot remain indifferent. The so-called will of fire, Lin Yu murmured as he lowered his head. Also, I still don't understand what you meant by what you said to me back then. Lin Yu knew that Mitsuki Sayaka was referring to the words. I just don't want a woman like you to become a victim in this cruel ninja world. All right, look in my eyes. Lin Yu raised his head, his 3-tomo Sharingan transforming into a kaleidoscope. The scene before Mitsuki Sayaka changed. In the Konoha cemetery, a woman who looked almost identical to Mitsuki Sayaka was paying respects at a tombstone. Captain Sayaka, Lord Fifth is calling us. A man from the Umbu called from behind. Understood. Mitsuki Sayaka put on the Umbu animal mask and disappeared in a flash. This is Sayaka? She joined the Umbu. Not far away, Mitsuki Sayaka, who was observing, looked surprised. You can go see what is written on the tombstone, Lin Yu said beside her. Mitsuki Sayaka approached the tombstone, which read, Grave of the Moonlight Gale, Lover. Mitsuki Sayaka, established Konoha 61. Sayaka's lover is dead? Konoha 61? This is 14 years later. Look at this one too. Lin Yu pointed to a nearby tombstone that had just been visited and still had flowers on it. Mitsuki Sayaka followed Lin Yu's finger and froze. Grave of Mitsuki Sayaka, sister. Mitsuki Sayaka, established Konoha 48. The scene ended, returning to reality. Konoha, 48 years? I died? Mitsuki Sayaka's face was filled with shock. That's right, next year, you will die on an Umbu mission. You died, and your sister vowed to join the Umbu. Lin Yu said, how do you know this? Mitsuki Sayaka was puzzled. When the power of the Sharingan reaches a certain level, it can even see the future. Lin Yu certainly wouldn't say he had traveled from another world, so he casually provided a reason. So, you brought me away to change my destined death? A decisive ninja like you would do such a thing? Mitsuki Sayaka found it hard to believe. You can take this as my whim. But honestly, when I saw you really trying to harm me, I was furious and didn't know what to do. Lin Yu held Mitsuki Sayaka's delicate chin, lifting her face slightly like when they first met, his eyes radiating an astonishing aura, one that was far more terrifying than Orochimaru. Lin Yu scrutinized Sayaka and said, your parents died for Konoha, leaving you and your younger sister behind. You joined the Umbu, dying young, and, in the end, your sister followed your path. A family like moths to a flame, all for a vague will of fire. Do you think that's worth it? Mitsuki Sayaka was momentarily speechless. Lin Yu said, what I despise the most is this kind of lofty brainwashing. Does Konoha, bathed in sunlight, really see everything clearly? Even that third Hokage, known for his benevolence, answer me. Mitsuki Sayaka closed her eyes because she had no strength to refute Lin Yu's words. As an Umbu, she naturally had access to the dark side of the village, but was too busy to think about whether it was right or wrong. Lin Yu said, right or wrong, those are just irrelevant propositions. Sayaka, I ask you, do you feel happier being by my side or suppressing your feelings while executing missions in the Konoha Ambu? I don't know. Mitsuki Sayaka's eyes flickered. The answer was self-evident. You're already a rogue ninja from Konoha. The shackles on you no longer exist. Why can't you follow your true inner thoughts? Lin Yu leaned closer to Sayaka, whispering in her ear. Suddenly, Sayaka's body trembled slightly, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. What is wrong? Lin Yu asked curiously. Your ear, a little further from mine. Mitsuki Sayaka said softly. Lin Yu pondered and blew a breath of warm air into Mitsuki Sayaka's ear. Hee. Mitsuki Sayaka let out a soft moan, her face turning even redder. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. So that's how it is, the ear. Is it your weakness as a woman? Lin Yu smiled mischievously, raising his hand to pinch Mitsuki Sayaka's earlobe, rubbing it gently, as if avenging her actions last night. Please, don't treat me like this, I beg you. Kill me. Tears of shyness and humiliation welled up in Mitsuki Sayaka's eyes as she pleaded. Kill you? That is not something so easy. Lin Yu domineeringly kissed Mitsuki Sayaka's red lips. Cool, soft, melting in his mouth. Lin Yu didn't expect that after living 17 years in the real world, his first kiss will be given to a 2-dimensional girl. But isn't that even better in the 2-dimensional world? Lin Yu gradually became more skilled, kissing her more passionately. Under Lin Yu's domineering advances, Mitsuki Sayaka's gaze gradually became hazy. In her right hand, she still held the knife she had picked up from the ground, and Lin Yu's neck was right in front of her. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Her hand holding the knife trembled as it rose, but ultimately fell. Bang! The knife fell to the ground, and Sayaka wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, passionately responding to his kiss. Huh. The long kiss ended. Mitsuki Sayaka gasped, her face flushed, her eyes dreamy and intoxicating, showing how thrilling her first kiss was for her. Isn't that impressive? There's something even more impressive. Lin Yu raised his left hand and unbuttoned the collar of Mitsuki Sayaka's clothing. Mitsuki Sayaka showed no signs of resistance. She closed her eyes and said, Can you promise me, don't go after the village? Lin Yu's hand unbuttoning stopped. Mitsuki Sayaka opened her eyes, looking at Lin Yu, and said earnestly, As long as you promise me, I will offer my entire world to you, willingly. Lin Yu raised his left hand and placed it on Yujetsu's cheek, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and said solemnly, Yujetsu, what I have decided to do, no one can stop me. Therefore, I will not give you any false promises. I will go to Konoha village sooner or later, because that is where I will find what I want. After speaking, Lin Yu lowered his head to put down the knife at his feet and added, Also, you didn't make the second mistake just now, which makes me very relieved, Yujetsu. The lightning chakra that had been brewing in Lin Yu's right hand, which he had not raised, disappeared. If Yujetsu had not put down her knife just now, his right hand would have pierced her chest without hesitation. Even though Lin Yu cared for Yujetsu, he would not tolerate her second intent to kill. Under Yujetsu's stunned gaze, Lin Yu turned and left. Watching Lin Yu's back, Yujetsu leaned against the wall and sat on the ground, knowing that, from the moment she put down the knife, it meant that her confrontation with this man had ended, and she had completely lost. What would happen from now on? Forget it, I don't care anymore. Chapter 31. Spirit Contract. 8 Tails returns to place. Time passed, and 2 more days went by. Lin Yu had completely recovered from the fatigue of the fierce battle, and he returned to the Kamui space. The space of Kamui was infinitely vast, and things transported here would be placed in different locations depending on the time point. Taking people as an example, unless they were transported in succession at close time points, they generally would not meet. As the master of this space, Lin Yu could naturally appear anywhere at will. He arrived in front of the 8 Tails. Hey, long time no see, Lin Yu said playfully. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. Boom! The 8 Tails looked at Lin Yu, who had suddenly appeared, and immediately unleashed a tailed beast ball without hesitation. In this space, Lin Yu couldn't activate his intangibility. He calmly bit his finger. Ninja art, triple Rashomon. Bang, bang, bang. As the triple Rashomon rose, it was instantly destroyed. But the tailed beast ball was deflected from its trajectory and exploded in the background behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't look back at the explosion. Instead, he stared at the 8 Tails and said, You still have the strength to launch tailed beast balls. It seems you're quite spirited. The 8 Tails shouted, What is your intention in imprisoning me in this dark place? Do you want to become my Jinchuriki? You wish. I absolutely won't recognize a person like you. Only someone better than me can be my Jinchuriki. Hee hee. Lin Yu chuckled. Jinchuriki? You misunderstood. Your power is not even comparable to the mere 9 tails. How can you deserve to have me as your Jinchuriki? You'd be more suited as a pet. The 8 tails was shocked. You said mere 9 tails. Are you implying? It had a terrifying guess. Lin Yu declared loudly, that's right, 8 tails. You, like the 9 tails, are just a part of scattered chakra. All the 9-headed tailed beasts in this world come from the 10 tails. The 8 tails shouted, you want to resurrect the 10 tails, don't you? Don't joke around. Do you want this world to be destroyed? Lin Yu replied, even without resurrecting the 10 tails, this world will still be destroyed one day. The people from the heavens will descend, and to resist them, the power of the 10 tails is necessary. So, 8 tails, submit under my eyes. Clap. Lin Yu clasped his hands together, and his eyes unleashed incredible ocular power. Kamui seal, 8-pillar beast trap. Boom. In the Kamui space, 8 blocks floated over, transforming into 8 colossal pillars that trapped the 8 tails in the center. Lin Yu changed his hand seals and raised 2 fingers. Seal tail. Crack, crack, crack. From each of the 8 pillars, a chakra chain emerged, binding the 8 tails. 8 tails. I can't let someone like you succeed. The 8 tails opened its mouth, and a massive tailed beast ball swelled above. Don't rush. I'm going to put a collar on you. Lin Yu said, changing his hand seals again. Seal head. Crack. A chain suddenly emerged from the block beneath the 8 tails, wrapping around its neck. Crack. The swelling-tailed beast ball stopped, cracked, and scattered into an empty shell. The 8 tails' power was thoroughly suppressed. Swish. Lin Yu took out the spirit contract scroll and spread it open. Crackle. Lightning chakra covered his palm, transforming into a 1,000-bird sharp spear that sliced open a wound on the 8 tails' chest, blood splattering onto the scroll. Lin Yu bit his palm again, dipped his blood, and pressed his handprint on the scroll. Swish. The scroll closed, completing the process in one go. With this spirit contract, he could summon the 8 tails to fight, and with the previous Kamui seal, the 8 tails would be confined in this Kamui space. When the summoning technique ended, the 8 tails would automatically return to its sealing array in the Kamui space. Lin Yu turned to leave. Do you want to make the ninja world a mess? The 8 tails shouted. So what if I do? Lin Yu said without looking back. The script written by Kishimoto for Naruto revolves around love and peace, which Lin Yu greatly appreciated, but that was as an observer. Now, he was a participant. His script revolved around war and freedom, both of which had one major premise, power. One day, someone who inherits the will of the Sage of 6 Paths will stop you. The 8 tails said. Then I shall surpass the Sage of 6 Paths you speak of. Lin Yu's resolute words echoed as he vanished into the vortex of Kamui. Back in the outside world, were the arrangements. Obito sat atop the Ghetto Mazo. Orochimaru's plan is nearing completion. He won't be going anywhere, so let's just wait at home. Lin Yu said as he sat on a stone bench. In the open space, Yuzuki Yue was practicing with the white Zetsus, wearing a black tight suit. Obito rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully saying, it seems she has adapted quite a bit over the past 2 days. What changes have occurred in her mindset? Lin Yu smiled faintly and said nothing. Obito continued, but to be honest, for someone so young to become a team leader in Konoha Zanbu is quite impressive. Her strength is above average among Jonin, but it seems she doesn't have any bloodline limits or special talents. Beauty and a big chest aren't bloodline limits? Isn't it a special talent that her ears turn red when touched? Lin Yu joked. As a female, that's true, but as a ninja, it seems hard to praise. Obito replied. Lin Yu said, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. There are countless ways to make a person stronger. I don't expect her to fight, but at least she won't hold us back. Crackle. Lightning split the ground, pushing back the white Zetsus. Drenched in sweat, Yuzuki Yue stood up. She had overheard Lin Yu and Obito's conversation. I also have a bloodline limit. Oh, what kind of bloodline limit is it? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Yuzuki Yue looked at Lin Yu for a moment before shaking her head, but it probably won't be useful. By the way, after a moment of hesitation, she said, did you say you were going to make a hot spring just for me? Why haven't I seen it yet? I completely forgot about that. I'll get to it as soon as possible, Lin Yu replied. She nodded, blushing, preparing to go back to her room to dry off and change clothes. Gulu. At that moment, white Zetsus surged out from the Ghetto Mazo. There's a situation. Speak, Lin Yu commanded. The people from Konoha have discovered this place. They are coming, and their target is Orochimaru. Who is leading them? Lin Yu asked. The third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lin Yu thought. It seems this is Kabuto's dying struggle. Obito, keep an eye on Kabuto. And you? Lin Yu stood up and said. The third Hokage is known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, and his power during his prime is unfathomable. I will soon obtain the true power of Senju Hashirama and step into the next level. I will treat the battle with him as a mirror to bid farewell to the past. Whoosh! In a black robe, with a fan on his back, Linyu vanished into the vortex of Kamui. Chapter 32. Uchiha Yu versus the Peak, 3rd Hokage. In the forest, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, moved swiftly. Dressed in a tight black combat suit, with silver armor connected to his back at his shoulders, featuring the kanji for fire on the back. He wore a ninja hat with green layered armor on the sides and a long protective scarf at the back, which was his usual attire during battles. Unlike the kind old man with a face full of wrinkles from the original story, Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time was in his prime, at the peak of his power. Fragile ninjas followed closely behind, wearing umbu masks and white cloaks that indicated their status as umbu squad leaders. Not long ago, the 3rd Hokage received a secret letter from Kabuto, stating that Orochimaru had been defeated by a ninja named Uchiha Yu and was imprisoned, his life hanging by a thread. Lord 3rd, Kabuto used to serve Root. He is a multi-spy roaming various countries. Can we trust his words? Could this be a trap? The ninjas questioned. The ninjutsu and knowledge that Orochimaru possessed were a tremendous asset for Konoha. Even if this was a trap, we could not sit idly by. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, Orochimaru is ultimately my disciple, although he has ambitions and thoughts that I cannot see through. Upon arriving at the location marked in Kabuto's secret letter, they found themselves before a cliff. Indeed, not to be trusted, said an umbu member. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rush to respond but surveyed the area thoughtfully, raising his hand to form a complex set of hand seals. Ninjutsu. Dispel evil seals. Whoosh. The cliff disappeared, revealing a hidden barrier. This is, the 4 umbu members exclaimed in shock. A high-level barrier technique that can disguise terrain. And it's difficult to break. Hiruzen remarked. The barrier team did not follow. Are we to force our way through it? No need to use brute force to break it. Just see through the technique. After staring for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward. Whoosh. 5 fingers ignited with 5 different chakra flames and pressed against the barrier. Whoosh. A gate appeared on the barrier. The 4 umbu squad leaders were filled with admiration. Let us go. It seems someone has been waiting for us. The 3rd Hokage said solemnly as he stepped through the gate. The 4 umbu squad leaders exchanged glances, nodded, heightened their vigilance, and followed behind him. The wind and sand flew about as Linyu sat atop a giant beast-bone spine, his clothes fluttering, with a Sharingan beneath his mask. He looked at the man coming through the sandstorm and praised, as expected of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You arrived here so easily. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped several dozen meters away from Linyu, just beyond the limit of the Sharingan's range. The elder's battle experience was truly unmatched by the younger generation. Hiruzen gazed at Linyu. You must be Uchiha Yu. I heard that my disciple Orochimaru fell into your hands. As his teacher, I have come to apologize and to take this unworthy disciple back for some proper discipline. Linyu thought, so that's what Kabuto was up to, but it doesn't matter. The reason is irrelevant. No one can take Orochimaru away from him. Additionally, Linyu wanted to personally experience the power of the peak 3rd Hokage. Linyu tilted his head and said, Orochimaru is indeed with me, but whether you can take him away depends on whether you, as his teacher, have the capability. How dare you speak to the 3rd Hokage like that? What arrogance from Uchiha. The umbu squad leaders said as they prepared to step forward. Step back. But they were halted by the 3rd Hokage's command. Lord 3rd, do not act recklessly. I will take the lead. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu. Wind release. Sandstorm. A fierce wind arose, whipping up a powerful sandstorm that obscured vision. Or are you targeting the Sharingan right from the start? More effective than the mist concealment technique. It seems this battle will not disappoint me. Linyu leaped down from the beast bone. Whoosh. A shuriken soared through the wind. Ninjutsu. 1000 shuriken shadow. Clone technique. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand seals fell, one became 3000, overwhelming and finding no blind spots. Bang 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 bang. But the shuriken passed harmlessly through Linyu, embedding themselves in the ground, where they were quickly buried by the sandstorm. Whoosh! Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure appeared in midair, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Roar! 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 He unleashed 3 massive fire dragons from the left, middle, and right, sweeping towards Linyu. Upon striking the beast bone he sat on, they exploded into a massive fireball. Linyu remained unscathed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew slightly serious. Just as rumored, physical attacks and ninjutsu can all penetrate, although there is a 5-minute limit. It can also be used to exhaust the opponent's chakra, allowing for a defensive counterattack. Linyu praised, as expected of a ninjutsu professor. Your understanding of battle is so profound, far stronger than those who only know how to recklessly unleash ninjutsu. But then the question arises, how do you plan to break my penetration ability? In midair, the third Hokage formed a very peculiar hand gesture, pointing at Linyu. Linyu frowned. Could it be? The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curled up. I possess chakra of 7 attributes: wind, lightning, water, earth, fire, yin, and yang. Therefore, as long as it is not within the scope of a bloodline limit, I can use all the forbidden techniques currently existing in Konoha, including the mind transfer technique used by the Yamashiro clan, relying on yin release. Of course, that is also not a problem. It turns out that the elderly third Hokage from the original story could not use certain ninjutsu just because of his age and a significant reduction of chakra. But now, it was different. He was at his peak. Secret technique. Mind transfer technique. Oh no. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he prepared to dodge. Buzz. Lin Yu's body froze in place as Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirit temporarily took over. Such powerful mental strength, it seems even I can only hold it for less than 10 seconds. The mind transfer was successful. Xian Cho, use your technique to attack me, he shouted to one of the squad leaders. Lord Third, Xian Cho was hesitant because the damage would also transfer to the third Hokage during the mind transfer. Don't worry. I will release the mind transfer technique just before your attack lands. Understood. Xian Cho drew his ninja blade and leaped up. Ultrasonic Thunder Release Blade. Using lightning release to create high-frequency vibrational waves, it achieved a penetrating power beyond wind release, slicing towards Lin Yu's neck with great speed. In the spiritual world, mind transfer, Third Hokage, the Yamashiro clan, will suffer a catastrophic disaster because of your performance today. Lin Yu's cold voice echoed. Crack. A large hand suddenly grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's spiritual body. Behind him, a giant radiating a deep blue aura emanated an astonishing murderous intent. This malevolent chakra. Could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly taken aback. That is the power of Susanoo. Even if not released externally, it can be awakened within, transforming into powerful spiritual energy. Mind transfer technique, break. Ugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes, blood trickling from his mouth. He was naturally injured after losing in the spiritual confrontation. He stared at the unaware Xian Cho, who was still approaching Lin Yu, and shouted, Xian Cho, retreat quickly. It was too late. Lin Yu lowered his head to dodge Xian Cho's lightning slash, and at the same time, the thousand birds mercilessly pierced through Xian Cho's chest. Thud. Looking at Xian Cho's lifeless body on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and silently got up. Meanwhile, Lin Yu faced him expressionlessly. The wind and sand grew stronger, and the sound of the wind seemed to be howling under the murderous aura of the two. The showdown between Uchiha Yu and the peak third Hokage had just begun. Chapter 33. The ultimate use of ninjutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen created 4 shadow clones, surrounding Lin Yu from all sides, ready to form hand seals. He thought rapidly. His mind transfer technique has already been broken. Using it again would be self-defeating. However, his penetration ability is still a major problem. Continuous saturated attacks, while theoretically feasible, would consume unimaginable chakra. It's better to use shadow clones to make him hesitant. When he materializes, he'll be more likely to expose weaknesses. Lin Yu looked at the 4 shadow clones and thought, trying to distract me, indeed cunning, but what a pity, I can use shadow clones too. And with the power of 1,000 hands, my chakra far exceeds his. Lin Yu formed hand seals and also used shadow clones, with clones restraining clones. The main body facing the main body, everything remains unchanged. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned upon seeing this. This truly is being countered. However, fortunately, I have prepared a backup plan. 5 nature release, great multi-shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4 shadow clones cooperated, using fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind. 5 different elemental ninjutsu. Lin Yu thought. The attributes are complete, but they're all B-rank ninjutsu. I can replicate this instantly. Lin Yu instantly replicated the 5 nature release. Great multi-shadow clone technique, and both his main body and clones form hand seals, launching an explosive counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The scene of 10 ninjutsu exploding against each other was nothing short of spectacular. The 3 Umbu squad leaders were stunned. What on earth am I seeing? He can actually match the breadth of ninjutsu with the renowned professor of ninjutsu, the 3rd Hokage. When did the Uchiha clan produce such a talent? I now wonder if Danzo's policy towards the Uchiha is correct. Even my former comrade, Uchiha Kagami, couldn't utilize the Sharingan to such an extent. If only he weren't the enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his ninjutsu with one hand and retrieved the kunai with the other, throwing it at Linyu. Targeting my materialization is correct, but what can a kunai do? At least it should have an explosive tag. Linyu lightly dodged, the kunai flying past him. Huh. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. There were some strange patterns on that kunai. Could it be? Bang, 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 bang. The 4 shadow clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen simultaneously vanished. Whoosh. Then, the main body appeared behind Linyu without warning, a kunai covered in wind chakra, stabbing towards Linyu's back. Whoosh, but it passed right through. What? The third Hokage was shocked, halting abruptly and retreating. Linyu turned. Reaching out towards the third Hokage, his right eye's close-range Kamui already charging. Flying Thunder God technique. You can use it too, third Hokage. If I hadn't noticed something was off with the kunai in time, it would have been disastrous. Watching the approaching hand, the third Hokage thought, my Flying Thunder God proficiency is not as good as the second and fourth Hokages. At this distance, it's too late. I have no choice but to activate my backup. Swish. The third Hokage began forming hand seals with both hands. Linyu observed the sequence of seals, thinking, this seal, is it Earth Release? Earth Wall? Heh, are you really in a desperate situation? Boom. Suddenly, the earth broke apart, and a hand grabbed Linyu's ankle, halting his outstretched hand. Linyu was shocked. There's another shadow clone underground. When did that happen? Could it be at the beginning of the fight? When he first used the shuriken shadow clone, he concealed his shadow clone among the shuriken with the cover of the wind and sand. Earth Release, heart decapitation technique. Boom. The hand gripping Linyu's ankle suddenly pulled hard, dragging Linyu completely into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Linyu's gaze turned fierce. The long-range Kamui of his left, I already aimed at the third Hokage's head. Kamui, Earth Release, Earth Wall. Almost simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand slammed onto the ground, raising a wall of earth. Crack. The earth wall was punctured by Kamui, but due to that less than a second delay, Sarutobi Hiruzen had avoided a fatal blow, a piece of flesh torn from his shoulder, revealing his bone. Whoosh. Linyu shot through the earth. Looking at the third Hokage who had retreated to a safe distance, he couldn't help but exclaim, to be able to use conventional ninjutsu to such an extraordinary extent. Third Hokage, you truly live up to the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. He had to admit, his understanding and application of conventional ninjutsu still had a considerable gap compared to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, he is not a Jinchuriki, does not possess the Sharingan, cannot use Wood Release, does not have the monstrous physical techniques of the Raikage, nor the diverse bloodline limits of the other villages Kages. Yet with his solid foundation and exquisite ninjutsu, he stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. He proved to the world, even an ordinary person can approach the realm of the divine. But an ordinary person is ultimately an ordinary person. There will always be limits. Linyu admired him, but would still decisively defeat him with absolute power. He raised 2 fingers to his chest, a gesture of opposition sealing ninja etiquette, representing Linyu's recognition of the third Hokage's strength. The third Hokage, seeing this, also returned the opposition seal. The turbulence in his heart no less than Linyu's. I once suspected his true identity was that of the founding ancestor Konoha, Uchiha Madara. But now it's clear he is not Madara, but rather the one-of-a-kind genius of the Uchiha clan after Madara. Although his current strength is not as good as Madara's. One day, there's no other way. The third Hokage with blood on his shoulder formed seals. In Yutsune, summoning technique. Monkey King, bang. The Monkey King appeared. Sarutobi, it's been 10 years since you last summoned me. This time it's truly unavoidable. I'm counting on you. Monkey King, young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. There's no need for so many formalities between us. Bang! The Monkey King transformed into a diamond-like body, wielding a Rui Jingu Bang. Sarutobi swung the Rui Jingu Bang, waves of wind and waves. Linyu murmured, the summoning beast, Monkey King, has a diamond-like body, endless transformations, and formidable strength that is not inferior to the Hokage. This is quite a troublesome opponent. Should I summon the 8 tails? No. The movement of the tailed beast bomb is too great. It could very well destroy my own base. At this critical moment, Orochimaru's results must not have any more flaws. His eyes gleamed with the light of the Sharingan. Azure chakra flames rose. It was Susanoo, skipping the first 2 forms and directly activating the strongest Yada no Kagami. Looking at the towering giant before him, the Umbu were horrified. What is that? How will the third Hokage respond to something like this? Could it be the third Hokage is being forced to use its state? Sarutobi Hiruzen said gravely, this vicious chakra, exactly like when my mind transfer technique was broken. Is this Susanoo? On the Rui Jingu Bang, the Monkey King opened one eye. Sarutobi, breaking this one TB easy. We can't hold back any longer. I understand. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen's frail body rapidly expanded. On the side of the three Umbu. ISNT that the Akimichi clan's super expansion technique. Why is the third Hokage using it? The Akimichi clan's expansion technique is a secret ninjutsu based on Yang release. And the third Hokage is the only one outside the Akimichi clan who can use it. However, because he does not have the Akimichi clan's bulky physique, the cost of using it is extreme fatigue, leaving him bedridden for half a month. That third Hokage has truly been forced into a desperate situation. The Rui Bang in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand has also become enormous. He's gone into a rage. Roar. Boom boom boom. The superpowered Sarutobi Hiruzen, with earth-shaking steps, charged towards Lin Yu's Susanoo. The Crow Tengu's continuation of the technique formed a large sword, not a divine tool, in hand and swung it down. Boom. The collision was like two mountains. In the underground base, in the stone chamber, stones and debris fell with a clatter. Oh my, it's a bit noisy outside. Is it a grand praise for my outstanding work? Orochimaru smiled alluringly. Lord Orochimaru, the third Hokage has arrived. You know his strength best. Even that Uchiha you can't escape disaster. We should leave here quickly. Kabuto urged. Kabuto, you don't understand Yukuin's strength. Before the power of those eyes, even that monstrous old man wouldn't be a match. Orochimaru laughed. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru, who was unwilling to leave, and thought, I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Please forgive my disrespect. A noble supreme like you shouldn't be used by anyone. If that's the case, I won't hesitate to knock you out and let you decide afterward. Buzz. Blue Chakra covered his hand as he quietly approached Orochimaru from behind, aiming for the back of his neck. Crack. However, a powerful hand grasped his wrist. Kabuto stared in shock at the figure of Uzumaki Jugo before him. Akatsuki. Don't push me, you mutt. Uzumaki Jugo's deep, bottomless black pupils radiated a chilling, killing intent. Chapter 34. The dust settles. The third generation is defeated. Boom. 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 The plane echoed with thunderous roars as Susanoo and the Rui Bang clashed again and again. Even the indestructible armor of Susanoo had been cracked in many places, but the Rui Bang was also seeping with blood, showing that even the diamond body of the monkey demon could not withstand the power of Susanoo. Huck. Sarutobi Hiruzen supported his body with the Rui Bang, gasping heavily, beads of sweat and blood the size of fists sliding down his body, all the moisture and blood from within him, which could only hint at the side effects this would bring. Inside Susanoo, Lin Yu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, the only existence that can fight this Yatagarasu Susanoo head-on, aside from the tailed beasts, is you. Third, even if you die, it's enough to be proud. The Umbu shouted anxiously. Lord Third, stop. It's still not too late to leave now. There's still the fourth and many strong ninjas in the village. You don't need to face this monster alone. The monkey demon also urged. Sarutobi, they are right. If you retreat now, he won't be able to stop you. But that would mean losing the chance to eliminate him. And I don't know how many ninjas will be sacrificed in the future to deal with him. For the sake of Konoha, I must give it my all. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again raised the Rui Bang and charged forward. Susanoo met him. Boom. The two giant shadows crossed. Bang. The Rui Bang fell to the ground, turning back into the bloody body of the monkey demon, who could no longer hold on. Sarutobi, I'm sorry. I can only help you this far. The monkey demon said painfully. Thank you, my old friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Bang. The monkey demon disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, and Susanoo turned with him. Third, how many times do you want to surprise me before you're satisfied? Lin Yu sighed. Suddenly, he saw the shadow of Susanoo connecting with the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was the Nara clan's secret technique, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. After activating the Super Multiplication Technique, the giant shadow created by his massive body was powerful enough to bind even Susanoo, but it was only a binding. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, Xian Mao, Xian In, Xian Si. I can't hold it for long. Break that Susanoo, please. Understood. The three Umbu squad leaders shouted in unison, landing on three surrounding rocks. Xian Mao formed hand seals. Lightning release for binding pillars. Boom, boom. For huge stone pillars rose from all sides of Susanoo, releasing powerful lightning. Xian In formed hand seals. Earth release, clay drop. Boom. A large crack opened in midair, and a massive clay mass fell, covering Susanoo. Xian Mao formed hand seals again. Lightning release, 16 binding pillars. Boom. Between the gaps of the 4 pillars, another 16 pillars rose, sealing off all sides including the top. Thunder roared. XINC formed hand seals. Fire release. Basic firing technique. Boom. Within the sealed enclosure created by the 20 lightning pillars and clay, a powerful fire release erupted. Basic firing. Under such a fierce combined attack, the Yatagarasu Susanoo, whose armor had been struck dozens of times by the Rui Bang and was covered in cracks, finally collapsed. The muscles and meridians stripped away, leaving only a thin skeleton to protect Linyu, but it clearly couldn't hold out for long. This cooperative ninjutsu even considered the time I could maintain penetration. I must say, the people of Konoha are quite capable. Alright, I will also use my full power to repay you. Linyu's eyes, filled with blood vessels, released his ocular power without reservation. Boom! A brilliant blue flame erupted. Rapidly repairing the quickly disintegrating skeleton of Susanoo, the muscles and meridians rapidly entwined, and finally, a majestic heavy armor was donned again. Yatagarasu Susanoo reappeared. It's not over yet. In Susanoo's hand, a massive divine shield emerged, bursting forth with an unprecedented divine vortex. Susanoo artifact, Kyuta Shinken. The flames were absorbed, the clay was absorbed. The lightning pillars were shattered, and the fragments were absorbed. Even a shadow imitation technique beneath Susanoo's feet was absorbed. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Only Susanoo stands tall. How could this be? The 3 Umbu squad leaders trembled in voice. Still couldn't stop it. The 3rd Hokage sighed. The super multiplication technique was released, and having exhausted his body's energy, he now lay on the ground like a bag of bones, unable to move. Boom! Susanoo dissipated. Linyu closed his eyes to adjust his breathing and walked towards the 3rd Hokage. Don't approach the 3rd. The 3 Umbu squad leaders blocked in front. Get back. Linyu released a powerful lightning release at his feet. The 3 fell to the ground. Linyu stepped over them and stopped in front of the 3rd Hokage. He defeated the legendary 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, at his peak. This would likely become explosive news in the ninja world. Uchiha-yu, can you spare my disciple, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen still thought about his disciple. I never intended to do anything to him. How could I talk about sparing him? Linyu replied. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Yes, not wrong. Sensei Sarutobi, this is my own choice. At this moment, a hoarse yet magnetic voice sounded from behind. Linyu turned to see Orochimaru walking over accompanied by Akatsuki, who shot Linyu a knowing glance. Young master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. A look of everything going smoothly. Linyu's heart, which had been suspended for a month, finally relaxed. Orochimaru stepped forward, standing slightly behind Linyu on his left, which also represented that he respected Linyu. Indeed. Is that so? After a moment of hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen said sadly, Yukun, for the sake of him being my teacher, let him live, Orochimaru said to Linyu. Linyu sighed. That traitorous teacher, Orochimaru, actually pleaded for his own master. It seems he didn't originally want to destroy Konoha, considering your hard work. I will let him go this time, but Linyu's tone shifted. The matter of Kabuto has already been handled by me personally. Orochimaru seemed to understand what Linyu wanted to say. Linyu looked at Akatsuki, who nodded. Linyu said, then there's no problem. The 3rd asked, Orochimaru, I ask you, the disappearance of the population around the Land of Fire's villages, as well as the disappearance of ninjas in the village. Is it related to you? Orochimaru candidly replied, yes, it was all me. I used to be worried that it would be exposed. But now I don't have to worry. You don't have the strength to deal with me anymore, do you? Teacher, Orochimaru, do you really not want to return to the village? Even if I exempt you from punishment? Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to salvage the situation. I want to get closer to the truth of this world. A village cannot satisfy what I want, teacher. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the moments he taught Orochimaru, sighed deeply, and closed his eyes. Lord 3rd, the few Umbu squad leaders exclaimed. Don't worry, it's just a feint. If we hurry back and let Tsunade treat him, there might still be hope. Orochimaru said. Bang. The gate of the base slammed shut. How does it feel to have fought the 3rd Hokage? Orochimaru asked. Using him as a mirror to bid farewell to the past is just perfect. He made me realize that at this stage, I'm only at this level. It's time to move on to the next stage. Linyu gazed into the distance. So, are you ready to proceed immediately? Orochimaru inquired. Absolutely. I can't wait to obtain the true power of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Linyu's eyes gleamed. Orochimaru smiled and said, then, please follow me. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 35. At this moment, transformation begins. In a secret chamber deep within the underground base, Linyu is sitting upright, facing Orochimaru, Akatsuki, and Yuzuki Uyas. Orochimaru took out a glass vial filled with golden blood. Each drop a masterpiece condensed from his heart's blood, and this small vial contained the path for Linyu to a bright future. Linyu, do you have any questions before we officially begin? Orochimaru asked. How long will the entire process take? Linyu inquired. It varies from person to person, but for the vast majority, the process is over in less than a second. Because the excessively powerful vitality of the Hashirama cells will turn into a deadly poison at the moment it contacts the blood, causing the recipient to die instantly. But this is actually the most merciful ending, as the pain only lasts for a moment. But what if I don't die instantly? Linyu asked. Orochimaru smirked wickedly. If you don't die at the moment of injection, congratulations, you will experience the joy of being worse than dead. In the next 60 seconds, the blood containing the Hashirama cells will flow through your entire bloodstream, and your blood will boil, truly boil, hotter than boiling water. This will cause your blood pressure to surge, your blood vessels to burst, and your body temperature to rise to unimaginable levels. All life activities will stop, and you will hover between life and death. Commonly referred to as a state of false death during this false death period, your organs will gradually decay due to lack of oxygen. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. None will be spared. The limit of false death is 15 minutes, which is also the maximum time the brain can endure lack of oxygen. If you can wake up before your brain dies and manipulate your chakra to guide a portion of Hashirama's power to repair your organs, you can survive. Otherwise, you will sleep forever. Linyu said, so if I don't wake up within 15 minutes, I will die, right? Exactly. What are the conditions for waking up? Linyu asked. Orochimaru shrugged. Well, I don't know, because my current research is limited to the physical realm and hasn't touched on the spiritual realm. I have no experience in this area. So if I wake up before my brain dies and guide Hashirama's power to complete the organ repairs, does that mean success? Linyu asked. Not quite. Orochimaru shook his finger. That only means you qualify to officially accept this power's baptism. The real beginning is in the next 24 hours, during which the Hashirama cells will uncontrollably divide and proliferate in your body, gradually replacing your own cells. In simple terms, it's the process of Hashirama cells rebelling against your body. At this time, the Hashirama cells are akin to cancer cells. We name this cancer Hashirama cancer. Unlike any other cancer, its incubation period is only 24 hours. Life or death will be determined within this time frame. Then how is life and death defined? At this moment, Yuzuki Uyaz asked. Good question. Little girl, let us use disease as an example. When a disease erodes the body will also produce antibodies. Hashirama cancer is no exception. The body cells will gradually develop antibodies against the Hashirama cells. With antibodies, there is tolerance. This 24 hours is a contest to see whether Linyu's own cells are killed off by the Hashirama cells first, or if Linyu can produce enough antibodies. In short, the outcome will be clear in 24 hours, of course. Going through this process also comes with unimaginable pain. Every single cell in your body will be screaming. Gulp. Yuzuki Uyaz swallowed hard, looking at Linyu with a complex and confused expression. Linyu remained calm and said, Go on. If you successfully endure the 24 hours, congratulations. You have succeeded halfway, but Hashirama cells are the strongest cells, and even with antibodies, they can never be killed by your own cells. They will continue to proliferate and divide in your body. It's just that your own cells won't be easily killed anymore. The Hashirama cells and your own cells will coexist in your body, and over time, they will tend toward a certain balance, leading to two results. One is assimilation, and the other is fusion. What is the difference between assimilation and fusion? Linyu knew the real key was coming. Assimilation means the Hashirama cells will actively deteriorate to adapt to your own cells, while your own cells will also undergo a certain degree of optimization to adapt to the Hashirama cells. One goes down while the other goes up, taking an average value. And once stabilized, you will obtain a semi-finished Hashirama body. Well, although it's a semi-finished product, it's still much stronger than what you have now. And fusion? Orochimaru revealed a fanatical smile. The Hashirama cells will fuse with your own cells, truly becoming a part of you, Uchiha-you, never to be separated again. You will obtain a complete Hashirama body. Linyu clenched his fists and said, Then there's no need to say it. I'll definitely choose fusion. If it's not fusion, I'd rather die. Orochimaru looked at Linyu with admiration, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye, and said with a smile, That's a good determination. Linyu, although I have high hopes for you, given the risks are too great. It would be better to prepare for the worst. What do you think, Linyu? Linyu nodded. Orochimaru smiled knowingly, then voluntarily exited the room. Linyu looked at Akatsuki, realizing that he had been in the Naruto world for more than half a year, and the only one he could truly consider a friend was Akatsuki. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Although Akatsuki wasn't a human in the true sense, and had some quirks that Lin Yu didn't completely agree with, he had been by Lin Yu's side through thick and thin, making him an irreplaceable close friend. Akatsuki, we're so familiar now, I won't say anything cheesy. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. No. If you die, I won't be sad. That's too direct. But it's more interesting if you're alive. Let me tell you a secret. The real Hashirama Senju needs to eat and also needs to poop. How do you know? Lin Yu was surprised. Akatsuki leaned in close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered. This was said by Madara when he was alive, in his sleep. You guy. Lin Yu shook his head in exasperation. Akatsuki turned to walk outside, but thought in his heart, if you really die, one day I will have Nagato use the rebirth of the outer path to bring you back, because the days without you will surely become boring. In the room, only Lin Yu and Yuzuki Uyas remained. Ugh. Yuzuki Uyas started to cry. Hey, why are you crying? Realizing it might be a matter of life and death, Lin Yu rarely showed tenderness. You want to die, right? Although I don't understand why you're so strong. Yet still want to take such risks and pay such costs to become stronger. Even if I say I don't want you to take that risk. You wouldn't listen, would you? Yuzuki Uyas looked at Lin Yu with teary eyes. I'm glad you can shed tears for me, Uyas. If I'm gone, I hope you. I don't want you to go. Yuzuki Uyas suddenly got emotional. You promised me the hot spring hasn't been built yet. You can't just leave like this. Do you really like hot springs that much? Lin Yu asked. Do you know what it feels like for a girl not to take a hot bath for a month? Baka. Yuzuki Uyo stepped forward and hugged Lin Yu. When the hot spring is built, can I bathe with you? Lin Yu's hand rested on Yuzuki Uyo's cheek. Yuzuki Uyo looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears, and asked in return, Are you satisfied just by bathing together? What else is there to do? Lin Yu was surprised. To do what we didn't finish last time. This time, it's not for Konoha, it's my own willingness. Yuzuki Uyo said with affection. Then, can you help me have a child? Lin Yu smiled. I'm only 17 this year. I'm still too young. How about, in 2 years? Yuzuki Uyo bit her red lip, her face as red as blood. So you can show such a cute expression too. Lin Yu smiled. So promise me, don't die, okay? Yuzuki Uyo said earnestly. Okay, I promise you. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Also, before leaving, Yuzuki Uyo took the initiative to kiss Lin Yu on the lips. 5 minutes later, Orochimaru walked in. Are you ready, Yukuin? Let's begin. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in heaven. Lin Yu extended his arm. A glass tube filled with golden blood had a small needle at the end, but not a single drop flowed out, because every drop was extremely precious. No waste allowed. Orochimaru steadied himself, found the position of the blood vessel, inserted the needle, took a deep breath, and pushed down the syringe, injecting this tube of concentrated perfect primordial cells from Hashirama into Lin Yu's body. At this moment, the transformation begins. Chapter 36. Boiling, sublimating, transcending oneself. In the first second, nothing happened. Lin Yu showed no signs of discomfort. On the contrary, he felt both mentally and physically joyful. As before him lay not only death, but a more noble and bright future awaiting him. Observing Lin Yu in this state, Orochimaru thought to himself, this is only natural. Yukuin's right half had previously been implanted with Hashirama's artificial body, indicating that the power of the first Hokage does not reject this young Uchiha Bito's body. The question is whether the soul belonging to you that resides in a Bito's shell can withstand the unknown trials while lingering in the gap between life and death. Indeed, Orochimaru was worthy of his reputation. With the knowledge he possessed, he was able to perceive the truth of the existence of Uchiha Yu from a limited perspective. In the following minute, the original cells of Hashirama injected into Lin Yu's bloodstream circulated throughout his body, causing the blood to boil, blood pressure to surge, and blood vessels to rupture. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy heartbeat, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly widened. A scream that pierced the liver and spleen broke through the thick walls, echoing throughout the underground base. You! In the corridor, upon hearing the scream, Uzumaki Hinata rushed to enter the room. But Uchiha Bito held her shoulder and shook his head at her. Hinata bit her lip, clenched her fists, and anxiously waited. Whoa! Lin Yu's hands crushed the steel armrests of the chair. His skin turned as red as a hot iron, and scalding steam erupted from every pore of his body. Everything reflected in his eyes turned blood red. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, leaving only a fish-belly white in his pupils, and the scream abruptly ceased. Thud! Thud! Within his chest, the heartbeat grew weaker and weaker until it finally stopped completely. His eyes gradually closed, his head drooped weakly, and all life activity ceased. Lin Yu entered a state of apparent death. Has it begun? Orochimaru took out a pocket watch, gazing at the moving hands, his expression dark as he waited. In an expanse of azure, with the occasional meteor streaking across the sky, this was the sea of consciousness, the deepest layer of Lin Yu's subconscious. Lin Yu wandered blindly here. Drip! Suddenly, ripples appeared on the water surface beneath his feet, revealing a memory from before Lin Yu's transmigration. At night, with thunder and lightning outside the window, a pale and thin boy hid under the covers, desperately covering his ears. That was young Lin Yu. But he wasn't afraid of the thunder. In the living room, just a door away, Lin Yu's parents were arguing over trivial matters, the sounds of a kettle being thrown, a table being overturned, and dishes shattering. To his young heart, those sounds left a far deeper shadow than thunder. Feeling the urge to urinate, Lin Yu, uncomfortable, helplessly lifted the covers, slipped on his slippers, and was about to open the door to the bathroom. Crack! Just as he grasped the doorknob, a glass cup smashed heavily against the door panel. That night, Lin Yu stayed in his room and did not go out. Scenes like this accompanied Lin Yu throughout his childhood until he reached middle school, where his parents found new loves and abandoned him after their divorce. To him, it was a release. The nightmare did not end. The scene shifted to high school years. Lin Yu went to and from school alone, ate alone in the cafeteria. During gym class, while classmates ran and jumped, he sat alone in a corner of the playground. He had no friends and did not communicate with others, wherever he went. Whatever he did, he was alone. Being alone, what was so bad about that? Lin Yu liked the quiet. But why? When he simply wanted to be alone without affecting anyone, did it attract beatings and bullying? The scene shifted. Boys in the back row threw leftover chicken bones at the back of his head and tossed fragmented sunflower seeds at his face. It started to snow. A boy he barely knew stuffed a large snowball down the back of his collar. A soccer ball hit his face, and people made him pick it up, mocking him if he did and beating him if he didn't. Getting beaten was a daily occurrence. He had sought out teachers. But the teachers asked why others didn't hit anyone else but him, telling him to find a reason within himself. Fine, I'm timid and weak. So I should resist, right? The first time he fought back, the teacher called him to the office, sternly criticized him, and said they would notify his parents. But his busy parents expressed they wouldn't come and told the teacher to handle it. Was I not meant to live in this world? Lin Yu developed depression and began to feel pessimistic about life. He remembered once spending a week collecting hundreds of sleeping pills from various pharmacies and took them all in his rented apartment, thinking he could finally leave. But the landlord discovered him and called an ambulance. He was sent to the hospital for gastric lavage. His divorced and busy parents finally came to the hospital, shared the medical expenses, and then left without saying a single word to him, not even a harsh one. That was sheer indifference, fulfilling only their legal obligations, devoid of any warmth of family. Perhaps most parents in the world are not like this. But Lin Yu lived in such a cold-blooded family where the warmth of family was a luxury to him. After being discharged and returning to school, his life continued as before. Fortunately, no classmates dared to provoke him anymore, perhaps out of fear he might attempt suicide again. But that cold and disdainful gaze remained omnipresent. Until one day, he bought a pirated copy of Naruto manga at a roadside stall, and he was introduced to the world of the second dimension, which he fell into uncontrollably. He sincerely felt that in reality, it didn't matter at all. He was just one of those hopeless otaku in the eyes of teachers and parents, destined to be eliminated by the cruel competition of society. Maybe that's truly the case. Lin Yu didn't want to argue or care to argue, because anything in the third dimension was irrelevant to him. The reflection on the water's surface disappeared as it froze. This mental world was gradually shrouded in darkness. Lin Yu stopped and squatted down, burying his head in his knees, his consciousness becoming blurry and distant. He knew he was about to die. Lin Yu murmured, "So, in the end, did I still fail? Speaking of which, why did the three-dimensional me end up here? Because for you at that moment, the real world was hell. For Uchiha Obito at that moment, the ninja world was hell. At the point where the two dimensions intersect, both of you felt like you were in hell, and your souls resonated. Thus, your souls crossed dimensions and exchanged bodies. You became the Uchiha Obito of the Hokage, and he became the Lin Yu of reality. At that moment, a voice echoed before Lin Yu, and he raised his head. It was, in fact, another version of himself. Lin Yu didn't care how this other self knew these things. He couldn't wait to ask, "So if I die here, what will happen?" The version of himself before him gazed far into the distance and said, "Probably. You will return to your original body, because Obito has not let go of all his obsessions. He still has his obsession with Rin. In other words, will I return to the unbearably dull reality again? Yes, there are no Sharingan, no Kamui, no Susanoo, no chakra, no ninjutsu. Only a reality that is so heavy it takes your breath away, a reality you have no power to break. That kind of reality I absolutely do not want. So wake up. I am your inner, unyielding will. The self in front of me extends a fist towards myself. Lin Yu also smiles and reaches out, fist bumping him. Whoosh. In front of me, the embodiment of Lin Yu's will transforms into golden light, illuminating this dim, spiritual world, shining with a brilliance greater than ever before. Outside, 15 minutes have passed. Orochimaru closes his pocket watch, looking at Lin Yu, who still bows his head and remains motionless. Feeling despondent, has this gust of wind for Yukuin come to an end? But my quest for truth cannot stop. Yukuin, I will take your eyes. Orochimaru steps forward, reaching out to Lin Yu. But at this moment, Lin Yu's lowered head lifts up, and those kaleidoscope Sharingan radiate a captivating light. So powerful. This ocular power, unprecedentedly strong. Orochimaru suddenly halts, drenched in cold sweat. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? Lin Yu's gaze is profound, his words calm. It's nothing, Yukuin. Orochimaru puts his hand down, respectfully saying, just honestly watch from the side. Lin Yu lowers his head, manipulating the power of Hashirama to quickly repair the necrotic internal organs. Hot smoke rising from his skin, but the iron-like red is no longer present. Hey! Orochimaru steps back, sincerely admiring. Yukuin is far more outstanding than I imagined. The transformation continues. Chapter 37 Assimilation or Fusion 12 hours had passed since Lin Yu's consciousness awakened from state of apparent death. This short half-day felt as long as half a century. At first, his limbs twisted uncontrollably, and he couldn't even sit still, so he had Orochimaru bring thick iron chains to secure all 4 of his limbs. Even so, his body still trembled incessantly, the chains making a clank-clank sound. Lin Yu was both in pain and excited. I can feel it, the power of Hashirama, just like a plague, is backfiring on my body. This power makes every cell in my body shudder and wail. So strong. Yukuin, do you want me to inject a painkiller? Although it can't completely suppress it, it can alleviate the pain a bit, Orochimaru suggested. Lin Yu shook his head in refusal, his expression exuberant. No, this pain allows me to truly experience the greatness of Hashirama's power. Once I fully master it, how strong will I become? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Orochimaru thought to himself. The restless blood of the Uchiha flows thickly within Yukuin. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, cracks appeared on Lin Yu's right arm and right cheek. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly, and, as time passed, his expression grew increasingly serious. What's wrong? Lin Yu noticed Orochimaru's unusual demeanor. Orochimaru thought, doesn't Yukuin realize it himself? As expected, so he brought a mirror. When Lin Yu saw himself in the mirror, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The right half of his body had almost completely turned into wood, with branches and leaves sprouting out, looking terrifying. What is happening? Lin Yu asked Orochimaru. After organizing his words, Orochimaru solemnly said, your right half was almost completely destroyed due to severe injury. The white Zetsu used as a substitute is a degraded product of Hashirama's cells, which has almost lost its flesh and blood characteristics and has become more plant-like. This is also the fundamental reason why you don't need metabolism. However, Hashirama himself is a human with exceptionally strong vitality and physical energy, and your right side's white Zetsu, due to the catalysis of Hashirama cell vitality, is beginning to revert to its plant state. This is something I overlooked. Despite all my calculations, I actually missed this point. Orochimaru felt a bit frustrated and guilty. Even the wisest can make a mistake. Even the brilliant Orochimaru is no exception. But at this point, it was not the time to dwell on these matters. Lin Yu asked, what will happen if this continues? Orochimaru replied, you might turn into a towering tree, tearing your body apart. Lin Yu clenched his fists. Orochimaru said, I will prepare for surgery immediately to remove the white Zetsu from your right side before the disaster occurs. There's no need for that. This is quicker. Kamui. Lin Yu's left eye transformed into a kaleidoscope, using the reflection from the mirror in front of him to project Kamui onto the right half of his body. Crack! Crack! All parts of his right body that originated from the white Zetsu were stripped away with the space-time vortex, leaving behind mangled remnants. Ugh! For Lin Yu, who was already enduring pain, this was like adding insult to injury. He gritted his teeth, activating the healing power within him to regenerate the mutilated right limbs. After regeneration, the flesh that grew was no longer that unnatural white, but the true flesh color it should have. There was an unexpected delight. The wrinkles that had existed on Lin Yu's right cheek were smoothed out with the rebirth. This made Lin Yu's appearance even more attractive. Orochimaru sincerely exclaimed, truly exceptional. After this small episode, the pain continued to persist and intensified over time. There were several moments when Lin Yu nearly fainted, but managed to hold on. Fainting would cause him to lose control of the situation and might also lead Orochimaru to have strange thoughts. To make someone like Orochimaru completely submit. one must demonstrate overwhelming potential and strength. The waiting was long not only for Lin Yu, but also for Fei and Yuzuki Shiyong. The two of them waited in the corridor for a day and a night without eating or drinking. During the anxious wait, the 24 hours that could determine life and death passed. How do you feel, Yukuin? Orochimaru asked. Although there is turmoil within me, I no longer feel pain. Lin Yu said. Orochimaru nodded. It seems that your body has successfully produced antibodies and has developed a tolerance to Hashirama's cells. You have passed through the gates of hell. What comes next, assimilation or fusion, depends on your own fate. But no matter which one it is, you will be extraordinary. I'm a perfectionist. I either die or achieve perfection. I will not consider assimilation. I only want fusion, Lin Yu declared without reservation. Ah, your resolve is commendable. But what if the result is assimilation? What will you do? Orochimaru couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Then I will cultivate a perfect Hashirama clone again, extract perfect original cells, and start the whole process over. No matter how many times I fail, I will try as many times until I get the result I want, Lin Yu said decisively. Such admirable persistence, Orochimaru remarked, but in his heart he thought, the outcome can be decided in one go. If fusion fails, no matter how many attempts are made, the result will be the same. Knowledge and means can only remove obstacles. What really matters is capacity. However, until there is a conclusion to the result, it's better not to tell Yukuin. How long will it take to know the final result? Lin Yu asked a crucial question. Implanting perfect Hashirama original cells has no precedent. The previous process was a hypothesis I attempted to establish and derive. So I can't give an exact timeline for this final step. But when there is a result, you should feel it firsthand. Orochimaru replied. I understand. Tell Fei and Xiong that I am no longer in danger and let them go rest. They don't need to wait outside anymore. Also, Orochimaru, you should rest too. Lin Yu said. No, I will witness the end. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Orochimaru smiled. As you wish. Lin Yu closed his eyes and waited quietly. How much time passed? It was an exceedingly long wait. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the entire underground trembled violently. Lin Yu opened his eyes. I can feel it. Power is surging from every cell in my body. Have I finally waited long enough? Chapter 38. Extraordinary. It has been half a month since then, and I don't know how Yu is doing. Yuzuki Yuyo absent-mindedly chewed on a peanut. Fei was sitting on a stone bench not far away, and he, who had been quite talkative these days, had noticeably quieted down. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. An earthquake? Yuzuki Yuyo was taken aback. Fei looked towards the outer path golem. Gulu. White Zetsu popped out from the outer path golem. Hey, there's movement on Yu's side. Fei had already stood up and was walking away. Wait for me. Yuzuki Yuyo quickly followed. In the corridor, Hayashi Yu was walking in a loose white robe, wearing wooden sandals, with Orochimaru following beside him. Watching Fei and Yuzuki Yuyo, who came in response to the news. Please remain calm. I need to take Yukuin for a test now. In the equipment room, the lights turned on, and the columnar artificial body used to extract original cells was stored as a precious specimen in the corner. Orochimaru changed into a lab coat, turned on a device, and Hayashi Yu sat down in the chair of the equipment, while Fei and Yuzuki Yuyo stood by. What is this device for? Hayashi Yu asked after sitting down. Orochimaru said, this is a perspective device I invented years ago through research on the Hyuga clan, based on the principle of iris imaging of the Byakugan. It can be used to check if there are any abnormalities in your body. After all, this is such a massive cell transplantation project, it's better to be cautious. Oh, so the X-ray machine in the Hokage world was invented by Orochimaru. Hayashi Yu thought. Orochimaru pressed a switch, and a cover-like instrument moved above Hayashi Yu, casting white light. The imaging device displayed a perspective image of Hayashi Yu's entire body. After carefully observing, Orochimaru nodded. There are no lesions or sequelae. It seems this cell transplantation was successful. Hearing this, Yuzuki Yuyo breathed a sigh of relief. For her, whether Hayashi Yu was powerful or not was secondary. The most important thing was his health. So, is it assimilation or fusion? Fei asked. I'm about to reveal this mystery. Orochimaru smiled, placing several magnetic tiles with wires on Hayashi Yu's main acupuncture points. Then he pressed a switch. Buzz. The cover above Hayashi Yu's head rotated and moved away. Yukuin, take off your mask. Orochimaru said. Oh. Hayashi Yu reached out and removed the mask. Seeing Hayashi Yu's face, which was even more handsome than before, Yuzuki Yuyo's eyes lit up. An instrument with electrodes slowly descended from above and was gently placed on Hayashi Yu's head. Orochimaru said, Yukuin, there will be some electric currents passing through your body to synchronize your bioelectric field and calculate your cell energy value. You may feel a slight sting. I'll just think of it as an electronic massage. Hayashiyu closed his eyes. Orochimaru pressed another switch. On the screen, the numbers rapidly increased, quickly surpassing 100,000. What do these numbers represent? Yuzuki Yuyo asked curiously. Body cell energy value. It will take some time to complete the calculation. So let me explain its principle to you. The human body is composed of cells, and the total number of cells is about 14 billion. Each cell contains a certain amount of energy, and the total of cell energy is body energy. Together with spiritual energy, it constitutes the chakra we are familiar with. Orochimaru turned to look at the device screen, where the value had exceeded 300,000, but showed no signs of stopping. I developed this body cell energy detector by quantifying body energy values. You said quantifying? ISNT quantifying supposed to have a benchmark, which is a basic unit. What is your benchmark? Yuzuki Yuyo, who was once an elite in the ANBU, had received training in related knowledge. Hee. Good question. Do is dead, and I'm in need of an assistant. Would you like to consider it? Orochimaru offered an olive branch. I'm not interested. Just thinking about it made Yuzuki Yuyo feel goosebumps all over. To be applicable to all demographics, I took the average body energy value of newborns as the benchmark. Defined as basic unit 1, and the body energy of an average adult is 10, ignoring individual differences. Trained ninjas will far exceed this number. On average, a Genin is 100, a Chunin 200, a Jounin 500, an elite Jounin 1000. And the Kage who can lead a ninja village will have a body energy value above 3,000. Those with rare special physiques may even approach, which is the ceiling for those without the power of Hashirama for those without the power of Hashirama. Yuzuki Yuyo squinted slightly. Yes, the power of Hashirama is a dividing line. Just a slight touch of Hashirama's power will result in a qualitative leap in body energy. Take those ordinary white Zetsu. As an example, their body energy values are, but their combat power isn't very strong. Yuzuki Yuyo was surprised. Hee. Who said that body energy values are equivalent to combat power? Combat power involves many aspects. It cannot be generalized. Orochimaru chuckled. Yuzuki Yuyo was deep in thought. The body that Yukuin had before was partly made up of white Zetsu, but that white Zetsu body, after merging with Yukuin, was also strengthened. The body energy value is nearly higher than one of my past successful experimental subjects, Danzo, by quite a bit, Orochimaru said with a smile. Turning to look at the silent Fei beside him, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. Fei, you are an alternative existence among the white Zetsu. Although I haven't conducted precise tests on you, your body energy value is conservatively estimated to be above. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Swish. Yuzuki Yuyo looked at Fei in shock. Even Hayashiyu opened his eyes, looking at Fei in surprise. Fei's unfathomable pupils gazed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I used to underestimate you. At this moment, the numbers on the instrument had surpassed 500,000 and were approaching 1 million. Likewise, Orochimaru pointed to the corner, where the artificial body of the first Hokage was placed. This perfect replica of the first Hokage, cultivated by the Outer Path Golem, has a body energy value of 1,360,000. No one was surprised. After all, that was the god of ninjas. It felt like this number was even a bit low. So, is this the body energy value of the first Hokage when he was alive? Yuzuki Yuyo asked. Orochimaru shook his head and smiled. No, after all, this is a soulless artificial body that hasn't undergone postnatal training and development. The first Hokage has experienced countless battles and mastered Senjutsu, so his body energy must far exceed that of the replica, possibly even surpassing the calculation limit of my device. 2 million. Therefore, Yukuin, if it is assimilation, your body energy value should stabilize in the range of 800,000 to 1,200,000. If it is fusion, it may reach around 1,500,000 to 1,800,000. Now, let us eagerly await the result that is about to be revealed. Gulp. Yuzuki Yuyo swallowed hard and looked at the screen. 1,100,000, 1,200,000, 1,300,000, 1,400,000. Still rising, already surpassing 1,500,000. Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly. It can be confirmed now. Yukuin, it is fusion. Is fusion. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly. The numbers were still changing. 1. 6 million, 1. 7 million, quickly reaching the 1. 8 million threshold mentioned by Orochimaru, but there was still no sign of a limit up. Orochimaru's vertical pupils suddenly widened, and his body couldn't help but tremble. 1. 85 million, 1. 9 million, 1. 95 million won, 96 million won, 98 million won, 99 million, 2 million. The green numbers turned into a line of red text. Beep, beep, beep. The instrument emitted a rapid alarm sound. Along with it, Orochimaru's almost breathless exclamation. No, it's impossible to calculate? Boom! With a loud explosion, the body energy detection device blew up. Half an hour later, a group of people arrived at the surface. The scene of Lin Yu battling the third Hokage half a month ago was still vivid in their minds. That battle had turned the area into a barren plain. Wow! Lin Yu, draped in a brand new black cloak, strode forward. Orochimaru, Ah-Fei, Yuzuki Yugao, and the numerous white Zetsu stood at the entrance of the base, eagerly awaiting. There was a technique that Lin Yu was eager to test. Gulu Gulu. A white Zetsu emerged from the side of the ground, holding a pair of black combat gloves with both hands. Lin Yu took the gloves and, with a ceremonial gesture, put them on his hands. Gulu Gulu. The white Zetsu retracted into the ground, and a few seconds later, emerged from the standing position of the white Zetsu army, then looked at Lin Yu. Clap. Lin Yu clasped his hands in front of his chest, forming the snake seal. Would release. Birth of the Tree World. Chapter 39. Continuing the past and opening the future. Boom. The earth shook, the soil cracked, countless trees were uprooted, and quickly grew into towering giants. This vast plain instantly transformed into a sea of forests. Upon closer inspection, each tree had lush branches and verdant leaves, as if they had absorbed the earth's nutrients, growing for decades, even centuries. The treetops met, blocking out the sun, while the shadows of the trees overlapped below, leaving no gaps. The only blank space was where Lin Yu stood. Perhaps it was due to Lin Yu's overwhelming aura. All the trees slightly bent towards him, as if in reverence to the creator who granted them life. How can one describe such a scene? After much thought, only 4 words come to mind, unparalleled in the world. In the distance, those fortunate enough to witness this spectacle felt a stir in their hearts. Oh, it has appeared. The divine technique of the first Hokage that pacified the chaotic world. The white Zetsus were either standing or sitting, some half embedded in the soil, whistling and making a commotion. These beings, originating from Kagaya's infinite Tsukuyumi god tree, had lived for nearly 1,000 years, shaded by a hint of Hashirama's power. Yet they were compelled to submit to the grandeur of that power. Is this the level of our ancestors? It is on a completely different tier from the ninjas of later generations. The young Kunoichi, Yuzuki Yuyaz, also expressed her heartfelt admiration. Long live, long live. Obito danced around, seeming to revert to that goofy self. But no one knew what he was truly thinking. It seems that from this moment on, you really doesn't need my protection anymore. So beautiful. Orochimaru was perhaps the most deeply moved among the crowd. Tears of emotion flowed from the corners of his eyes. The legend of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has finally been revived in Yukuen thanks to my facilitation. In the clearing of the forest, Lin Yu lowered his hand from the hand seals he had created. Gazing at the myriad forms he had conjured with joy, my goal has finally taken its first step. Yes, the first step. The dual godly powers were merely the initial configuration, not counted in. Hashirama's body, the power of would release, is just the beginning. It is one of the essential elements Lin Yu must obtain to unlock the Rinnegan. The next element is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Lin Yu is still unsure if obtaining Hashirama's body and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan would allow him to unlock the Rinnegan. But it was certain that without unlocking the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he would never be able to unlock the Rinnegan. In addition, there is also the power of sage techniques and the power of the 10 tails. He would gradually gather the elements that constituted the power of the sage of 6 paths. The Otsutsuki Yui, to recreate the legend of the ancestor of the ninja clan. But is the power of the 6 paths the end? Not at all. The ancestor of the Hyuga clan, the brother of the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, created the lunar Otsutsuki lineage, possessing the powers of the Byakugan and the Rinnegan. A perfectionist like Lin Yu would not overlook this. He must obtain it. Only then would he be qualified to challenge the Otsutsuki clan and approach the power of Kagaya. The mother of chakra. Yes, Kagaya. An immortal being that can only be sealed and cannot be killed since ancient times. Lin Yu will eventually bring her to an end, transforming into the true Otsutsuki. The wedge is another mysterious power revealed only in the era after Boruto, and its existence is not inferior to the Rinnegan. The fact that the one who kills a deity is no longer immortal refers to the wedge. That is the God-Slayer contract, which can only be obtained by killing a member of the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the heavens. The one who possesses it will gain all the powers of the deity they have slain and transform into a true Otsutsuki. Lin Yu must obtain the wedge from Otsutsuki Kagaya, for only then will he have the qualification to challenge the Otsutsuki clan. Lin Yu's vision and ambition are not limited to the small ninja world. Even now, he does not know where the home planet of the Otsutsuki clan is or how to reach it. But one day, Linyu will rely on his own strength to reach there and challenge the Otsutsuki clan, defeating those Otsutsuki clan members who are even stronger than Kagaya, even defeating the one who leads this divine clan, the Otsutsuki clan leader. The road ahead is long and arduous. Thinking of this, Linyu returned from the joy of gaining Hashirama's power and turned to walk out of the forest, coming face to face with Orochimaru. Orochimaru, come with me. The next plan is about to begin. Orochimaru smiled. Yukuin, I am willing to accompany you, but can I take a nap first? I haven't slept for nearly 2 months. Upon hearing this, Linyu looked at Orochimaru's heavy-eyed bags and dark circles, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. Indeed, Orochimaru had his own career, but was forcibly brought in as an employee. Now he was not only a rogue ninja of Konoha, but also had put his little fanboy's life on the line. It was certainly not too much for him to ask for an unpaid leave. Thus, Linyu nodded and said, It's already deep winter. Snakes do need to hibernate. All right, you should have a good sleep and regain your energy. But I think by the time you wake up, this ninja world will have turned upside down. Oh dear, I truly look forward to that, Orochimaru said, and his eyes had already closed as he stood there asleep. It was clear that he was really exhausted. Zetsu, please take Mr. Orochimaru to rest, and remember to be gentle. Don't wake him up. Linyu instructed White Zetsu. 2 White Zetsu stepped forward, lifting Orochimaru's precious body onto their shoulders. Look at how deeply this guy is sleeping. Kicking him twice would probably not wake him up. That would be impolite. To achieve Linyu's goal, controlling the core technology of this Hokage world, Orochimaru is indispensable. Great. It's finally done. I haven't slept well these past few days. Under the setting sun, Yuzuki Yuya's nestled in Linyu's embrace. I worried you. Linyu wrapped his arm around Yuzuki Yuya's shoulders. Go. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Yuzuki Yuya's blushed. Could it be my stomach growling? But upon reflection, she had just eaten and wasn't hungry, so she looked at Linyu, who was also looking at his stomach. That feeling of digestive movement, craving food, was something Linyu hadn't experienced in a long time and felt quite unfamiliar. Are you hungry? Yuzuki Yuya's asked. I'm a bit hungry. This body truly feels more like a living person now. Linyu replied. Let us find something to eat. This can also be considered our first date. Yuzuki Yuya's twirled a purple strand of hair, her face flushed by the setting sun. Then let us go. To Konoha. Chapter 40. A trip to Konoha. Without hesitation, Linyu took Yuzuki Yuyue and used Kamui to arrive at Konoha village in the blink of an eye. Of course, due to their sensitive identities, they couldn't appear openly and both wore masks. The familiar Hokage rock, the familiar buildings, the bustling crowd. Yuzuki Yuyue, returning to her childhood home, couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. After all, this was her hometown, where she grew up. And even though she had distanced herself from the village because of Linyu, her younger sister, Yuzuki Yuin, was still here. Linyu was aware of this, which is why he brought Yuyue to Konoha. After buying some dumplings at a dumpling shop, Linyu asked Yuyue, Do you want to see your sister? Yuzuki Yuyue was taken aback and looked at Linyu. Is that okay? Of course, you have already given up the village for me. So how could I let you give up your sister? Linyu smiled gently. Thank you, Yuzuki Yuyue said, touched. At Konoha Ninja School, 9-year-old Yuzuki Yuin was attending school, and it was just after school hours. Linyu and Yuzuki Yuyue were hiding in the shadows, observing when they witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. At the school gate, Yuzuki Yuin was surrounded by a group of male classmates. A boy at the front tossed a stone in his hand and looked at Yuzuki Yuin. This girl, her sister, is a rogue ninja, the murderer of her comrades. This person is the traitor's sister. Upon hearing this, young Yuin lowered her head. Murderer comrades? Yuzuki Yuyue couldn't help but look at Linyu. Oh, those 2 subordinates of yours in the Yambu? It was White Zetsu who told me afterward that not long after we left, the root members arrived at that place. Killed them and conveniently smeared your name, Linyu said truthfully. Root Danzo. Yuzuki Yuyue gritted her teeth. This is the usual style of those people. Under the pretense of doing it for the village, necessary sacrifices, Linyu said coldly. I really don't understand why the school doesn't expel these guys. After all, she is the traitor's sister. She will definitely become a traitor too, and I don't want to be killed by her during a mission. The boy threw the stone he was holding at Yuzuki Yuin. Yuzuki Yuin did not dodge, and the stone hit her forehead, causing a bruise. Get out of the ninja school, traitor's sister. The other children echoed, throwing stones at Yuzuki Yuin. Bastards. Yuzuki Yuyue clenched her fists and was about to go protect her bullied sister. But Linyu pressed down on her shoulder, signaling her to wait. Stop it. A boy rushed over and got into a scuffle with those boys. Moonlight Shikaz, why are you meddling? Do you want to protect the traitor's sister? It's not Yuin's fault. Why are you taking it out on her? Moonlight Shikaz defended Yuzuki Yuin, but was quickly knocked down by the other kids. This is not a place for you to fight. Stop it. Only then did a teacher from the ninja school come out to stop them. The first few children left reluctantly, casting disdainful glances at Yuzuki Yuin and spitting on the ground as they left. Seeing this, the teachers of the ninja school showed no intention of disciplining them. Their gazes toward Yuzuki Yuin were also somewhat unusual. On the way back, Yuzuki Yuin wiped her tears sadly. I don't believe my sister would betray the village. I don't believe my sister would betray her comrades. My sister must have her reasons. Moonlight Shikaz handed her a handkerchief and said gently, Yuin, don't listen to their nonsense. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Lin Yu thought to himself, oh, I really didn't expect that sickly Moonlight Shikaz was a master at flirting with girls since childhood. No wonder Yuin is so infatuated with him as she grows up. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yuyue's expression was quite pained. Lin Yu reassured her, don't worry, Yuyue. Your sister is also my family. In the near future, I will provide her with a place to stay. I promise you. Yuzuki Yuyue nodded, having no reason to refuse. In such a large environment as Konoha, there really was no place for Yuzuki Yuin anymore. Lin Yu looked at Yuin's situation and couldn't help but think of Naruto when he was young. Naruto grew up to become the hero who saved Konoha and gained the recognition of the ninjas and villagers in the village. But was it really Naruto's ninja way that influenced everyone? No. Fundamentally, it was because Naruto had a strong background. His ancestors had already prepared the groundwork for Naruto's growth. And Naruto himself worked hard, which led to the happy ending. What about Yuin? She only had Moonlight Shikaz, who is also a short-lived ghost. Let's go somewhere else. Lin Yu said to Yuyue. Okay. Yuyue nodded obediently. Lin Yu took her to the edge of Konoha village, the area where the Uchiha clan lived. When did the Uchiha clan move to such a remote place? Yuyue wondered. According to Ju, it's been about half a month. Lin Yu replied. Yuzuki Yuyue thought for a moment and understood. It seems that the news about the third Hokage being seriously injured by you has spread widely, and the village's suspicion of the Uchiha has intensified. Lin Yu nodded. Exactly, especially Danzo. This is the result of his instigation. Yuyue looked at Lin Yu. The Uchiha are your clansmen. Aren't you going to stop it? Lin Yu smiled noncommittally and did not answer. In the monitoring room of the Konoha Umbu, an Umbu member was responsible for monitoring the movements in the Uchiha residential area. The chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. At this moment, two suspicious-looking individuals appeared in front of the surveillance camera. The Umbu immediately adjusted the camera angle to focus on Lin Yu and zoomed in. However, on the screen, Lin Yu suddenly turned his face, and the Sharingan under his mask flashed brightly. The Umbu member's eyes widened in shock, falling into a daze, and then collapsed with a thud. ZZZ. The screen flickered a few times before the image disappeared. It's time for my shift. You go have a meal. At that moment, a ninja wearing a black mask, black goggles, and silver hair, with a lazy expression in his eyes, walked in. Upon seeing the scene in the monitoring room, his half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide, and he cautiously approached to check. There were no signs of intrusion, but the member had fallen under an illusion. The medium was the monitor, right? To be able to do this, could it be? He quickly ran out. Captain Kakashi, notify Team 6 to follow me. There's a situation with the Uchiha. What situation? I'm afraid a formidable guy has come to the village. In front of the entrance to the Uchiha residential area. What's wrong? Yuyue asked. It's nothing. Just a fly, Lin Yu said, retracting his gaze and walking into the Uchiha residential area with Yuyue. The sky was still not too dark, but the streets were completely empty and even the shops were closed. Yuzuki Yuyue looked around in confusion. There isn't a single person. It shouldn't be like this at this time. Lin Yu understood. They're probably gathering over at the South Shrine. Let's go. We should go listen. Near the South Shrine, in the woods, Lin Yu took out a crystal ball. Do you remember the ball that the third Hokage used for spying in the early part of the original story? Using a crystal as a medium, one can gain insight into the scenery of the village. With a crystal ball, it is possible to locate someone anytime and anywhere, provided that one knows the type of chakra the other person possesses or is close to their location. As long as this is achieved, it can be used for surveillance without the other party noticing. This technique was once employed by Hizashi to maintain security within the village. The method of using this technique is also recorded in the scroll left by Madara. Why did Madara use such a ninjutsu in his lifetime? It probably has something to do with Hashirama, whom he often murmured about in his dreams. But that is not a topic of concern for Hayato. Ninjutsu. Telescope technique. Whoosh. As Hayato performed the technique, the image of the inside of the Nanga shrine appeared on the crystal ball. There. In front of the stone tablet that has been passed down through the Uchiha clan, the clan leader Uchiha Fugaka stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought, while the crowd was stirred with excitement. Captain, let's do it. The third Hokage is seriously injured, and the fourth Hokage has gone to the Land of Iron for the Five Kage Summit. This is the perfect time to take action. That's right. We've had enough of this treatment. Let's make them know the pride of the Uchiha clan. Hayato placed the crystal ball on the lawn and sat down with Yuzuki Yuhi. He then took out the dango he bought on the street and handed one to Yuhi. And the two of them ate while watching the live broadcast from the Nenga Shrine. Meanwhile, the Umbu members led by Kakashi were also rushing to the location. Chapter 41. The Uchiha clan's internal and external troubles. Inside the Uchiha Nana Shrine, listening to the angry words of the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes and looked towards his wife, Uchiha Mikoto, who was standing at the back of the crowd. Mikoto's expression was filled with hidden worries as she gently caressed her slightly bulging abdomen. She had been pregnant for several months. Beside her, the 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi seemed to sense his mother's concerns and held her hand affectionately. Itachi, Mikoto looked at him. No matter what happens, I will definitely protect Sasuke, Itachi said solemnly. A look of comfort appeared on Mikoto's face. We don't even know if it's a boy or a girl yet. How do you know it's Sasuke? Itachi smiled gently, but did not answer. Mikoto thought to herself, Itachi, you're such a thoughtful child. Uchiha Fugaku withdrew his gaze and surveyed the crowd before raising his voice. Everyone, listen to me. The people gradually quieted down. Fugaku said, our village is currently in a crisis. If we take any extreme actions, it will only increase the village's dissatisfaction with us and put the Uchiha clan in an even more unfavorable position. Captain, we have no way out now. Is there any room for further unfavorable conditions? That's right. If we continue to endure, the village's higher-ups will think we are easy to bully, and that will be the real disaster. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with authority. Then let me ask you, if we go to war now, what are our chances of winning? The crowd fell silent again. Many people bowed their heads. Yes, the reason the Uchiha had the confidence to rebel later was because there were many experts in the clan. With geniuses like Uchiha Itachi, who had the trust of the higher-ups and was at the pinnacle of strength, and Sure Sway, who was famous in the ninja world and possessed strength comparable to the Hokage, they had a solid foundation. But right now, Itachi's talents had yet to be revealed, and Sure Sway had not yet emerged. However, there were still those who were unwilling to accept it. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted. I know what you want to say. The third Hokage is seriously injured, but don't forget that Tsunade has also returned to the village. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin. How could her strength be lacking? But the fourth. Have you all forgotten the title of the fourth Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku's words jolted everyone awake. The yellow flash. That man, even if he is thousands of miles away, can appear in any corner of Konoha village in an instant if he wishes. Moreover, as the Hokage, the fourth has control over the village's major affairs. Would he leave the village at this critical moment without making arrangements? The corners of the village have probably long been set up with his spies. Uchiha Fugaku's statement directly suppressed the rising spirits of the crowd. There was no way around it. What he said was the harsh truth. Damn it. Are we the proud Uchiha clan really going to bow to the Senju's rule? Right, Captain? What about Uchiha? The one who fought to a standstill with Hanzo, defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Mizukage, and defeated the third Hokage? He is also a member of our Uchiha clan. Why not invite him back to the clan? This could lead to great things. Suddenly, one Uchiha member excitedly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, other clan members began to echo in agreement. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? If Uchiha returns, what do we have to fear from the Sannin or the yellow flash? On the lawn, Hayabusa chewed on a dumpling, muttering, a leaf blinds the eyes. Not seeing the sun, the Uchiha truly is a narrow-minded clan. Their Sharingan can only see their small clan, and only Itachi and Sure Sway truly resonate with me. Itachi and Sure Sway? The curious Utsuki Yuyu asked. Hayabusa slightly adjusted the perspective of the crystal ball, showing the scene behind the crowd, and said, Do you see those 2 children sitting in the back? It's them, but they are just children, Yuyu replied. These 2 children will eventually bring great changes to the ninja world. If you ask me how I know this, is it because your overly powerful Sharingan foresaw the future? Utsuki Yuyu teased Hayabusa. Ah, you're really smart. You already know what I want to say. Hayabusa smiled. Inside the Nana Shrine, I say, are you all blind? Uchiha Fugaku's voice, filled with anger, resonated. Captain, Uchiha, regardless of whether he is truly one of our Uchiha clan members, do you all know his background, strength, ideology, and intentions? We know nothing about him, but he seems to know everything about us. Collaborating with such a dangerous person is no different than courting death. It will lead us Uchiha to the abyss of destruction. Therefore, we not only cannot cooperate with him, but we must also strive to distance ourselves from him. I have clarified this with the higher-ups more than once. There is no one named in our Uchiha clan's genealogy, past, present, and future. There will never be. So, I do not allow anyone here to mention that name again. Anyone who violates this will be severely punished. Then, Captain, please tell us, where's the Uchiha clan headed? Should we continue to endure in silence? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Fugaka said, I will find a way to negotiate. The third Hokage is still reasonable. The fourth was promoted by the third and has inherited the third's will and style. The real reason for our Uchiha clan's predicament is the other higher-ups in the village. In short, as long as we can gain the trust of these two Hokage, there is still room for maneuver. Now let us disperse. The chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The doors of the Nanha Shrine opened, and Uchiha members with various expressions walked out. Is Captain Fugaka being too cautious? I think he is just worried about his unborn child's suffering. One Uchiha member actually said. Upon hearing this, some radical Uchiha clan members' eyes flickered. In the forest, Hayabusa observed keenly, Hee, it's him again. The one who just used my name to stir things up, and now he is inciting again. This person must be Danzo's spy infiltrated into the Uchiha clan. He can't wait for the Uchiha to rebel immediately. Why would Danzo do that? Atsuki Yu asked. Hayabusa smiled faintly, but did not answer. It's not like he was scared last time by Hayabusa and wants to supplement his right arm Sharingan. However, this doesn't matter to Hayabusa. He needs Danzo to stay alive temporarily to facilitate some matters. Otherwise, in a stable growth environment, when will Shursui and Itachi's Mangeki awaken? Suddenly, a boy walking behind the crowd stopped, glancing towards the shadows in the woods. Shursui, what's wrong? Itachi asked. It's nothing, it must be my illusion. Shursui said, and Itachi, you need to tell your father to protect Aunt Mikoto well. The atmosphere among the clan is a bit off. Someone might take action against the child in her womb to facilitate the Uchiha coup. I've noticed it too. I will definitely not let anything happen to Sasuke. Itachi's gaze became sharp. Itachi, your eyes? Shursui exclaimed, looking at the swirling Sharingan in Itachi's pupils. Linyu smirked. Indeed, worries can help a person grow. After leaving the Uchiha residential area, suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of Linyu in the setting sun. You must be the famous Uchiha Yu, boldly coming to the village. Kakashi stepped forward. Chapter 42. Yu and Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi who appeared before him, Linyu was slightly surprised, but his gaze became profound. Kakashi. It's a good thing it's you. If it were someone else, I fear that a good meal would end in death. Linyu asked casually, it seems that there are a few sharp-nosed guys in the roots of Konoha who could detect my arrival. Kakashi frowned and coldly replied, Roots? You seem to be mistaken. I'm not from the roots. I'm part of Konoha's Umbu. Linyu thought to himself. As expected, after I intimidated Danzo last time, he no longer dared to openly target the fourth Hokage and Kushina. Kakashi didn't take the risk of joining the roots, but instead joined the Umbu directly under the fourth Hokage. However, Kakashi, you are sharp enough to notice my arrival, but why can't you face the gap between us? What's blinding your eyes? I need to give you a proper lesson. Whether you're from the roots or the Umbu, you will die here. Cold words echoed as Linyu's figure suddenly flashed behind Kakashi. What? Crack. By the time Kakashi sensed it, his chest and back had already been pierced by shuriken. Wow. Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body dissipated, transforming into a powerful lightning strike. Bathed in the lightning, Linyu thought, so was a lightning clone. Swish. Kakashi's real body, hidden in the shadows, rushed out, his mind racing. To be cautious, I used the lightning clone right from the start. But I didn't expect to be taken out so quickly. It's still under my control. According to intelligence, Uchiha Yu will definitely materialize the moment he attacks. So the lightning that triggers when my lightning clone disappears will definitely be effective. His body is already paralyzed. If I'm going to take him down, now is the time. Swish. Kakashi's short sword, wrapped in intense lightning chakra, slashed toward Linyu's neck. Clang. However, Linyu casually pinched the blade covered in lightning with just 2 fingers. How? How is that possible? You should have been paralyzed by my lightning and unable to move. Cold sweat soaked Kakashi's back. Yes, he hit Linyu without a doubt. But that level of lightning is nothing more than a gentle breeze to Linyu now. It wouldn't have any effect at all. He could stand still and let it zap him for 10 or 8 years without even wrinkling his brow. Bang! Linyu kicked Kakashi away, who crashed into a wall, his whole body feeling like it was falling apart, unable to move. Lin Yu looked at the short sword in his hand and murmured, "Oh, the white Fang's blade. Your father's relic, destroyed in the battle at the Kamizumi Bridge. It seems it has been reforged. Without the Sharingan, do you wish to inherit the will of the White Fang? But Kakashi, it seems you have forgotten one thing." Lin Yu gripped the short sword and walked toward Kakashi. "This is bad. Captain Kakashi is in danger." At this moment, two Umbu hidden nearby saw the situation was dire and rushed toward Yuzuki Yugao, intending to take her hostage to make Lin Yu hesitate. Lightning blade technique, falling thunder. Yuzuki Yugao instantly drew her sword, releasing intense lightning. The two Umbu were struck down, unable to move. "IIT, Kamizuki," Kakashi shouted. Yuzuki Yugao quickly retracted her dual swords, as fast as lightning. Lin Yu walked up to Kakashi, thrusting the white Fang's blade into the wall beside him, saying, "Reckless actions will only lead to the death of you and those around you. You have learned nothing from past lessons, Kakashi." Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he trembled. "Why you? Who exactly are you? Who I am is not important. What matters is Kakashi. You need to see yourself clearly." Lin Yu's Sharingan met Kakashi's eyes. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Images of Rin's death, Obito's death, surge in Kakashi's mind over and over again. No, don't make me see these. Kakashi suddenly sat up, finding himself in a hospital bed in Konoha, drenched in cold sweat, his abdomen still wrapped in bandages. Ha. He breathed heavily, still in shock. "Kakashi, you're awake." In front of the bed sat a stunning female ninja with flowing blonde hair, a diamond mark on her forehead, a heroic demeanor, and an unmatched figure, her long, beautiful legs crossed as her brown eyes looked at Kakashi. Kakashi was startled. "Lady Tsunade, what is going on?" Tsunade said, "You fell victim to an enemy's Jinjutsu. Your mind was stimulated. When the patrolling Umbu found you, you'd already fainted." "What about IIT and Kamizuki?" Kakashi asked urgently. "They're both fine. They were just injured. I've already heard about the situation from them," Tsunade replied. Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief, covering his aching head. Tsunade said seriously, "Kakashi, you have a keen sense of observation, which is a valuable skill for a ninja and for the Umbu, but remember, never misjudge the enemy's strength. It's a miracle you survived this time." "I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. I foolishly thought that as long as I caught them off guard, I could take them down, fearing I would miss the opportunity, which is why I didn't report," Kakashi said, then paused. No, that's an excuse. I was just eager to achieve results. I wanted to make up for my past mistakes and the gaps in these 6 months. Being able to face one's mistakes and correct them, Kakashi. You will become an excellent ninja in the future. At that moment, the third Hokage walked in. "Third Hokage, you're all right," Kakashi exclaimed with joy. "Oh ho. It's all thanks to Tsunade." The third Hokage laughed, looking much thinner than before, but his complexion seemed fine. "Old man, don't just praise Kakashi. You should reflect on yourself too. If you had been hurt a bit more, even I wouldn't have been able to save you." Tsunade sternly admonished her teacher. Tsunade is as strict as ever. The third Hokage smiled, but his expression became serious. "I didn't expect that Uchiha you could move freely within Konoha. If Kakashi hadn't discovered him, we would have been completely in the dark. It seems we must change the barrier techniques of Konoha, although that may not necessarily stop him. A foe that even the third Hokage can't handle, and I arrogantly thought I could take him down alone. How disgraceful." Kakashi's gaze fell, clenching his fist in frustration, feeling regretful, then thought, "But why didn't he kill me? Is it because I'm too weak and not worth his effort? What did his words mean? How does he know me so well? Who exactly is he? You, treating Kakashi this way. You really are a Obito Uchiha, aren't you?" On the rooftop adjacent to the Konoha hospital, Yuzuki Yugao asked Lin Yu, who had been staring at the window. "Who knows?" Lin Yu replied, "We should leave now, whoosh." A space-time vortex appeared as Lin Yu took Yuzuki Yugao back to their base. "What are you planning to do next?" Yuzuki asked. "The 5 Kage summit seems to have been initiated by that 4th Raikage against me. The meeting place is the neutral samurai nation, the Land of Iron. The Kages from various countries have just set off on their journey. Well, in terms of timing, I can barely make it. It also saves me the trouble of gathering them one by one. I have something to announce to them." "What is it?" "The establishment of the 6th great ninja village in the ninja world, the Hidden Shadow Village." Chapter 43, A New Layout. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Yuyang exclaimed in surprise. "AIM Village, isn't that still in your plans?" Lin Yu replied, "That's right, just a plan, but power can turn a plan into reality quickly. Call a Fei, follow me." The room where Do originally lived had already been transformed into a strategic command center. Under the bright lights on the south wall hung a map of the ninja world, displaying the 5 great nations, the 5 great ninja villages, and the surrounding small nations and villages. Lin Yu walked to the map and pointed with a small stick at a small nation located between the land of fire and the land of earth. Surrounded by 4 countries. That was the land of waterfalls, composed of many waterfalls, with huge waterfalls preventing invasions from other countries, one of which concealed the waterfall ninja village. Lin Yu said, "Soon, the waterfall village will disappear from the map, and our aim village will rise from the ruins of the waterfall village." Fei asked, "With so many countries to choose from, why did you specifically target the waterfall village? Could it be because of its advantageous geographical environment, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, while also suitable for enjoying the scenery?" Lin Yu sat on the table, crossed his legs, and said thoughtfully, "The geographical environment is one aspect, but not the main reason. The waterfall village is the only small nation besides the 5 great ninja villages that possesses a tailed beast. Yes, the 7 tails belongs to the waterfall village, and so far, there has been no Jinchuriki, host. For the 7 tails, the original 7 tails Jinchuriki Fu hasn't been born yet." Lin Yu continued, "As a small nation and village, the waterfall village hold a tailed beast that only large nations and villages possess. By conquering the waterfall village, I can obtain a tailed beast without disrupting the balance of power among the 5 great nations." Lin Yu pointed his small stick at the map of the country bordering the land of waterfalls. "And look, the land of waterfalls just happens to border the land of iron. So we won't waste too much time on the road. After we're done, we can stop by the land of iron to find the Kage." Fei nodded. Indeed, that's a good idea." Yuzuki Yuyang asked, Are you planning to go directly to destroy the waterfall village?" Lin Yu replied thoughtfully, "No, my intention is, of course, not to start a large-scale conflict. It takes a day to travel from the border of the land of fire to the waterfall village. I plan to send a messenger first, under my name, Uchiha Yu, to ask if the waterfall village is willing to submit. If they are willing to submit, then everyone will be happy. If they are not willing to submit, let them quickly evacuate the villagers, ask for external assistance if needed, and prepare for battle. In any case, by this time tomorrow, I, Uchiha Yu, will arrive on time to clear the field." Yuzuki Yuyang's eyes sparkled. "As expected, you will not harm innocent civilians." Lin Yu jumped off the table. "Also, let the others transfer everything we can take from our base. This underground base will become history from today." "Okay, I'll arrange it right now." The white Zetsu representatives present at the meeting retreated underground, and then the Zetsu started to act in an orderly manner. In the underground base, there was a secret room that no one could enter except Lin Yu, where Rin's body was stored. In a large glass vessel, Rin's bare and delicate body was immersed in green liquid, her eyelids closed as if she were in a deep sleep, except for the fist-sized hole on the left side of her chest. That was the work of Kakashi. This body originally belonged to Uchiha Bido, and it retained a deep affection for Rin, a feeling that was 100 times stronger than that for Konoha or Kakashi. Moreover, Rin was a character Lin Yu liked quite a bit before he crossed over, so he had never given up on the idea of resurrecting Rin. "Rin, sleep a little longer. One day, I will bring back your smile." Lin Yu put on gloves and gently placed his hand on the vessel. Whoosh! Accompanied by the Kamui vortex, the device and Rin's body were transferred to the space-time realm, placed in a location that only Lin Yu could reach. Next, how should he handle the big guy? Lin Yu murmured to himself, disappearing into the vortex. In the main room of the base, Lin Yu looked up at the outer path golem, which was bound by chains and sat cross-legged, towering several dozen meters high. The outer path golem. The shell of the 10 tails, while placing it in the aim village would be good. In my plan, Nagato's growth is also crucial. Right now, he is so weak it's almost laughable. Lin Yu placed his hand on the golem. The huge vortex emitted from his right. I drew the golem in. After obtaining Hashirama's body, Lin Yu's chakra had become enormous and immeasurable. Even transferring such a massive object as the outer path golem was an easy task. Outside of Amigay Cure, on a high tower, whoosh, accompanied by a vortex, Lin Yu appeared before Nagato and Conan. "Mr. Yu, long time no see," Nagato greeted. "It hasn't been long, just a little over a month," Lin Yu replied. But Mr. Yu's name has already resonated throughout the ninja world. Lin Yu sat down in a nearby seat and asked, "How's the recruitment of Akatsuki members going?" "We're still looking. After all, our influence is still small. But I believe there will be progress soon." Lin Yu said, "Oh, slower than I imagined, but that's fine. After all, the resurrection of the 3 tails will take a while, so there's no rush. By the way, I'm about to establish my own hidden village." Nagato and Conan exchanged glances, both showing surprise. "Where will it be?" "In the land of waterfalls. Soon the 7 tails will be in my hands, and when the time is right, I'll personally handle the 9 tails from Konoha. This way, Akatsuki's target will be narrowed down to the 1 tails to the 6 tails, relieving a lot of pressure." "I see, mister." You really think things through, Nagato said. Also, the purpose of my visit this time is to grant you power. I want to seal the outer path golem within you. Linyu said with a deep gaze. Nagato suddenly froze. Conan frowned. Why would you do something so reckless? That power doesn't belong in this world. How can you seal such a dangerous thing inside Nagato? You should know that Nagato has become what he is today because of the golem. Linyu assessed the gaunt Nagato and replied solemnly. That's precisely why it needs to be done. The outer path golem is the shell of the 10 tails, containing immense vitality. It can precisely compensate for Nagato's greatest flaw. But can you guarantee there will be no risks? Conan asked. Nagato is a distant relative of the Senju and has inherited the immense vitality of the Uzumaki clan. I guarantee he will be fine, Linyu assured. Conan clenched her fists, her eyes full of worry. At that moment, Nagato said, Mr. Yu, I don't quite understand. You once said that the outer path golem is a necessary tool for sealing tailed beast chakra. If it's sealed within me, Linyu said, don't worry. I won't completely seal it. I will only half seal it. This way, you can gain the vitality of the golem, and when needed, you can summon the outer path golem to seal the tailed beast chakra. I understand, Mr. Yu, I accept. Nagato replied. Nagato, Conan said anxiously. Xiaonan, Mr. Yu is our savior. He won't harm us. Also, I need strength right now. Nagato interrupted her. All right, let's start now. Linyu stood up. Chapter 44, Swift and Resolute. Mr. Yu, should I summon the outer path golem first? Nagato said. Linyu thought. Hee, although it's not necessary. For caution's sake, let's put on a show. Oh, that's right. Given that the commotion will be great, let's conduct the summoning and sealing rituals in my time-space. Whoosh. Linyu's right, I released a divine vortex, bringing Nagato and Conan into the time-space together. Woo-wah. Summoning technique. Outer path golem. Nagato form hand seals. And after a painful build-up, boom. Accompanied by a puff of smoke, the outer path golem appeared behind him. In fact, the golem had already been stored in this time-space by Linyu. Otherwise, with Nagato's current strength, he wouldn't be able to perform a cross-space summoning at all. Ha phew. Mr. Yu, from here on, I'll be counting on you. After the summoning was complete, Nagato was breathing heavily. Linyu said to the anxious-looking Conan beside him, Conan, stay back a bit. If you get caught up in this, you will definitely be in danger. Understood. After pondering for a moment, Conan retreated to a distance, but chakra was gathering at her feet, seemingly ready to respond to any sudden situation. Ha! Linyu chuckled inwardly, not minding it. After forming the seal, Linyu placed his hand on Nagato's abdomen. Sealing technique. 6 pads 10 tails coffin seal. Body seal. Ah! The outer path golem howled and transformed, surging into Nagato's body. Aya! Nagato let out a piercing scream. Nagato! Just as Conan was about to step forward, she suddenly halted in shock. This is. She was astonished to see Nagato's emaciated body visibly recovering at an incredible speed. When the outer path golem fully entered Nagato's body, an extremely terrifying chakra storm swept through this time-space. Conan was blown far away. However, Linyu felt refreshed, thinking, as expected, the vitality and physical energy of the Uzumaki clan are second only to the Senju. Ziz. Linyu's palm rotated, and a half-open sealing technique was inscribed on Nagato's abdomen, emitting scorching smoke. Nagato looked at his hands in disbelief. How do you feel? Linyu asked. I feel like I could do a lot of things now. Nagato's Rinnegan was shimmering. You will gradually realize that it's not like, but rather a natural progression. Linyu smiled. Nagato looked up, gazing into the endless distance. What's wrong? I sense a massive chakra in a very distant part of this space. Nagato said. Linyu was slightly surprised. Oh? Is it because you gained the power of the golem that you can sense the same source of chakra as the 8 tails? Don't worry about that, let's head back. Alright. Whoosh. The divine vortex rotated, and Linyu brought Nagato and Conan back to the tower outside Amagakure. Linyu instructed Nagato, Nagato, although your legs have recovered somewhat, allowing for simple movement, your mobility is still far from sufficient. In future battles, you'll still have to rely on paying 6 paths. Nagato expressed his gratitude. Mr. Yu, you're truly my benefactor. I don't know how to repay you. Linyu replied jokingly. Repay? You are the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths. My mission is to guide the reincarnation of the Sage, fulfilling the Sage's wishes and bringing true peace to this ninja world. We are comrades with a common goal, so there's no need to talk about repayment. Mr. Yu. Nagato felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in his heart. Focus on what I've instructed you to do. Build Akatsuki into the strongest mercenary group in the ninja world. And then, once the 3 tails is revived, officially begin the operation to collect the tailed beasts. Linyu said as he put on his hood. I understand, mister. You. Nagato replied respectfully. Lin Yu's Sharingan, hidden beneath his mask, cast a deep glance at Nagato and the silent Conan in the corner. Very well. I will come to find you at the appropriate time. Farewell. Whoosh. Accompanied by the divine vortex, Lin Yu vanished amidst the thunder and lightning of Amigakure. When he returned to the base, Yuzuki Yugao and Kakuzu were already fully prepared. Let's go, it's time to head to our new home. Lin Yu slung the Uchiha fan over his back and strode out of the cave entrance. Rumble. Then, with a loud roar, the base turned to ruins, including every trace of its existence. At this moment, in the land of Waterfall, Takigakure. Everyone, this is the message that Uchiha Yu asked me to convey. He will arrive punctually at this time tomorrow. Now, I await your responses. White Zetsu finished speaking, seemingly fearing being silenced, and immediately burrowed into the ground, leaving the high-ranking officials of Takigakure in shock. Village chief, he must be exaggerating. Our Takigakure hasn't offended him in any way, right? People looked at the elder with a cane sitting on the throne. He was the village chief of Takigakure, Shumiyu. Although not qualified to inherit the title of Hokage, was said to be very powerful. I'm afraid it's true. His footsteps have appeared in the land of fire, the land of rain, the land of water, and the land of lightning. No one understands his modus operandi, even if he attacks the 5 Kage summit. I wouldn't be surprised. Shumiyu's words made all the Takigakure ninja present turn pale. So what should we do? Just because of Uchiha Yu's words. Are you going to give up your position as village chief? My position as village chief is inconsequential. What matters is Uchiha Yu. He has become the target of the 5 great nations, and this 5 Kage summit is precisely about how to deal with him. No matter how powerful he is, there is absolutely no chance of survival under the siege of the 5 Kage. If we submit to him, it will be tantamount to opposing the 5 great nations. So we absolutely cannot surrender. Shumiyu struck the ground with his cane, trembling. The village chief is right. Our Takigakure has historically been a presence that even the 5 great nations dare not easily invade. How can we bow our heads because of a mere Uchiha Yu? If he dares to come, let him experience the power of our land of waterfall. Exactly. We have the power of the tailed beasts on our side. But Shumiyu's old eyes were filled with deep concern. To be safe, let's have all the villagers evacuate. Village chief, this. Do as I say. Yes. Village chief, should we call for external assistance? Right now, the Kage of the 5 great nations are not in the village. I'm afraid no one can make such a decision. Then what should we do? Shumiyu gripped his cane tightly, seeming to take a long time to make a decision. Sai, go bring Kisame back. Kisame, but because of past events, he has already defected from the village and has severed ties with us. Shumiyu's old eyes, however, flashed with determination. I know that man. He is someone who can set aside hatred and emotions for money, even everything. No matter what the cost, we must bring him back. We cannot do without his strength. He is the man who was chosen by the village to carry out the assassination of the first Hokage. Chapter 45, Uchiha Yu arrives. Near the border of the land of grass, adjacent to the land of waterfalls, a tall man dressed in black emerged from a currency exchange office, carrying a money box in hand. This man had cold, dark green pupils, wore a dark gray hat that covered his hair and the sides of his face, extending down to his shoulders, and a black mask that obscured his nose and mouth, with stitched scars on his arms and wrists. He was Kakuzu, the man who was teased by fans of the Hokage for throwing a shuriken at the first Hokage from 800 miles away before turning around and running, subsequently claiming to have fought the first Hokage. Of course, the teasing was just that. Kakuzu's story was not so trivial. His journey began at the very start of time, tracing back to the initial period when ninja villages of various countries were established. As an elite of Takigakure, he was assigned a mission by the higher-ups to assassinate the first Hokage. After infiltrating the land of fire, Kakuzu engaged in battle with Hashirama, the first Hokage, ultimately being defeated by Hashirama's wood-release techniques, facing a life-threatening crisis. Afterward, Kakuzu fled back to his village, only to be met with charges of mission failure and severe punishment. A ninja who had gambled his life for the village was treated cruelly. Thus, driven by intense hatred, Kakuzu escaped from prison, taking with him a secret technique that the village regarded as a treasure. He used this technique to extract the hearts of all the high-ranking individuals in the village. This technique was the blood vessel tentacles, known as DUNU. After leaving the currency exchange, Kakuzu had not gone far when a group of ninjas blocked his path. Kakuzu's cold green pupils scanned the forehead protectors of the group before he spoke in a low tone. What do you want from me, Takigakure? Kakuzu. We come on the orders of village chief Shamo. Please return to the village, the leading Takigakure ninja said, his tone somewhat rude. Huh? Kakuzu tilted his head, his voice emotionless beneath the black mask. Is it your last words? Crack, crack, crack. Jet black tentacles shot out from Kakuzu's body, instantly piercing the Takigakure ninjas like grasshoppers. Swish! The tentacles, now adorned with corpses, swayed as Kakuzu walked forward, coldly addressing the already paralyzed leading Takigakure ninja. What does that brat Shamu intend? Speak honestly, or I'll use your heart as a spare part. The Takigakure ninja trembled as he replied, Lord Kakuzu, that Uchiha Yu has threatened to attack Takigakure, and the village currently lacks the strength to defend itself. Village Chief Shamu wishes to request your assistance. Kakuzu stopped in his tracks, his green eyes glinting. Uchiha Yu is at the head with a bounty of 100 million ryo on the wanted list? I think. That's correct, the Takigakure ninja said cautiously. Do you want to drag me down with you? That's absurd. Kakuzu lifted him into the air with one hand, ready to seize his heart. The Takigakure ninja hurriedly said, Lord Kakuzu, the village chief said he knows you still harbor resentment against the village for what happened back then. So if you agree to return, he will offer you a generous reward, one that will definitely not disappoint you. Oh, Kakuzu's eyes lit up noticeably. How much? 100 million ryo. The ninja replied. There's a limit to looking down on people. Kakuzu shouted angrily. That 100 million ryo is just a bonus. If you kill Uchiha Yu, you can use his head to exchange for another 100 million ryo, making it 200 million ryo. That sounds quite good. Kakuzu's attitude changed. Then, the Takigakure ninja rejoiced. Clang, I'm declining. You think I haven't heard about that guy? He is the most vicious ninja in the Uchiha clan since that Uchiha Madara. Fighting someone like him, you wouldn't have enough lives to spare, so? The Takigakure ninja swallowed hard, hearing Kakuzu's tone. It seemed even money couldn't solve the problem. So, 100 million isn't enough. Make it 200 million. Kakuzu said in disbelief, realizing it was still about money. If you agree, we can set off right away. If you don't agree, I agree. The Takigakure ninja hastily said. Bang! Kakuzu threw him to the ground. Where's the money? The Takigakure ninja quickly retrieved a money box from a pile of corpses and handed it to Kakuzu. The box clearly could not hold 200 million ryo. Are you kidding me? Kakuzu frowned. The village chief said this 20 million is a deposit, showing his sincerity. The rest of the money will be paid later. The Takigakure ninja finished, nervously looking at Kakuzu. After staring at the Takigakure ninja for a while, Kakuzu finally put down the money box he was holding, took the box in front of him, sat down on the ground, opened it, grabbed a stack of bills, spat on it, and began to count expertly. Kakuzu-sama? Shut up. Don't disturb me while I'm counting money. 2 hours later, Kakuzu placed the last stack of bills back in the box, closed it, and stood up. He glanced over the already cold corpses and, seeing no valuable heads, addressed the Takigakure ninja, whose mouth had been sewn shut and was filled with fear. Let's go. Don't dawdle, or I'll blow you to pieces. The sun had set, and Lin Yu's group temporarily rested near the border between the land of fire and the land of waterfalls. Gulyalu, the white Zetsu, acting as a messenger, emerged from the ground behind Lin Yu. How is it? Lin Yu asked, looking ahead. The Takigakure guys planned to resist to the end and even spent a fortune to invite a rogue ninja back, a guy named Kakuzu. What do you intend to do? Zetsu reported honestly. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Hee, I gave them a chance. Since they don't appreciate it, they can't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Yu stood up with his fan. Then let's erase Takigakure from the ninja world forever. Half a day later, deep into the night, on the summit of the great waterfall in the land of waterfalls, Lin Yu, Fei, and Yuzuki Yuyuki stood tall. Below, at the entrance of Takigakure, thousands of Takigakure ninjas, dressed in unified attire and forehead protectors, gathered. Even the lower-ranked ninjas were deployed, with Chunin in the middle and Jonin at the front. Standing at the very front were the village chief of Takigakure, Shamu, and that man named Kakuzu. This was the strength of a ninja village. Even a small village in a small country was not something an individual could match. What a grand, welcoming ceremony. Fei said casually, resting his arms. Yuzuki Yuyuki retracted her gaze, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Yu's profile. You two stay back. I alone am enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu leaped down from the summit, cascading down the waterfall, stepping into the rushing currents, and with one person and one fan. He radiated a pressure surpassing that of thousands of troops. Guldong. Among the Takigakure army, many swallowed hard, and some even placed charms and other tokens on their chests to pray, enveloped in an atmosphere of hoping to see tomorrow. Shamu's old eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as he tightly gripped his cane, staring at the man leisurely walking from the horizon. Lin Yu's pace quickened, and he began to run towards the Takigakure army. With no way to retreat, Shemu swung his cane and shouted, "Prepare to engage." Awoo! The Takigakure army let out a thunderous roar, charging forward like a swarm of locusts. Uchiha-yu versus all the ninjas of Takigakure. The battle begins. Chapter 46. Uchiha-yu versus Takigakure Ninja Army. The Takigakure ninjas, in a frenzy, hurled shurikens and kunai towards Linyu. Ignoring them, Linyu charged through the sea of shurikens and kunai, closing in on the enemy's front line. He leapt up, driving his knee heavily into the chest of the foremost Takigakure ninja. Crack! The ribs shattered, and the contents of the chest cavity were violently disrupted. The man's eyes rolled back, and he died on the spot. Boom! His corpse shot backward like a cannonball, colliding with the charging ninjas behind him, sending them tumbling, only to be trampled to death by those who followed. They didn't even die at the hands of the enemy. This was the brutality of a battlefield with over 1,000 people. For the Takigakure, which had been distanced from the flames of war since the Warring States period due to geographical advantages, it was even more so. But they were ninjas after all, and they surrounded Linyu over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Linyu scanned the area. Swish! Groups of ninjas fell as they ran, some freezing in place, struggling for a moment before collapsing. Don't get it wrong. This wasn't the so-called conqueror's haki, but rather an ordinary Sharingan Jinjutsu. In the instant their eyes met, the weak would lose their ability to act. Among the dozens, only 3 managed to get close. Then the battle-crazed Uchiha-yu would bestow upon them the death that symbolizes glory. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Swish! White wind blades swept through. The heads of 2 fell to the ground, while one, quick to react, managed to block with a ninja blade, but only met the same fate as the blade and his head, both dropping to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 50 ninjas had fallen, including several jounin. This kind of sacrifice might not faze the 5 great ninja villages, but for a small village like Takigakure, it was a heavy price indeed. Thousands of people simultaneously halted their charge, their hands trembling to the point they could barely grip their weapons. Linyu took a step forward. Swish! Thousands of people actually took a step back. If this were to be spoken of, it would surely make people laugh out loud. Only those who were present could truly feel that tremor, seeing that the battle had just begun and their morale was already crushed. The Takigakure village chief struck the ground with his cane and shouted, "Don't back down. The enemy is just one person. Don't be fooled by his rumors. He has been injured and has bled. He even lost an arm once." Upon hearing this, the Takigakure ninjas no longer hesitated. "Shinmu, you're still as good as ever at stirring people's hearts. You should know what it costs to make him bleed. Even that Reikage had to trade an arm for it," said Kakuzu beside Shinmu. "At this point, we have no way out, even if it costs us dearly. We must stop him outside of Takigakure." Shinmu gripped his cane tightly and shouted again, "Don't recklessly engage in close combat. Use ninjutsu. We have an absolute numerical advantage. Use group ninjutsu against him." Yes, yes. With so many of us using ninjutsu, why will we foolishly rush in? A spit from each of us could drown him. In the front ranks, dozens of Takigakure ninjas skilled in water release formed hand seals together, launching a large-scale group water release ninjutsu. Water release, river technique. Boom! Water gushed forth from their mouths, forming a rushing river that surged toward Linyu. Linyu could choose to let the river pass through, but there was no need. He raised his hand to form the U-seal. That's the seal for fire release. Even for US fire release, it seems too much of a stretch to counter such a massive group water release technique. The observing Azuki said, judging based on Linyu's past performance with fire release. Beside him, Afe said meaningfully, times have changed. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Roar. Linyu spat out a thin column of fire, but that fire column suddenly erupted into a vast sea of flames after extending just a few meters. Yes, in the past, Linyu's great fire annihilation also produced a sea of fire, but without comparison, there could be no difference. Compared to the current sea of flames, that past sea could only be considered a small stream. Boom! The sea of fire collided with the river, the flames showing no signs of waning. While the river was instantly boiled to a bubbling state, thick steam dispersing and reducing the visibility on the battlefield to nearly zero. Roar! 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 The Takigakure ninjas had not yet realized what was happening when suddenly, flames erupted from the misty water and hundreds of fireballs screamed toward them, exploding in the sea of people. Boom! 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 With each explosion, several, even dozens of Takigakure ninjas were obliterated. Do the spectators not feel a strong sense of DJVU, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's confrontation with the Ninja Alliance? Perhaps. But the scene before us is even more overwhelming than that time. Because with the power of Hashirama now in Linyu, his fire release is already on par with Madara at his peak, While the Takigakure ninjas are far from the strength of the original Ninja Alliance, the Takigakure ninjas once again fell into despair. Our group water release technique is actually suppressed by one person's fire release. Is this even possible? How can we fight against such an enemy? Village Chief, what should we do? As the atmosphere of despair spread among the crowd, Linyu had already donned the Yada Mirror Susanoo and walked out of the sea of flames. Takigakure, I ask you once more, do you wish to surrender? Linyu asked loudly. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Shimuyu held tightly onto his cane, thinking, perhaps we can still fight. Takigakure will never surrender. He shouted. Foolish. Linyu shook his head helplessly. The Yada Mirror Susanoo raised its giant blade and brought it crashing down toward the front. Boom! The slash split the ground, leaving no survivors in a straight line, and the shockwave sent large groups of nearby ninjas flying into the air. Thus, the battlefield was thrown into chaos. Don't panic. Earth Release ninjas first changed the terrain to restrict that thing's movement. Shimuyu urgently commanded. Nearly 100 Earth Release ninjas bent down to form hand seals, slapping the ground with their hands. Earth Release, Swamp Technique. Boom! A large area of land turned into a swamp, and the Susanoo sank into the mire. Water Release ninjas further restrict that giant, especially its weapon. Shimuyu shouted. A large group of Water Release ninjas moved forward, forming hand seals while running. Water Release, Water Flow Whip. Swish, swish. Whips of water entangled around the Susanoo's body and weapon. Lightning Release ninjas. Cooperate with the Water Release ninjas to destroy that giant's defenses. The Lightning Release ninjas moved forward. Lightning Release, Earthwalk Technique. Crackling. Intense lightning surged along the water whips, striking the Susanoo. Crack, crack. The hard armor of the Yada Mirror Susanoo showed many cracks. This was not surprising. Hundreds and thousands of ninjas, even if they were mere genin, using group ninjutsu would definitely exceed the power of even shadow-level techniques. Now, everyone unleash your most powerful attacks. Don't hold back your chakra. Bombard continuously until that gigantic creature and the invader both vanish into nothingness. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning techniques merge together, striking at the already battered Yada Kagami Susanoo. This combined ninjutsu released by thousands of people likely exceeds the power of a tailed beast ball. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the explosive waves of fire and shock waves engulfed everything. The rumbling echoed, and the earth trembled incessantly. Uchihayu, do you see? This is the confidence we have in not surrendering. Takiki shouted loudly, his words filled with pride. Your confidence is nothing but a foolish, futile, and useless struggle. Would release. Birth of the World of Trees. Accompanied by the commanding words, in the torrent of explosions, hundreds and thousands of large trees rose from the ground. What? It was as if a nightmare had been awakened, and Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 47. Would release the power to pacify the chaos. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In this era, how could there still be ninjas capable of wielding such immense power? Kakuzu seemed to be in a trance, muttering to himself. Boom, 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 boom. The rolling tree realm had instantly flattened hundreds of stunned Takigakure ninjas, continuing to push forward across the ground. Would release, it would release, quick, run away. The terrified Takigakure ninjas scattered in all directions. However, every tree in this tree realm, every branch on those trees, seemed to have its own consciousness, entangling the fleeing soldiers. The deserters were either wrapped by the trunks and strangled to death or directly pierced by the branches, left hanging in midair. Patches of blood spread beneath the trees, resembling a hellish blood pool. No one, no force, could withstand this burgeoning power. Looking at the horrifying scene before him, Shimiyu's hands trembled. It's actually, this strong, did my decision really harm everyone? Regardless, Shimiyu knew, he had to step up and stabilize the morale. With a resolve to face death head-on, he threw away his cane and charged forward. The fleeing Takigakure ninjas, seeing their village chief risking his life, all stopped in their tracks. Warriors, behind you is Takigakure, the home we have lived in for generations. Even if it means building a wall of flesh and blood, we must block this evil forest. Shimiyu shouted, unleashing his ninjutsu, even though that ninjutsu was insignificant in front of the power of would release. No matter. I'll go all out. At worst, I'll just die. His actions ignited the fighting spirit of the Takigakure ninjas. And even though their numbers had been reduced by more than half, they unleashed an even stronger torrent of ninjutsu, powerful enough to even halt the rampaging tree realm. Hoo, hoo, hoo. But even so, this was already their limit. Many collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Linyu stood atop the giant tree, arms crossed over his chest, watching Shimiyu, the Sharingan beneath his mask showing a hint of emotion. Because this old man reminded him of the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure, Inoki, in the Battle of the Five Kage against Madara. Even when the Kage were repeatedly pushed into desperate situations by Madara's overwhelming power, Inoki never gave up his faith, becoming the backbone among the Five Kage and even causing Madara quite a bit of trouble. Indeed, in this world of ninjas, veterans are a flag. Lin Yu genuinely admired this old man, but he would not stop his advance. Just as he began to form hand seals, boom! A fist shot towards him. Lin Yu abandoned the hand seals as the fist penetrated through his body. Kakuzu stood on the ground formed by piled-up trees, using black tendrils to retract his fist back to his arm. Kakuzu. Shimiyu looked up, gazing complexly at Kakuzu above. Don't get me wrong. I have no interest in protecting this village at all. I just take the money and do the job for others. That's my principle. Kakuzu coldly responded to Shimiyu. There was actually another reason that Kakuzu did not speak out. That man was the shadow of his life. Decades ago, after a desperate defeat and a narrow escape, Kakuzu had always feared that man named Senja Hashirama. Yet he also thought of challenging that man again someday. Unfortunately, until that man died, Kakuzu never mustered the courage. That had always been a regret Kakuzu was unwilling to bring up with anyone. When he saw Lin Yu replicate the first Hokage's ultimate technique, Kakuzu felt not only fear and shadows rising within him, but also fighting spirit and a lingering regret. Since battling the deceased first Hokage was out of the question, then perhaps battling the man before him who inherited his power might alleviate that regret a little. Uchiha Yu, I've heard much about your name. Can you give me a little time? The arrogant Kakuzu was unexpectedly polite to Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned to Kakuzu and said, "What? Let's fight." Kakuzu stated, "I don't mind, but is it just you?" Lin Yu replied. Kakuzu looked down at the Takigakure crowd again, coldly saying, "None of you are allowed to intervene. This is my battle." What a joke. So many of our comrades have died at his hands. How can a rogue ninja dictate here? The Takigakure ninjas exclaimed emotionally. Enough. Listen to him. At this moment, Shimiyu shouted to stop everyone and said, "Everyone fall back. Medical ninjas, treat the wounded immediately." With the village chief's orders, the Takigakure ninjas complied. Kakuzu withdrew his gaze and earnestly said to Lin Yu, "I have one more request." "No, it should be a plea." Lin Yu said, "Go ahead." Kakuzu said astonishingly, "Please fight me using only would-release ninjutsu." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had heard such an unusual request. He said, "Kakuzu, are you seeking death?" "Maybe, but even if I die and end up in hell, money is still a ticket." Kakuzu replied. Lin Yu looked deeply at Kakuzu and said, "Well, I don't actually dislike that about you." He lowered his arms from his chest and raised two fingers, forming the opposition seal that symbolizes ninja etiquette. Kakuzu also solemnly wore the headband of the rogue ninja from Takigakure on his head and returned the gesture with the opposition seal. The chapter isn't over. Please click to continue reading on the next page. After the formalities, whoosh, Kakuzu ripped off his robe and tossed it into the wind, initiating the hand seals. Earth Grudge Fear Mode. Gulu Gulu. Bang. Gulu Gulu. Bang. His back bulged like a hump, and two black monsters wearing different masks emerged, attaching themselves to his shoulders. Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts, all of which he had taken through Earth Grudge Fear, and the hearts were attached to the original's chakra network, allowing him to steal the chakra attributes along with them. Therefore, he could use chakra of 5 different attributes. The two black monsters on Kakuzu's shoulders were 2 of those hearts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release, false darkness. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head hardening. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed 3 extremely powerful ninjutsu simultaneously. Lin Yu also formed hand seals. Wood release, wood blockade. Boom, boom. Thick wooden shields rose from all sides and quickly closed in, blocking the impact of the 3 powerful ninjutsu. Whoosh. Kakuzu charged forward, his entire arm turning pitch black. This was Earth Release. Earth Spear, Kakuzu's body hardening technique with immense destructive power. Boom. His hardened fist struck the wooden blockade, which had already been weakened by the 3 ninjutsu attacks, successfully breaking through it. Boom. Another monster wearing the Earth Grudge Fear mask emerged, writhing along with the 2 on his shoulders, gathering on Kakuzu's right arm. Earth Grudge Fear. Final shot. Boom. After a brief build-up, an extremely terrifying chakra cannon shot out from his right arm, exploding in the confined space of the wooden blockade. Boom, 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 boom. The wooden blockade shattered into pieces. Looking at Lin Yu, who lay not far away with a pierced chest, Kaku began to breathe heavily and laughed. "I won." Crack, 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 Crack! Suddenly, Kaku's eyes widened. Because, four massive wooden stakes pierced through his four hearts at the same time. Lin Yu's true form appeared behind Kaku. The Lin Yu that had been lying on the ground had transformed into a wooden figure without anyone noticing. Kaku trembled and said, "Is this the wood-release clone of the first Hokage? Kaku, you have lost." Lin Yu placed his arm on Kaku's shoulder. Whoosh! Accompanied by the vortex of Kamui, he was sucked into the space-time. Lin Yu had other plans for him. He turned around, raised his arm, and looked down at the imposing Shima Xiong, saying, "We're the tailed beasts. Release them." Chapter 48. The Despairing Power Gap. Where's the tailed beast? Release it. Lin Yu's commanding voice rang out, but Shima Xiong clenched his fists and fell into silence. Although Takigakure was weak, it possessed the 7 tails, ranked 3rd among the 9-tailed beasts. A forbidden power that had attracted the covetous eyes of ninja from other countries more than once. The 5 great ninja countries had threatened and tempted Takigakure multiple times, attempting to seize this power, and there have been several espionage incidents where they nearly succeeded. To prevent any accidents, Takigakure sealed the 7 tails in a jar with sealing techniques, only releasing it in times of crisis and resealing it once the crisis was averted. That jar was a treasured artifact gifted by the Uzumaki clan of the Whirlpool village when the land of Waterfall and the land of Whirlpool established diplomatic relations, symbolizing friendship. Every year, the Uzumaki clan would send someone to reinforce the jar's seal. Unfortunately, with the demise of the Whirlpool village, the Uzumaki clan members had gone into hiding to save their lives, living under assumed identities, and naturally no one came to reinforce the jar seal anymore. Consequently, the sealing technique within the jar gradually weakened, especially during the release and resealing of the tailed beast, when the sealing technique's strength would significantly diminish. Years ago, when the jar sealed the 7 tails again, the sealing technique was on the verge of collapse. Once the seal was broken again, the sealing technique would completely fail, making it impossible to reseal the 7 tails. Therefore, Takigakure dared not use it lightly, treating it merely as a strategic deterrent. Even when facing an unprecedented strong enemy this time, Shima Xiong had not made up his mind to release the 7 tails. Village head, release the tailed beast. Since he wants to witness the power of the tailed beast, let him regret it in despair. We do not seek future peace. We only want to crush the enemy before us. The Takigakure ninjas were filled with excitement. Shima Xiong knew that the village had reached the brink of life and death. The so-called strategic deterrent was predicated on the village not being destroyed. After making up his mind, he took out a scroll and unfurled it. Boom! An ancient jar appeared at the center of the scroll. The Takigakure ninjas quickly retreated. Shima Xiong formed a series of complex hand seals with both hands and silently chanted, "Release." Buzz. The sealing technique on the jar flickered rapidly and began to fade. Swish. Shima Xiong suddenly withdrew. Boom. A crimson light burst forth from the jar, shooting straight into the sky, and a black vortex appeared in the night sky. Crackle. Red lightning rolled through the clouds. This phenomenon was identical to when the 8-tail seal was released. Lin Yu gazed at the sky's anomaly and murmured, "The power of the 7 tails is not much inferior to the 8 tails. Indeed, only the 9 tails represents a qualitative leap." Crack, crack. As the chakra of the 7 tails was unleashed, cracks began to appear on the jar. Ultimately, as the red light departed, the jar shattered into pieces. Rumbling, a massive chakra gathered in the sky, rapidly coalescing into a form, revealing the true body of the 7 tails. It was a giant flying insect with 6 wings and a tail. On the mountain peak, Mitsuki Sayaka exclaimed, "So ugly." Lin Yu looked at the 7 tails hovering in the sky and chuckled. He, while not the strongest in power, is indeed the ugliest. At this moment, Shima Xiong took out a talisman and placed it on his forehead. This was a treasured item passed down through the generations of Takigakure, allowing communication with the 7 tails. 7 tails, for hundreds of years, you have been the guardian spirit of Takigakure. We had no choice but to seal you to protect you, hoping you can resolve this crisis, and in return, we will grant you your freedom. This thought seemed to be received by the 7 tails, as its insect-like eyes locked on a Lin Yu atop the giant tree. Whoosh! The massive chakra of the tailed beast began to gather in its mouth. "It's the tailed beast ball, everyone retreat." Shima Xiong shouted. The Takigakure ninjas scrambled to retreat, even more urgently than when they saw Lin Yu use would release. Perhaps in their minds, the tailed beast ball was the epitome of power. Not this again. Mitsuki Sayaka had some unpleasant memories regarding the tailed beast ball. "No problem. Let's leave it to you." Afei was quite calm. Looking at Lin Yu, he was not only unflustered, but also a bit excited. Boom! The 7 tails tailed beast ball was hurled towards Lin Yu. The preliminary shockwaves alone made it hard to breathe. "This is perfect," Lin Yu smirked. and the Yatagarasu Susanoo was instantly unleashed, a shuriken of divine might already soaring into the sky. The shuriken of divine might collided with the tailed beast ball, and the tailed beast ball vanished into the space vortex. How could this be? The Takigakure ninjas, who had just seen hope, panicked as they watched Lin Yu nonchalantly dispel what they thought was the strongest tailed beast ball. Don't panic. The Seven Tails is the only tailed beast that can soar in the sky. Even if he can defend against the Seven Tails attack, he cannot attack the Seven Tails. Shimu Shion comforted everyone, but he could not calm himself, as evidenced by the sweat covering his tightly clenched hands. Boom! The Yatagarasu Susanoo leaped into the air. Although it had no wings, it jumped to a height of several dozen meters. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with kaleidoscopic light, marking the 6 wings of the Seven Tails. The Susanoo began to fall. Great! Serves you right, you can't reach it. Huh! The Takigakure ninjas cheered and mocked. Whoosh! Another tailed beast ball formed in the Seven Tails' mouth. Just like that. Smash it! The Takigakure ninjas shouted. Bang! The Susanoo landed on the ground, and Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Seven Tails, your wings are too conspicuous. Let me help you tear them off. Whoosh! In Susanoo's right hand, a black magatama gathered and was thrown into the sky. The chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Susanoo Artifact. 9 shining magatama. Boom! At the same time, the tailed beast ball shot towards him. The magatama penetrated the tailed beast ball, which exploded above Susanoo, and the magatama then flew towards the Seven Tails. The Seven Tails looked at the approaching magatama, suddenly panicking, flapping its wings to fly away. But the magatama followed closely, the distance rapidly closing. Boom! 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 Realizing it couldn't shake it off, the Seven Tails frantically shot tailed beast balls. Explosions erupted in the sky, yet the magatama remained unaffected, and as it closed in, it split into 6, striking the Seven Tails' 6 wings. With a scream, the Seven Tails' 6 wings were torn apart by the power of divine might, shifting into space-time. Bang! The Seven Tails, now wingless, plummeted to the ground, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu, and began to gather another tailed beast ball. Lin Yu's lips curled into a sneering smile as he formed hand signs. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Boom! A wood dragon shot up from the ground beside the Seven Tails, binding its body. The Seven Tails struggled to break free, trying to blast the wood dragon away with the tailed beast ball, but the wood dragon opened its jaws and bit down on the Seven Tails' body. The Seven Tails screamed again, the tailed beast ball that had yet to form dissipating at its mouth. The wood dragon absorbed the Seven Tails chakra, rapidly growing stronger, and its binding power increased. The giant tree carried Lin Yu closer to the Seven Tails, and Lin Yu formed hand signs. Would release, wooden man technique. The giant tree beneath him rapidly grew, transforming into a towering wooden man, and the wooden man was quite social, as a wood dragon was coiled around its shoulder. Lin Yu's palm displayed a character for seed, aimed at the struggling Seven Tails. Ear opening and binding. Boom! The wooden figure's giant hand synchronized to stretch out the character, pressing down on the head of the Seven Tails. The Seven Tails chakra was completely suppressed, and it fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh! Lin Yu's left eye captured the massive figure of the Seven Tails in his sight, activating the super large-range Kamui, directly transferring it to the space-time dimension, turning it into his possession. Turning to look at the already ashen-faced ninjas of Takigakure, Lin Yu murmured to himself, "It's about time it should end." Crack! He bit his fingertip, dipped it in blood to form the summoning seal, and slammed his palm down onto the ground. Summoning technique, 8 Tails. Chapter 49, The Pain of Ceasefire. Boom! Accompanied by the unique white smoke of the summoning technique, the 8 Tails descended upon this land, its eyes bearing the pattern of the Sharingan. From a moment it was summoned, it was under Lin Yu's ocular control. What is that monster? The ninjas of Takigakure were bewildered. A bull-headed octopus with 8 tails. Could it be the 8 Tails? The well-informed Shimukyu collapsed to the ground the moment he recognized the 8 Tails. He knew that no matter how inspiring he tried to be, it was already too late. He regretted it to the utmost. If only he had listened to Uchiha Yu's allegiance, perhaps Takigakure wouldn't face such a disaster. Moreover, with a powerhouse of this level stationed, Takigakure would have the 8 Tails, and its combat power could rival that of the 5 great ninja nations, without needing to worry about their targeting. But no matter how much he regretted, it was too late. He not only caused Takigakure to lose its chance to rise, but also pushed the village to the brink of destruction. "I'm sorry. It was my foolish decision that harmed everyone," Shimukyu repented. However, the ninjas of Takigakure did not blame him. "Village chief, you need not blame yourself. You will always be our hero in Takigakure. We will always be proud to follow you, no matter which world we go to. You all." Shimukyu's old tears streamed down. Yes, in the world of ninjas, bonds connect everyone. Bonds between people and their ninja villages, bonds between ninja villages. Even justice and evil have their own bonds. Different beliefs and pursuits lead to different paths, which in turn give rise to war. And only those with power are worthy of protecting their bonds. Lin Yu watched this scene. His heart and heart softened for the first time in a long while. Boom! The eight tails concentrated a large-tailed beast ball in its mouth, which flew over the heads of the Takigakure crowd after being launched, destroying the village behind them but not taking any lives. Looking at the stunned Takigakure crowd, Lin Yu said, "Shimukyu, you all can leave." "Why, you're really letting us go?" Shimukyu stammered. "Yes, I'm letting you go, but it's only letting go. I can never keep you for myself, because these people have lost their family, friends, and loved ones, and they will never truly pledge allegiance to me." Lin Yu was not afraid of their revenge. He just didn't want to keep those who were useless. That was all. Lin Yu reminded, "Hurry and leave before I change my mind. Remember to keep a low profile and don't do anything reckless otherwise." "I understand. I have already made one foolish decision. I won't make a second one." Shimukyu said this and acted accordingly in the future. He truly led the people of Takigakure into hiding, and from then on, they lived peacefully without mentioning it again. The people of Takigakure turned, taking one last lingering look at the village swallowed by flames, and left their ancestral home with the bodies of their companions. Boom! The eight tails disappeared, returning to Lin Yu's time-space, and Takigakure had been forever erased from the map of the ninja world, leaving only a blank piece of land where a new village and new order would be established. Ah-Fei and Yuzuki Yuyue descended from the mountaintop and walked behind Lin Yu. Yuyue looked at this man with a complex expression, thinking, "You really showed mercy. He is not as hard-hearted as I thought." "Ah-Fei, how much difference is there between the strength I just displayed and what you know of Madara?" Lin Yu couldn't help but ask Ah-Fei. Do you want the honest answer?" Ah-Fei replied, "Of course. If it were Madara, he would have resolved the battle in just half the time you took." Ah-Fei said. Lin Yu nodded. His conclusion was the same as Ah-Fei's. Ah-Fei then changed the subject. "However, in terms of the application of wood release, there is no doubt that you're already far above Madara. After all, even that Madara never obtained the complete power of the first Hokage. Lin Yu did not become complacent because of this. Competing with Uchiha Madara in wood release was like competing with Senju Hashirama in ocular power. These two had already reached the pinnacle in their respective fields. But Madara's ambition was greater. He was not satisfied with his existing power, which is why he slightly dabbled in wood release. Only by surpassing these two in ocular power and wood release could Lin Yu feel a sense of accomplishment. Now, Lin Yu possessed these two powers and was striving to climb to the temporary goals of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, the white Zetsu emerged from the ground, bringing their families. "Hey, where's the village? I heard there's a new home. You're not going to make us sleep on the ground, right? The outer path golem is gone. That was our nest. Where did you take it?" The white Zetsu chattered. "Stop your whining. You guys can build a ninja village. It will be done in no time." Whoosh! Lin Yu took out a scroll from the Kamui space and spread it open. The scroll was inscribed with designs and structures for some houses. Lin Yu's Sharingan spun rapidly, and after glancing at the contents of the scroll, he copied everything into his mind with his eyes. Closing his eyes, after about 20 seconds, he opened them again, put away the scroll, and walked forward. After forming hand seals, he pressed his hands against the ground. Would release. House building technique. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Houses rose from the ground, interweaving and standing in rows, every detail restored extremely accurately. A ninja village was thus established. Wow, amazing. Yuzuki Yuyue covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "This is the prototype of our village. I'll provide more details when I return." Lin Yu said, "Are you going to the Land of Iron?" Yuzuki Yuyue asked. "Yeah, I'll go alone. You all settle down here first." Lin Yu said to Yuyue, then looked at the white Zetsu. "Also, go find the daimyo of the Land of Waterfall and handle the necessary procedures. One country, one village. This is the system that has been in place since the first Hokage brought peace to the chaotic world. The country provides funds and resources to the ninja village, while the ninja village executes commissions and provides military protection for the country. Are you so sure that the daimyo of the Land of Waterfall will recognize this village?" The white Zetsu asked. Does he have a choice? Takigakure has already been destroyed. The Land of Waterfall has lost its military protection. He can only choose us. We're stronger, otherwise, the Land of Waterfall will inevitably become bait for the great nations. Lin Yu said clearly. When you go to the Land of Iron, be sure to be careful. In the current ninja world, the 5 strongest ninjas bearing the title of Kage are all there. Yuzuki Yuyue reminded worriedly. Linyu smiled gently. Don't worry, soon, the ninja bearing the title of Kaiba will have another seat. And so, Linyu embarked on his journey to the Land of Iron. Next stop, the Five Kage Summit. Chapter 50, Namikaze Minato, present. In the Land of Iron, amidst heavy snowfall, there stood a towering mountain on the only path leading to the venue of the Five Kage Summit. At the summit, dozens of ninjas wearing demon masks stood still, their leader gazing down at the three figures making their way up the snowy path. Among them, the one in front was dressed in a white cloak and conical hat. Target spotted, attack. As soon as he spoke, dozens of ninjas behind him began to form hand seals, unleashing a group ninjutsu. Doton. IWA no HK. Boom. The sound of rumbling echoed as rolling boulders came crashing down. The three figures at the base of the mountain halted, looking up at the falling rocks. From beneath the conical hat of the leading man, a calm male voice emerged. Do not engage. Whoosh. Quick hand signs followed. F-ton. KK no jutsu. Swish. A net of wind blades formed and swept through the air, slicing the falling boulders into countless small particles, rendering them harmless. Swish. A kunai covered in lightning pierced through the dust, leaving a scratch on the demon mask of the man at the edge of the cliff. Humph. Just a kunai? Continue the assault. He barked to his subordinates. Ah. The screams of dozens rang out almost simultaneously. The man turned sharply, only to see the once vibrant dozens of his subordinates lying dead on the ground. Beside their bodies stood the man in the white cloak and conical hat, holding the very kunai that had just been thrown. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his demon mask could not hide his panic. What on earth just happened? Whoosh! A flash of light, and the kunai was pressed against his neck. Anything that comes into contact with me and my chakra will leave an indelible mark. Looking at your masks, you must be from the land of forests, the Sh-Ton clan. The two countries have a friendly relationship. Why destroy it unilaterally? A calm voice came from beneath the conical hat. The man's eyes narrowed as he glanced down at the crack in his mask where the mark was visible. Clenching his fist. Friendly? Unilateral? Nice words. You were just putting on a fade while your umbu has killed how many of our kin? The face hidden beneath the hat hesitated for a moment before responding. I have never given such an order. There must be some misunderstanding here. Then why were they dressed in your umbu's attire, claiming they were following your orders? I have wanted to avenge my people more than once, but lacked the opportunity. Finally, this Five Kage Summit made us realize this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so we lay in wait for your arrival. I carry the demands of my kin, and I cannot fail. By the way, it was a high-ranking figure from your Konoha who revealed your route to me, and he also gave me an ultimate trump card. Whoosh! As he finished speaking, the leader of the Sh-Ton clan suddenly threw off his gray cloak. Swish! Several talismans appeared on his chest. This is the sealing technique of the four symbols. A slightly surprised voice came from beneath the hat. Boom! A black light radiated in all directions, expanding into a black sphere with a diameter of hundreds of meters. When the black sphere disappeared, the mountain had a hollowed-out appearance resembling a bowl. Swish! Next to the kunai on the ground, a figure appeared, the white cloak billowing as he adjusted his conical hat and murmured, I see. It's Danzo. Bang! Nearly 10 seconds later, the body of the Sh-Ton clan leader fell to the snowy ground. Clatter! Startled by the earlier commotion, a large group of warriors from the Land of Iron gathered, drawing their swords and looking at the three figures. Who goes there? State your identity. At this moment, the cloak man gently raised his hand and removed his conical hat, revealing a head of short golden hair and a young, handsome face. He spoke politely yet with authority. My name is Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage of the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire. Here to attend the Five Kage Summit. Gasp! The warriors exchanged glances, astonished beneath their steel helmets. Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the famous Yellow Flash? I didn't expect him to be so young. Minato introduced. The two behind me are Akimichi CHD and Inazuka Kiba, serving as my personal guards. Clang! The warriors sheathed their swords and knelt on one knee. Lord Minato, welcome to our Land of Iron from afar, but we have to follow protocol. Could you please inform us what just happened here? Minato replied. It's like this. A group of ninjas ambushed us from the mountain. A group? The warriors looked at the lone body of the Sh-Ton clan leader lying in the snow, revealing puzzled expressions. At this moment, Akimichi CHD stepped forward from behind Minato, his voice as deep as his stature. Those dozens of enemies were killed by the Hokage the moment the battle began. The warriors were shocked. Killed? In an instant? Then, where are their bodies? We need to report to Lord Mifune, the leading warrior said. At this time, Inazuka Kiba rode forward on his large yellow ninja dog, saying, This man on the ground is the leader of the attackers. He was captured by the fourth Hokage, and realizing he was doomed, used a forbidden jutsu that seals everything within a radius of hundreds of meters into his own body. The bodies of his dozens of companions are now inside him. The warriors broke into a sweat, unable to avoid glancing at Minato. Go take a look. Yes. One warrior stepped forward to examine the body and reported. On the chest of the body, there are indeed signs resembling a sealing technique. The leading warrior nodded. I see. Then Lord Fourth, we sincerely apologize for such an incident occurring within our land of iron. We will escort you to the summit venue. Minato said, no need. You should get back to your duties. Then, as you wish. The warriors left with the body of the SH Tun clan leader. Phew. Minato seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at this moment, saying to the two behind him, thank you both. I'm really not good at handling situations like this. What are you being so polite for, little brother? Even after becoming Hokage, you haven't changed at all, Minato. Akimichi CHD and Inazuka Kiba, both former members of Minato's team and older than him, treated him like a younger brother. Now that Minato had become Hokage, they serve as his guards, but privately, Minato still regarded them as older brothers. Then let's hurry along. I have a feeling this 5 Kage summit will be fraught with undercurrents. Minato donned the Hokage hat, the sharp light glinting in his azure eyes. Chapter 51. The 5 Kage Summit. In the Iron Country, at the venue for the 5 Kage Summit, the walls are adorned with the symbols of wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water, representing the 5 great nations. At the massive round table facing east and west, for Kage have already arrived, excluding the Hokage from Konoha, the initiator of the summit. The 4th Raikage sits at the eastern end, missing his left arm, his sleeves empty, yet his imposing demeanor remains unchanged. Bang! Raikage slams his right fist on the table. Glaring at the empty seat to his left, he growls, damn Hokage. How dare he make us wait for him alone, playing the big shot. If he doesn't give me a convincing reason, I won't let him off the hook. Lord Raikage. The Hokage encountered a slight, unexpected situation on the way and will be arriving shortly. Please be patient, spoke Mitsuba, the general of the Iron Country, who sat opposite A on the west side. As the representative of a neutral nation, he is responsible for presiding over this 5 Kage summit and maintaining order. Oof. Unexpected situation. Konoha always has the most problems. Raikage scoffed impatiently. That brat from back then hasn't changed his temper one bit. Maybe that's why you lost an arm at such a young age. A. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, seated to the right of Raikage, said in a tone of someone with experience. What did you say? Mind your own old back, you little dwarf. Raikage retorted angrily. Lord Raikage, please mind your language. Behind Inoki, elite jonin from Iwagakure, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, stepped forward. Behind Raikage, elite jonin from Kumogakure, Dodai and Troy, also stepped forward, creating a tense atmosphere. Kuratsuchi, Akatsuchi, step back. I'm not so petty as to squabble over such trivial matters, Inoki said with a smile. At this time, he was a prominent figure in martial arts. Shrewd and calculating, having done many similar things to Danzo in secret. Yes, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi retreated. Oof. Raikage also snorted coldly. Seated next to Konoha's seat, the 3rd Mizukage. Yagura crossed his legs, similarly missing an arm. Interestingly, both their arms were taken by the same person. The guard of Yagura are well known, being 2 of the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, namely, the recently titled 2 demons of the mist, Kisame Hashigaki and Mangetsu Hozuki. Opposite Yagura sat the 4th Kazekage, Raza, with his guards being elite jonin from Sunagakure, Maki and Yura. Raza rested his arms across his chest, keeping his head down, exuding an air of indifference. It wasn't until a yellow figure appeared at the entrance that he raised his head and looked over with a deep gaze. Sorry for being late. Thank you all for waiting. Minato Namikaze, the Hokage, walked in briskly. Behind Inoki, Kuratsuchi's fists clenched, and Akatsuchi even shot a glare filled with hostility. During the late stage of the 3rd Shinobi World War, the infamous battle at the Kanabi Bridge was actually a confrontation between elite teams from Konoha and Iwagakure. Iwagakure's team gathered the 5 most outstanding elite jonin at the time: Jintun, H-Ka, Ishii, Susanoo, and D. Shirnin. Even the less remarkable H-Ka and Ishii once drove Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara into a corner. However, all 5 ultimately perished, thanks to the Yellow Flash. This defeat caused Iwagakure to lose the advantage it had established in the early stages of the Third War, ultimately forcing them to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. This painful memory made the entire village despise the Yellow Flash to the extreme. There was even a saying circulating within Iwagakure: whoever can eliminate Konoha's Yellow Flash will be the next Tsuchikage. But no one dared to try. After all, staying alive is the only way to become Tsuchikage. Minato ignored those hostile glares, placed the Hokage hat on the table and sat down calmly, with Shikaka Nara and Inazuka Kiba guarding behind him. Now that the Hokage has arrived, I declare the fourth Five Kage Summit open. Please feel free to speak your minds. I will serve as a mediator and witness all your words and actions during the meeting, Mitsuba announced. Bang! Raikage's fist slammed on the table once again. Hokage, my brother Killer Bee was attacked by your rogue ninja. He was severely injured, and the Eight Tails was also taken. Konoha must give me an explanation. Faced with Raikage's aggressive stance, Shikaku and Kiba frowned, but Minato gestured for them not to act rashly. He then said slowly, Lord Raikage, I understand your feelings. But rogue ninjas are an issue that exists in every country and village. We cannot completely restrain their actions. I can apologize on behalf of myself to you, Lord Raikage, and your brother Killer Bee, but if you want Konoha to give you an explanation for this matter, that is impossible. What did you say? Raikage stood up directly. Inoki said, Hey, you look bad this way. It's not like you were outmatched. You just lost both your men and your troops. What's the matter? Can't you handle it? Raikage retorted angrily. Inoki, this matter didn't fall on you, Awagakure. You're just standing here without a care. Mitsuba mediated everyone. The purpose of this summit is to seek common solutions to problems. If it were about fighting, we could just send troops to attack and wouldn't need to sit here. Since we are here, let's discuss properly. Arguing won't solve anything. Raikage sat back down. At this moment, Inoki spoke up. Hokage, while I don't agree with Raikage's attitude, the Uchiha clan from Konoha has always been an unstable factor in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara back then, Uchiha you now. The Uchiha clan will eventually become a tumor in the ninja world. Therefore, for the sake of Konoha and the ninja world, I hope Konoha can be decisive and curb the emergence of evil. What do you think, Hokage? Old man Inoki, you finally said something I can agree with. Uchiha you must be killed, and the Uchiha clan cannot be spared. Raikage responded. My view is the same, said Mizuka Jigura. Only Kazekage Raza remained silent. Minato understood clearly. Using this incident with Uchiha Yu to push the Uchiha clan to the brink of destruction would weaken Konoha's strength. Perhaps this is the true purpose of the Five Kage Summit. I absolutely cannot let them succeed. Minato said firmly. To implicate an entire clan because of one person does not align with my principles, nor does it align with Konoha's principles. The Uchiha clan has made many contributions to Konoha. They are our comrades and compatriots. Therefore, I do not agree with this decision. Then I will say, if you disagree, we will unite and launch an offensive against Konoha. Swish! As Raikage's words fell, the atmosphere in the summit hall became tense. Both Inoki and Yagura were fixated on Minato. Minato lowered his head, supporting his chin with both hands. After a long while, he raised his head, and in his deep blue eyes, a calm yet powerful demeanor emerged. Well then, it's time to settle old scores. When the first Hokage passed away, the first Shinobi World War broke out. The land of lightning, earth, and water targeted the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques to create Jinchuriki. When Konoha was too weak to provide aid, they launched an attack on the hidden Whirlpool village, resulting in Konoha losing precious allies and my beloved losing her homeland. After a pause, Minato continued. Since you wish to wage war again, be prepared to lose everything, including the tailed beasts granted to you by the first Hokage. Konoha will reclaim them all. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the Tsuchikage, Raikage, and Mizukage all narrow their eyes. Damn it, he is threatening us with the Uzumaki clan's mastery of sealing techniques. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, is the one who inherits the strongest lineage of the Uzumaki and the sealing arts. At that time, the fourth Kazekage Raza finally spoke up. But Lord Minato, we of the Sand Village also have conditions. We hope to borrow your sealing techniques. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is due for a change. And the next one has already been decided. It will be my yet-to-be-born child. If you are willing to provide technical support, we of the Sand will steadfastly stand with Konoha. Minato replied. The land of wind is adjacent to the land of fire. The Sand Village did not attack the Whirlpool Village back then. We in Konoha saw it all. It was just that it wasn't my beloved who took action, but me. Raza asked in surprise. Oh? Does that mean, Lord Minato, you have mastered all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Minato humbly responded. While I may not compare to my beloved Kushina, assisting the Sand in sealing the one tail should be sufficient. Raza agreed. All right, it's a deal. On the other hand, Inoki thought, what a counterattack this is. Minato, this man, seems gentle and harmless, but he hides a sharp edge. He's a tough character. Yagura thought, if this continues, the initiative will completely fall into the Hokage's hands. Raikage AI thought, damn it, if we hadn't lost the Eight Tails, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. He shouted, The matter of the Uchiha clan can be put aside for now, but Uchiha, you must die. Hokage, we of the Cloud Village must take action against the rogue ninja, and you of Konoha must join us. If you do not agree to this, the Cloud Village will completely turn against Konoha, and you will bear the consequences. Yagura echoed. I also agree with Reikid's opinion. Uchiha Yu is now the public enemy of the entire shinobi world, and the Mist Village will not sit idly by. That Tsuchikage and Kazekage remain silent because, so far, Uchiha Yu had not offended them directly. They prefer to see a situation where the clam and the snipe fight, and the fisherman gains. Regarding this matter, Minato was deep in thought and was about to express his stance when suddenly, whoosh. In midair during the meeting, the space-time was disturbed, and that man, accompanied by overwhelming pressure, descended. Thud. He landed from a high place, his voice soft yet authoritative. Your discussions are quite intense. Why not let me join? By the way, I'm the public enemy of the shinobi world you speak of, Uchiha Yu. Chapter 52, Clash of the Five Shadows. Whoosh. Just as the five shadows were surprised by Lin Yu's appearance, a figure had already arrived midair, his gaze sharp like an eagle's, and the samurai sword at his waist unsheathed like lightning. In a flash, swish, the crescent blade's light spread out, penetrating through Lin Yu's body and cutting the entire wall behind him. As expected of Mitsubian, his swordsmanship is superb, but Lin Yu slightly admired, while his hand reached towards Mitsubian's shoulder. Crack! A flash of lightning surged, and a lightning shadow, clad in lightning armor, launched a heavy punch. Lin Yu sneered inwardly, trying to catch me the moment I materialize. I knew you would strike at this moment, you brute. Boom! The lightning shadow passed through Lin Yu, crashing into the wall. I see you won't be needing that other arm either. Lightning shadow Lin Yu's left eye focused on the lightning shadow's right arm, preparing his divine might. Whoosh! A flash of golden light, and Namikaze Minato had arrived, holding a Rasengan aimed at Lin Yu's mask. Lin Yu's arm shot out quickly, accurately gripping Minato's wrist, and almost simultaneously, his right eye released a divine whirlpool, pulling Minato into the space-time vortex. Whoosh! The golden light flashed again, and Lin Yu turned his head back, looking at Minato, who had flashed back to his original position, and praised, as expected of the yellow flash, so fast. Even I, if marked by your troublesome flying thunder god seal, would be restless, because I wouldn't know when you would pop up and hit me with a Rasengan. Lin Yu engaged in a clash with 3 shadow-level masters, including Mitsubian, all happening in the blink of an eye. The other shadows also understood the situation. Noki thought, is that his space-time technique? In the Uchiha's ocular powers, it is also outstanding. No wonder it can turn the ninja world upside down. Arsena thought, just as troublesome as his ocular powers is his predictive ability, as if he can see through everyone's reactions. Lin Yu looked around at everyone and said, I didn't come here to fight you, who cares? You must die here today. The third Mizuka Jigura formed hand seals with one hand. Water release, water dragon tornado. A rapidly spinning column of water, like a tornado, engulfed Lin Yu's figure, destroying the entire wall, and even the corridor outside was not spared, as the wind and snow outside rushed in. His penetrating ability can only last 5 minutes. Space transfer must materialize, and maintaining high-intensity attacks means he cannot escape, but he has a very troublesome Susanoo technique that must be restricted. Yagura's face twisted as he maintained the water tornado. Humph, then let's paralyze his body, so he can't even concentrate chakra. The lightning shadow released strong lightning chakra from his palm, mixing it into Yagura's water tornado, turning it into a spiraling lightning storm. Thus, once Lin Yu exits the penetrating state, his body would be instantly paralyzed, making it impossible to use chakra, and indeed, he wouldn't be able to use Susanoo. Hokage, what are you waiting for? Want to shelter your rogue ninja? The lightning shadow shouted at Minato. Of course not. According to the intel I received, he can still move through mediums in this state, and the attack density and intensity are sufficient, but the breadth is still lacking. So let's move the battlefield to a more open area. Swish! Minato quickly formed hand seals with both hands, then held the kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God, space-time barrier. Whoosh! The scene changed, and everyone had arrived in an open snowy field, including the ninjutsu being cast, all transferred intact. Minato said, he shouldn't emerge in front of us, so it's very likely he will penetrate underground. Wind Shadow, please take care to eliminate that possibility. Though Arsena was reluctant to act, he had previously sought Minato's help, so he could not stand by any longer. Understood. Leave it to me. Arsena bent down, thrusting his arm into the ground. Black circles appeared around his eyes, a sign of using his bloodline limit. Magnet release, sand gold. Magnet release, sand gold burial. Boom, boom, boom. The sand gold buried underground flowed, causing the ground to undulate like waves. Whoosh! Minato scattered the kunai marked with the flying thunder god in all directions to prepare for emergencies, while telling the 5 shadows guards, "Everyone, please prepare your techniques." Once he is left with no escape and tries to break free from the techniques, immediately cooperate with me for a follow-up attack, and ensure he has no chance to escape the penetration. Understood. The elite J-nin who followed the 5 shadows quickly form hand seals, entering a state ready to unleash ninjutsu. Just hold this for 5 minutes. Boom! A commotion arose within the water tornado. Yagura said, "I sense his chakra appearing in the water. His penetration has been lifted." Minato said, "Wind Shadow, use your technique to completely seal his movements." Understood. Arsena quickly formed hand seals. Magnet release. Sand gold seal. Boom! The sand gold surged from all directions, covering the water tornado. And then with a clench of Arsena's palm, it transformed into a golden triangular shape. Zhi. Black sealing formulas appeared on the surface of the triangular body. "Lord Suchikage, please use your technique to finish him off," Minato said to Noki. The instigator of the turmoil in the ninja world, after many years, restarting the 5 Shadows Conference, the target the Shadows united to hunt down, ended in such a comical manner. It feels a bit unsatisfactory, but if you don't hide properly and insist on coming out to die, I can't blame myself. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Whoosh! Noki said, floating into the air, forming hand seals. G. A completely transparent white square, embedded with a core, appeared in his hands. "Farewell, pestering troublemakers." Noki pushed the white square forward, causing it to rapidly expand, enveloping the sand gold triangular body within. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Whoosh! The square dissipated, and everything within it vanished. Mitsubun sheathed his sword. As expected of the 5 shadows, the thief had no chance to fight back. Oof. Finally, it's quiet. The lightning shadow said with satisfaction. "Go underground and slowly repent for causing havoc in the blood mist back then." The Mizuki Jigura said coldly. Behind him, Hozuki Mangetsu and Terumi may exchange glances, both with uncertain expressions. That man, was he really taken out? Since the core figure of the conference discussion, Uchiha-yu, has been eliminated, then the 4th 5 Shadows Conference should come to an end. Minato said, Hokage, this time you're getting lucky." The lightning shadow said defiantly. "It's truly lonely. I wonder when the next conference will be," Noki lamented. The 5 shadows were ready to disband. "Where are you all going?" So, when that familiar voice suddenly echoed in the icy wilderness, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Whoosh! The divine whirlpool appeared, and that man had returned once again. Clap! This time, the moment he landed, his hands were already crossed over his chest, forming the sea seal. Minato's pupils constricted. That seal could it be? Under the mask, Lin Yu's eyes were fierce. Would release. Birth of the Tree World. Chapter 53, The Name of a Shadow. Boom! On the snowy plains, the tree world erupted, and thick tree trunks bound the 5 shadows and their guards. Damn it, just a bunch of wood. Don't underestimate the rakage. The rakage broke free from the trunk with brute force, but soon, more and thicker trunks entwined around him. This is unmistakably the signature ninjutsu of the first Hokage, the birth of the tree world. Minato Namikaze sighed, and with a whoosh, he used the flying thunder god to escape, then helped the shadows and their guards one by one to break free from their bindings. Lin Yu stood atop the trees and watched, not intervening. Damn Uchiha-yu, making me look so embarrassed. Come down and die. The rakage shouted angrily at the top of the trees. I've said it before, I'm not here to fight you, otherwise. I wouldn't have used the birth of the tree world just now, but the flower tree world instead. Lin Yu said, his gaze darkening. Bluster. Summoning a few trees is nothing. If you don't come down, I'll go up and tear you apart. The rakage twisted his neck impatiently. Minato Namikaze quickly said, Everyone, he's not just trying to scare us. The flower tree world of the first Hokage can release a large amount of toxic pollen in an instant, and no one can escape. Being hit means the end. And since he didn't use it, it shows he really doesn't intend to fight us to the death. Damn Sharingan, damn would release. The rakage gritted his teeth, but no longer pressed the issue. The fourth Hokage is indeed reasonable. Lin Yu sat down. Mr. Uchiha-yu, you just avoided the combined attack of the 5 shadows using the first Hokage's wood release. Shadow clone technique, right? Minato Namikaze looked up at the treetops. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you noticed? Yes, it is indeed the wood release shadow clone, capable of using all my original techniques and ninjutsu. And even if it bears extremely strong attacks, it won't disappear unless the clone is killed. Minato's expression grew grave, thinking, so it's true. Not just the flower tree world, but even the wood release clone. He probably can use with dragon, woodman, and so on as well. Whoosh! Anoki floated into the air with his hands behind his back. The intel did indicate that Uchiha-yu can use some wood release power. But can he really use high-level wood release techniques like the flower tree world and wood release shadow clone? What is going on here? Minato Namikaze said seriously. I'm afraid. He has obtained the complete cells of the first Hokage. What? Anoki was shocked. Is that even possible? Didn't Tiu Konoha try hundreds of thousands of times and fail? This only means that Uchiha-yu has potential beyond Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. His current strength is even greater than when he defeated the third Hokage. I'm afraid even I. Minato clenched his fist. This power, I just obtained it not long ago, otherwise. I wouldn't dare to appear so openly before you five shadows. Lin Yu thought to himself. It seems that choosing to appear with the wood clone at the beginning was the right choice. Otherwise, with Minato's battle intelligence and Anoki's dust release, I really could have been taken down. So what is your intention in coming here? Just to show off your power to us? Anoki asked. Ha ha ha. Do I look like such a boring person? After laughing, Lin Yu said seriously. I'm here to announce something to you all, something that could change the current structure of the ninja world. Truly shameless. Just say it. I'll treat it as a joke. The Raikage said dismissively. Lin Yu raised a finger and declared loudly. I, Uchiha-yu, hereby announce that the sixth great ninja village of the ninja world, Hidden Shadow Village, is officially established, and I'm the first shadow of the Hidden Shadow Village. What? The five shadows were in an uproar. What kind of joke is this? A ninja village can be established just because you want it to? Which country would dare to recognize you? A public enemy of the ninja world? You want to stand on equal footing with us, a rogue ninja? Don't dream. The Raikage shouted. Raikage, your ears seem as useless as your arms. I'm announcing an accomplished fact, not a fanciful idea. Lin Yu said. Fact? You mean your Hidden Shadow Village has already been established? Anoki asked. Exactly, just half a day ago, while you were on your way to the Five Shadows meeting. I turned the Hidden Waterfall Village of the Land of Water into ruins and established my ninja village on that ruins. Lin Yu said nonchalantly. Swish. The five shadows were in an uproar again. Impossible. The Hidden Waterfall Village is one of the strongest ninja villages under the five great nations. With the power of a tailed beast, its overall strength is even greater than that of the Rain Village, where Hanzo the Salamander resides. How could it be destroyed just like that? Hard to believe, right? But unfortunately, that is the fact. It should have spread among the five great nations in your respective villages by now, and you're the only one still in the dark. Lin Yu said. At this time, the fourth wind shadow, Raza, crossed his arms and said, he really doesn't need to boast about such things. At the time he mentioned, I indeed saw a huge explosion of light appear within the Land of Water, right where the Hidden Waterfall Village is located. At this point, the other shadows had no choice but to believe that the Hidden Waterfall Village had indeed been destroyed by Lin Yu. So what if it's true? The Land of Water is a small country, even if he established a village. What right does he have to stand shoulder to shoulder with the ninja villages of the five great nations? The Raikage still looked down on him. That's right. Is Hanzo the Salamander weaker than the Shadows? But he still never obtained the title of Shadow. Uchiha-yu, in the end, you were just self-indulging. Anoki said, the chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Heek. But at this moment, Lin Yu started to laugh. What is so funny? The Raikage asked. Well, I knew it would turn out like this, so I brought something interesting to show you. Saying this, Lin Yu bit his finger, dipped it in blood, and made hand seals. Pig, dog, rooster, monkey goat. Summoning technique. Boom. A terrifying chakra emanated from the white smoke of the summoning technique. The Raikage's eyes widened. This chakra, it's the eight tails. And it's not over yet. Lin Yu made hand seals again. Boom. Next to the chakra of the eight tails, another massive chakra appeared, equal to that of the eight tails, and as the smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked. That is, the seven tails of the Hidden Waterfall Village. The seven tails and the eight tails, two-tailed beasts, second only to the nine tails in power, are actually under Lin Yu's control. Don't you all love to use tailed beasts to maintain the balance of power? You're always trying to find Jinchuriki. You really don't need to go through all that trouble. Gee. The kaleidoscope under Lin Yu's mask burst forth with powerful ocular power. The seven tails and eight tails opened their mouths simultaneously, and whoosh. The terrifying chakra of the tailed beast coalesced into tailed beast balls. He can actually control two tailed beasts at once with his ocular power. Boom, boom. Two-tailed beast balls were launched simultaneously, soaring over the heads of the five shadows, flying toward the distant mountains. Boom. The explosive beams shot up hundreds of meters high, flattening the entire mountain. The earth shook endlessly and the proud five shadows were left speechless at this moment. From above, Lin Yu declared, "Now do I, Uchiha Yu, have the qualifications to be called the Shadow?" Chapter 54. The Compromise of the Five Shadows, The Rise of Shadows. After the long shock, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, was the first to ask, "Uchiha Yu, who exactly are you, and what is your purpose?" Lin Yu replied without hesitation, "I, Uchiha Yu, am no deity. Just a mortal who wants to challenge the gods. As for my purpose, if I must say, is freedom." Inoki questioned, "Freedom? The freedom you speak of seems more like your own wantonness, which will bring disaster to this ninja world." Perhaps, Lin Yu said with a meaningful smile. "But your vision is too narrow. You cannot see that everything you have and everything you protect is insignificant. When real disaster strikes, none of you will escape." "Real disaster?" Minato narrowed his eyes and asked, "Mr. Uchiha Yu, do you know something? Could you share some of what you know? Understanding your motives might change our future course of action." "Hokage, are you going to listen to his nonsense?" Reikage frowned and shouted. Lin Yu gazed deeply at Minato, contemplating. "The people from the Otsutsuki clan will eventually descend from the heavens. Their power is enough to destroy the entire ninja world. To combat them, it is necessary to collect the tailed beasts and transform into the 10 tails Jinchuriki. It's just that many factors are not yet in place, making it difficult to achieve in the short term. That's why I established the Hidden Shadow Village, to create a buffer and accumulate some fighting strength, making it easier to seize the necessary elements from the 5 great nations in the future. This is his motive and purpose. Should he say it here? No. Of course, it's not that he's afraid they will know, but what good would it do to say it? Would the shadows of the great ninja villages obediently offer up their tail beasts? Would they be willing to believe the words of this public enemy of the ninja world? Even if they did believe him, they wouldn't be willing to trust him. People are inherently selfish. Lin Yu is selfish too, so there is no need to condemn anyone, nor is there a need to explain further. Mouth ninjutsu is Naruto's privilege. Lin Yu doesn't buy into that, and doesn't want to use it. Everyone should speak with strength and follow the rules of this ninja world. It's just a matter of victory and defeat. Lin Yu raised his head and said to Minato and the other shadows waiting for him, "I have nothing to say to you." Minato's expression changed slightly and he asked, "Then will you continue to launch attacks on the various countries and ninja villages as before?" Lin Yu laughed. "Hee. There is nothing to hide from you. Everything I could obtain has already been obtained. I do not intend to take any action until the next thing I want materializes. After all, false peace is sometimes quite important, as long as you don't come looking for trouble. Yes, if war breaks out, leading to the death of the Jinchuriki and further delaying the revival of the tailed beasts, Lin Yu wouldn't know when he would become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The reason he chose to appear and speak during the 5 Shadows conference was, first, to make a name for his Hidden Shadow Village, which would be beneficial for future development. Second, to inform the shadows that he wouldn't be taking any major actions for a while, to prevent the various countries from using the banner of suppressing him as an excuse to start war. "Why should we believe that you're telling the truth?" Reikage shouted. "Because you have no choice." Lin Yu replied. "Mr. Uchiha Yu, I still want to believe you," Minato said amidst the surprised expressions of everyone. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Yu's gaze deepened. There was one thing Minato knew all too well. It was because Uchiha Yu had intimidated Danzo that Danzo stopped his impeachment against him and targeting Kushina. Although Minato could have solved it himself, he didn't dare to take risks concerning Kushina's safety. Therefore, Minato knew he owed Uchiha Yu a favor long ago. Although he didn't know why he helped him in the shadows, he at least had to repay this favor. Thus, Minato solemnly stated, "I, Minato Namikaze, representing the Hidden Leaf Village, acknowledge Mr. Uchiha Yu and his Hidden Shadow Village, as well as the title of Shadow." At this moment, Raza, the Wind Shadow, also said, "The Sand Village also acknowledges Uchiha Yu, the Hidden Shadow Village, and the title of Shadow, because Uchiha Yu has never caused trouble on our Wind Country's land. Then the Rock Village should also acknowledge it, for the same reason as the Wind Shadow." Inoki said. Of course, he was reluctant to acknowledge it. But Lin Yu's strength and the 2-tailed beast he held were an enormous deterrent. Since Lin Yu had not caused trouble in the Earth Country before, he found a way to step down and also did Lin Yu a favor. Seeing that 3 shadows had expressed their stance, the Reikage and Mizukage both looked very displeased. Both of them had deep grudges against Lin Yu, and both had even lost an arm because of him. Lin Yu looked at the indecisive Yagura. A slight smile crept across his masked face as he took out an item from the Kamui space, which was the exploding blade. "Mist," he said to Yagura. "Yagura, this mist blade is a trophy for my trip to the Mist Village. It means nothing to me, but for you Mist, it must be a crucial item." Yagura looked up and coldly said, "What? Do you want to buy me off? Buy you off?" You're mistaken. I'm just giving you a calculation. A choice. One choice is to gain nothing and even lose more. The other choice at least allows a powerful ninja blade to return. I believe, as a village shadow, you should be able to make the right decision. Lin Yu smiled. Yagura gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his expression unwilling. But after weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately compromised. The Mist Village acknowledges Uchiha Yu, acknowledges the Hidden Shadow Village, and the title of Shadow. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Clever. This is the demeanor a shadow should have. Lin Yu threw the exploding blade. Mist in front of Yagura. Ao stepped forward, took the mist blade into a scroll, and as he stood up, he gave Lin Yu a meaningful look before returning behind Yagura. With four shadows acknowledging Lin Yu's existence and status, only the Reikage remained. The fourth Reikage, A, clenched his fists tightly. How could he not know that the tide had turned? However, he couldn't find a way out. Whoosh! A sealed glass container appeared in his hand, inside which was the severed arm of the Reikage preserving growth fluid. Lin Yu smiled. Reikage, your body technique is incredibly powerful. Your limbs are your strongest weapons. Missing an arm will undoubtedly affect your strength. You appear unconcerned, but that is not entirely true, right? Reikage shouted. What do you want to say? You should thank me. I retrieved this arm for you from the time-space, and I specifically processed it so that it hasn't T-rotted. And the nerves aren't completely dead. You can have the medical ninjas from the Cloud Village reattach it. What do you think? If you want to kill me, it's better to have both hands intact for a higher success rate. Lin Yu toyed with the glass container in his hand, smiling playfully. Crack! Crack! Reikage tightly clenched his right fist, wishing he could kill Lin Yu with his glare. Reikage-sama, consider the bigger picture. Think long-term. Reikage-sama, for the village. You cannot lose your arm. The Tsuchikage and Troy behind him quietly urged. The tightly clenched right fist of the Reikage finally relaxed. Fine, I acknowledge you, Uchiha Yu. Acknowledge your hidden shadow village. Acknowledge your title of shadow. But I will never forgive you for what you have done. Once I find an opportunity, I will definitely kill you. Then I wish you success. Lin Yu let go, allowing the glassware to fall. The earth platform behind laying moved forward. Lava release, protective membrane wall. A rubber-like substance created with lava release caught the glassware. Unexpectedly, it evolved into such a result. The witness, General Miura of the Iron Country, sighed in his heart and stepped forward, solemnly stating, since the talks have come to a conclusion, I announce that this meeting of the 5 Kages. No, the 6 Kages has come to an end. The 5 Kages left one after another, each with different expressions and their own calculations. But when they returned to their respective villages, there would surely be a significant event that would shake the entire ninja world. The birth of the 6th great hidden village, carrying the name of the first shadow. The man is named Uchiha Yu. The troublesome matter has finally come to a close, and it is time to fulfill the promise of soaking in hot springs with the setting sun. Looking at the falling snow in the sky, Lin Yu rarely showed a quiet smile. Chapter 55. Hot Springs, Snowy Night, Yu's Sunset. When Lin Yu returned to Onin Village, the land of waterfall had already been graced by the heavy winter snow, creating a scene of white expanses. At the southernmost part of the village, next to a hanging waterfall, stood a large castle, built in a style reminiscent of the legendary Tenchikaku. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the highest specification building in the world of Hokage, and it is said that even the most skilled craftsmen would take several years from start to finish to complete it. However, Lin Yu used the wood release technique linking pillar house to construct it in an instant. He named it Tianyu Pavilion as his sleeping quarters. The Tianyu Pavilion was surrounded by classical and grand walls, with a vast space inside. Lin Yu collected cherry blossom seeds, sowed them in a nursery, and catalyzed their growth with the power of wood release. In the blink of an eye, the cherry blossoms ripened, with pink petals falling like rain amidst the flying snow, making it feel as if one were in a fairyland. Uzuki Yue, dressed in a kimono with her hair up, followed Lin Yu, who was in a white robe. The two arrived at the backyard of Tianyu Pavilion, an expansive open area. Lin Yu was going to start building an outdoor hot spring here for both him and Uzuki Yue to bathe in. It is said that for hundreds of years, Takigakure village had considered creating artificial hot springs, but due to geological reasons, it was difficult to achieve. Are you really going to build a hot spring here? Uzuki Yue asked. Ordinary artificial hot springs require drilling into the earth 600 to 2,000 meters to reach hot spring water, but the geology of Takigakure village is very special, containing a large amount of hard minerals in the soil. If one digs down less than 100 meters, they will be blocked by thick underground rock layers, making it impossible to continue digging deeper. The hardness of those rock layers is such that even ninjas would be powerless against them. Of course, that's true, Lin Yu replied with a smile. But that sounds too exhausting. How about we just use hot water for bathing? It's pretty much the same feeling, Uzuki Yuyue said sympathetically. Bathing in a hot spring and taking a hot bath are not the same thing. Besides, if I can't even fulfill a promise to my woman, how can I call myself a shadow? Lin Yu's words made Uzuki Yuyue feel a warm sensation amidst the heavy snow. Without further ado, he decided to use a technique. Lin Yu recalled the scene of his battle with the third Hokage, and suddenly his right arm became enormous. Ninjutsu, partial multiplication technique. Wow, that's the secret ninjutsu of the Akimichi clan, based on the changes of Yang release. You've actually learned it, Uzuki Yuyue exclaimed. Originally, Lin Yu's chakra attributes were fire, lightning, wind, earth, water, Yin, but after obtaining the complete cells of Hashirama, he finally had the missing Yang attribute. Boom! Purple chakra enveloped Lin Yu's right arm. This was the ability of the Senju clan, allowing precise control of chakra, concentrating it in any part of the body, and then unleashing powerful air currents and incredible strength. Tsunade's super strength came from this. However, Tsunade's strength was childish play compared to her grandfather Senju Hashirama. The multiplied fist, carrying monster strength, struck the ground. Crack! The earth instantly collapsed, turning into a deep pit. This would be the hot spring pool. As the multiplication faded and the chakra receded, Lin Yu squatted at the bottom of the deep pit, tapping the ground with his fist, which made a dull sound. Sure enough, the underground rock layers were extraordinarily hard. If he wanted to dig a spring well, earth release would probably be ineffective. But wood release was not a problem. By transforming his chakra into a source of life, granting trees almost limitless growth, no force could stop it. Boom! Lin Yu's arm plunged into the ground. The power of wood release erupted. Wood release, violent gun tree. Boom! A hard tree shot out from his arm, drilling deep into the earth. Rumble, rumble. Uzuki Yuyue felt the ground vibrating beneath her feet from a distance. That was the sound of the wood release battling against the underground rock layers. But clearly, this competition was not easy. The deeper he drilled, the greater the resistance he faced, a task that would take decades or even hundreds of years for a human to accomplish. Only wood release could achieve it in a short time. But don't get it wrong. Wood release and wood release are not the same. If Yamato came to do it, he would probably be exhausted after drilling less than 100 meters. 10 minutes passed, and the tree had drilled nearly 2,000 meters underground. Lin Yu's face was also sweating, but he did not rest, brewing even more powerful chakra, manipulating wood release to drill deeper into the earth. Uzuki Yuyue watched all of this, touched in her heart. Half an hour passed, the tree retracted, and Lin Yu's arm emerged from the soil. Standing up, there was a bottomless spring well left on the ground, but unfortunately, no hot spring water was bubbling up. At this moment, Uzuki Yuyue hurried over, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat off Lin Yu's face, slightly reproaching him. Why do you have to be so reckless? Because I want to soak in the hot spring with you. Lin Yu replied with a smile. A hint of blush appeared on Uzuki Yuyue's cheeks, and she shyly said, Then we can just go outside the village to find other hot springs. With your eye technique, it won't take long to go there and back, right? But in our own village, in our own sleeping quarters, enjoying this cherry blossom rain, listening to the sound of the waterfall, and then soaking in the hot spring, doing some joyful things together. How can that feeling be the same? Lin Yu said gently, just imagining that made endless sweetness surge in Uzuki Yuyue's heart. Yes, of course it's not the same. It must be a joy that's beyond description. It's just a pity. She sighed with a hint of disappointment, as it seemed the hot spring had failed. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, from the spring well, came a rapid sound. Uzuki Yuyue was taken aback and looked toward the spring well. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As the sound approached, white steam began to rise from the spring well. Uzuki Yuyue couldn't believe it. Could it be? Lin Yu silently smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting gently. Is it here? It was worth my effort drilling 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters is only 1.5 times more than 2,000 meters. But the difficulty of drilling is tenfold or more. Splash! The hot spring water from deep within the earth surged out from the spring well, and the water level began to rise, gradually filling the deep pit. Ooh! Uzuki Yuyue covered her mouth in surprise, tears trembling in her eyes. Lin Yu smiled and embraced her, kissing her passionately amidst the heavy snow and cherry blossom rain. Uzuki Yuyue wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, eagerly responding to his kiss. The kimono fell into the hot spring pool and drifted away, revealing her flawless figure completely before Lin Yu's eyes. Her youthful gaze shy yet alluring, her small hands covering and concealing, her posture enchanting. Lin Yu also tore off his robe, wrapping his arms around Yuyue's body, and the two of them together plunged into the hot spring. Chapter 56, Passionate Fire. Lin Yu raised his eyes, gazing intensely at the sun-kissed face of Xiang. No, don't look at me like that. It's so embarrassing. The sunset bit her lip and gently turned her face away. Then let's use our bodies to communicate, Lin Yu smiled. Ah, a cherry blossom petal floating on the water was dyed red. This was the first time for Lin Yu and Shiyang, a boy and a girl. Then under the night sky, amidst the misty water vapor, echoed Shi Yang's tender call. Ah Fei sat on the wall, propping his chin up with one hand, watching the two in the spring water. Gulu gulu. The white Zetsis also popped their heads out. Oh, so this is the JP between humans? It looks boring. I don't understand why they are so into it. Speaking of which, it seems that Ban has been a virgin his whole life. And the reason seems to be related to Hashirama. An hour later, as the snow on the ground thickened again, Lin Yu and Shi Yang's first time ended in a tender embrace. Ha ha ha. You, I have no strength left. Can you carry me back to the room? Xiang leaned against the stone, panting, speaking softly. Her originally tied purple hair had fallen loose in the intense ecstasy, looking stunningly beautiful. Wow. Lin Yu wrapped one arm around Shi Yang's neck and the other around her legs, lifting her up and standing up from the hot spring. He turned to look at Ah Fei and the white Zetsis on the wall. The white Zetsis are a genderless existence, akin to eunuchs in ancient palaces. Eunuchs naturally do not need to avoid such things. Being seen is no big deal. Is it beautiful? Lin Yu asked. You two are really passionate, Ah Fei teased. You. Stop talking, let's go back. Xiang buried her face in Lin Yu's chest, whispering like a mosquito. Lin Yu thus carried Xiang in a princess hold, stepping out of the hot spring and arriving at the highest level of Tianyu Pavilion, gently placing her on a big bed. He took a towel, dried her off, and carefully covered her with a quilt before finding a brand new robe to wear himself. Xiang clutched the quilt with both hands and looked at Lin Yu. Aren't you going to sleep? I still have some matters to attend to, and I'll sleep after I'm done. Lin Yu replied. I'll wait for you, Xiang said obediently. Outside, Lin Yu released Kakuzu from the space-time. Kakuzu looked around after landing. Lin Yu said, the original Takigakure is now my Anin village. Kakuzu paused slightly and said, oh, so that means Shiboku and those guys in the village have already hate me? Lin Yu didn't tell Kakuzu that he had let Shomukyu and most of the Takigakure ninjas off the hook. This matter had not been made public, as Lin Yu wanted to maintain a more ruthless image to avoid unnecessary troubles. Hate? Why hate? This ninja world has always respected the strong, and not all strong individuals are benevolent like the first Hokage. In fact, compared to the first Hokage, I believe that Uchiha Madara's approach is more in line with the essence of the ninja world, Kakuzu said. Kakuzu, would you be willing to stay in this village and work for me? Lin Yu asked. Kakuzu had actually guessed it when Lin Yu fought him. He had deliberately left him a heart, which should not have been an accident but intentional. He didn't kill him, clearly wanting to use him. But Kakuzu still had a question. Mr. Uchiha, what exactly do you need someone of my power to do? Can you tell me directly? Kakuzu said. The village needs an accountant. Lin Yu replied. Accountant, what is that? Kakuzu asked, puzzled. It seems there is no such term in the Hokage world. It's someone who manages accounts. For a village to develop, it must have financial support. I want to entrust the village's financial power entirely to you, Lin Yu said. Kakuzu's dark green pupils brightened. You want to give me such an enticing, no, such an important position? Are you serious? Lin Yu said, I believe that under your management, the village's finances will definitely be in order. Gulp. Kakuzu swallowed. Then can I make a request? Oh, is it about the reward? Lin Yu asked. It's well known that when you want someone to do something, you have to pay them. Kakuzu said, it's not about such trivial matters. I like to make money grow like a snowball. So if you want me to manage finances, every expense in the village needs my oversight. About that. Lin Yu rubbed his chin. Kakuzu added, if not, how can we save money? I want to eliminate all wasteful spending and write this into the village regulations. Any behavior that squanders money should be punishable by law. If you agree to this, then I'll take on the job. Kakuzu finished speaking, but he looked a bit nervously at Lin Yu. Normally, facing a strong person like Lin Yu, Kakuzu shouldn't make demands, but it seems he has an unusual obsession and infatuation with money. Lin Yu looked at Kakuzu, thinking, I didn't expect. His love for money even surpasses his own life. In the original work, Kakuzu, as a member of Akatsuki, also managed financial matters, and under his management, Akatsuki's wealth was overflowing. But if Kakuzu knew that the money he had painstakingly saved was all used by Conan to buy explosive tags for a 10-minute arc, he would surely be furious. Lin Yu nodded. All right, I agree to you, Kakuzu. From now on, whenever it comes to money in this village, your voice will carry more weight than mine as the Hokage. Hearing this, the 75-year-old Kakuzu unexpectedly showed a childlike smile. Good. Mr. Yu, for your trust. I am willing to contribute all one, 076, 534, 200 Rio of my savings to the village. This number even surprised Linyu. His own bounty was only 100 million. But Kakuzu had enough money to buy 10 his own heads and more. Isn't that astonishing? Linyu said, "You don't have to contribute everything. Keep some for yourself." "No way," Kakuzu said firmly. Then I'll thank you on behalf of the village, Kakuzu." Thus, Linyu accepted it without any guilt. Gulugulu, the white Zetsu responsible for negotiating with the daimyo of the land of Waterfall, returned. "How did it go?" Linyu asked. "The daimyo of the land of Waterfall agreed to your request to establish a village, but what? He has objections regarding the name of the village. He said that one country should correspond to one village, and since this is the land of Waterfall, the village cannot be called Onin Village. It should be changed to New Takigakure." Linyu said, "Oh, he reminded me that one country, one village, the name should correspond, so let him change the land of Waterfall to Land of Darkness." Chapter 57. Night falls on the daimyo's mansion. Late at night, in the daimyo's mansion of the land of Waterfalls, the daimyo was playing shogi with his advisor. "Daimyo, do you think that Uchiha you will agree to change the village's name to New Takigakure?" the advisor asked. "He better agree, even if he doesn't want to," the daimyo replied. "These ninjas love to flaunt their power just because they can spit fire and water. If I don't show them some authority, they'll just ride on my back and do as they please." The daimyo of the land of Waterfalls was a man with a prominent beer belly, a small mustache, and dressed like a fan. However, according to rumors about Uchiha Yu, he didn't seem like the type to be swayed by others' opinions. The advisor looked worried. What does the development of a ninja village require? It needs funding. Without funding, who would be willing to risk their lives for him? And where does that funding come from? It comes from the national treasury. How much funding they can get from me depends on whether they obey me or not. The daimyo covered half his face with a small fan, grasped a piece, and declared with authority, "Do these mere ninjas dare to attack this daimyo's mansion? Whether it's Takigakure or New Takigakure, they're just pawns in my game. The relationship between all countries and ninja villages is like this. And even the great powers are no exception." Smack! He knocked over the advisor's king piece with his own. "Indeed, this is the current state of the ninja world. Billions of ordinary citizens, but the total number of ninjas is only about 100,000. The stark difference in numbers means that ninjas can never stand in positions of power. Before the emergence of the ninja clans, every great country maintained armies numbering in the millions, and even small countries had hundreds of thousands. Military expenses were a massive burden, and once war broke out, casualties would be immeasurable. The cost was too great. It wasn't until the emergence of ninja clans that the demand for war was greatly alleviated. Countries began to hire them as tools of war, substituting them for armies, which significantly reduced military spending and casualties. Having tasted the benefits, countries placed more importance on ninjas, allowing them initial space for survival. Thus, the success or failure of wars shifted from which country's army was stronger to who could hire the more powerful ninja clans to serve them. However, this hiring relationship was not stable, as every country would compete to hire strong ninja clans, making the stance of these powerful clans delicate. Just like during the Warring States period, when one country would hire the Senju, the opposing country would hire the Uchiha. Therefore, while countries were utilizing ninjas, they did not trust them. Once the war ended, ninjas would lose their place again, as they only knew how to fight and could not farm or produce. In times of peace, they had no place to be, until a man appeared who changed the situation. He was Senju Hashirama, known as the God of Ninjas. The system of one country, one village emerged, establishing trust and long-term cooperation beyond mere interest between countries and specific ninja clans. Ninjas began to be part of the national membership, rather than temporary tools of war. Countries followed suit, and from that time on, ninjas finally had a real space to survive. With this trust established, countries also reduced military sizes accordingly, and to ensure that ninjas could survive in non-war periods. The state assigned them tasks to carry out for rewards. This system has been in place ever since. However, one thing has not changed from ancient times to the present. The existence of ninjas only brings a certain convenience to the country. The country will not perish without ninjas. Imagine, ninjas are merely powerful humans, flesh and blood, so fragile that a single shuriken can take their lives. If a country is willing to disregard casualties and raise hundreds of thousands or even millions of soldiers equipped with fine gear to attack, can a ninja village resist? A wave of catapults or a rain of arrows would likely wipe them out. Some countries have even begun to guard against ninjas, significantly reducing their funding, with a wind country in the desert being a representative. Other countries, to prevent possible ninja revolts, have begun to strengthen their military structures in recent years. This is both a precaution and a warning. The status of ninjas is thus precarious, seeking survival in a tight spot. Naruto does not focus on this part, but rather centers most perspectives on ninjas. What people see is only a small part of the ninja world. What lies buried in the immense shadow is the helplessness and pain of ninjas. This is also the confidence that the daimyo of the land of waterfalls has to challenge Uchiha. But this daimyo seems to have forgotten one thing. The land of waterfalls no longer has any proper army. Daimyo, Uchiha requests an audience, saying he has something very important to discuss. At this moment, the daimyo's bodyguard reported. The daimyo's hand holding the chess piece paused slightly and said, "Tell him, if it's about the name of the ninja village, there's no need to meet. This matter is non-negotiable. Change it immediately and declare it as new Takigakure. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Understood. The bodyguard withdrew. Boom, boom. A few minutes later, a loud noise echoed, quickly settling down. What happened? The daimyo and the advisor hurried to the door to check and saw an astonishing scene. Thousands of soldiers guarding the daimyo's mansion had all been knocked down, with broken armor and weapons scattered everywhere. Linyu walked in through the snow, dragging the bodyguard who had just reported. "Is this the army that protects your mansion, daimyo? Too weak, don't you think?" The soldiers were not dead. They had merely fainted. The daimyo's face turned pale, but he maintained his composure. Uchiha, how dare you? Do you know where this is? Linyu replied indifferently. Of course I do. The supreme daimyo's mansion of the land of waterfalls. That's why I reported beforehand according to the rules, but I have my own rule. If people respect me 3 parts, I will respect them 7. If they do not respect me, they cannot blame me for being ruthless. Swish. As his words fell, Linyu threw the bloodied bodyguard at the daimyo's feet. The daimyo stepped back in fear. Uchiha, you came here for the name of the ninja village, didn't you? I think the name Mankage village is actually quite good. If you want, I'll allow you to use this name. Is that satisfactory? His attitude softened. Yes, such high-ranking individuals often care about their own lives. If he had the spirit of a true king, he wouldn't just be a hereditary daimyo of a small country. Daimyo, it seems you have misunderstood something. I also agree with your viewpoint that the name must be unified for one country, one village. Linyu revealed a meaningful smile. Huh? The daimyo was confused. Then you agree to what I said. I agree, but Linyu smiled and shockingly said, the order needs to be reversed. From now on, the land of waterfalls will be renamed the land of darkness. Boom. The daimyo of the land of waterfalls was completely dumbfounded. Behind him, the advisor rushed forward and shouted angrily, absurd. The history of the land of waterfalls spans hundreds of years. This name is deeply engraved in the hearts of millions of citizens of the land of water. How can it be because of you? Noise. Who do you think you are to speak? Whoosh. The Sharingan under Linyu's mask flashed with brilliance. Thud. The big name's advisor fell to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, and in a few seconds, he breathed his last. The big name was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Trembling as he said, change the country name. Such a major matter requires the consent of the people. Even I can't make the decision. My lord, I believe you will find a way to solve the citizens' issues. I am not unreasonable. I will give you 3 days to handle this matter. If you succeed, we can follow the system of one country, one village, and have a pleasant cooperation. If you fail, I'm sorry. But I think many people are eyeing your position as a big name. Even if it's just the big name of a small country. I am waiting for your good news. Whoosh. After the blatant threat, Linyu disappeared into the vortex of divine might. The big name slumped to the ground, his high hat tilting from his head, revealing his sweat-drenched forehead. Throughout the history of the ninja world, there have been ninjas daring enough to assassinate big names. However, no ninja has ever dared to openly threaten a big name with force, especially one that has a subordinate relationship with a ninja village. Without a doubt, this is the first time in the history of the ninja world that a leader of a ninja village has openly threatened their own country's big name with force. No one dared to do this, except for Linyu. Chapter 58, Unexpected. 3 days later, the land of Waterfall was renamed the Land of Darkness, causing a stir in the ninja world once again. It was the first time a country's name aligned itself with a ninja village. It turned out that the daimyo of the land of Waterfall publicly declared that the former Takigakure had attempted a coup and nearly succeeded. But a ninja named Uchiha single-handedly quelled the rebellion. To honor his achievements, the daimyo decided to change the name of the country. The people naturally believed their support of daimyo, and not only did they have no objections, but they also felt that the daimyo was a wise leader. Uchiha, who had previously been an invader, had now become the hero and legend of the land of Waterfall, no, of the land of darkness. His hidden village gained immense fame. Ordinary civilians who originally lived in Takigakure gradually returned to the now dark hidden village. After all, Takigakure had been labeled as rebellious. And how would they be treated as those who came from Takigakure? Moreover, for them, whether it was Takigakure or Dark Hidden Village was unimportant. What mattered was that they needed to rely on the village for a living. Consequently, the commercial activities of Dark Hidden Village began to restore order. This outcome was beyond Lin Yu's expectations. He was merely dissatisfied with the daimyo's show of authority and retaliated. Even he couldn't help but sigh. One must admit that power can sometimes be swifter than strength, regardless of whether the daimyo acted out of self-preservation or for other reasons. He had ultimately submitted a satisfactory answer, and he personally wrote a letter to thank the daimyo. After all, for Dark Hidden Village to develop in the future, it could not do without the support provided by the country. Moreover, the daimyo, being in a high position and having a depth of character beyond ordinary people, quickly accepted the current situation as if nothing had happened 3 nights ago. After witnessing Lin Yu's terrifying strength, he had too many things to rely on Lin Yu for. 2 days later, the daimyo's office sent a significant amount of construction funds for the village, a full 500 million ryo, half of which was contributed by Kakuzu, demonstrating the daimyo's sincerity. Funding was one aspect. The daimyo also sent a batch of orphans to address the urgent need for manpower in Dark Hidden Village. Lin Yu personally vetted them, keeping hundreds of children with chakra talent and sending the rest back with some financial support. These orphans are the first batch of fresh troops for Dark Hidden Village. Once they grow up, they will become the backbone of the village. This was a benefit from their own territory, and there were also external benefits. Because Dark Hidden Village had gained fame, it attracted people from other villages and countries. A woman with red hair, thin as a stick, arrived at the village carrying a baby girl still in swaddling clothes, specifically requesting to see Uchiha-yu. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the woman knelt before him and pleaded, "Please, let my child stay. Stand up and explain what's going on," Lin Yu said. The woman remained kneeling, lifting her garment to reveal countless gruesome bite marks. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. "This is..." The woman said, "I came from Kusagakure, born with a special bloodline. Anyone who bites me will absorb my chakra and heal their wounds. They killed my husband and abducted me while I was pregnant. I compromised for the sake of my child, but this child seems to have inherited my cursed bloodline. I won't live much longer, and they want this child. I escaped with my life. Please, give this child a place to stay." Lin Yu looked at the red-haired baby in the swaddling clothes and asked, "What is this child's name?" "Her name is Karen," the woman replied. Sure enough, Lin Yu asked, "Why do you trust me?" The woman said, "After I arrived in this country, I heard of your heroic deeds and thought you were someone I could trust. Actually, I had no other choice." Lin Yu exchanged glances with the person beside him, and Yuzuki Yueying stepped forward to take the swaddling from the woman's hands. Looking at the woman and the girl with some pity, Lin Yu said, "You stay too. I have no attachment to this world anymore. Now that my child has a guardian, I can rest easy." Blood dripped from the corner of the woman's mouth as she collapsed to the ground. Yuzuki Yueying leaned down to check the woman's breath and shook her head. "Did she poison herself?" Lin Yu murmured, "Bury her properly. Raise this child well. And when she grows up, I will personally teach her ninjutsu." Ah-Fei walked to Lin Yu's side and said, "That kind of ability, that red hair, it can't be wrong. She's from the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Karen, that girl who loved Sasuke in the original story, unexpectedly ended up by Lin Yu's side through a twist of fate. Fate is truly interesting. But the interest of fate doesn't stop there. That night, Kirigakure's Zuki Mayuki arrived at the village. "You came faster than I imagined," Lin Yu said. "Hee. After witnessing your prowess at the 5 Kage Summit and looking at our Mizukage, I believe following you is the true way out," Zuki Mayuki said. "A wise choice," Lin Yu remarked. "It's ironic. I just returned the explosive blade. Missed, and then Zuki Mayuki comes with 5 ninja swords excluding Samahata and Raiden's blade to pledge allegiance. When Yagura finds out, he will probably be furious." "What about Kisame?" Lin Yu asked. "He also left the village but said he wanted to join Akatsuki." Zuki Mayuki replied. "As expected. Just as I imagined, Kisame chose this path," Lin Yu muttered to himself. "This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Also, this is Suigetsu, my brother. The one you mentioned last time. I brought him along because Yagura wouldn't let him go if he found out." Zuki Mayuki pulled out a small figure hiding behind him. Like Mayuki, he had light blue hair, sharp teeth sucking on his fingers, and innocent eyes looking at Lin Yu. "After Karen, is it Suigetsu again, right? I also brought a group of very troublesome guys who are waiting at the village entrance," Zuki Mayuki suddenly said with a serious expression. "Oh, then we should go take a look?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Arriving at the village entrance, Lin Yu saw a group of people waiting there. They had hairstyles passed down from ancient times, with 2 red hearts above their eyebrows, and their expressions were generally filled with mania. The Kagaya clan from Kirigakure? Lin Yu's gaze became deep. Hey, Lord Uchiha, after hearing about your deeds, we believe you are the war god sent by heaven to guide us. We are willing to eradicate anyone who stands in your way. Come, give us a mission and let us fight. The man at the forefront laughed. Hee. The clansmen behind him all laughed in a frenzied manner. The Kagaya clan, a naturally combative people, unlike the Uchiha clan's thirst for battle. The Kagaya clan finds their existence only in battle. They are a group of born madmen. When their fighting spirit is not satisfied, they will betray and rebel, even knowing that it will lead to their demise. Lin Yu, of course, would not keep these people in the village, as he did not wish to create conflict at this stage. Therefore, if the Kagaya clan does not get what they want, they will inevitably rebel, just like in Kirigakure. So you want to fight, huh? Z. Beneath the mask, the twin kaleidoscopes burst forth with brilliance. Susanoo, unleash. Ka. The great sword swings, and blood and flesh fly. This power is truly overwhelming. Kiki. Until the moment of their death. The Kagaya clan members sang praises of power. Unfortunately, the combat strength Lin Yu desires is not this kind of madness. How decisive. The moonlit ghost smiled admiringly, revealing its sharp teeth. Let's go. Lin Yu turned away coldly. Wow. Suddenly, the cry of a baby came from the pile of corpses. Lin Yu paused and walked over. A tiny life was crying in the swaddling, with silver hair, a delicate face, and the Kagaya clan's unique red spots. Lin Yu opened the swaddling and saw the nameplate hanging at the child's waist, which read, Kagaya Kimimaro. Could it be that this is truly fate? Chapter 59. The Roots of Konoha, Boundless Darkness. Underground in Konoha, at the headquarters of the Root organization. Danzo sat in a chair, his usual cane placed beside him. The rise of the Hidden Darkness village had become an unstoppable trend, and Uchiha had become the sixth shadow of the ninja world, standing alongside the 5 Kage. Now they were aggressively recruiting defectors and wandering ninjas from various hidden villages. We must take this opportunity to insert our wedge. Yuin, do you know why I chose you? Who has no experience? Danzo looked at the purple-haired girl kneeling in front of him, the 9-year-old Yuin Yuzuki. After her sister became a defecting ninja and bore the guilt of killing her companions, she had suffered from cold stares and bullying from her fellow villagers. Living a difficult life, Danzo and the hand of Root finally reached out to her. Because the essence of Root is darkness. When a once innocent girl's heart is tainted by darkness, she possesses the potential to become part of Root. In the Root organization, there are many children with this dark potential. The young Yuin spoke words that were completely inconsistent with her tenor voice. I know. Because my sister was deceived by the shadow Uchiha Yu and killed her companions, becoming a traitor to Konoha. She paused, hesitatingly saying, Lord Danzo wants me to persuade my sister to return to Konoha. Wrong. Danzo interrupted Yuin, emphasizing, your sister, Yuzuki Yuin, can never return to Konoha. From a moment she chose to betray Konoha, she was nailed to the pillar of shame in Konoha. So Yuin, your task is singular. To join the Hidden Darkness village as the sister of the Konoha traitor and Lady Shadow Yuzuki Yuin, and by any means necessary. Earn Uchiha Yu's trust, ultimately finding the opportunity to kill him and bring his eyes back to me. Yuin Yuzuki clenched her small hands. Can I accomplish such a task? He is someone even the Hokage cannot deal with. Danzo replied, it's okay. Even the strongest have weaknesses. They tend to let their guard down around those they trust the most. At that time, killing him will be as easy as pie. Yuin, you don't need to rush. You can wait until you are a bit older and use your beauty as a weapon. After all, like your sister, you are a beauty in the making. Though young, Yuin understood Danzo's meaning. He wanted her to seduce using her looks. The female ninjas of Root had all undergone such training to achieve their goals. However, for this conservative girl, it was still. But Danzo, he is well aware of human hearts. He threw out a bait that Yuin could not refuse. Yuin, if the mission is successful, Konoha will let your sister go. Yuin froze suddenly, but ultimately succumbed. But won't he doubt me? Danzo said, I have arranged everything for you. Yuzuki Yuin, you have been discriminated against and abused in the village because of your sister's crimes. In your desperation, you chose to defect from Konoha, even. Danzo's gaze deepened, suddenly becoming sharp. During your defection, you killed your childhood friend, Moonlight Shippu. Swish! Yuin's pupils suddenly froze. This is my own matter. It has nothing to do with Shippu. Danzo interjected. This is not just your matter. It's Konoha's matter. For Konoha, such a trivial sacrifice is necessary. I have brought you a person. Bang! Several Root members threw the bound Moonlight Shippu to the ground. Clang! Danzo threw a ninja knife before the stunned Yuin and shouted, Kill him yourself. Yuin's pupils trembled violently, her emotions agitated. No, I can't do it, Danzo shouted. Don't forget, when you were at your wit's end, it was Root that gave you shelter. To survive in Root, you need to have the potential for darkness. Come, let me see if you have this potential. It will determine your sister, Yuzuki Yuin's fate. Huff, huff, huff. Yuin gasped heavily, her brain lacking oxygen as she painfully collapsed to the ground, clutching her heart. Yuin. This call came from in front of her. Yuin Yuzuki lifted her head. Sipu. Yuin, don't. Moonlight Shippa said. Tears welled in Yuin's eyes as she gritted her teeth, picked up the ninja knife, and unsteadily made her way to Moonlight Shippu, raising the knife. Yuin, no. Moonlight Shippu cried out more intensely. Tears slid down Yuin Yuzuki's cheeks. Forgive me, Shippu. Ah! Crack. The blade pierced. Blood surged from underneath Moonlight Shippu. Don't fall alone into boundless darkness, ah. Moonlight Shippu murmured, his vacant pupils completely losing the color of life. On a night with the moon high in the sky, he passed away like the wind. Moonlight Shippu once again fulfilled the fate brought by his name. Thud! Yuin Yuzuki collapsed on the ground, staring at her blood-soaked hands, her whole being lost in madness. Very good. Danzo stood up holding his cane. From this moment on, you will become an external member of Root. For safety's sake, I will not implant the tongue vortex Root absolute mark on you as a Root member. You will maintain a high degree of freedom to complete this task. But you must not disappoint me. For Konoha, for the ninja world, Uchiha, you must die. He pinched Yuin Yuzuki's chin, looking in her tear-streaked dull eyes. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The rest is even more exciting. Now, take this guy's head and report to the Hidden Darkness Village. Remember to make yourself look injured. Konoha will also send pursuers to symbolically chase after you. Thus, under Danzo's instigation, Yuin Yuzuki set off with Moonlight Shippu's head, her back already enveloped in boundless darkness. After she left, an elite member of Root, Jing Temple, appeared. Lord Danzo, the operation to assassinate Uchiha Mikoto's unborn child has failed. What happened? You can't deal with a pregnant woman. No, it's Uchiha Itachi, at a young age. He already possessed the Sharingan. He discovered us and stalled for time until other Uchiha clan members arrived. Uchiha Itachi, the son of Uchiha Fugaku, only 5 years old, already has the Sharingan. This has never happened in Uchiha history. Danzo's gaze became very deep. Lord Danzo, although the mission failed, we also killed 3 Uchiha members and extracted their Sharingan. Temple held up a vessel containing exactly 6 3-tomo Sharingan. You didn't expose your identity, right? Rest assured. Lord Danzo, it's foolproof. 6, just enough to replenish the eyes I consumed in my battle with Hayabusa. Danzo unwrapped the iron plates and bandages around his hand, reloading the 6 eyes consumed while using his Anaji during his battle with Hayabusa. Then, covering his right eye, which was wrapped in bandages, his gaze deepened. There is still one right eye left. An ordinary Sharingan no longer meets my needs. I must obtain a Manjiku Sharingan. Chapter 60. Orochimaru, wake up. Sister, I've had enough of that village. They beat and scold me every day. I escaped, and I want to be with you. Yuin, it's all my fault. I'll cause you to suffer. Looking at her disheveled and injured younger sister in front of her, Yuzuki Yugao couldn't hold back her tears and stepped forward to embrace her sister. Lin Yu stood not far behind, his Sharingan glimmering beneath his mask. What happened to the Konoha ninjas pursuing her? Akatsuki replied, before we could catch them, they all committed suicide. Lin Yu squinted. So, we can't verify anything through interrogation. Akatsuki asked, what's wrong? Do you sense something off? Yes, I always feel that something isn't right. Lin Yu gazed at the lifeless head of Moonlight Gale on the ground. This dark and bloody style reminded Lin Yu instinctively of one person. The representative of darkness in the ninja world, Danzo. Lin Yu stepped forward. Yuin, this is Yugao, you know, my sister, Yuzuki Yuin introduced happily. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Yuzuki Yugao instinctively showed a look of fear on her face. Don't be scared, he's now your brother-in-law, Yuin said, brushing back her hair shyly. Yugao looked at Lin Yu, and, after a few seconds, her expressionless face suddenly squinted into a crescent shape, and a radiant smile broke out. Hello, brother-in-law. Lin Yu stared directly at her. Make a funny face for me to see. Hearing Lin Yu's strange request, Yuzuki Yuin looked puzzled. After a moment of consideration, Yuzuki Yugao really pulled down the corners of her eyes, stuck out her tongue, and made a funny face. Lin Yu's Sharingan focused on the root of her tongue. He found no tongue vortex forbidden seal implanted to prevent Root members from leaking information. Why did you kill him? Lin Yu pointed at the head of Moonlight Gale on the ground. And Yuzuki Yugao stopped her funny face. Yuin said anxiously. Gale blocked my way out of the village. If I didn't do this, It would only create unnecessary ties in the future. I don't want to have any ties with Konoha anymore. Brother-in-law, do you think what I did is right? Yuzuki Yugao tilted her small face, with two completely different emotions of innocence and pathology appearing on her face simultaneously. If adults saw this, they would think this is a child whose heart has been severely traumatized and her character has twisted. Linyu gazed deeply at Yuzuki Yugao for a moment, then reached out his hand and smiled. Yugao, welcome to the Hidden Shadow Village. Yugao reached out her small hand, but then shrank it back halfway, saying, my hands are dirty. I'm afraid I'll dirty brother-in-law's hands. Yugao, your brother-in-law won't mind this, Yuin said. Has she changed? That gentle and strong Yuzuki Yugao has fallen into darkness. Linyu didn't deliberately do anything or think too much. He changed Yuzuki Yuin's fate on a whim, leading to this result, which he hadn't anticipated. After all, he is just a teenager. But he doesn't regret taking Yuzuki Yuin away. In this world, can everything go as one wishes? In life, there are many things that are beyond one's control, and the same goes for the strong. When encountering problems, just solve them. But to be honest, if Linyu hadn't observed the Naruto world from a bystander's perspective, hadn't seen the true Yuzuki Yugao, who was affectionate and considerate for the village, he might have really been deceived by Danzo's grand scheme this time. Linyu firmly believes that a person's character cannot twist to such an extent in such a short time. Therefore, he has seen through Danzo's conspiracy. Seeing through, but not speaking, he indeed forced Yuin to betray Konoha, which was intolerable for someone who loved the village deeply like Yugao. Danzo just exploited this point and amplified it. If Yugao hadn't killed Moonlight Gale, perhaps they could have resolved the misunderstanding with an explanation. But looking at Yugao's current words and actions, she has clearly fallen into darkness. That's not something that can be resolved with a few words. If Yugao knew that her exposure was imminent, she might even take her own life. I should have forcibly brought Yuzuki Yugao back last time I went to Konoha. Linyu felt a bit regretful, but then he thought about it and understood. The last time he didn't take Yugao away was because the timing was truly not ripe. The Hidden Shadow Village hadn't been established yet, and having a little girl who was completely in the dark by his side just wouldn't be right. And who could have predicted that Danzo would act so quickly? Since that night when Danzo was intimidated by Linyu, he has not left Konoha, and even the number of guards has doubled, fearing that he would be caught outside the village by Linyu. With only 4 minutes left of his Anaji, that wouldn't even be enough to escape. So, Linyu was slightly passive for a moment. It's hard for a clear official to judge family matters. Danzo, I must say, you truly played a brilliant move. Well, I have plenty of time now, so I'll just play along with you. At night, Yuin was showing her sister around the village. The people living in this village were doing their respective tasks. Everything was orderly and flourishing. The rock statue of the first shadow, which the Hidden Shadow Village leaned against, was also under construction. Although Linyu had the ability to create it instantly himself, the shadow rock represented the belief of the villagers and the dignity of the village chief, so building it himself would be improper. Linyu leaned against a pillar, gazing at the moon in the night sky. It has been almost a year since he crossed over, and in this year, he has experienced dozens of battles. And so far, he has never tasted defeat. In the current ninja world, is there still someone who can threaten him? The answer is undoubtedly yes. After all, in the Warring States period, even the strongest Senju clan only stood in an absolute dominant position after allying with the Uchiha clan to quell the chaos. Linyu is very clear that his strength is still quite far from Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and he has no force behind him. After all, the Hidden Shadow Village is still in development, even if the current generation of ninjas is still far from their ancestors. Linyu does not believe that he can run rampant in the ninja world at this moment, let alone the two residing on the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Shuren. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki, at least, will have to wait another 10 years. And Shusui's eyes are also in cultivation, so at this stage, there are definitely still things to do. Linkuin, just as you said when I woke up, this ninja world has already turned upside down. At this moment, a hoarse voice came from the shadow behind him. Oh, you woke up, Linyu turned around and glanced over. Then let's start our next plan, thud. From the shadows, Orochimaru, dressed in an ethereal white robe, walked over gracefully. Chapter 61 New Plans. In the secret meeting room, Linyu and Orochimaru sat, facing each other. Linyu had his legs crossed, propping up his face with one arm, exuding an air of a big shot, while Orochimaru maintained a proper sitting posture. On the table in front of them, candles flickered. You may wonder why they didn't turn on the lights? Because the village still didn't have electricity. Linyu said, I have obtained the complete cells of Senju Hashirama. So the next goal is to reach the pinnacle of Uchiha's ocular power. Orochimaru's eyes brightened. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Oh, you know about it too, Linyu replied. Of course, the body of Senju, the eyes of Uchiha, the legendary sage of six paths, the power passed down through generations. As someone interested in the truth of the world, how could I not seek to understand it? However, although the Meijiki Sharingan is rare, throughout Uchiha's long history, there have been rumors of its awakening. The forbidden ocular techniques and the curse of blindness. No one who awakened the eyes could escape unscathed until that Uchiha Madara, before his own eyes were about to go blind, transplanted the Meijiki Sharingan of his brother Izuna, inadvertently uncovering another major secret of Uchiha's ocular evolution, the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. That is right, only Madara awakened these eyes. The candlelight flickered, resembling Orochimaru's fervent gaze. Linyu continued, yes, even though countless Uchiha clan members in later generations fought among themselves, turning against their own kin to obtain this forbidden power, no one else has awakened these eyes because they lack Madara's qualifications. Even if they tried to imitate, it would just be a poor imitation. Poor imitation? The knowledgeable Orochimaru showed a puzzled expression. It means to imitate something that one cannot replicate, resulting in a comically poor performance, Linyu explained. Sometimes you come up with fresh terms that don't quite fit this world, Yuko and Orochimaru said meaningfully. All right, let us not dwell on trivial matters. Back to the main topic. Linyu shifted his position, switching his crossed legs and supporting his face with the other hand. Yukuin's potential is not inferior to Madara's. I have always believed this. Therefore, you have the qualifications to awaken the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, but Orochimaru paused. Linyu hit the nail on the head, but my father has long since died on the battlefield, and I have no brothers, right? Yes. Even if one has qualifications are met, to awaken the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, two conditions must be fulfilled. First, one must transplant another Meijiki Sharingan. Second, that Meijiki must come from a brother or father. Linyu, Uchiha Bido, is an only child with no siblings, which means a Bido can never awaken the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. These eyes require not only talent, but also fortune. The candlelight flickered a few times, and Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Linyu said, startlingly, Orochimaru, this is the second plan I want to discuss with you. Can you make two Uchiha clan members with no direct blood relation become brothers? Orochimaru was taken aback. The candlelight extinguished. Linyu snapped his fingers, and the candlelight reignited. Orochimaru suddenly laughed wildly at that moment. Linyu showed no signs of surprise. A scientific madman always has a whimsical side. This is passion. After laughing, Orochimaru spread his hands and said, Yukuin, you are leading me into a whole new realm with you. I will never feel bored. So, tell me, which prominent Uchiha have you set your sights on to make him your brother? Linyu's gaze deepened. Uchiha Shursui. Orochimaru's pupils flashed. Shursui? That outstanding Uchiha who awakened his Sharingan at 7 and trained to the level of 3 Tomo by 8. But he seems yet to have awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. Yukon, I have no doubt about his potential to awaken, but the abilities of Meijiki Sharingan vary widely. How can you be sure that Shursui's future Meijiki abilities will be worthy of you? Linyu could certainly be sure. Shursui's ocular power is Kodo Amatsukami, the strongest Jinjutsu. It's not an exaggeration to say that if Shursui had a pair of Kodo Amatsukami Meijiki right now, even Linyu, without full preparation, wouldn't dare to approach Shursui easily. Even with Linyu possessing the power of Senju Hashirama and a pair of Kamui Meijiki, if caught in Kodo Amatsukami, everything would be over. Shursui's ocular power is that terrifying. If anyone could counter Kodo Amatsukami, it would probably only be someone of the sage of 6 paths caliber. Linyu casually stated, Shursui, such an outstanding genius in the Uchiha clan, his ocular power will certainly not be lacking. He's my first backup IO? Then who is the second backup? Orochimaru asked curiously. The second backup is Uchiha Itachi. Of course, that situation is due to unavoidable circumstances where I cannot obtain Shursui's eyes. So I would settle for Itachi's eyes as a backup. The ability of Kamui is not without flaws. If faced with a superior Jinjutsu user, it could also be susceptible. So choosing a pair of eyes skilled in Jinjutsu would provide resistance against it, increasing the margin for error. Kodo Amatsukami is the first choice, Tsukuyami is the backup. This was Lin Yu's initial consideration. When the time comes, I will tell you, Orochimaru. Tell me, can your technique achieve this? Lin Yu asked. The chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Orochimaru replied. Theoretically, it is feasible, but the specific operational methods will need to be researched to arrive at. How long will it take to find a method? Linyu asked. Orochimaru thought for a moment. If there are sufficient experimental subjects, about a month. The experimental subjects you mentioned refer to living people, right? Linyu's eyes narrowed slightly. That's right. Great achievements always come with sacrifices. In the past, there was Kabuto. He was a genius in medical ninjutsu and could allow my experimental subjects to be reused. Unfortunately, he is no longer here. Orochimaru sighed. Linyu fell silent. Orochimaru's experiments have a bloody and cruel side, but they are necessary. So, to advance the experiments, should they capture innocent people as Orochimaru's guinea pigs? Although Linyu adheres to a cold and ruthless approach in dealing with the world, he cannot bring himself to do something so inhumane. In other words, if I can find a medical ninja to replace Kabuto as an assistant, then we one team need too many experimental subjects, right? Linyu asked, taking a different approach. You could say that, but such a medical ninja is hard to find. Orochimaru replied. Linyu stood up and, with a whoosh, released 2 individuals from the Kamui space. They were none other than Aburame Shino from the Konoha Root organization and Pakin from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. During past battles, Linyu had absorbed them into the time-space and continuously applied Genjutsu to control them, feeding them a bit of food daily to prevent them from dying, thinking that one day they might come in handy. You can use these 2 experimental subjects first. I will figure out a way for the medical ninja, Linyu said. This scene has a strong sense of DJVU. Orochimaru couldn't help but think of the incident with Yamato back then. Linyu walked out of the meeting room, deep in thought. The strongest medical ninja today is Tsunade. There's no doubt about that. But taking too big of a step can lead to trouble. So, the only person Linyu can think of whose medical skills are on par with Kabuto and are practical is one person. Tsunade's eldest disciple and assistant, Shizen. Alright, let's capture Shizen. Linyu has made his decision. Chapter 62, Capturing Shizen. Ever since the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, returned to Konoha from the Land of Iron, Tsunade left the village again, taking her beloved apprentice, Shizen, on a journey. At this moment, within the Land of Fire, in a gambling house, Tsunade was having a great time. Lady Tsunade, shouldn't we be leaving soon? Shizen advised from the side. No, I want to lose all this money first. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, fully immersed in her gambling excitement, unwilling to let go. Exactly, this is adult business, little girl, don't meddle. The gamblers at the table were not about to let their fat sheep escape, and they began to ridicule Shizen. Indeed, Shizen was just a 16-year-old girl at this moment. Watching Tsunade engrossed in gambling, Shizen sighed inwardly. It seems the royalties from Jiraiya's novel reprints are probably all gone. Well, Lady Tsunade, can I go soak in the hot springs next door? Shizen asked. Oh, go ahead. Tsunade replied without looking back. So, Shizen went to the hot springs alone. Some might wonder where the cute pig, Tun-Tun, that Tsunade always carried with her was. At this time, it hadn't even been born yet. Wrapped in a white bath towel, Shizen arrived at the hot spring pool. Jiraiya was anxiously trying to deal with the news of Orochimaru aligning with the Hidden Sound Village, while Lady Tsunade was off gambling. The relationships among these 3 adults were truly puzzling. Shizen murmured to herself and was about to lift her towel to enter the steaming hot spring when a faint male voice suddenly came from behind her. Hey, Miss Shizen, considering what's about to happen, it's better if you don't lift that cloth. Whoosh! Shizen suddenly turned around and stepped back. Standing on the surface of the hot spring water, on guard as she looked at the long-haired masked man sitting on the wall, her heart racing. When did he arrive? Why didn't he even sense his presence? Who are you? Shizen demanded. I'm someone who needs you. Come work for me. Linyu said as he jumped down from the wall and walked slowly toward Shizen. Whoosh! Shizen, sensing danger, lifted her sleeve to reveal a hidden weapon designed as wrist guards. Hidden weapon needle shot. Swish, swish, swish. Poisonous sunbond flew towards Linyu. Clang, clang, clang. But they all struck the wall behind him. Shizen was shocked. It penetrated through. Wait. This ability? Could it be? No way. But she didn't have time to think, and she quickly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu. Poison mist. A thick cloud of poisonous mist erupted from her mouth, rapidly spreading. Oh, poison, huh? That is quite a troublesome ability for a ninja, Linyu said as he walked out of the poison mist. Nervous sweat trickled down Shizen's face. Damn. Does that mean he really is? Are you Uchiha? She asked cautiously. Hake, hake. The Konoha folks are always sharp, Linyu replied, effectively admitting his identity. Didn't you promise in front of the 5 Kage to stop your reckless actions? How is it that you just became a shadow and are already breaking your promise? Shizen questioned without changing her expression, but the water she stood on was rippling, clearly indicating her tension had caused her chakra to become somewhat chaotic. Hake, hake. Do you know about quantum mechanics and SC Char-Dinger's cat? Linyu said with a playful smile. What cat? Shizen was confused. Things only exist at the moment they are observed. In other words, if they are not observed, they do not exist. My attack on you is the same. If it's not detected, It's as if it never happened. Lin Yu explained. Baka, that is nonsense. Shizun retorted angrily. Even if you can make attacks penetrate, as long as this poison mist is here, you can't easily nullify the penetration. Oh, you figured that out so quickly. No wonder you're Tsunade Heim's beloved apprentice. Not to mention your medical ninjutsu. Your overall strength is already at the J-Nin level, Lin Yu praised. Shizun maintained the concentration of the poison mist, but inwardly she hoped. Lady Tsunade, please quickly realize what's happening here. Unfortunately, this poison mist isn't enough to harm me. Who is Senju cells? Lin Yu burst out from the poison mist, reaching for Shizun's arm. In a moment of desperation, Shizun opened her mouth. Ninjutsu, tongue needle. This was Shizun's unique hidden weapon, directly spitting out poison needles from her mouth, making it hard to defend against. However, was a Sharingan just for show? Lin Yu's current observation skills could even see through Killer B's sword techniques, let alone a few hidden weapons. Whoosh! In an instant, he perfectly avoided all the poison needles, his hand successfully touching Shizun's shoulder. It's over. Kamui. Whoosh! The Kamui vortex released from his right eye instantly sucked Shizun into the space-time dimension. Splash! The white towel wrapped around Shizun fell onto the water surface. In the gambling house, Tsunade was left with only the last 100,000 Rio in betting funds. Sure enough, I'm always losing when I gamble. Tsunade thought to herself, revealing her bottom card. The surrounding gamblers looked at Tsunade as if she were a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. But when Tsunade revealed her bottom card, everyone was stunned, including Tsunade herself. How is this possible? The one who always loses when gambling, Tsunade, actually won. Having won money, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply. She always lost when gambling, but when she started winning, it meant something bad was about to happen. This is really strange. The gamblers dejectedly pushed piles of cash toward Tsunade, urging, Tsunade, keep playing. However, Tsunade was distracted. Suddenly her expression turned serious, and she stood up. Where are you going? I'm not playing anymore. What about the money? You can keep it. Consider it repairing this wall. Tsunade's robe swayed as she strode forward, smashing a fist into the gambling house's wall. Shizun, I hope I'm just overthinking this. When Tsunade arrived at the next door hot spring pool, she only saw a man in black standing on the water's surface, holding a towel and deep in thought. The situation Tsunade did not want to see had still occurred. Where did Shizun go? She shouted at the back of the man in black. The man in black did not respond. I'm asking you, where did you take Shizun? Tsunade yelled angrily, leaping up with a powerful punch aimed at him. Oof! The man in black, Lin Yu, snorted coldly, throwing the towel behind him to block Tsunade's line of sight. The powerful fist fell onto the water surface after a brief delay. Boom, boom, boom. The entire hot spring pool was flipped over by the force, splashing water everywhere. The pebbled bottom of the hot spring pool was shattered into pieces. Tsunade Heim. Gambling is a bad habit that harms both others and oneself. You should quit it early. Lin Yu, suspended in midair, said softly. What a joke. Give Shizun back to me. Tsunade's face, as white as mutton fat, was visibly strained, with veins bulging, and even the seal of the 100 healing marks on her forehead was on the verge of being released. Looking at Tsunade, who was engulfed in frustration and anger, Lin Yu said solemnly, Tsunade, I, Uchiha, have one more piece of advice for you. When one day, your white-haired comrade attempts to infiltrate the Rain Village alone, you must stop him. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Whoosh! Accompanied by the swirling Kamui, Lin Yu disappeared into thin air, leaving Tsunade fuming in place. Bang! In a fit of rage, she slammed her fist heavily onto the ground. Tsunade's gaze was as sharp as lightning. Tsunade Senju, bet the name of the legendary 3 ninjas will never let you go, Uchiha. Chapter 63, Persuading Shizun. After taking Shizun away, Lin Yu returned to his Qianyu pavilion, where Yuzuki Yuyang had been waiting in the empty room for a long time. Where's Shizun? Lin Yu took off his outer robe and hung it on the rack. I've settled her in the next room. That child has suffered a lot in Konoha, and she doesn't want to sleep too far away from me, Yuyang said, tidying the bed with a hint of pity in her voice. I see. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and put on a loose nightgown. Did you have fun tonight? Yeah, I took her to the village market, and she seemed really interested. I even bought her a stuffed doll, Yuyang said with a smile. That's good, Lin Yu nodded. Hey you, that child. I think she must have some psychological issues. When I heard her talk about killing her childhood friend, I got goosebumps all over. She used to be so kind-hearted. She couldn't bear to hurt even small animals, but at this point, Yuzuki Yuyang's voice choked up. Don't be sad. Time will heal everything, Lin Yu said as he sat down by the bed and embraced Yuyang. Yuyang nestled against Lin Yu. In their affectionate gaze, The two naturally began to undress and enjoy the beautiful night on the moonlit bed. You hold me huff, ha huff, ha. On the other side of the wall, Yuzuki Shizen pulled her ear away from the wall, her pupils dull and devoid of light, staring at the doll with its head cut off on the ground. Then she picked up a knife and began to carve out the cotton from the stuffed doll. As she did so, she murmured, "Hey, Wani-chan's sister, can I cut off the head of my brother-in-law? That way, Wani-chan will definitely wake up, right?" Early the next morning, Lin Yu brought Yu Yang to his soundproof room. After closing the door, he said to Yu Yang, I need to do some psychological work on someone. A female ninja from Konoha. Who did you bring this time? Yu Yang asked in surprise. Tsunade's apprentice, Shizen. Orochimaru needs her for experiments. With her medical ninjutsu, it can reduce the number of innocent test subjects, Lin Yu explained truthfully. Yu Yang sighed helplessly. By the way, find me some of your clothes. Why? There's a bit of a situation. She should be in a completely naked state right now. Yuzuki Yu Yang. Whoosh. Lin Yu released Shizen from the space-time dimension. Shizen was indeed completely naked, but her eyes were vacant, trapped in a Jinjutsu. Lin Yu had been applying the Jinjutsu to prevent her from taking her own life. Lin Yu dispelled the Jinjutsu. Shizen hurriedly covered herself. Glaring fiercely at Lin Yu placed a set of clothes in front of her. Put on your clothes, and then we can talk. After saying this, Lin Yu turned around to let Shizen change on her own. Shizen, her face filled with humiliation, put on the clothes. I don't care what your intentions are, but I advise you to give up, Shizen said firmly, pressing her collar tightly. Lin Yu turned around and said in a deep voice, I could easily manipulate you to do anything with my Sharingan Jinjutsu. But the reason I'm not doing that for now is that I genuinely hope you can join my side. Join your side? Don't daydream. Shizen still resisted. No, you have a compelling reason to join me. Lin Yu insisted. Then tell me. Shizen scoffed. If you don't join me, your beloved Tsunade will die, and the Konoha you serve will perish. Is that reason sufficient? Lin Yu said ominously. Shizen was taken aback and quickly retorted. Tsunade is not such a weak woman, and Konoha is at least 10 times stronger than Takigakure. How could you possibly succeed? Stop with the alarmist talk. Lin Yu's eyes were deep. Well, I don't deny what you said, but when did I say I would do that? What do you mean by that? The one who will do such things is not me, but someone else. One day, everything in the ninja world will be destroyed. Lin Yu said very seriously. Shizen's pupils shrank. Doesn't he seem to be exaggerating? What exactly do you want to say? Well, that's a long story. Let us start with the divine tree, the chakra fruit, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Lin Yu originally wanted to share the secret of the origin of this ninja world with his bedside partner, Yuzuki Yu Yang, and now was just the right opportunity to use it to persuade Shizen, allowing Yu Yang to listen in as well. Thus, Lin Yu narrated everything, from the divine tree to Kagaya, from the sage of 6 paths to the 10 tails, and then to the origins of the 9-tailed beasts, and the curse that has continued to this day. After listening, both Yu Yang and Shizen were left dumbfounded. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu continued. This is how it is. One day, an enemy even Kagaya Otsutsuki will descend upon this planet. Without enough strength, we will be unable to resist. This kind of thing is a lie. Shizen found it hard to believe. Lin Yu said, you can think of me as having a tendency to fabricate stories, but if it's true, what will the consequences be? Following that gambling-addicted Tsunade, you should be well aware of the consequences of losing a bet, and this time the stakes are not money, but the safety of the entire ninja world. Miss Shizen, what do you think? Even if there is such an enemy, as long as all the ninjas work together, we can definitely defeat them. Shizen said confidently. Hey. Lin Yu laughed, shaking the ground with his voice. Don't be naive. Just with me alone, I'm already causing chaos among the 5 great nations. Do you know how strong Kagaya Otsutsuki is? She is at least 10 times, 100 times stronger than I am now, and the enemy that even she fears. How do you plan to resist them? At this point, Shizen's eyes widened, and cold sweat began to soak her back. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Then how can I trust you? After gaining power, you want to do the same things Kagaya did. Lin Yu spread his hands and said, because I have no interest in conquest. What I've pursued from the beginning is freedom. When I succeed, I will benefit the world. When I am poor, I will keep to myself. My current strength is insufficient, so I pursue personal freedom. When my strength is sufficient, I will pursue freedom for the world. Miss Shizen, you are facing a decision that could change the world. For the future of the ninja world, will you lend me a helping hand, or will you merely offer your foolish loyalty for Konoha? Answer me. Based on your answer, I will decide whether you qualify to become my partner or merely a puppet under Jinjutsu. After clarifying everything, Lin Yu issued Shizen an ultimatum. No matter what Shizen thought personally, Lin Yu's steps to achieve his goals would never stop. The time he gave her was running out. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the clock moved. Shizen curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, burying her head, lost in deep thought. The fabric of her knees was wrinkled from her grip. After a long time, she raised her head. What do you want me to do? Beneath the mask, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. It seems you have made a decision. Come with me. Thus, Lin Yu took Shizun and Yu Yang to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru. Looking at the familiar figure before her, Shizun was left speechless. Ah, Yu-chan, you really have given me another big surprise. Orochimaru said hoarsely and seductively. Miss Shizun, what you need to do is assist Mr. Orochimaru in pursuing the truth of this world. Of course, this truth is closely related to my purpose, Lin Yu said to Shizun. Looking at Orochimaru, who was focusing on the experimental subject with a scalpel, Shizun clenched her fists, her thoughts tangled. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. I'm sorry, everyone in Konoha. I don't know if my choice is right or wrong, but bearing the sins and remaining silent in the darkness is what a ninja does. If I make a mistake, I will atone with my life. I understand. Shizun has decided to assist Orochimaru and Lin Yu. Chapter 64. An Een Village, establishment of 3 major institutions. With the arrival of the top medical ninja, Shizun, Orochimaru's research progress is now on track. All that is left is to wait for a month, and Orochimaru will present his results. After the supply of water and electricity, the establishment of various facilities in an Een village is also on the agenda. As a ninja village, the 3 most important facilities are, first, the Umbu, responsible for intelligence gathering and executing confidential missions, including assassinating enemy targets. Second, the hospital, responsible for the medical needs of both ninjas and civilians. Third, the ninja school, which is crucial for training ninjas and the future of the village. A ninja village without new blood has no hope. To establish these 3 major facilities, 2 things are essential: funding and talent. The initial funding of an Een village is 1.5 billion Ryo, which is not a small amount and is more than enough. In this regard, Kakuzu has indeed made significant contributions. However, the second point, talent, is a major issue for an Een village at this time. Aside from Lin Yu, the Shadow, and Kakuzu, who is the accountant, there is Orochimaru, the research expert, Shizun, the elite medical jonin assisting Orochimaru, and the elite jonin, Kirigikuru's Manatsu, and Yuzuki Yuyu. The number of high-caliber talents is extremely limited. The Umbu's responsibility for intelligence gathering can be well handled by the White Zetsus, but Lin Yu has other uses for them. Therefore, Lin Yu assigns this daunting task to Kirigikuru's Manatsu. Manatsu, you are the strongest ninja in this village besides me and Kakuzu. Since Kakuzu is focused on funding, I can only entrust you with the difficult task of leading the Umbu. Lin Yu said, well, I've already prepared for this after all. I came to your side, not to just sit around, Manatsu replied reliably. Currently, I can't provide you with any capable subordinates. It will take some time for the new generation of the village to grow up, so for a long period, you will be operating solo. Compared to the Umbu leaders of other villages, it might seem somewhat lacking. Lin Yu said apologetically. Don't say that any newly established ninja village goes through this situation. Take Kirigikure as an example. The Umbu truly took shape during the reign of the second Mizukage. However, in today's ninja world where the Umbu system is already well established, we are just starting out and indeed at a disadvantage. But with you, the strongest shadow of this era, I believe everything will be resolved. As for whether he is the strongest shadow, Lin Yu is non-committal. In today's ninja world, in terms of hard power, the only one who poses a threat to him is the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. No matter how strong the life force of the Hashirama cells is, if hit head-on by dust release, it would likely end up being disintegrated. However, in terms of potential, Minato Namikaze is the one who can truly threaten him among the current shadows. The use of Flying Thunder God to its fullest. In some aspects, it can even surpass Kamui. The most terrifying part is Minato's battle intellect, which is even better than that of the Nara clan, allowing him to turn the rotten into the miraculous. If we consider that Minato masters the unparalleled sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the level of threat increases even further. Most importantly, Minato is still young. In the original work, Minato died at only 24 years old, which is the period when ninjas can improve their strength the fastest. Not to mention for a genius like Minato, whose talent and comprehension are at the top. If we consider another 10 years, it is hard to imagine how strong Minato's power will be, and he would likely be a formidable opponent for Lin Yu. You might say that Minato Namikaze's strength could be exaggerated, considering he has no bloodline limit. However, Minato is the only one who has replaced the signature red hair of the Uzumaki clan with his own genes. You tell me, is he strong or not? The matters of the Umbu are temporarily set aside. As for the hospital, Anin village has not yet officially begun to carry out the tasks commissioned by the Land of Darkness, so there will not be any injured ninjas for the time being. However, the civilian population living here, consuming grains, will inevitably face illnesses and disasters, which must be taken seriously. Lin Yu is also quite troubled by the lack of medical ninjas. I know medical ninjutsu. Yuzuki Yu proactively volunteered upon seeing Lin Yu's worry. Oh, Lin Yu raised his head in surprise, looking at Yu. During the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original work, her sister, Yuzuki Yugao, was part of the medical corps of the Allied forces, mastering advanced medical ninjutsu. Although she might not compare to Tsunade and Shizen, her level is far beyond that of ordinary medical ninjas. Since Yu is Yugao's elder sister, it is not surprising that she possesses medical ninjutsu skills as well. Let me be the temporary head of the hospital. As long as there isn't a massive influx of patients, I believe my skills will be sufficient to handle it. And my identity should positively impact your image, Yu said thoughtfully. Indeed, although we haven't held a formal wedding yet, the fact that Yuzuki Yu is the Shadow Lady is already well known. If she serves as the Shadow Lady while also taking on the role of saving lives, it will undoubtedly enhance Lin Yu's standing in the villagers' hearts. Lin Yu said appreciatively, Yu, your stepping up at this time is a great help to me. Yu replied, not at all. I'm just worried my strength is insufficient to help you significantly. That's not the case. The world is never short of powerful individuals. What is lacking are those who can support one another, Lin Yu said. I will quickly select talented children from the village who have a knack for medical ninjutsu to cultivate and form a medical team to lessen your burden. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Our village will definitely get better and better in the future, Yu said with hope. Thus, the hospital issue was temporarily settled. Finally, we arrive at the most critical issue of education, the ninja school. How to provide quality education as early as possible relates to when an Een village can rise to prominence and truly become an organization on par with the 5 great shinobi countries. It is important to note that there is not a single ninja village that can survive a disaster without its village leader. Only an Een village, at this stage, would likely be wiped out in an instant without Lin Yu, let alone expect the village to become a strong force behind him. Therefore, the education issue must be implemented immediately, with the first priority being to hire teachers for the ninja school. Unlike the responsible ninjas leading the lower ninjas, which must reach Jonin level, being a teacher at the ninja school requires only Chunin level and above. Lin Yu summoned all 47 white Zetsus, including Obito. Lord Shadow Yu, what do you need us for? Lord Yu, why aren't you off sleeping with the beauties? Why did you think of us? I thought Lord Yu, having been promoted to Shadow, would have forgotten us. The white Zetsus were as playful as ever, bantering with Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat on the eaves of the loft and smiled. How could I forget you? I remember when I just sent Obito away. It was you who guided my training every day, teaching me how to control chakra, walk on water, scale walls, proficiently form seals, use various ninjutsu, and even chakra nature transformation, and a series of basic ninja skills. Without that half year of hard training, I wouldn't be who I am today. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you were my enlightenment teachers. Oh, at least you have a good conscience. So you're gathering us here to reward our achievements? To assign important positions? The Baiju all showed expressions of joy. Lin Yu looked up at the moon in the sky and said, yes, it is indeed a very important position. I want you to take up the teaching staff and become the teachers of the ninja school, educating the future blossoms of our hidden darkness village. Chapter 65, all set. I give you the time to use the divine might. Say it again. What are we going to do? The white Zetsus were all excited. Whoosh. In the vortex of divine might, Lin Yu descended from the eaves to the ground. I want you to take on the future of the hidden dark village. This is a sacred and significant mission, entrusted only to you whom I trust the most. I trust you, my foot. Do you think we are those female ninjas you've tricked into your control, all brainwashed? In front of us, Madara is like a grandchild, cough cough. Of course, I mean in age. Yes, this is no exaggeration. These white Zetsus evolved from people who fell into Kagai's infinite Tsukuyomi thousands of years ago, and they're all sleeping within the outer path divine tree. Until several decades ago, during the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama, Madara bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh and transplanted it into his own body, awakening the Rinnegan in his old age and summoning the outer path divine tree. He then used the outer path divine tree as a medium to cultivate Hashirama's cells, awakening some of the white Zetsus that share a power source with Hashirama. In fact, the vast majority of the white Zetsus are still asleep within the outer path divine tree. Their number exceeds 100,000. Each of them has spent thousands of years, truly being ancestors. As for strength, forget it. Let us just discuss seniority. Facing the protests of the white Zetsus, Lin Yu actually showed a wronged expression, bowing his head and covering his face with his hand. Huh? You, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu said, Zetsu, you're my longest companion since I came to this world. Actually, I occasionally send you on errands. Not occasionally, but frequently, all right. The white Zetsus retorted. But I really consider you as friends, even family. Lin Yu said emotionally. Well, even if you say that, although you all have the same code name, have the same face, and your personalities are like they were carved from the same mold, your individual presence isn't strong. Hey, that's very rude to say. There are subtle differences between each of us. For example, it has a huge reverse thorn under its crotch, or it has more wrinkles on its face. What do you know, this reverse thorn can be used as a weapon. The wrinkles on my face in botany are called growth rings. As they talked, the white Zetsus began to argue among themselves. So, don't you want unique names for yourselves? Lin Yu's sudden words silenced all the white Zetsus. This kind of thing. We've never thought about it, Zetsu. This is the code name given to us by Madara, and the only one among us with a name is only Akatsuki. One white Zetsu said. Akatsuki, dressed in a black robe, sat silently on the wall. Lin Yu said seriously, I've actually thought about this for a long time. I want to give each of you present a unique name. From now on, your existence will be as unique as your names. Those who want names, come stand in a line here. The white Zetsus looked at each other and then unanimously crawled out of the ground, lining up in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at the Zetsu at the front, who had a huge reverse thorn and was initially one with the black Zetsu. Hiss! A wisp of chakra flame appeared at Lin Yu's fingertips as he wrote the character 1 on the shoulder of the Zetsu in front of him. Lin Yu said, your name is 1. 1? So cool. You are truly a genius at naming. 1 gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Lin Yu walked to the second white Zetsu, the one with a face full of wrinkles who had acted as an envoy to the hidden waterfall village and the daimyo's mansion. Lin Yu wrote the character 2 on his shoulder and said, your name is 2. 2. I have a name now, haha. I also have my own name. 2, so 2. What a good name. 2 raised his long arms high, bouncing and keeping rhythm. Lin Yu walked past each white Zetsu, naming them from 1 to 47, giving each white Zetsu a unique name. The white Zetsus chanted their names, linking arms and dancing joyfully, creating a scene of festive excitement. Even the most emotional 33 shed tears of joy. Phew, naming so many was extremely brain-draining. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached Akatsuki, saying, Akatsuki, I actually named you too, Isaro, but Akatsuki has already gotten used to it. Akatsuki thought, You have the coldness of Madara, but also the sincere side that Obito once had. You are a soul from another world who is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, and one of the few people who resonates with me like this. Whoosh! Akatsuki jumped down from the wall and said to the excited Zetsus, Everyone, the ninja school is crucial to the future of the hidden dark village. You entrusting such an important position to us also represents his trust in us. Since we're idle anyway, why not help him out? All right. Given that he gave us such nice names, we will reluctantly take on this task. The white Zetsus responded in agreement. Lin Yu patted Akatsuki's shoulder and said, Akatsuki, I want to hand over the position of headmaster of the ninja school to you. I don't mind, but aren't you afraid? Akatsuki started but hesitated. Afraid of what? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Well, it's nothing. I'll take this job. Akatsuki thought, let us start teaching from a young age. Seems interesting. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Thus, the crucial construction of the ninja school was entrusted to Akatsuki and the Zetsus by Lin Yu through persuasion and deception. At night, the tailor appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Darkness brought samples of headbands and ninja uniforms. These 2 items were personally designed by Lin Yu. The headband of the hidden dark village had a pattern that was actually identical to Lin Yu's divine Might Sharingan. This represented that no matter how high Lin Yu might soar in the future, he would never forget that these eyes were his starting point. The color of the ninja uniforms adopted a dark color scheme of black and purple, symbolizing the name Dark. The character U on the back represents that every ninja wearing this uniform from the hidden dark village will be protected by Lin Yu, also known as Uchiha Yu. The fate of any foreign ninja who dares to attack them will be death. Very well, let us measure for all the children in the village, and then tailor according to this sample. Lin Yu said. The tailor replied, Do we need to measure now? Isn't it too early? It takes a long time from the ninja school to become a genin. But Lin Yu had his own considerations. Everyone harbors great potential. You can never determine when they will reach the heights we expect. If that day comes sooner and we are not prepared for them, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? Opportunities must be seized by oneself, but as leaders, we must also fulfill our responsibilities and pave the way for those children who are good at seizing opportunities. The tailor looked at the man in front of him in shock, deeply bowed, and then left. Everything is ready. Lin Yu walked to the window, pulled aside the curtain, and suddenly, a purple-haired little girl quickly flashed past the corner. Lin Yu remained silent. That is, Evening Primrose. Chapter 66. Being a Shadow. 3 days later, the Hidden Shadow Village Ninja School was officially established. On this day, Afei and Ju donned the ninja attire of Hidden Shadow Village and arrived at the training ground of the ninja school. 564 children sat on the ground. They were selected by Lin Yu from over 1,000 orphans sent from the land of Waterfall, all possessing the talent to use chakra. The number 564 had a roughly balanced gender ratio. Although slightly fewer compared to other ninja villages, it was believed that their numbers would double in the future. These children lost their parents too early for various reasons, or were even abandoned by them. After experiencing loneliness, they inevitably differed from normal children, often being taciturn or reclusive. The establishment of the first ninja school holds significant historical importance for Hidden Shadow Village. As the Shadow, Lin Yu naturally had to be present to say something to these children. He wore the first-generation Shadow Cloak over the Hidden Shadow Village ninja uniform. With the emblem of Land of Darkness on his waist and a shadow hat with the character arc on his head. Under the overcast sky, he stood on the platform and spoke loudly to the audience. My name is Uchiha. As the Shadow, I am your village chief. Starting today, you will receive 3 years of basic ninja education at the Hidden Shadow Village Ninja School. The 564 of you will be divided into 47 classes of 12 students each, and your teachers are right in front of you. The children looked at Ju, who stood before them. I don't want these white guys. I want Lord Shadow to teach me personally. A discordant voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. White guys. Ju frowned and looked at the boy who spoke. His name was Yamashiro Ryufeng. Ryufeng, that's very rude. A girl beside him timidly said. You know, Miru, I'm not like these useless ones. Yamashiro Ryufeng stood up, disdainfully looking at the other children of his age. You bastard, what did you say? Do you believe I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball? At that moment, a tall boy with a dark complexion stood up nearby, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Yamashiro Ryufeng. Forget it, Mirojin. Don't stoop to his level. The surrounding children pulled Mirojin back. You all better watch out, useless ones, Yamashiro Ryufeng said proudly, forming hand seals in front of his chest. Boom! From the white smoke, a clone that looked exactly like him appeared. Ninjutsu? The children who had never seen ninjutsu were stunned. On the platform, Lin Yu murmured, Oh, he has already mastered the shadow clone technique. No wonder he feels superior. But it's just a basic clone technique. Yuang had already learned it before attending the ninja school, Yuang said beside him. Yamashiro Ryufeng shouted, Lord Shadow, do you see? I'm different from these people. I have the talent to become the strongest ninja. It would be an honor for you to take me as your disciple. Beside him, Miru covered her face, feeling embarrassed. TCH, Mirojin spat on the ground, then reluctantly sat down. Lin Yu said, Your talent as a ninja may indeed be excellent. That goes without saying, Yamashiro Ryufeng said, pinching his nose with pride. However, your character as a person leaves much to be desired. You want to make him understand the importance of respecting teachers and valuing education. Lin Yu said to number 1 White Jew, Okay, leave it to me. Number 1 White Jew stepped forward. What do you want to do? To teach you a lesson about humility. Don't underestimate me. Yamashiro Ryufeng clenched his fists and charged forward. Slap. With a gentle hand, number 1 White Jew caught Yamashiro Ryufeng's fist, tripped him, and struck the back of his head with a hand chop, causing him to fall to the ground. That hurts. You prickly bastard. Yamashiro Ryufeng rolled on the ground, holding his head and howling. Hey, little brat, do you believe I'll smash your little brother? Number 1 White Jew was somewhat annoyed. That's enough. Lin Yu stopped him and saved Yamashiro Ryufeng from further humiliation. Then Lin Yu stepped down from the platform, walked up to Yamashiro Ryufeng, and said, If you want to become my disciple, it shows you have ambition and are unwilling to fall behind. But you must be grounded and graduate from the ninja school first. But I want to avenge my parents. The guys from Awagakure killed my mom and dad, and Miru's sister too. I'm too weak. I want to become stronger. Yamashiro Ryufeng began to cry. Miru was also wiping her tears. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu reached out and pulled Yamashiro Ryufeng up, asking, How old are you this year? 10 years old. Yamashiro Ryufeng replied. Lin Yu said, How about this? Within 3 years, if you, Miru, and Mirojin all advance to Chunin, I will personally teach you 3 ninjutsu. Huh? Yamashiro Ryufeng was stunned. Eh? Miru was also shocked. WWW, did I hear that right? Morojin pointed at his own face, filled with disbelief. Linyu said, you heard correctly. It's the 3 of you. After you graduate from the ninja school, you will be placed in the same class. Only if all 3 of you advance to Chunin within 3 years will you be eligible for my guidance. Yamashiro Ryufeng said, I don't need to say anything. But what about the 2 of them? Linyu said, I value teamwork more than individual combat. Starting today, the 3 of you will improve together. If anyone falls behind, the others must help him. This is my test for you. Hearing this, Yamashiro Ryufeng, Miru, and Morojin looked at each other. Then stepped forward and stacked their palms together. You better not hold me back, Yamashiro Ryufeng said, with a band-aid on his nose, glaring at Morojin. Don't think being able to use the clone technique makes you impressive. I'll surpass you in no time. Morojin retorted. You two, don't argue. Miru gently persuaded the 2. Watching the scene, the other children felt envious, moved, or somewhat inferior. Linyu scanned all the children and said, opportunities are equal for everyone. From now on, I will closely monitor your growth. As long as you work hard, there will always be a chance to stand out. Hidden Shadow Village will never overlook an excellent ninja. We will soon assign you to your respective classes, from the same starting line. How high you can reach in the future depends entirely on yourselves. I have high hopes for you. After the ceremony for the establishment of the ninja school concluded, Linyu and Yue Ying strolled in the light rain. It seems that Yue Ying's name is not in the class allocations for the ninja school. Yue Ying raised her head proudly, fingers hooked on her waist. Well, the child has already surpassed the level of the ninja school. Keeping her there would not benefit the growth of the other children, nor would it benefit her own growth. Linyu nodded and said, then what about Yue Ying? How do you plan to arrange her? Yue Ying asked. Linyu gazed far into the distance and said, from today onwards, I will personally guide Yue Ying's training. Chapter 67. Yu and Yuyuan. Late at night, on the back mountain of Anin Village, in front of a great waterfall, Linyu and Mizuki Yuyuan stood facing each other above the water surface. Yuyuan wore purple clothes and shorts, her slender legs wrapped in white cloth, and she had a small ninja knife hanging from her waist. With her brown pupils, she innocently gazed at the man before her. From this moment on, I will officially guide you in your ninja training, Linyu said. Got it, brother-in-law, Yuyuan nodded. During training, you shouldn't call me brother-in-law. Understood, master. Upon hearing Yuyuan call him that, Linyu felt a mix of emotions in his heart. Then nodded. Let's begin. Now show me the skills you've learned at the ninja school. I want to assess your strength. Whoosh. Whoosh. Yuyuan quickly pulled out 2 shurikens from her ninja tool pouches on either side and threw them at Linyu. Linyu observed the trajectory of the shurikens with his Sharingan. Oh. 2 shurikens launched simultaneously with precise trajectories converging at my brow. Your shuriken technique is already quite skilled. Clang. Clang. Linyu casually threw a shuriken, knocking both shurikens down simultaneously. Splash. Yuyuan drew her ninja knife and rushed toward him across the water. She moved quickly, closing the distance in an instant, leaping up to strike at Linyu's shoulder. Linyu stood his ground, slightly shifting his body to evade the strike. Whoosh. Yuyuan swung her knife horizontally, and Linyu leaned back to avoid it again. Hey! Ha! Ha! Yuyuan gritted her teeth, swinging her knife with all her might, while Linyu moved like a willow in the wind, effortlessly dodging. Your knife techniques are fast, but your movements are too wide. By the time you retract your strikes, it's enough for the enemy to take your life. At the moment they passed each other again, Linyu lightly patted Yuyuan on the shoulder, and she stumbled forward several steps, splashing a lot of water. Panting heavily, Yuyuan gripped her ninja knife tightly, taking deep breaths. Linyu glanced at her back, closed his Sharingan, and took out a bell to hang on his waist. Again, until you can touch this bell, he said. Huh. Yuyuan turned and launched another attack at Linyu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Aim for the bell, but don't focus too much on it. Pay attention to my footsteps. Make your movements smaller. The knife is a deadly weapon. Precision is more important than strength. Your footwork is off. Don't look back and forth. Splash. Pant. Pant. 10 minutes later, Yuyuan collapsed onto the water surface. Heavy rain poured down, soaking her purple hair. As ripples spread across the water, Yuyuan looked at her reflection on the water surface, where Linyu approached, reaching out as if to help her. Whoosh. Yuyuan's expression changed abruptly, and she thrust her knife toward Linyu's face. Clang. Linyu extended 2 fingers and gently pinched the blade. At that moment, the sound of rain seemed to stop, and Yuyuan trembled, her eyes filled with some panic. What? Do you want to cut open my mask and see what I look like? Linyu smiled lightly, releasing his fingers. Yu Yuan lowered her knife and sat weakly on the water surface. The sound of rain resumed, and she looked up to ask, "Why do you wear a mask? Aren't you a shadow? Shadows should reveal their true faces, shouldn't they?" Lin Yu replied, "I am a shadow. My true form and strength are hidden beneath the dark curtain. My appearance can only be seen by the closest comrades, and my strength is only known by the most powerful enemies. Yu Yuan, if you want to see my true face, I could take off the mask right now." As he spoke, Lin Yu reached for his mask. "Don't." Yu Yuan stopped him, her small face showing a stubbornness that didn't match her age. "I will use my own hands to take off my master's mask, one day. Then I look forward to that." Lin Yu lowered his hand and asked, "Can you still move?" Yu Yuan, using her ninja knife for support, stood up. "Should I continue to chop at the bell?" Lin Yu said, "Just now, that strike was fast, fierce, and accurate. If it had been aimed at the bell instead of the mask, it would have hit. So, while you are qualified, next time it won't be so easy because I will open my Sharingan. Now, let me teach you a ninjutsu." "Ninjutsu?" Yu Yuan tilted her small face. "If it's basic techniques like transformation, substitution, or clone techniques, you don't need to teach me. I've already mastered them at the ninja school." Lin Yu smiled. "It's not that simple ninjutsu I want to teach you. What I will teach you is a lightning release ninjutsu, rated A level, incorporating advanced shape transformation. Lightning release. A level." Yu Yuan's eyes brightened. "A level ninjutsu. That is a forbidden technique, a high-level one, often mastered only by elite Jainin or even shadows." Lin Yu chuckled. "Yes, your sister possesses lightning chakra, and since you are her sister, you should be able to use lightning release. Did you teach this technique to my sister?" Yu Yuan asked curiously. "Your sister specializes in lightning sword technique and, with lightning blade, Fong, she is already strong enough. No need to learn this technique specifically. But our ninja school teachers say that regardless of the ninjutsu, one often has to start mastering from the lower levels. That is for mediocre ninjas. Those with talent don't need to follow the rules. If you can thoroughly master this technique, other lightning release ninjutsu will be easily available to you." Saying this, Lin Yu walked closer to the waterfall, preparing to demonstrate. Yu Yuan widened her eyes to watch. Lin Yu slowly formed hand seals, making it easy for Yu Yuan to see, the sequence being rat, horse, monkey, horse, rabbit, rat. After completing the seals, he held his right palm up and grabbed his right wrist with his left hand. Hisses. A strong lightning release chakra gathered into a lightning form in his right palm, producing a sharp hissing sound. Crackle, crackle. Chaotic arcs of electricity erupted from the center of the lightning form, showing the terrifying energy contained within. Whoosh! Lin Yu gently waved his palm, cutting off the falling waterfall, which took several seconds to recover. Yu Yuan covered her lips, her eyes trembling. "Wow, that's amazing. Is this A-level ninjutsu?" "What is the name of the ninjutsu?" Lin Yu said, "This ninjutsu is called Chidori. The principle is to gather a large amount of lightning release chakra in the palm, combined with extremely fast speed to launch a thrust, which can instantly destroy the enemy's defenses. However, it requires a high level of control over the shape transformation of lightning release to complete. The ultimate form of Chidori is Raikiri, an S-level ninjutsu that can even cut through the falling lightning in the sky. You should first master Chidori." As Lin Yu spoke, the lightning disappeared from his palm. Tap! Yu Yuan put down her ninja knife, her small face tense, her little hands in front of her chest, forming the hand seals diligently. Bang! A flash of electricity sparked from her palm. Her small body was suddenly thrown back, her palm tingling with burn marks. Lin Yu said, "When performing ninjutsu, seals are a form of accumulation, like a spring. Once you finish forming the seals, it means the spring is fully wound, and the force becomes hard to control. So as a beginner, during the sealing process, don't accumulate too much chakra." Yu Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Then she focused again and formed the seals once more. Hiss! Bang! The lightning light dissipated again, but this time, she did not get thrown back. "That's right, keep trying. Hundreds of times, thousands of times. On the day you master it, I will give you a gift." Lin Yu said casually. "Oh, do you really think of me as a child? Anyway, that so-called gift is just like a lollipop to coax a child into studying, right? But you don't have to say it. I will practice hard for my sister." Xian thought to herself. At this moment, she couldn't imagine that the gift would change her life forever. Chapter 68. The Akatsuki Contact, Pain's Challenge. "Are you saying that such a kid from Awagakure wants to hire the Akatsuki to deal with me?" Lin Yu looked at the Phantom of Pain's Deva Path before him. The Phantom technique is an advanced ninjutsu that transmits chakra for long-distance communication. "Yes, Mr. Yu." The Phantom of Pain's Deva Path replied respectfully. It turns out that, after the meeting of the 6 Kage, the Kage publicly acknowledged the existence of the Hidden Darkness Village but no one wanted it to develop smoothly, so they secretly obstructed it. Because there was a verbal agreement of non-aggression among the 6 Kage, that Tsuchikage, Inoki, approached the rising Akatsuki organization, hoping to use them to deal with Linyu. Ha, that old man Inoki really does have a two-faced style, Linyu laughed. Mr. Yu, what should Akatsuki do next? Should we deal with the Wagakure? Pain, as Deva Path inquired. Linyu rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. No, there's no need for that. The Akatsuki is essentially a mercenary organization that works for money. And the most important thing is their reputation. They must never do something like kicking someone when they are down. Otherwise, their reputation will be ruined, and it wouldn't be worth the loss. After a pause, Lin Yu's gaze deepened. Moreover, Uchiha Yu, once saved the Akatsuki leader from Hanzo the Salamander, which is not a big secret in the ninja world. Inoki cannot possibly be unaware of this, yet he hired the Akatsuki to kill me. There must be a testing motive behind this. Pain S. Deva Path realized. He wants to figure out the true relationship between you and the Akatsuki? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, as I suspected, this matter also involves Hanzo the Salamander, and even Danzo S. Shadow. They want to clarify all our backgrounds. Pain S. Deva Path asked solemnly. Then, what does Mr. Yu think we should do? Should I refuse this commission? Lin Yu smiled. There's no need since there's business coming our way. Why not take it? Moreover, this is a great opportunity for the Akatsuki to make a name for themselves. Nagato, let us have a battle to show the 5 great nations. Pain S. Deva Path was stunned. A show? Are you saying you want to deliberately lose to me? Lin Yu shook his head, speaking in a deep voice. No, the Uchiha bloodline does not allow me to hold back in battle. Nagato, it's time to show the ninja world your true strength. Fighting me, even in defeat, is a form of glory. After a long silence, Pain S. Deva Path asked, Then, where shall we choose the battlefield? Without even thinking. Lin Yu knew that if he and Nagato fought freely, the devastation to the land would be immense. So, the battlefield must be chosen carefully. Thus, Lin Yu turned his head and seriously looked at the map of the ninja world behind him, ultimately deciding. 2 days later, at the border of the 4 countries, in the land of grass, let South choose the place for our battle. At that time, the 5 great ninja villages will surely pay attention to this fight. Nagato, I do not expect you to defeat me. All you need to do is give it your all and force out my power as much as possible. Only then can the 5 great nations believe that there is no connection between me and the Akatsuki, and only then can it satisfy the long-dormant battle blood of Uchiha Yu. The latter part Lin Yu said in his heart. Mr. Yu, I will treat this battle as a life-and-death struggle. I will not disappoint you. Whoosh! The phantom of Pain S. Deva Path flickered. Remember to have Inoki pay the money. Lin Yu instructed. Actually, Lin Yu arranged this partly for show to the 5 great nations, but there was also his own selfish motive behind it. After establishing the Hidden Darkness village, during these idle days, the battle blood within him had long been itching to move. He needed a thrilling battle to quench it. Thinking carefully, he had also half-sealed the outer path golem within Nagato to ensure he could be his opponent. Uchiha Yu, this battle fanatic. From the land of darkness to Kusagakure, Kamui hasn't marked it yet. It will take a day on the road. Let us arrange the village matters. Lin Yu called for the leader of the Umbu in the Hidden Darkness village, Akatsuki Manju. What are your orders? Manju asked. Lin Yu informed him about the upcoming battle with Nagato. That Tsuchikage is really insidious. Although the Yagura kid is not a good guy either. Manju remarked. It doesn't matter. In the ninja world, there has never been absolute peace. Everyone is secretly vying with each other. Inoki's methods are somewhat standard. Lin Yu viewed it openly. But then his expression slightly darkened, and he changed the subject. However, since they are making moves, we cannot pretend we haven't seen anything. The renowned explosive unit of a Wagakure. Its members master the powerful explosion release ninjutsu. Manju, I want you to capture an explosive ninja and bring him back to the village. Oh, are you interested in explosions? Manju asked in surprise. Lin Yu replied, Yes, the Hidden Darkness village needs to collect as many bloodline limits in the world as possible to strengthen its combat power. Manju, this is your first confidential mission as the leader of the Umbu in the Hidden Darkness village. Don't let me down. Understood, if I can accomplish it, I'll bring my head to see you. Akatsuki Manju promised. In the ninja school, at the training ground, White Zetsu and others were practicing with the children. Alfei sat alone in an empty space, drawing pictures of feces in the fresh mud after the rain with a stick. Alfei, I'm leaving the village for a while. Lin Yu approached from behind. Going to fight? Alfei continued drawing his second pile. Yes, my hands are itching. Lin Yu said seriously. While I'm away, other villages will inevitably take the opportunity to invade. Little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Can I kill people? Afei paused his movements. Anyone who dares to invade, leave none alive. Kill them all quickly. Lin Yu's gaze was cold. Well, throwing them into the cesspit seems like a good choice, Afei said while continuing to draw. Then I'll leave it to you. Lin Yu disappeared into the Kamui whirlpool. In the hospital of the Hidden Darkness village, Yuzuki Yukari was using medical ninjutsu, focusing on treating a sick elderly man. Lin Yu did not disturb her, but quietly left something behind. All right, old man. Yuzuki Yukari wiped her sweat, her face adorned with an angelic smile. Oh, thank you so much. The old man prepared to pay. In the Hidden Darkness village, medical treatment is free. Yukari smiled. Lord Shadow is truly wise. The old man sighed as he left. After washing her hands, Yukari saw a bento box that had been placed on the table at some point with a note underneath. I'm going out of the village for a while. I'll be back in a few days. Make sure to eat on time and don't overwork yourself. Yukari's cheeks flushed, her heart sweetened, and she pouted. Really, I'm not a child anymore. At the top of Tianyu Pavilion, Lin Yu looked at the still practicing Senju technique before the great waterfall, Yuya, and retracted his gaze, closing the window. He took out armor from the Warring States period and donned it, switching to a sturdy and durable mask, carrying the Uchiha fan on his back. The Sharingan beneath the mask craved war. Nagato, let me see how far your Rinnegan has progressed. Whoosh. Lin Yu no Uchiha Yu disappeared into the whirlpool of Kamui. A world-shocking battle is about to astonish the universe. Chapter 69. Uchiha Yu vs. Pain, 6 Paths. In a land of grass, on an open plain surrounded by mountains, Lin Yu sat on a rock, waiting for a long time. Whoosh. A figure descended. A man in a red cloud robe with orange long hair. After landing, he quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom, 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 boom. Summoned were 5 men in red cloud robes, Pain's 6 Paths, making their appearance. The leader, Pain Tendo, stepped forward. His cold and authoritative voice rang out. Uchiha Yu, I'm the leader of Akatsuki, Pain. I have been entrusted to take your life. Do you have any last words to say? Indeed, if you're going to act, you should be a bit more invested. Lin Yu had already sensed the chakra of the onlookers. Lin Yu replied indifferently. Pain, I was wrong to save your leader Nagato from Hanzo. Nagato is already dead. Standing here is Pain. Pain Tendo flicked his sleeve, holding a black rod in his hand. Oh, the black rod of the 6 Paths technique can now be freely generated? After acquiring the power of the Outer Path Golem, his growth has accelerated. This battle should be something to look forward to, right? Lin Yu stood up and said, Who hired you to kill me? Speak up. I might leave you with a whole corpse. Such a foolish question. Accept the punishment from Kami. Crack, crack. Pain Shirato extended his arm, summoning mechanical cannonballs that flew with fiery tails. Boom, 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 boom. As the explosion's flames dissipated, Lin Yu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Crack. An arm stretched out from the ground, grabbing Pain Naraka's ankle. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. Crack. Naraka was pulled into the ground, leaving only his head above. Lin Yu extended his hand from both sides, grabbing Naraka's neck and delivering a neck snap. Crack. Naraka's face was twisted backward, a gruesome sight. Clap. Lin Yu clasped his hands together, forming the SI seal. Would release. Birth of the trees. Boom. Boom. The open plain erupted with trees. Scatter. Tendo commanded, and the 5 paths dispersed. The earth was quickly covered by a forest, chaotic trunks and branches entangled towards Pain. Human path was ensnared and crushed into minced meat. Shinra Tensei. Tendo extended his hand, exerting a powerful repulsive force to slow the advance of the forest. The immensely strong Shirato picked up Animal Path and threw him into the sky. Animal Path quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. Tendo, Shirato, and Hungry Ghost Path were summoned into the sky, along with a giant monstrous bird. The 4 paths stood on the giant bird's back, looking down at the dense forest below. Naraka Path was the first to be taken out. Not a coincidence, mister. You indeed knows the abilities of the 6 Paths of Pain, and he doesn't intend to go easy. Tendo Pain said solemnly. Lin Yu stood atop a giant tree, gazing at the monstrous bird in the sky. The corner of his mouth curled under the mask, forming the Wu seal. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Boom. A towering wave of fire swept across the sky. This is the first time I've seen such an exaggerated fire release. Even in the sky, it can't be avoided, but Tendo sighed. Then, Hungry Ghost Path stepped forward. Hungry Ghost Path. Sealing technique. Absorption. Whoosh. A semi-transparent shield appeared before Hungry Ghost Path's hands. The towering wave of fire from great fire destruction seemed to fall into a bottomless pit, rapidly disappearing and dissipating. Oh no. Indeed, all ninjutsu is meaningless in front of the Rinnegan. Then how about this? Boom. Yatamiru Susanoo was unleashed. Lin Yu's eyes turned into a kaleidoscope, marking the monstrous bird in the sky. Because Pain's target is too small, it's difficult to accurately mark from a distance. Whoosh! A black Magatama condensed in Susanoo's left hand. Susanoo artifact. Ninetales Divine Might Magatama. This is troublesome, Tendo said seriously. Whoosh! The Magatama shot up into the sky. The monstrous bird flew swiftly, the Magatama closely following. Tendo extended his hand. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh! A powerful repulsive field erupted, but had no effect on the Ninetales Divine Might Magatama. I see. Attacks on non-targets can penetrate. Scatter. The four Pains jumped off the back of the monstrous bird. Boom! Caw! The monstrous bird hit by the Magatama disappeared into the powerful Divine Might Vortex. Tendo could control the force field to float in the sky, but the other three could only fall under gravity. Lin Yu's kaleidoscope caught them. Whoosh! 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 The Ninetales Divine Might Magatama shot up again. Splitting into three, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Shirado were simultaneously taken out. In the sky, Tendo couldn't hide his shock. Unbelievable. 5 of the 6 paths of pain have been taken out in such a short time, but this Tendo pain is different. What is different? Whoosh! The Divine Might Vortex appeared behind Tendo. Lin Yu had circled around. What? Tendo suddenly turned back. Divine Might. Lin Yu's left eye focused on Tendo Pain's head crack. Tendo's headless corpse fell from the sky. On the northern mountain, a small figure floated in midair. It was Inoki the second Tsuchikage, murmuring, it seems. Uchiha Yu and Akatsuki are not in cahoots. Has the leader of Akatsuki, Pain, been taken out just like that? Inoki said, it's not that Pain is weak, it's that Uchiha Yu is too strong. The second Tsuchikage said, this chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. On the western mountain, Hanzo the salamander was also watching the battle. Uchiha Yu. His strength is not a small margin above when he fought me. It seems he is truly transformed after acquiring the complete cells of the first Hokage. On the eastern mountain, Danzo leaned on his cane. It seems it's over. Retrieve the Rinnegan. Remember not to let Uchiha Yu find out. Yes. A root member beside him respectfully said, his body sinking into the ground, quietly approaching the buried Naraka path. On the southern mountain, under a paper-masked giant tree, Konan and Kisame stood side by side. In front of them, Nagato sat upright, connected to a black rod used to transmit chakra. But his expression showed no signs of fatigue, only a sincere smile that emerged after amazement. As expected of Mr. Yu, he took out the 6 paths of pain. But this time, I will handle it carefully. Clap. Nagato formed hand seals. Animal path. Boom, 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 boom. The corpses of the 6 paths of pain were summoned back. What? The root member, just about to dig out Naraka Path's Rinnegan, suddenly disappeared. Then above him, a tree branch came crashing down. A scream. It's okay, but there's one more dead person. In the tree cover, Nagato's hand seals changed. Naraka Path. Boom. A purple-flamed Yama statue rose, swallowing the corpses of the 6 paths of pain. Crackle, crackle. After a crunching sound, the 6 paths resurrected as before. Boom. Animal Path once again descended onto the battlefield. Summoning technique. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 paths of pain have made their appearance again. What? How is this possible? Inoki, Hanzo, and Danzo were all stunned by this sudden scene. Pain stood up. Uchiha Yu, this time, I won't make the same mistake again. Swish. The 6 paths formed their formation, with the Hungry Ghost Path and the Azura Path in front, the Animal Path and the Human Path behind, and the Hell Path in the middle, guarded by Pain. Oof. Now this looks like something. Lin Yu laughed and thought, otherwise, I would have been unable to resist seeking out your real body for a showdown. Nagato. What just happened was just a warm-up. The real battle begins now. Chapter 70. Earth-shattering battle escalates. Tendo Pain looked at the large trees surrounding him and thought, this forest is too much of an obstacle. I should clear it out. Clap. Clap. The Hungry Ghost Path pressed both hands on the ground. Hungry Ghost Path Devour. Devour and Sealing Technique. Absorption are both abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path, but their principles and effects are different. The Sealing Technique. Absorption reverses the chakra flow in the body, absorbs the opponent's ninjutsu in front of it, and renders it ineffective. The absorbed chakra dissipates within the body like sinking into a bottomless swamp, unrelated to the nature of the chakra. Since it's a sealing technique, the chakra absorbed in this way does not have any positive or negative effects on the body. On the other hand, Devour reverses the chakra flow in the body to absorb the opponent's chakra into itself. And the chakra obtained through this method can be used by the user, The reanimated Nagato once used this method to absorb all of the tailed beast chakra from a two-tailed Jinchuriki, restoring his body to normal levels. Unlike the sealing technique, absorption, the chakra absorbed through devour has either beneficial or detrimental effects on the user. For example, the hungry ghost path transformed into a stone frog due to the nature of sage chakra. Boom! A massive amount of chakra surged into the body of the hungry ghost path, using the earth as a medium. At the same time, the forest created by the previous Shinju, God Tree, began to wither, and the terrain reverted back to a plain. This scene was truly shocking. Even Lin Yu was taken aback. Did it absorb all the wood-style chakra from Shinju? This is no joke. Swipe. The beast path quickly formed seals. Summoning technique. Bang! Bang! Two enormous rhinoceroses were summoned, charging towards Lin Yu with earth-shaking steps. Clap! Lin Yu formed seals, and two giant trees rose from the ground, firmly binding the rhinoceroses before suddenly retracting. Oh, whoa! Bang! The two rhinoceroses, enhanced by summoning, let out agonized cries before disappearing. At the same time, Lin Yu retracted the trees. Since he knew the hungry ghost path could absorb wood-style chakra, of course, he would retract it after the technique took effect. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of chakra. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. The beast path connected the summons, and in an instant, everything flying in the sky, running on the ground, and even swimming in the sea emerged. A giant crab spewed corrosive, foamy seawater, quickly flowing past Lin Yu's knees, forcing him into a penetrating state. A giant lobster continuously sprayed foam like a water gun, blocking Lin Yu's movement space. Rumbling, the earlier giant monster bird reappeared, continuously dropping explosive eggs from the sky. Three hellish, three-headed dogs surrounded Lin Yu, glaring at him. Hey, is this a zoo? Lin Yu's face under the mask showed a mix of amusement and disbelief, but soon it was replaced by a high fighting spirit. But this is right. Boom! Susanoo rose up, resisting the corrosion of the foam, while Lin Yu quickly formed seals with both hands. Summoning technique. Bang! In the massive smoke, the eight tails descended, then let S use a monster. To fight a monster! Lin Yu's eyes burst with kaleidoscopic power, controlling the eight tails to unleash continuous tailed beast bombs. Boom, 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 boom. The monster bird in the sky, the lobster on the ground, and the crab were all blasted to pieces by the tailed beast bombs. But the hellish dogs were different. They had the ability to infinitely split, managing to survive the explosion of the tailed beast bomb and lunging forward, biting the eight tails. Oh, woo! The eight tails roared in anger, its eight octopus tails tightly wrapping around the three dogs, spewing a large amount of black ink over them. Sealing technique, million anger, countless troubles. Crack! Crack! A few seconds later, the three dogs were sealed by the solidified ink, unable to move. Lin Yu looked at Pain's 6 paths in the distance and murmured, "Let us give it a shot." Whoosh! The eight tails opened its massive mouth, and the terrifying tailed beast chakra condensed into a gigantic tailed beast bomb, firing towards Pain's 6 paths in the distance. Boom! The tailed beast bomb advanced through the air, leaving terrifying traces on the ground below. Pain's 6 paths looked at the tailed beast bomb coming at them fiercely, and Tendo couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of the tailed beasts? This level of power. It may even be futile to evade, but the hungry ghost path can absorb it too. Whoosh! The hungry ghost path rushed forward, opening the shield of sealing technique, absorption. The world-destroying tailed beast bomb not only did not explode upon hitting the shield, but also rapidly shrank at a visible speed, eventually disappearing. The onlookers on the surrounding mountains were left dumbfounded by the scene of the two battling. Monsters, both are monsters. The voice of the Earth Ninja trembled slightly. Anoki clenched his fists tightly. If these two joined forces, even if 5 Kage combined might not be able to withstand it. Hanzo the salamander squinted his eyes. Puzzled. Is this the true power of the Rinnegan? But why does Nagato's Rinnegan appear on 6 people? Shouldn't Yahiko, who was supposed to be dead, be standing there well? Where did Nagato go? Danzo gripped his staff tightly, Akatsuki. Another uncontrollable factor has emerged. If I had known, I should have spared no effort to exterminate Akatsuki back then. Bang! The 8 tails disappeared in a white mist. Lin Yu looked at Pain's 6 paths. The corner of his mouth under the mask curled into a smile. You've grown stronger, then I'll get serious too. Swipe! Swipe! Lin Yu formed seals with both hands. With style flower tree world descends. Boom! Boom! The violent tree world erupted again, larger in scale than the previous tree world. This chapter is not over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Hungry Ghost Path Devour. Bang! The Hungry Ghost Path attempted to absorb the wood-style chakra through the earth again, but after absorbing it, it found, no, this chakra is too massive. The growth speed of the trees is actually greater than my absorption speed, Tendo said. But the absorption of the hungry ghost path will inevitably affect the growth of these trees. We have ample time to respond. Whoosh, whoosh. However, just after saying that, buds suddenly sprouted from those giant trees, and after blooming, a large amount of toxic pollen spread out. This is... Oh no, I'm absorbing the chakra of these giant trees, and I don't have time to absorb the pollen. The hungry ghost path cried out in alarm. Thud, thud. The hungry ghost path, beast path, human path, and Azura path all collapsed after inhaling the pollen. Only Tendo and Hell path remained. Tendo extended both hands. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh. A powerful repulsive field erupted. The pollen was temporarily kept at bay. Then Tendo activated the protective shield of the Rinnegan to protect himself. Boom. The Hell path rose, the statue of Yama appearing, swallowing the 4 paths killed by the poisonous pollen. The resurrected beast path was carried by the resurrected Azura path. The Azura path's arm transformed, with a space shuttle structure appearing at the elbow. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of flames, the beast path shot out like a rocket, escaping the pollen zone, and quickly formed seals. Summoning technique. Bang, 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 bang. The remaining 5 appeared in an open space. The protective shield disappeared, and Tian Dao looked at the Hell Dao, who had collapsed after inhaling the pollen at the last moment, and sighed. Was it still a step too late? Tian Dao is the strongest among the 6 paths, but the Hell Dao is the most critical. Boom, boom. At the end of the line of sight, a giant wood man entangled with a shoulder-length wooden dragon walked out from the pollen. On top of the wood man, Lin Yu, clad in Yutengasusunu, rested his arms across his chest and said, Pain, use all your strength to please me. Chapter 71, Clash of Overwhelming Power. Wood release, Wooden Man. This is a super wood release ninjutsu that rivals the complete body Susanoo in level. Senja Hashirama has used the Wooden Man more than once to confront Uchiha Madara, who wields a complete body Susanoo, and has never been at a disadvantage. The Wooden Man clenches its mighty fist and swings down heavily. Boom! The fist strikes the ground, causing the earth to crack and the air to surge. The 5 paths of pain quickly retreat, not even bothering about the corpse of the Hell Path. Heavenly Path Pain even uses Shinra Tensei to counter the oncoming airflow. From several miles away on the mountain, one can clearly feel the vibrations. The Woodman technique of the first Hokage is indeed genuine. Anoki's old face finally shows signs of sweat. He is a witness and participant of that era. This magnificent power makes him recall the fear he felt as a child when facing overwhelming strength. Hanzo the Salamander's expression is solemn. Is this the astonishing divine skill of the legendary ninja? It truly instills fear. Danzo mutters, the birth of the divine tree. Flowering tree world, even the Wooden Man. I'm afraid he can already use all wood release techniques below the sage would release. Just like Lord Hashirama in his youth. Moreover, with those eternal Mangeki Sharingan, comparable to Madara before his blindness, whether it would release or Sharingan, if he reaches the next stage. No one will be able to stop him. Murmuring, Danzo tightens his grip on his staff. It's good if Yuzuki Yugao can succeed over there, but I must also prepare for the next step. The heavenly path of pain, watching the approaching Wooden Man with overwhelming might, confirms one thing in his heart. In the face of this power, everything is futile. Only overwhelming power can counter overwhelming power. Thud, 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 thud. The Hell Path, Animal Path, Human Path, and Hungry Ghost Path all fall to the ground. Nagato concentrates all his power on the heavenly path. Oh, has it finally come? Lin Yu's eyes shine brightly, crazily exclaiming, Come on. Whoosh. The robes flutter, and the heavenly path rises into the air. Nagato, do you really have to use that technique? Isn't it just for show for those people? Why go to such lengths? Conan looks at Nagato, who is closing his eyes to gather chakra. The act is fake, but the battle is real. If not, the name of Akatsuki cannot rise in the ninja world. Nagato suddenly opens his Rinnegan. The heavenly path pain pushes both palms forward. Super Shinra Tensei. ZZZZ. The white light covers everything. Boom. And then, a force field like a raging sea sweeps across the 8 directions. Crack. The Wooden Man's advance comes to a halt, and the ocean of flowering tree whirl behind him is instantly flattened. Rumble. Rumble rumble. Rumble rumble rumble. The plain rapidly sinks, forming a basin. Trees, soil, stones. Everything rolls and crashes against the mountain wall under the overwhelming repulsive force. Rumble rumble rumble. Yet, that force does not cease upon hitting the mountain wall. Rolling stones are sent flying. To the north, on the high mountain, Lord Suchikage. Clap. Anoki strikes the ground with his hand. Earth release, earthquake core. Boom. A large area of mountains rises, creating a massive trench to block the rolling stones. To the west, on the high mountain, Lord Hanzo the salamander ignites chakra flames at his fingertips and bends down to strike the ground. For Red Yang formation, one red sun barrier. Boom! A crimson barrier rises, blocking the torrent of rocks. To the east, on the high mountain, Lord Danzo. Crack! Danzo bites his fingertip. Summoning technique, Dream Taper. Bang! The Dream Taper descends, opens its mouth wide, and unleashes a powerful wind release, sucking the rolling stones into its mouth. To the south, on the high mountain, Conan feels the tremors of the earth and says, "It seems it will inevitably affect this place. Leave it to me." Kisame Hashigaki shoulders the Samahata and has already come outside. Water release. Great exploding water wave. Boom! A vast flow of water rises from the ground, enveloping like a hemisphere, spinning under Kisame's control. The moment the rocks touch the edge, they shatter into powder. Just the residual waves on the outskirts require a shadow-level powerhouse to block. Boom! 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 Meanwhile, at the core of the battlefield, the force field of Super Shinra Tensei continues. Above the wooden man, Lin Yu's Yata Mirror Susanoo is already filled with cracks, and the wooden man he stands on keeps retreating, each step causing further devastation to the scarred ground. Clap! Lin Yu forms hand seals. Wood release. Great wooden pillar technique. Boom! 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 Towering wooden pillars rise from behind the wooden man, propping up against its back, slightly alleviating the retreating pace of the wooden man. Crack! Crack! The Yata Mirror Susanoo cracks further, reaching the brink of collapse. Should I give up resisting and directly activate the penetration mode? Lin Yu's expression is grave, but then he thinks, no. If the wooden man and Susanoo are destroyed by Pain's single move, where would I put my face in the future? Lin Yu's forehead bulges with veins, and he clasps his hands tightly against his chest. Would release. Infinite Tree World. Infinite Tree World means an endless birth of the tree world, continuously maintaining the growth of the tree world without worrying about chakra consumption. Theoretically, as long as chakra is not exhausted, the tree world will never stop growing. Boom! 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 In the vacuum area created behind the wooden man, due to its blocking, endless trees burst forth from the ground, forming a buffer zone. The back of the wooden man crashes into that area of trees and finally comes to a stop. Zing! Lin Yu's eyes, with a Mangeki, shine brightly. Blood vessels bursting, and his ocular power surges. The crumbling Yata Mirror Susanoo once again forges its proud armor. Boom! 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 Thus, a minute passes, and Super Shinra Tensei finally calms completely as the dust settles. Looking at the wooden man just a few hundred meters away, Heavenly Path Pain exclaims, How? How could it withstand it? Yes, the power strong enough to obliterate Konoha with a single blow, Super Shinra Tensei, was completely endured by Lin Yu using the combined power of Wood Release and Susanoo. Boom! The wooden man has completed its mission, kneeling on one knee, still maintaining its proud posture. Whoosh! The Yata Mirror Susanoo dissipates. Come on, let us have a real fight. Lin Yu smirks, seizing Uchiha Fan from behind, leaping down from the wooden man's head, charging towards Heavenly Path Pain. After Super Shinra Tensei, the power of the Heavenly Path will be in a vacuum period for some time. Not good. The Heavenly Path hurriedly retreats. The Animal Path, Azura Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Human Path stand up and advance forward. The Animal Path quickly forms hand seals. Summoning. Not happening. While running, Lin Yu suddenly focuses his left eye on the Animal Path's head. Kamui. Whoosh. Space distorts, and the headless corpse of the Animal Path falls down. Chapter 72. Ultimate. Intensified. Huh. After using Shinra Tensei to eliminate the Beast Path, a sharp pain surged through Lin Yu's eyes, blood trickled down from the corners, and his vision became blurry. He covered his eyes, and after a moment of adjustment, his sight gradually cleared up. Lin Yu murmured, My ocular power has been exhausted. The kaleidoscope can't keep up with Hashirama's body anymore. Whoosh! The Azura Path manifested 3 heads and 6 arms with a golden tail, and with a mighty gesture, he ripped off his cloak, revealing a fully mechanized body, pointing his fist at Lin Yu, who was dozens of meters away. Monster Rocket. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yu did not activate his penetration. Instead, he maneuvered while running to avoid the trajectory of the rocket mechanisms. Whoosh! 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 The mechanized rockets adjusted their direction, closely pursuing Lin Yu. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth as he suddenly changed direction and charged toward the Azura Path. Just as the rockets were about to hit his back, he activated penetration mode. Whoosh! 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 The rockets pierced through him and struck the Azura Path itself. Boom, 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 boom. Bang! Amidst the explosive flames, the severely damaged Azura Path crashed heavily to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The Raikiri gathered in Lin Yu's right hand, turning pitch black due to the infusion of Shinra Tensei's power. Die freak! Lin Yu charged up. Shinra Raikiri. Kaching. Whoosh! The moment the Raikiri hit, a Shinra vortex appeared, burying the Azura path in a time-space trap. Almost simultaneously, the human path launched a surprise attack on Lin Yu with a very simple method, just reaching for Lin Yu's shoulder. But the effect of the technique was extremely terrifying. The soul extraction technique of Pain's human path could draw the soul out of the body the moment it grabbed the target. If there was no third-party force to interrupt, the victim would surely die. How could Lin Yu, who was well aware of Pain's six paths abilities, be unprepared? When he activated Shinra Raikiri against the Azura path, his peripheral vision had already noticed the movements of the human path. He suddenly swung the Uchiha fan behind him. Clang! The human path's palm struck the fan. Lin Yu stamped his foot, causing a tree trunk to rise up beside the human path, binding him, and then Lin Yu jumped backward. Fire release, great fireball technique. While jumping back, he directly spat out a fireball from his mouth, hitting the human path and using the trees to amplify the flames. With basic wood release and fire release, Lin Yu could use them without hand signs, cleverly combined. He eliminated the human path. The beast path, Azura path, and human path were all dead. The only one left standing before the Deva path was the hungry ghost path. This hungry ghost, which could absorb all ninjutsu, was not easy to deal with. His ocular power had already been exhausted, so he would temporarily reserve Shinra Tensei. If he wanted to take him down, he could only rely on taijutsu, but the visual sharing between the Rinnegan was also a hassle, so this would have to do. Lin Yu calculated in his heart, put away the fan, and formed seals with both hands. Ninjutsu would release Shadow Clone. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For would release Shadow Clones appeared, surrounding the hungry ghost path. You have 2 pairs of eyes, so I'll use 4 would release clones to deal with you. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 would release clones launched an attack on the hungry ghost path. However, the hungry ghost path quickly formed seals. That's seal. Lin Yu frowned. The hungry ghost path completed the seal and suddenly struck out with both hands. Wind release, Gale Palm. Bang. 1 would release clone was sent flying by the forceful blow. Pain's Deva path also formed seals. Water release, Water Chaos Wave. Whoosh. A high-pressure water column sliced through the unsuspecting would release clone. It was really unexpected. Lin Yu had not anticipated that Pain would suddenly use conventional ninjutsu. But then he thought, I was overly cautious about the Rinnegan's 6 paths abilities. I almost forgot that Nagato mastered 6 chakra nature transformations, including Yang Release. At the age of 10, capable of using thousands of ninjutsu of the 6 main nature transformations and all mainstream ninjutsu. The 6 paths of Pain are not just puppets controlled by Nagato. They're ninjas who can use all ninjutsu. They can use ninjutsu and absorb ninjutsu. In such a situation, I need to think. Lin Yu calmly analyzed. First, I need to block the line of sight. But since the hungry ghost path can absorb all ninjutsu and chakra, the misconcealment technique would probably also be absorbed. So, non-chakra and non-ninjutsu should work. Lin Yu rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a smoke bomb. If shurikens can increase in number using shadow clones, then similarly, other ninja tools should also be able to. Lin Yu threw the smoke bomb. Pain thought, a smoke bomb? Trying to block the line of sight with a non-chakra method? But with just one. Suddenly, Lin Yu formed seals. Ninjutsu. Smoke bomb shadow clone. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, the smoke bomb suddenly multiplied, splitting into a full 100. Pain gasped, what? Bang. The smoke exploded, filling the area with thick smoke. The hungry ghost path formed seals, preparing to use wind release ninjutsu to disperse the smoke, but Lin Yu's would release shadow clones seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed through the smoke. Lin Yu recalled the time Naruto used Sage Mode's Frog Kata to take down Pain's hungry ghost path. The principle of the Frog Kata was to use invisible natural energy to launch taijutsu attacks. But even taijutsu attacks, natural energy itself is a form of chakra. Why would it be effective against the hungry ghost path? Lin Yu's mind raced. Because even chakra attacks will work as long as the hungry ghost path hasn't opened its absorption barrier in time. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Buzz. Purple chakra enveloped Lin Yu's arm as he charged into the smoke, closing his eyes and using his hearing to capture the sounds of the clones in battle. Found it. Lin Yu suddenly jumped up and swung down a heavy fist. Boom. He struck the hungry ghost path in the chest. The powerful punch forcing the hungry ghost path down into the ground, causing the earth to cave in. Would release. Diamond wood. A tree trunk burst forth from the hungry ghost path's chest, tearing apart its body and transforming into a towering tree. First, he heavily injured it with brute force, then infused would release power into its body, causing roots to grow and tear the body apart. This was an incredibly brutal would-release taijutsu. Even Pain, who had no sense of pain, let out a piercing scream. Whoosh! As the smoke dissipated, Lin Yu charged toward the isolated Deva path and reached out his hand. It's over. Zing! Suddenly, a black rod sprouted from beneath the Deva path sleeve, stabbing toward Lin Yu's shoulder. Oomph! Lin Yu smirked, not dodging or avoiding, allowing the black rod to pierce into his shoulder. Bang! Nagato's chakra surged through the black rod into Lin Yu's body, causing him to stiffen momentarily. But that was all. Your chakra is strong, but trying to interfere with me is naive. Lin Yu directly endured the interference from the black rod and continued to reach out toward the Deva path. Whoosh! Just then, the Deva path's eyes widened, and a powerful repulsive force erupted. Shinra Tensei! Lin Yu was blasted away. The power has finally returned. The Deva path sighed. Bang! After several rolls, Lin Yu sat up and murmured, the recovery of the heavenly path's power is faster than I expected. It's understandable, after all. With the power of the outer path's magic statue, it's not comparable. But, bang! Lin Yu pulled the black rod out of his shoulder and threw it aside. Hiss! The wound began to heal automatically. Crack! Crack! Standing up, Lin Yu moved his neck joints and looked at the contemplative pain of the heavenly path, saying meaningfully, if you don't use a more powerful technique, nothing will change. Pain glanced at Lin Yu, as if making a decision, and turned to run south. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth beneath the mask curled into a deep smile, and then he chased after him, in a tree hole on a high mountain. Nagato, stop. That technique you just recently comprehended, you haven't even used it in practice. The risk is too great. Conan anxiously advised Nagato, who had his eyes closed, gathering chakra and ocular power. Conan, even when facing a strong opponent like Uchiha Yu, I definitely don't want to concede. I want to truly defeat him. Nagato said forcefully, suddenly bringing his hands together, his palms slightly apart. Conan clenched her fists tightly, her palms full of anxious sweat, and finally, she acquiesced and stopped persuading him. Kisame Hashigaki, as a witness, understood everything throughout and sighed in his heart. Mr. Yu's influence is truly everywhere. The Akatsuki is, indeed, more interesting than I imagined. Zzz. A dim light emanated from the empty space in Nagato's palms. Nagato's tightly shut Rinnegan opened, sweat of exhaustion on his face. But the corner of his mouth carried a spirited fighting intent as he said, let me put an end to my battle with Mr. Yu. With this, Shinra Tensei, Chapter 73, Susanoo, the third artifact. Whoosh! A dark gravity ball, the size of a thumb, rose from the southern mountains and stopped hundreds of meters in the air. The light suddenly dimmed. Under the dark gravity, not even light could escape. Pain's Deva path controlled the gravitational field and flew into the sky, bringing his hands together suddenly. Planetary devastation. Boom! The earth cracked apart, searching for the source of gravity in the sky. Lin Yu was naturally no exception. He stood on a rising boulder, his Sharingan behind the mask calm and undisturbed. Nagato, planetary devastation is indeed unparalleled, but for someone with the power of Kamui like me, breaking it is as easy as pie. Roar! Susanoo was unleashed, only half of the second form activated, and a pitch-black shuriken materialized in its skeletal palm. Taking advantage of this massive gravity, there was no need to aim deliberately. Just a slight avoidance of the stones in the flight path was enough. After roughly positioning it, Susanoo threw the Kamui shuriken into the sky. Under the influence of the dark gravity, the Kamui shuriken struck the core black sphere and accompanied by the Kamui vortex. The core of planetary devastation was transferred to the space-time dimension, and those stones that had risen into the air crashed down inside the mountain tree cave. It's hard to believe that planetary devastation was resolved so easily. Nagato gasped slightly, his expression unable to hide his astonishment. Nagato, that's enough. You've already used too much chakra, Conan advised. In that case, I can only create a larger planetary devastation, launching it to a higher position, beyond the reach of Kamui. Clap. Ignoring Conan, Nagato brought his hands together again, and his Rinnegan trembled as he desperately squeezed out his ocular power. Buzz! His hands parted, and a gravity ball the size of a fist was 3 times larger than the previous one. The gravity ball rose to several thousand meters in the air, unleashing an infinite gravitational field in this world. Boom! This time, not only the flat ground, but even the mountains were not spared. The onlookers who had sensed something was wrong had long since evacuated. Crack! Crack! Countless stones were attracted and adhered to the black sphere. In an instant, it became a celestial body several kilometers in diameter. Linyu, who was rising, murmured, let alone the Kamui Shuriken. Even the Kamui Mangeki Sharingan wouldn't be useful now, but it doesn't need to be that troublesome. Linyu's right eye's kaleidoscope released the Kamui vortex, preparing to pull himself into the space-time dimension to avoid it for a while until planetary devastation was completed. Huh. Devapath Pain waved his hand, and nearby stones passed through Linyu's body under the manipulation of the gravitational field, interrupting the space transfer. Oof. I know that transferring oneself is slower than transferring external objects. Well, the space-time transfer failed, so what should I do next? Linyu smiled playfully and activated the Yatagarasu Susanoo. Boom! Yatagarasu Susanoo crashed heavily into the planetary devastation and was quickly buried by subsequent stones. The tight and thick pressure brought it to the brink of collapse in an instant. Aya! Pain's Devapath let out a fierce roar, his hands tightly embracing his chest. Boom, 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 boom. Countless stones surged forward, crashing into the outer support of planetary devastation. And in just a few seconds, the volume of planetary devastation was doubled. The scale of this planetary devastation surpassed, even when Nagato captured the tailed beast-fied Naruto. It might not be able to completely trap the nine tails, but trapping half of it was more than enough. One could say that there was almost no existence that could escape from this planetary devastation. Far away, Noki floated in midair, confidently saying, I never expected that the Akatsuki I hastily hired could really take down that Uchiha Yu. Thus, the threat to our interests will be gone, and there will never be a second Madara. Let's return to finish things, Amage Cure. It's a nuisance. Hanzo of the Salamander clenched his fists. Worried about the future, has Akatsuki become this troublesome? Danzo, gripping his cane, calculated. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Incredible. If one could obtain this power, who would worry about unifying the ninja world? Akatsuki could also be utilized. Thud! Devapath Pain landed on the ground that had sunk several hundred meters. Looking up at the suspended planetary devastation, murmuring, Mr. Yu, I know you should be in the penetration mode now, temporarily unscathed. Don't worry. I will release the planetary devastation before your 5-minute limit in penetration mode is reached. Although this result is a bit unfair to you, unfortunately, I won. Crack. A crisp sound echoed in the sky, and Devapath Pain's eyes suddenly narrowed. The onlookers preparing to leave all paused and turned back to look. No way. On the planetary devastation, a crack opened, and Yatagarasu Susanoo broke free, holding a dark gray sword that seemed to be flowing in its right hand. Clearly, that was not an ordinary weapon of Susanoo. That great sword extended to an exaggerated length, probably more than twice the length of Yatagarasu Susanoo itself. Swish, 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 swish. In a sweeping motion, it sliced through the planetary devastation like tofu, rumbling, and the planetary devastation disintegrated into countless fragments. In the void, however, mirror-like cracks remained, left by the sword's cut, gradually settling down after a few seconds. Rather than saying the great sword cut the planetary devastation, it was more accurate to say it cut through space itself. Susanoo third artifact, Shifeng Shenwu Sword. The power of Kamui contained within the sword reached its peak. Wherever the sword's edge touched, space would be cleaved, including everything in that space, and the planetary devastation was no exception. Devapath Pain looked at the sky, and after a long silence, he finally sighed. Mr. Yu, you are surprisingly strong to this extent. Boom! Stones fell to the ground, making a deafening roar. Inside Yatagarasu Susanoo, Linyu's eyes were bleeding profusely. This power I have never shown to anyone until now. Pain Nagato, you did well. You deserve praise. Susanoo raised the Shifeng Shenwu sword and wildly swung it downward. Shifeng Shenwu slash. The sword waves rolled in like a tide, each one containing the power to destroy, capable of obliterating anything that stands in its way. If, by any chance, it were to be blocked, the Kamui power contained within would activate, transferring the blocking object to another dimension. This is the strongest Susanoo, using the strongest artifact, performing the strongest sword technique. Shifeng Shenwu slash. Be destroyed. Boom. Chapter 74. The battle ends. Pain defeated. A vast wave of sword energy surged forward, but Pain's Devapath did not intend to sit back and wait for death. He immediately manipulated the gravitational field to move countless giant rocks created by the Earth explosion star's collapse towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. However, the giant rocks were all shattered, and the momentum of the sword wave did not diminish. With his hands clasped together, the Devapath decided to go all out. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom. A white light illuminated everything, and the earth once again sank. The incoming sword wave collided with the powerful repulsive field of the Super Shinra Tensei, finally being halted, triggering the power of the Shinra. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the sky, dozens of Shinra whirlpools interacted, resonating and distorting the repulsive field of the Super Shinra Tensei. It was no longer a simple repulsive force, but a chaotic field without any pattern, exploding in all directions. Bang! In midair, the Yatenga's Susanoo was instantly obliterated, forcing Lin Yu to interpenetration mode. Pain's Deva path fared even worse. His body was torn down to the molecular level, as if he had been hit by dust release. But the chaotic field did not disappear with the Deva path's demise. Just like a wild horse that had broken free from control. Boom, boom, boom. Under this chaotic field, the ground twisted and warped, constantly changing shape. Like clay being kneaded by a child, the sky thundered and flashed. Due to the disorder of the gravitational field, the weather was also affected. Boom, boom. Lightning rained down on the earth, and hurricanes howled in the sky. This scene of destruction lasted for a full 5 minutes before calming down, just as Lin Yu reached the critical point of his penetration mode. If it had lasted even a moment longer, Lin Yu himself would not have been able to escape. Huff! Lin Yu adjusted his breathing, surveying the battlefield that resembled a Picasso painting. After retracting his gaze, he looked towards the mountain to the south. The southern mountain was the least damaged among the four, but nearly half of it had been flattened, leaving only a solitary peak standing. When he had been struck by the black rod earlier, Lin Yu had determined Nagato's position through the chakra that had entered his body. Although not as precise as tracking in Sage mode, he deduced that Nagato's true body was at that location. Lin Yu murmured, "Nagato, you can force out 80% of my current strength. You truly have value for cultivation. When I obtain the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, your Rinnegan should reach another realm as well. By then, let's have another battle, not against Pain's 6 paths, but against your true self." Whoosh! Lin Yu disappeared into the Shinra whirlpool. He did not return to Hidden Shadow Village immediately because, after this battle, his ocular power had been greatly depleted. He needed to rest and recuperate his painfully aching eyes in the space-time dimension. In a hollow tree. Huff, huff, huff. Nagato breathed heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks and back. In this battle, he had used countless Rinnegan's 6 paths techniques, even restarting Pain's 6 paths for a time, along with 2 Earth Explosion Stars and 2 Super Shinra Tenseis. Even with the vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan and the outer path golem residing within him, Nagato had reached his limit. "Nagato, you did your best," Conan said with concern. Nagato replied, "Huff, huff. I lost. Whether it was the application of techniques, combat experience, or the comparison of chakra amounts, I lost all of it. Mr. Yu's strength is unfathomable, far beyond what I can conquer at this moment. But next time, I will not lose." "Nagato." Conan's expression was a bit complicated. "Huff, huff. Let's go back. Through this battle, the path for Akatsuki has opened up. There will definitely be experts coming one after another. I need to adjust to my best state so that I can subdue them." Nagato said. "Understood." Somewhere in the land of Earth, the 13th Squad of the Iwagakure Demolition Unit had just completed their mission of base demolition and was running back to the village. However, a silver-haired young boy carrying a scroll blocked their path. "Who are you?" the leader of the Iwagakure Demolition Team questioned. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Iwagakure's explosive talent hunting. As he spoke, Zuki Mangetsu pulled out the blade from the scroll, which was equipped with an explosive scroll. "This is the explosive blade. Splash, you are from the Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen. Zuki Mangetsu." Hunting exclaimed in surprise. "Correction, I am a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen," Zuki Mangetsu said arrogantly as he charged forward with his blade. Rumble. After a fierce battle, the ground was scarred from the explosions. Curse it. Thud. The battered hunting fell to the ground. Gurgle. The ground was blasted into several puddles that flowed together and transformed into a human shape. Zuki Mangetsu wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured, "What a tough opponent, but with this, the task ordered by Lord Shadow has been completed." Suddenly, the sky began to rain for no reason. Zuki Mangetsu felt the raindrops, and his expression suddenly turned serious. "This is the Mist's secret technique, Rain Cutter. Those troublesome guys have come, haven't they? Rain Cutter is a secret technique that can weaken all ninjutsu and chakra. In this rain, even the Zuki clan's unique water body technique could not be performed. This secret technique has always been controlled by the Mist Village's renowned pursuit ninja force." Sure enough, not long after, people dressed in the Mist Village's umbu attire, wearing masks and wielding ninja swords, surrounded Zuki Mangetsu. "Zuki Mangetsu, we are under the orders of Lord Shizukage to retrieve your ninja sword. Why don't you go find Kisame first to reclaim the Samahata? Why come after me? It's only a matter of time. Betraying the blood mist means only one path, death." In a land of darkness, in front of Hidden Shadow Village, a large number of masked ninjas gathered. It turned out that the battle between Uchiha Yu and Akatsuki Leader Pain in the Land of Grass had spread. Some ill-intentioned individuals wanted to take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Hidden Shadow Village and destroy it in one fell swoop. Who are these ill-intentioned individuals? They may not belong to any ninja village, or they may belong to any ninja village. It doesn't matter. For Hidden Shadow Village, they are invaders. With Shadow Uchiha Yu absent, this was a perfect opportunity to destroy Hidden Shadow Village. The orders we received were to kill everyone, whether ninja or civilian, regardless of age or gender, to show the entire ninja world what the consequences of joining Hidden Shadow Village would be. The leading masked ninja said coldly, "Yes, if such a thing really happens, Hidden Shadow Village will be completely finished, and no one will dare to join." However, a peculiar-looking figure appeared before these invaders. Who is this? A little minion from Hidden Shadow Village? They stopped in their tracks, looking at the peculiar-looking person with disdainful expressions. But at this moment, the strange-looking individual posed an odd question. What is the feeling of convenience? Yes, convenience. Do you know what it feels like? Well, I guess. It should be somewhat similar to the exhilaration of killing someone. Chapter 75. The Terrifying Affay. A mere little lackey. Stop talking big and take him down. The masked ninjas began throwing shuriken. Well, if you threw feces at me, I might be happier. Clang, clang, clang. Then, all the shurikens stopped in front of the Fae. But this was not a repulsion technique like Shinra Tensei. Gulp, gulp. The shuriken actually melted into molten iron in front of the Fae. How did he do that? What kind of technique is that? He didn't do anything. The masked ninjas were shocked. A Fae murmured, "It's simple. Release chakra to stop the shuriken, then use the heat of the chakra to melt them." Is that so hard to understand? How is that possible? Even can't do that. He charged over. Boom. A Fae's fist pierced through a masked ninja's chest, the tree inside him swelling bang. The man exploded into a spray of blood, falling from midair. A Fae stepped through the blood towards another person behind. Don't come over. That person was sitting on the ground, crawling backward using hands and feet. A Fae stood in front of him, grabbed his head with a big hand, and murmured, "I often hear people say your head is full of shit. I'm curious. Is a person's head really made of feces?" Z. Sharp barbs grew from a Fae's fingertips and drilled into the skull, suddenly growing. Bang! The scene was like a watermelon bursting. Blood splattered all over a Fae's face. Monster, this guy is a monster. Those masked ninjas who claimed they would destroy the Hidden Darkness Village were terrified and turned to run away. A Fae formed hand signs. Would release. Mechanism bird. The strange mechanism bird created by Would Release flapped its wings and took off. A Fae jumped onto its back, standing upright, arms crossed over his chest, leisurely chasing after those ninjas. You know, the feeling of needing to poop. What is that like? No one dared to respond, only running more desperately. A Fae said, "Seriously, is it that hard to answer this question?" Swish, swish, swish. Sharp wooden branches shot out from the holes at the lower edge of the mechanism bird's wings, shooting forward. Several people in the back row were hit and fell to the ground. A Fae formed hand signs again. Would release. Cutting technique. Wooden branches sprouted barbs, drilling out from the body. The scene was horrifying. The mechanism bird continued the pursuit, and a Fae asked, "Then let me ask another question. Who sent you here?" It was Danzo. One person trembled and answered, "Danzo? Danzo as subordinates shouldn't be so spineless." Well, whatever. Those who are going to die sooner or later, let's just put this on him. A Fae said nonchalantly. Crack. The mouth of the mechanism bird opened wide, and a wooden arrow generated by Would Release shot out. A Fae said, "This is my invention, Would Release. Laxative technique. It might hurt a bit, but you'll feel relieved soon." Bang. The arrow flew out, but during its flight, the tips separated, the outer layer disintegrated and fell to the ground. 8 second-level arrows continued to fly forward, once again separating into 64 small third-level arrows, accurately hitting the anus of 64 ninjas ahead. It hurts so much. They all fell to the ground, screaming in agony, trying to pull out the wooden branches, but the tips of the branches seemed to be rooted. Unable to be pulled out, a Fae raised 2 fingers in front of his chest. Would release. Flower tree realm descends. Then, the rooted wooden branches quickly sprouted, growing robustly. The exposed parts even had flower buds, and as they bloomed, a foul smell emanated. The wretched screams echoed under the sky, but in less than a few seconds, everything fell silent. A Fae jumped off the mechanism bird, standing in the midst of the corpses, as if waiting for something. Whoosh. The Kamui vortex appeared. Linyu landed with a frown, saying, "It stinks." "Oh, you're back," a Fae said. "What happened?" Linyu asked, looking at the horrific scene. "As you can see, these guys wanted to cause trouble in the village while you were away, but I dealt with them on the spot." Fei said. Did you find out who the mastermind is? Lin Yu asked. Fei casually replied. They said it was Danzo. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Lin Yu pondered, walking to a corpse, removing its mask, revealing a face filled with indescribable pain. Clearly he didn't die easily. Lin Yu didn't care about his death, but looked at his forehead protector, which was from Konoha. Too fake. It's clearly intended to smear dirt on Konoha after their failure. Lin Yu rubbed his chin, murmuring, they hate us, and also Konoha. Could it be those guys from the Cloud Village? But this really doesn't seem like the style of the Fourth Raikage, though they do share the trait of having simple minds. After a while, without any leads, Lin Yu shook his head. Forget it, they're just ants, mere dust. They are coming. Fei suddenly said. Who is coming? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Then, the flower buds fully bloomed, and they were actually carnivorous plants. The opening part of the carnivorous plants gathered a mysterious power. The need to poop. I felt it. It's that urgent feeling. Fei suddenly got excited. No way. Lin Yu suddenly panicked. Bang! With a loud sound. Filthy gas spread everywhere. It worked, hooray, hooray. Fei's triumphant cheer came from it. Fei, damn you, you're covered in shit. And Lin Yu's furious curses. After bathing, Lin Yu sprayed himself with deodorant 7 or 8 times all over, then changed into clean clothes. He tried to contact Kaibutsu Mangetsu, but couldn't get through. Lin Yu sat in a chair, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Late at night, a blood-soaked man fell outside the hidden darkness village, dragging a half-dead captive in his hand. After Yuzuki Yuyue provided emergency treatment, the man finally woke up. Mangetsu, you're awake, what happened? Lin Yu asked at the bedside. Mangetsu said, I just caught the Iwagakura's explosive release hunt, and the pursuing ninjas from Kirigakura arrived. I barely killed my way out and returned to the village. By the way, that explosive release ninja. Don't worry, he is still alive. Your mission was very successful. Take a good rest. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yu stood up, walked out of the room, stood by the window in the corridor, looking at the bright moonlight, his gaze deep. Yagura? Huh? Well, having more puppets isn't a bad thing. Whoosh. Lin Yu disappeared into the Kamui vortex. Chapter 76. The reappearance of Mist Hidden, enslaving Yagura. Whoosh. Lin Yu, through the power of Shunwei, instantly traveled from Onion Village to the Land of Water. As long as it was a place he had been to before, he would mark it with his eyes. And the next visit would be merely a blink away. The purpose of this visit was simple, to turn Yagura into his puppet, just as Obito had done before. However, the motivations were slightly different. Obito deeply hated the Mist-Hidden Village for causing Rin's death, even though the Mists Umbu at that time were puppets controlled by Madara. Thus, in the future, Obito used the Sharingan to manipulate Yagura, turning the already cruel blood mist into a true hell on earth. Lin Yu's motivation was straightforward. Yagura was in his way. With the style of Mist Hidden, as long as a rogue ninja was alive, the pursuing ninja forces would not stop hunting them down. Lin Yu was protective of his subordinates. He cherished them dearly, unless he initially intended to use them, like Nagato. But Gizuki Mangetsu was not one of those. If his little brother was wronged, Lin Yu, as the big brother, would step in to set things right, plain and simple. For this reason, he came. The thick fog surrounding the Mist-Hidden Village was said to contain the unique dissolution technique of Mist-Hidden. Any outsiders who forcibly ventured in would be dissolved in a blood water by the dissolution. This was also why the Mist-Hidden Village did not deploy a perception barrier, confident that they could not be invaded. But unfortunately, this was ineffective against Lin Yu. It only took 4 minutes to pass through this thick fog, even less than Lin Yu's 5-minute limit in penetration mode. After 4 minutes, Lin Yu successfully infiltrated the Mist-Hidden Village. He ignored everything and looked towards the deep blue tall building at the end of his line of sight. That was the Water Shadow's residence. Marking it complete, he activated Shunwei and arrived beneath the Water Shadow's residence, then swaggered in through the entrance. Strangely, there was no sign of any guards. Lin Yu climbed the steps. The light grew dimmer and the air more humid. He reached a long, dark corridor with a tightly shut stone door at the end, where Yagura was located. Standing before the stone door, Lin Yu reached out. That's right, power. Power is continuously expanding. Suddenly, Yagura's eerie laughter echoed from the other side of the stone door, causing Lin Yu's hand to pause slightly before he pushed against the door. Boom! The stone door opened, and upon seeing the scene inside, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. Yagura sat in a stone chair, his head lowered, not even noticing Lin Yu's arrival. At the severed end of his left arm, there was a massive arm covered in spikes. And one thing was certain, it was definitely not a human arm. From that arm emanated a terrifying chakra. It was the chakra of the Three Tails. Lin Yu thought, what is going on? Has the Three Tails been revived? No, it's not like that. He quickly organized his thoughts. Yes, The chakra of tailed beasts often lingers in scattered forms of the world. The horns of the 8 tails, the tentacles of the 8 tails, and the gold and silver horns of the Cloud Village, which had spent time inside the 9 tails, thus gaining some of the 9 tails chakra. The 3 tails had lived in the lakes of the Land of Water for a long time, so it was not surprising that the Mist-Hidden Village had dealings with the 3 tails. In the process of dealing, obtaining a limb from the 3 tails was also reasonable. The incomplete body of a tailed beast can regenerate, but the lost parts also contain considerable tailed beast chakra. Lin Yu said, I see, having lost an arm. He uses the tailed beast's limb as a substitute to gain power akin to that of a Jinchuriki. Although disgusting, it isn't without its feasibility. Hearing this, Yagura lifted his head. The left half of his face had spikes similar to those on his arm, and his left pupil had turned a crimson akin to the 3 tails eye. Seeing Lin Yu standing at the doorway, Yagura snarled, Uchihai? Lin Yu said in a deep voice, It seems you're quite clear-headed, so you should know why I'm here, right? Yagura coldly replied, Gazuki Mangetsu, Kisame Hashigaki, the rogue ninjas of Mist-Hidden. They betrayed Mist-Hidden and took away Mist-Hidden's treasure blade. As the creator of the Blood Mist, I will never allow such a thing to happen. Traitors must face the most brutal punishment. Indeed, if I were in your position, I would be even more ruthless than you. But unfortunately, they are now mine, and you can't touch them. Lin Yu was quite domineering, unreasonable. Uchiha, do you think you can leave here alive today? Yagura's chest suddenly puffed up as he unleashed Water Release, Water Break Wave. Lin Yu countered with an equally scaled Water Break Wave technique to negate Yagura's attack. Knowing that you have tailed beast chakra within you, I can't kill you. After all, I'm a perfectionist. Lin Yu said calmly. Damn! Yagura roared. Gurgle, the red, semi-transparent tailed beast chakra overflowed from his body, suddenly compressing into a crimson tailed beast cloak with 3 tails swaying, its form resembling a small 3 tails. Such a huge commotion only slightly shook the Water Shadow's residence. Not even a tile fell. Lin Yu pondered, Oh, is this a room reinforced by seals? Ow. The half-tail beastified Yagura opened his mouth, hot mist billowing out. That's right, in this small enclosed space, I will launch continuous saturated attacks. And your fate will be death. Whoosh. The tailed beast chakra condensed in Yagura's mouth, transforming into a small tailed beast bomb. Boom. The tailed beast bomb was fired. The distance was extremely short, and it was instantaneous. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion filled the small space. As the explosion receded, Yagura protected himself with the 3 tails arm to withstand blast. Lin Yu, meanwhile, was clad in a half Susanoo skeleton, the destroyed half rapidly repairing and perfecting itself. Coral Palm. Yagura violently attacked, slamming his arm against the Susanoo. Crack! Crack! The point of contact sprouted coral, quickly spreading throughout the Susanoo. With a shake of Yagura's palm, both the Susanoo and the surroundings shattered into pieces. Clap! Lin Yu clasped his palms in front of his chest. Would release, thorn killing technique. Several vine-like wooden tendrils sprouted from beside Yagura's feet, binding him tightly. Damn! Damn would release. Yagura was extremely agitated. Lin Yu remained calm, changed his hand signs, and a seat character appeared in his palm. He lunged forward, slapping Yagura's chest, pulling out a chakra thread as he retreated. Would release, ear-opening entrapment technique. Yagura let out a scream, the tailed beast chakra within him rapidly suppressed by the wood release, and the tailed beast cloak peeled away, revealing skin burnt by the tailed beast cloak underneath. Jinjutsu, Sharingan, full activation. Become my captive, 4th Mizukage, Yagura. ZZ. Lin Yu's eyes displayed the kaleidoscope, concentrating all his ocular power into the Jinjutsu. Dong! Yagura's eyes widened in shock, then showed signs of intense struggle, ultimately losing focus. Chapter 77. Not letting men out. Thus, the 4th Mizukage, Yakura, fell under the powerful illusion control of Hayabusa. Although this illusion was not on par with Kotoama Tsukumi and Tsukuyami, it was not something ordinary methods could dispel. It would continuously compel Yakura to make decisions favorable to Hayabusa. With a dazed expression, Yakura stood before Hayabusa, who rubbed his slightly swollen Sharingan. Applying long-lasting illusion control on a master like Yakura was no easy feat and required a massive amount of ocular power. Hayabusa sensed that as the power of his Manjiki Sharingan increased, the side effects also grew more significant, and even with the cells of Senja Hashirama, it was not effective anymore. After all, the Manjiki Sharingan carried a curse that gradually led to blindness. After lowering his hand, Hayabusa murmured, Back then, Obito only had one eye. It was truly a blessing in disguise, as the side effects were almost negated by the Hashirama cells. If he had both eyes, he would have likely gone blind long ago. Whoosh! Hayabusa disappeared into the vortex of Kamui, leaving behind the now puppet-like Yakura. For a period afterward, Everything in Kirigakure returned to normal, seemingly no different from the previous blood mist, except that the pursuit team had stopped chasing their own rogue ninja. On a bridge in Kirigakure, a girl in a blue robe stood by the railing, her emerald green eyes peering through the mist at the Mizuki's mansion, her gaze reflecting a maturity beyond her years. Her right eye was obscured by bangs, only partially visible, and her alluring long hair cascaded down her back. Unfortunately, she had not yet married by the time her hair reached her waist. She was Terumi Mei, only 16 years old, the most gifted girl in Kirigakure's history. Possessing chakra of 4 elements, fire, lightning, earth, and water, as well as 2 bloodline limits, dissolution and boil release. At such a young age, she was a strong candidate for the next Mizuki, holding great prestige and influence among the younger generation in Kirigakure, with Ao being one of her loyal followers. Ao, don't you think that Lord Mizuki's behavior is somewhat unusual? Terumi Mei's melodious voice floated back to Ao. It is a bit, but it must be due to Lord Yakura having transplanted the 3 tails arm. I've heard that tailed beast chakra can have certain berserk side effects. Ao replied, assuming. No. Terumi Mei shook her head. Just one arm of the 3 tails shouldn't affect a master like the Mizuki. I believe there is something more to it. Ao, use your Byakugan to check the Mizuki's chakra network. Ao's right. I housed a Byakugan obtained from a member of the Hyuga clan during the Great Ninja War. Ao hesitated, saying, such a rude thing, if Lord Yakura were to notice. It's fine. I will use a barrier to cover for you, Terumi Mei replied. Understood, Byakugan. Ao's right eye bulged with veins, and as the Byakugan activated, he could see the scene within the Mizuki mansion, including the flow of chakra within Yakura's chakra network. Suddenly, Ao exclaimed, This is. Lord Yakura's brain's chakra network is abnormally chaotic, suspected to be under illusion control. Terumi Mei's delicate hands tightened around the railing, her beautiful eyes lost in deep thought. In any case, let's first dispel the Mizuki's illusion. Ao, this relies on your Byakugan, Terumi Mei commanded. I understand. Ao replied resolutely. Yes, in the original story, Yakura was controlled by a Bido's illusion, and it was Terumi Mei who noticed it, with Ao using the Byakugan to dispel it. But what a powerful illusion this is. I simply can't break it. Ao was drenched in sweat before the Mizuki, yet powerless against the illusion. After all, Hayabusa's ocular power had long surpassed that of a Bido. Can't we forcibly dispel it? Terumi Mei furrowed her brow slightly. If we do that, Lord Yakura's brain network will be destroyed in an instant, and he will die. Ao said sternly. Terumi Mei quietly clenched her fist. As far as I know, there is no one in Kirigakure with such illusion abilities. It must be someone from outside the village. They crossed the dissolution mist surrounding the village without harm, invaded Kirigakure, and approached the Mizuki without anyone noticing. Defeating the Mizuki who had controlled part of the tailed beast power, and then used such a powerful illusion to control him. An existence with such strength in today's ninja world. Could it be him? Terumi Mei instinctively thought of a name. Someone she had heard of, but had never met. What should we do now? Ao asked. In any case, let's report this to the elders first. Terumi Mei released her hand and walked out, her posture graceful and imposing. With Yakura being controlled by an illusion, he can no longer continue as Mizuki and lead Kirigakure. In that case, in terms of strength, who can inherit the title of 5th Mizuki? Ao looked at Terumi Mei's back, meaningfully saying, I have come to a realization. The era of the blood mist should be brought to an end. Terumi Mei's gaze was resolute. In an unknown village at Tianyu Pavilion. Oh, have they discovered it so soon? The people of Kirigakure are surprisingly capable. Hayabusa sat up from his bed. What is wrong, you? Yuzuki Yukari also got up, her smooth skin fully exposed. Nothing, another era might be coming to an end. This world is still a realm for the young. Hayabusa said with a meaningful smile. Yuzuki Yukari propped her chin on one arm, her beautiful eyes glancing at Hayabusa. This old-fashioned tone is really like that of an uncle. How can that be? Am I not young? Hayabusa's hand in the bed reached toward a certain place. Ah, so annoying. Yuzuki Yukari's charming face instantly turned red, and her small hand slapped Hayabusa's shoulder, but he flipped over and pinned her down. I'll let you stay youthful forever. Ah, you, bad person. Yuzuki Yukari unconsciously squeezed her legs around Hayabusa's waist, and then, needless to say, it was a wild outburst. As dawn broke, beneath the great waterfall at Tianyu Pavilion, crack, a powerful lightning bolt exploded, cutting through the descending waterfall. After a few seconds, it resumed. Huff, huff, huff. Yuzuki Yukari bent over, gasping for breath, looking at her bandaged, scarred right hand. Finally, I learned it. Yes. After more than half a month of relentless practice, she finally mastered the A-rank ninjutsu called Chidori. For a 9-year-old girl, This was nothing short of a miracle. This kid, Yukari, is truly amazing. Not far away, Yuzuki Yukari looked at her capable younger sister, her eyes filled with pride. Well then, I should fulfill my promise and give her a gift. Hayabusa murmured, turning to walk towards Tianyu Pavilion. Chapter 78, The Gift of the Eye. Linyu entered a room in the Tianyu Pavilion, reaching out to the wall. Whoosh! An entrance appeared as the wall rolled aside, and Linyu walked straight in, arriving in front of a box. It was a box sealed with a sealing technique that no one could open except Linyu. Release. Linyu. Linyu chose to respect him. All right, whatever the situation is, I will support you. Then I will go, Yukuin. Orochimaru turned around and set off through the rain in a standard ninja running posture. Chapter 79. Orochimaru, the forbidden technique activated. On the night 2 days later. In the jungle outside Konoha, Orochimaru peeled the skin off a dead Konoha ninja and covered it over his own face, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu. Face replacement technique. Whoosh. His appearance completely changed to that of the Konoha ninja he had killed. Konoha had a curfew in place, and during the late hours, if there were no missions, all ninjas were prohibited from entering or leaving. Orochimaru quickened his pace and successfully infiltrated Konoha village just before the gates closed at midnight. He felt a sense of nostalgia being back, but he did not forget the true purpose of his visit. After conducting thorough reconnaissance, he discovered that the Uchiha clan's residential area was heavily monitored by patrolling Umbu. It turned out that after Kakashi witnessed Linyu's appearance, the patrols around the Uchiha clan's area had intensified, with Konoha's Umbu taking turns guarding it day and night, preventing any unauthorized personnel from getting close. Heek. The atmosphere is thick with gunpowder. How much longer can this clan's luck last? Next, Orochimaru stood atop a tall building in Konoha, looking down at the bustling crowd, and formed hand seals. Group Jinjutsu. Heart-distracting illusion. Whoosh. A ripple of energy emanated from Orochimaru's forehead, spreading throughout the street. This Jinjutsu could interfere with people's minds, inciting suspicion and hostility among those around. Due to its vast range, it was ineffective against CH Nin and above, but for ordinary people, its effects were outstanding. You bastard. You've been staring at me since earlier. You must be trying to harm me. I'll kill you. The people walking down the street suddenly stopped and began to fight each other furiously. Move quickly. The situation is urgent. 10 minutes later, the Konoha Guard forces received reports of a large-scale brawl and mobilized entirely. The Umbu responsible for monitoring the Uchiha, due to this unexpected situation, also went to oversee the enforcement, leaving only a few behind to patrol outside the Uchiha residential area. After all, the Uchiha are experts. Only by drawing away the elite members of the police forces could Orochimaru have a chance to succeed. Taking advantage of the distraction of the guard forces and most Umbu, Orochimaru jumped down from his high vantage point and headed towards the Uchiha residential area. However, there were still a few patrolling Umbu. One Umbu noticed a suspicious man approaching and asked, "Who are you?" "I just had a breakup. I'm out for some fresh air," the suspicious man replied dejectedly. The Umbu scrutinized the man before him, and, seeing his disheveled appearance, it did seem like he was in a state of heartbreak. "Go somewhere else. This is not a place for you." The Umbu member dismissed him. "Waigala Rimashita." "I understand," the suspicious man said. Just as the two brushed past each other, the Umbu suddenly stopped and questioned, "You smell of leaves and dirt, and blood. Where have you been, and what have you done?" The suspicious man halted, slowly turned around, opened his mouth, and his long, slithering tongue hung down as the snake-like pupils of Orochimaru erupted with overwhelming killing intent. The Umbu's pupils constricted, and he was about to draw his blade. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Swish. Orochimaru's snake hand shot out from his sleeve, wrapping around the Umbu's face until he suffocated and collapsed. Being sharp isn't necessarily a good thing. Orochimaru simply removed the human skin mask, dispelled the face replacement, and swaggered into the Uchiha clan's residential area. Under the moonlight, he stood atop a tall power pole, his long hair flowing in the wind, until he spotted a young boy walking alone at the end of the street after finishing his training. A smirk appeared on his lips, and he vanished from sight. Whoosh. The wind stirred a leaf, and Uchiha Shursui stopped in his tracks, sensing something was off in the air. He immediately gripped the small knife behind him, activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, and stood on high alert. "Come out. I know you are nearby." At such a young age, he possessed the insight that only elite Jonin have, and with those eyes full of potential, I understand why Yukuin chose you. Shursui-kun, a hoarse voice floated in from behind. Swish. As Shursui turned around, he quickly retreated, the knife already in hand, and upon seeing the figure before him, his pupils shrank. That aura and those slitted pupils, could it be? "You are the legendary Sannin?" Orochimaru? Shursui asked sternly. Orochimaru looked even more impressed and then said, since you understand, don't resist futilely. I'm sorry, but I can't do as you wish. Swish, swish. Shursui's figure suddenly split into dozens, appearing on the street, walls, and rooftops, surrounding Orochimaru from all sides. This is both an illusion and a reality. There is no better body flicker technique than this. Superb. Orochimaru marveled. 32 body flicker slashes. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 32 physical illusions launched a surprise attack simultaneously. 32 blades piercing into Orochimaru's body almost at once. Ugh. Orochimaru instantly became a bloody mess, but with a shake of his shoulder. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a gooey, intact version of himself. What? Shursui's 32 illusions merged. It was clear that at such a young age, he couldn't continuously use such powerful body flicker technique. Whoosh. Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated in a bizarre manner, slithering towards Shursui. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Shursui quickly formed hand seals, opening his mouth to spit out a blazing fireball while using the recoil to retreat. However, Orochimaru's head charged through the fireball, continuing to advance towards Shursui. Shursui's Sharingan flickered. When Orochimaru was 2 meters away, he threw his sword like lightning. Crack! It pierced through Orochimaru's throat. At the same time, Shursui formed hand seals. Crackle! Lightning chakra erupted from the sword, paralyzing Orochimaru's body. His head and neck collapsed to the ground. Slurp! Suddenly, a small white snake shot out from his open mouth and lunged at Shursui. Shursui's insight was sharp. At this distance, it can work. Caw! Caw! 2 pitch-black crows materialized from the air, capturing the small snake from a meter away. In the distance, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Kusanagi sword, blade of the void. Crack! The small snake opened its mouth, and the Kusanagi sword shot out. Not good. This caught Shursui completely off guard. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. The Kusanagi sword pierced his shoulder, nailing him to the wall. The crows dissipated, and the small snake fell to the ground. Snap! Orochimaru's neck retracted, pulling the sword out of his throat, and walked up to Shursui. Shursui-kun, if it weren't for you Kun already having his eyes on you, I would have truly liked to make you mine. Unfortunately, that man has more foresight than I do. Orochimaru took out a syringe filled with Lin Yu's blood, injected it into Shursui's bloodstream, and said, "Thank me, Shursui. With this drop of blood, you too will gain a part of Lord Hashirama's power." Forbidden technique, blood transfer. Chapter 80, Uchiha Itachi. Bang! Shursui's eyes widened in shock, his heartbeat seemingly stopping for a moment. Then a scorching heat enveloped his entire body. He couldn't help but scream in agony. Orochimaru stepped forward and pulled the Kusanagi sword from Shursui's shoulder. Thud! Shursui fell heavily to his knees, drenched in sweat, and asked, "What have you done to me?" Orochimaru tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and placed the Kusanagi sword into the snake's mouth that had emerged. The snake retracted, and Orochimaru closed his mouth, wiping the slime from the corner with the back of his hand, then turned to leave. Stop! Stop right there! Shursui struggled to crawl forward, but ultimately fell unconscious due to his condition. Hiss! Not long after Shursui fainted, the wound on his shoulder, where the Kusanagi sword had pierced him, healed with a wave of hot smoke. Time is running out. I need to quickly find the next one. It should be easier than the first, Orochimaru thought to himself. In a house on the south side of the Uchiha residential area, Uchiha Mikoto leaned back in a recliner, gently stroking her visibly pregnant belly, her gaze tired yet soft. Itachi, I'm a bit tired. I want to sleep for a while. You should rest early too. Beside her, on the tatami mat, 5-year-old Itachi sat upright, understanding, okay, I'll sleep soon. Before long, even breathing sounds came from Mikoto. Itachi got up, found a blanket, and covered his mother, smiling at her belly. Be good, Sasuke. But Itachi did not go to sleep. Instead, he took a kunai and sat down, activating his still immature 2-tomo Sharingan, guarding by his mother's side like a little guardian. Not long ago, a group of mysterious people had attacked Mikoto while she was out for a walk, targeting the child in her womb. Itachi stood up to protect his mother, delaying until the clan members arrived before he exhaustedly collapsed. In that battle, Itachi's single tomo Sharingan had evolved into a double tomo. After waking up, he learned that 3 of his clan members had died, feeling immense sorrow, but fortunately, his mother was safe. From that point on, he stayed even closer to her, remaining vigilant at the slightest disturbance. Itachi gripped the kunai tightly. The sudden brawl his father and everyone else had rushed over, but this felt unnatural, as if someone was orchestrating it. I must protect my mother and Sasuke. Swish! Suddenly, A shadow with long hair surrounded by snakes appeared on the paper sliding door. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Itachi's shuriken was shot out, piercing through the door paper. At that moment, Orochimaru looked at the kunai, which was mere millimeters from his forehead, his vertical pupils unable to hide their shock. Soon after, Orochimaru smiled and reached out, pulling the door open. Boom! A powerful fireball shot towards him, hitting Orochimaru and pushing him back. Itachi had already gripped the kunai and dashed outside, his Sharingan swirling, locking onto Orochimaru, standing on the eaves. His thoughts racing. If those people want to harm Sasuke and challenge my father's bottom line to instigate a civil war, they should put on a disguise or wear a mask. But this person didn't. Could it be that his purpose? Did you come for my father? Itachi asked cautiously. Wrong. My goal is you, Itachi. Orochimaru replied candidly. Itachi was taken aback, then felt a breath of relief. With his strength, there was no need to lie to a child like me. Thankfully, it's not about my mother and Sasuke. I understand. Can we change locations? There are people in the room who shouldn't be disturbed, Itachi requested half-heartedly. Orochimaru looked at Itachi with bright eyes. Sure, he said, leaping from a distance. Itachi gazed deeply at Orochimaru's back and formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Bang! He left a shadow clone behind and chased after Orochimaru. In an open area, Orochimaru stopped and said to the arriving Itachi, at such a young age, you've mastered the shadow clone. It's truly impressive. Did you leave the clone behind because you were afraid I would go back on my word? Itachi replied, No, I can't rule out that you're the only enemy. And I can't be sure my intuition is correct. It's better to be safe. Orochimaru praised, what an outstanding child. Chosen by Lord Yu. There are indeed no mediocre ones. Lord Yu. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. However, no matter what you do, you cannot resist what is about to happen. Orochimaru licked his lips. Itachi retorted, perhaps, but at least I'm sure of one thing. Your target is indeed me. Swish. Itachi turned the kunai and pressed it against his own neck. If I take my own life, you would definitely be troubled, right? Or, the one troubling you is your Lord Yu behind you. The wind blew, and the air fell silent for a moment. Orochimaru stared in shock at the small figure before him. Is this really the mentality of a 5-year-old boy? Based on your reaction, I must have guessed right. Uchiha Itachi said. Truly, there can be no carelessness. Speak, what conditions do you want? Orochimaru understood that a boy with Itachi's mentality would certainly know the consequences of taking his own life, which could threaten his family. Thus, he just wanted to gain some initiative in front of an enemy far stronger than himself. Itachi said, my brother, who is still in the womb, is currently being targeted by someone. With my current power, it's hard to protect him until he is safely born. So I want you and the people behind you to ensure his safety. This matter may be difficult to handle. After all, those who want your brother dead are the embodiments of darkness in the ninja world. Orochimaru said meaningfully with a smile. No, if it's that Uchiha Yu, he has the ability to protect. Itachi's eyes cleared, and the next words he spoke once again shocked Orochimaru. It seems I guessed right again. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. You betrayed Konoha, joined the hidden village of darkness, and the one you serve is indeed the shadow, Uchiha Yu. Also, the reason you haven't forcibly killed me until now is that you need me to stay alive. Saying this, Uchiha Itachi put down the kunai and closed his eyes, saying, remember to tell Uchiha Yu that if Sasuke encounters an accident before he is born, I will take my own life immediately. If you understand my conditions, feel free to proceed. Uchiha Itachi, I will admit, besides you, you're the most surprising Uchiha clan member I have ever seen in my life. All right, I accept your conditions. After Orochimaru solemnly finished speaking, he took out a prepared second syringe and walked up to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's expression was calm, showing no signs of struggle or resistance because his eyes could not only see through things, but also perceive people's hearts. Orochimaru inserted the syringe into Itachi's vein and injected Lin Yu's blood. Throwing away the syringe, Orochimaru formed hand seals and activated the forbidden technique once again, blood transfer. Bang! The shadow clone Itachi had left behind vanished. Ugh! The real Itachi fell to the ground in pain, and just before losing consciousness, his Sharingan fixed on Orochimaru, buzzing. The third Tomo actually spun and appeared in his pupils. Under Orochimaru's trembling gaze, Itachi did not forget to remind him, remember my words. Buzz. The Tomo disappeared. The Sharingan closed, and Itachi fell unconscious. A long time later. Tick-tock. Sweat. I can't believe I would sweat because of a 5-year-old Uchiha child. Orochimaru stared at the sweat in his palm in a daze. Chapter 81. The Three Shinobi Confrontation. The Arrival of Yukuin. After completing his business, Orochimaru had to think about how to retreat. As the #1 rogue ninja of Konoha, if he was discovered in this village teeming with elite shinobi, there would be no chance of leaving alive. Therefore, he must leave immediately, no time to waste. Whoosh! He transformed into a shadow, leaping between buildings. But when he unintentionally glanced down, he suddenly stopped. A girl was walking down the street, her short hair sharp and refreshing, casually tied back, enjoying a dango. Orochimaru jumped down from the eaves, stopping in front of the girl. The girl looked at the person before her, her reaction innocent and surprised. Orochimaru-sensei? I came. Orochimaru rarely looked at the girl with a complex expression, his only disciple, Mitarashi Anko. Whoosh! Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck elongated, fangs protruding, and he bit down fiercely on Anko's delicate neck. Thud! The dango slipped from her hands. Anko knelt on the ground, clutching the bleeding bite mark on her neck. In pain, Orochimaru-sensei, what have you done? Anko, time is tight. I can't give you more. It's up to your fate now. After taking one last look at Anko, Orochimaru vanished. Zing! A curse seal appeared on Anko's nape. Accompanied by immense pain, Anko was drenched in sweat, screaming as she lost consciousness. This also alarmed passers-by and ninjas. News of Orochimaru's appearance in Konoha and his attack on his former disciple quickly spread. In a cozy house, Hokage Minato Namikaze returned home after finishing work. In the kitchen, he was cooking for his pregnant wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Suddenly, there's a big problem. Orochimaru has been spotted in the village, and he attacked his former disciple, Mitarashi Anko. The information department's Yamamoto Kaiji contacted him using a secret technique. Is this true? I'm on my way. Minato gripped the spatula, his expression conflicted, thinking about how to apologize to Kushina. At that moment, red-haired Kushina, her belly slightly rounded, appeared at the kitchen door, gently saying, Minato, you go ahead, I'm fine here. Minato apologized, Kushina, I'm sorry. I finally got home early, but I can't be with you. Kushina, understanding, replied, it's okay. After all, we bear the responsibilities of the whole village. I'm heading out. Minato took his Hokage cloak and prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. However, a deep male voice suddenly came. Minato, leave it to me. The door opened, and a tall man wearing a forehead protector inscribed with oil characters, with long white hair down to his neck and red markings below his eyes, stepped in. Jiraiya-sensei, you're back. Minato exclaimed in surprise. I'm back to deal with Orochimaru's situation. Please let me handle it, Jiraiya said, seeing his teacher's determination. Minato understood the bonds he had been searching for all these years. He solemnly said, I understand, Jiraiya-sensei, please be careful. Take good care of Kushina at home, and also, keep this safe for me. Jiraiya placed the telescope on the table and turned to leave. Kushina picked up the telescope, puzzled. What does Jiraiya-sensei need this for at night? Well, maybe he has gotten into astronomy recently. Minato scratched his head, his smile somewhat forced. Thinking, I can't just say he's probably up to some peeping in the women's bathhouse. Konoha women's bathhouse. Bang. The door swung open, and Tsunade, wearing somewhat wet clothes, stormed out. Tsunade, what are you doing? Just leave this to the third and fourth, said a female ninja who was Tsunade's contemporary. Nonsense. I'm going to find that bastard Orochimaru and ask him where his good master Uchiha Yu has taken Shizen. Tsunade's eyes were filled with fierce, killing intent. At this moment, Orochimaru was already very close to the Konoha gate, pondering. Minato still hasn't shown up. Could it be that he can't come out personally? Suddenly, Orochimaru stopped, because ahead on a building's roof, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in a red and white ninja outfit and straw hat, stood there, his cloak billowing in the wind. What an unexpected reunion, sensei. Orochimaru's tone was light, but his expression was filled with vigilance. Because his teacher's strength was terrifying, he had not come in his usual black battle attire. It was unclear what his intentions were. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru with a complicated expression for a long moment before sighing. Orochimaru, just go. This way. We will owe each other nothing. He was referring to the time Orochimaru had pleaded for him before Linyu. You remember that boring incident? What a dull old man. Orochimaru murmured as he charged toward the Konoha gate right in front of him. As he brushed past, Hiruzen lowered his Hokage hat, seemingly trying to hide the sadness in his eyes. Boom! As the sound of Konoha's gate collapsing echoed, Hiruzen understood that as Hokage, he had failed. But he knew that if he took action today, Orochimaru would never leave alive. He couldn't do it. This must be the feeling of being a teacher. Whoosh! Soon after, Jiraiya passed by. Old man, leave it to me, please, Hiruzen said. A few seconds later, Tsunade also passed by and quickly caught up with Jiraiya ahead. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Orochimaru, stop. After leaving Konoha, Orochimaru, who was speeding away, heard Jiraiya's call from behind, turned back, and said, "First Sensei, Sarutobi, now you, Jiraiya. Even Tsunade has come. Is today a teacher-student meeting?" But he showed no intention of stopping. "I told you to stop. Did you hear me? Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet." Jiraiya formed hand seals with both hands and spat out a fire dragon. Orochimaru felt the approaching heat wave from behind and hurriedly formed hand seals and turned around. Water release. Water formation wall. Boom. Water and fire clashed and mist spread. Tsunade broke through the mist, her fist imbued with immense strength, crashing into the ground in front of Orochimaru. Boom. The ground cracked and Orochimaru retreated quickly, knowing that at this point, it would be difficult to shake off these two. Jiraiya and Tsunade flanked him, cutting off Orochimaru's escape route. Orochimaru's heart grew heavy, with my current chakra facing both of them at the same time. Keep in mind that he hadn't T-slept for 32 days and had used forbidden techniques twice in a short period. Orochimaru, explain clearly why you're following that dangerous guy, Jiraiya demanded. Orochimaru, what is happening with Shizen? Answer me. Tsunade pressed. Well, who knows? Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders, clearly not intending to answer. Looks like you don't plan to answer honestly. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Tsunade cracked her knuckles. Orochimaru, as a former close friend, even if I have to break your limbs, I'll stop you from going down the wrong path. Jiraiya also prepared for battle. There's no other choice. Just as Orochimaru was about to form seals to counterattack. Whoosh! The familiar vortex stirs the fabric of time and space. And a commanding voice echoes, as if from the depths of the underworld. Sorry to interrupt your reunion, but Orochimaru is an important subordinate of my Uchiha-yu. Chapter 82. Uchiha-yu vs. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Amidst the majestic words, Lin-Yu appeared from the Kamui vortex, accompanied by the sunset of April. Yukuin, I didn't expect it would be you to wrap things up. Blame me for being unable to calm my emotions upon seeing my former disciple. Oomph. It seems my composure is still lacking. Orochimaru laughed. No worries. It's human nature, Lin-Yu replied indifferently. Uchiha-yu, where is Shizen? Tsunade asked, her eyes full of anger. Shizun. Tsunade-heim, can't you vibrate or ring your phone? Lin-Yu tilted his head, glancing playfully at Tsunade. Huh, you bastard. What kind of nonsensical joke are you making? Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, ready to approach. Swish. Jiraiya, however, moved behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Saying seriously, Tsunade, don't be impulsive. Even the old man fell to this guy. We must formulate a battle plan based on the existing intelligence to have a chance of winning. Humph. Tsunade shook off Jiraiya's arm and said, I understand without you saying it. Lin-Yu stated flatly, can I take it that both of you want to fight me? Right? That's right. But if you escape using your adept space-time ninjutsu, that's another matter, Jiraiya said meaningfully. Although it's a crude provocation, fine, since I'm idle anyway. I'll just play with you. Lin-Yu's deep laughter came from beneath his mask. Then he turned to the sunset and said, Sunset, go to Orochimaru's side. Be careful. I've grown up listening to their stories. The sunset said, retreating beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru crossed his arms and asked, Oh Jiao-chan, little girl, I'm also one of the Sannin. Did you intentionally ignore me? The sunset looked straight ahead and said, No, your story is told to me as a cautionary tale by adults, to warn me. Orochimaru laughed. Oh my, that's truly. I'm so sorry. Jiraiya withdrew his gaze from the sunset and said solemnly, It's one thing for the unscrupulous Orochimaru, but even the elite of the Umbu, who believed in the will of fire and had made great contributions, has fallen this far. Tsunade, I must speak frankly, I worry about Shizen too. Don't underestimate my disciple. That child would never betray Konoha, even if she died. Tsunade said confidently, biting her fingertip to form a seal. Summoning technique, snail, boom. Accompanied by a huge white smoke, the legendary sage of the Wetbone Forest, the giant snail who has lived for over 1,000 years since the Kagaya era, was summoned. Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama, it's been a long time. The snail greeted Tsunade warmly as soon as it appeared. Tsunade stood up forcefully. We can reminisce later. I need to settle the score with that masked guy now. Is it the Uchiha-yu who kidnapped Shizen? The snail's small eyes looked at Lin-Yu. Then, you can come out too, the leader of Mount Myaboku's toads, Great Toad Bunta. Crack. Jiraiya bit his fingertip and formed the summoning seal. Boom. Accompanied by a large white smoke, the mighty Great Toad Bunta appeared. It held a giant pipe in its mouth, was wrapped in bandages, and had a short sword stuck in its waist. After Bunta appeared, it looked around, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and said, "Where's that bastard Manda? I'm in need of a snakeskin wallet," Jiraiya replied. Unfortunately, the opponent this time is not Orochimaru. Huh? Bunta exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Jiraiya below. Then why summon me? Isn't one snail enough? Jiraiya said seriously, because the enemy is being more troublesome than Orochimaru. Great Toad Bunta followed Jiraiya's gaze, saw Lin Yu, and after a moment of scrutiny, took a deep puff from its pipe. It does seem so. He has a very ominous aura. Is that the legendary creature, the Three Strikes, that Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama summoned? The Sunset's expression became solemn. Even though she had betrayed Konoha, she maintained the proper reverence for the legends of her hometown. Oof. Plus, with Manda's words, it would truly be the Three Strikes, but with Yuko in here, it seems Manda won't be making an appearance. Orochimaru laughed, but was ignored by the Sunset. Lin Yu's eyes scanned beneath his mask. It seems everyone is here, then let's begin. Swish. He formed hand seals. Huh, that seal is. Boss. Use the iron cannonball. Jiraiya decisively commanded. Great Toad Bunta formed seals. Water release. Iron cannonball. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. The refined water sphere spat out by Great Toad Bunta collided with the sea of flames Lin Yu released, exploding into a water area, extinguishing most of the fire. Swish. Jiraiya formed seals, leaped on a Great Toad Bunta's head. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Splash. The waterfall that fell from his mouth extinguished the remaining flames, hissing. The steam from the evaporated flames spread out, blocking visibility, comparable to the mist concealment technique. As expected of the third Hokage's disciple, the basic ninja qualities are so solid. Lin Yu murmured, looking up at the acidic mist that enveloped him. This time, is it the snail's acid? Although I can ignore it with the penetration mode. If the acidic mist spreads, I will inhale it when I materialize. Zing! The three Tomo turned into the kaleidoscope. Roar! The second form of Susanoo erupted from the ground. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Hiss! The acid splashed onto it, partially melting Susanoo's outer layer, exposing its bones beneath. And some acidic mist penetrated through the gaps in the bones, seeping into Susanoo's interior. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, rumbling. The outer layer repaired itself, armor-clad. The corrosion of the acid could no longer take effect. At this time, the spreading steam also dissipated, and Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at the towering Yatagarasu Susanoo before them, both with grave expressions, but they exchanged glances, quickly determining a strategy through their long-standing tacit understanding. Jiraiya leaped down from Great Toad Bunta's head, forming seals in midair, and at the moment of landing, he slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Gurgle. The ground beneath Yatagarasu Susanoo suddenly transformed into a terrifying swamp. Whoosh. Just before the swamp formed, Lin Yu had already driven Susanoo to leap into the sky. Sink down obediently. Almost simultaneously, Tsunade descended from the sky, her fist containing monstrous power, smashing down on Susanoo's head. Boom! The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had barely managed to engage in close combat with Yatagarasu Susanoo using the super multiplication technique, but Tsunade actually used her own monstrous strength to forcefully smash the ascending Susanoo into the swamp. Gurgle. Susanoo, trapped in the Yellow Spring Swamp, had no way to escape, only being continuously pulled down. The way they countered each move was so advanced that the scale of this battle was incredibly high. Clap. Lin Yu clasped his hands in front of his chest. Would release. Birth of the Tree World. Chapter 83, Battle of Heroes. Boom. The tree realm grew wildly, instantly tearing through the swamp and spreading across vast lands. Its ferocity was such that one could not know where it would end. Countless tree trunks and vines surged towards Jiraiya and Tsunade, and once entangled, the outcome would be instant strangulation. The two stood on their respective summoning beasts, retreating swiftly. Frog Bunta drew the large knife at his waist, swinging it wildly, his movements so fast that his arms became mere afterimages, the blade light intertwined. Broken wood and branches flying everywhere, but for every one he cut, 10 would entangle him. The more he swung, the stiffer the knife became, ultimately getting firmly wrapped by a thick trunk, unable to pull it out. Damn it, this is unbelievable. Bunta was extremely agitated. Crack. The trunk climbed up the blade, and it looked like it was about to wrap around Bunta's arm. Boss, forget the knife, retreat quickly. Jiraiya shouted from above Bunta. What a humiliation. Bunta abandoned the knife and, relying on the frog's excellent jumping ability, jumped back several times, barely escaping the tree realm's encroachment. But on the other side, Tsunade and the slug were struggling more, because the slug, being a crawling creature, could not jump like the frog, its slippery body continuously secreting acidic fluid. making it harder for the trunks to entangle, but it was only a matter of time. Even my grandfather's would release power has been obtained. This must be the work of Orochimaru. Tsunade was extremely angry. Lady Tsunade, hurry and hide inside my body, the slug said anxiously, spraying acidic fluid forward to slow down the advance of the tree realm. How can that be? I'm Tsunade, Tsunade said boldly, leaping from the slug's head, executing a beautiful backflip, her long legs raised high, striking down towards the ground. Body technique secret art, painful sky kick. Boom! The foot struck down, and the ground several dozen meters ahead collapsed like a spider web. The advancing tree realm was forcibly blocked for several seconds. Tsunade then leaped back onto the slug's head, and the slug crawled quickly, escaping the tree realm's encroachment. One move of the tree realm's descent, and the flat ground had become a dense forest. You actually managed to carve out a space in such a vast tree realm, Yujun. Your control over wood release is becoming increasingly proficient not far from Linyu. Orochimaru stood with his arms crossed, admiring. Next to him, Yuzuki Yugao felt refreshed upon hearing this evaluation. As the saying goes, it is easy to cut down trees, but intricate work is difficult. The power of wood release is so vast, being able to collect precisely is far more indicative of skill than a large-scale release. Linyu, however, replied nonchalantly, of course. If I can't reach that level of Senja Hashirama, what kind of propriety is that? At that moment, a shadow loomed over them, and everyone looked up to see Frog Bunta had jumped to a position dozens of meters above them. Above Bunta, Jiraiya formed hand seals, his chest puffing up. Frog oil. Poof. Deep yellow frog oil poured down like a waterfall. Linyu said with a slightly serious expression, oh, this forest has been utilized instead. Whoosh. The frog oil engulfed everyone, splattering countless oil droplets as it spread throughout the entire forest. Jiraiya formed hand seals again. Fire release, frog oil fireball. Roaring, flames erupted, and upon touching the frog oil, they instantly raged into a sea of fire rivaling the great fire extinguishing technique. And coupled with the trees as fuel, the entire forest born from the tree realm was swallowed by the sea of flames, thick smoke billowing. Even the moisture in the soil was burned dry. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most powerful fire release so far. Bang! Frog Bunta landed beside the slug. Looking at the raging sea of flames, Tsunade said, can we get rid of it? To burn down these big trees will at least take more than 5 minutes, exceeding the time he can penetrate. Theoretically, there is still a chance of success. Jiraiya said, theoretically. Tsunade's eyes flickered with firelight as she clenched her fists. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge time-space vortex appeared in the sea of fire, swirling as the roaring flames surged in. After dispersing, Utenga Susanoo stood tall, protecting Orochimaru and Yuzuki Yugao within it. The mirror in Utenga's right hand absorbed the flames released by the time-space vortex. Susanoo artifact. Kaizi Shink. Jiraiya's gaze darkened as he said, if he just used this, the underworld swamp would be no problem at all. Linyu smiled, but that won't do, Jiraiya. How can a square piece be exchanged for my spade A? Jiraiya clenched his fist. Is it merely a spade A? Whoosh! A black magatama formed in Utenga's Susanoo left hand. Linyu's eyes, like a kaleidoscope, suddenly locked on a frog Bunta and the slug standing behind Jiraiya and Tsunade. Susanoo artifact. Kaizi Shinkai Magatama. Boom! The Magatama was thrown out. This kind of thing. Frog Bunta was unconvinced, opening his mouth to spit out an iron cannonball, but it pierced through the Magatama. This is not good. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. Lady Tsunade, retreat quickly, the slug said. Whoosh! Tsunade gritted her teeth and retreated. Whoosh! The Magatama split in two, shooting towards Bunta and the slug. Is it coming for the boss? There's no other way. Jiraiya decisively released the summoning technique. Bang! The summoning was lifted and Frog Bunta disappeared, returning to Mount Maiboku. The Kaizi Shinkai Magatama, having lost its target, paused in midair before returning to Susanoo's hand. As expected, using time-space ninjutsu can indeed crack this move. Linyu murmured, turning his gaze to the slug hit by the Magatama. Whoosh! The swirling vortex was shifting the slug's massive body. Bang! Suddenly, the slug's body exploded, transforming into thousands of small slugs, with hundreds surviving the time-space distortion, landing and reassembling, but their size was now several times smaller than before. In a critical moment, it used division to barely preserve a small part of its body. Lady Tsunade, in this battle, I'm afraid I won't be able to play much of a role, the slug said apologetically. It's okay. Thank you for your hard work. Slug, go back. Tsunade said. Please be careful. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya. Bang. The slug disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at the powerful Yu with solemn expressions. It seems that taking Orochimaru today is basically impossible. Tsunade, to speak bluntly, retreating might actually be the best option. Jiraiya said, if we miss this opportunity, it will be hard to have another chance. Being so close to this man, whether for Konoha or for Tsunade, we absolutely cannot retreat. Tsunade said firmly. Jiraiya closed his eyes, a smile on his lips, thinking, well, Tsunade, perhaps I like this about you. Crack. Opening his eyes, he bit his thumb and drew intricate patterns on his face. After finishing, he pressed his hands together and said solemnly, please, Tsunade, I need to enter Sage Mode. Buy me some time. Chapter 84. Tsunade, the 100 Heel Seal, Release. Hearing Jiraiya's words, even Tsunade couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Sage Mode. Haven't you been unable to master it for years? Have you finally made progress? Jiraiya smiled and said, I just mastered it not long ago, but it's not perfect yet. I can barely enter it with the help of the two great sages. I thought even if I mastered it, it wouldn't be of much use, but I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Since it's Sage Mode, great. I'll go all out and buy you some time. Determined, Tsunade said boldly, forming hand seals, her two braids swaying, her gaze extremely fierce. Sealing technique. Ninjutsu. 100 Heel technique. ZZZZ. The 100 Heel seal on Tsunade's forehead burst forth, and two black lines spread down her beautiful cheeks to her neck, disappearing into her collar, ultimately extending to her slender arms. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in shock. This chakra, Tsunade turned her striking profile toward Jiraiya, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. You're not the only one making progress, Jiraiya. Jiraiya said, good job, Tsunade, but remember, don't go overboard. Don't worry. Even if I go overboard now, the god of death wouldn't dare to collect me. Boom. As her words fell, Tsunade rushed towards Susanoo. Lin Yu tried to lock onto Tsunade as she ran. Tsunade's heavy punch shook the ground, lifting boulders as cover to block Lin Yu's line of sight, making it difficult for him to lock on accurately. Not bad, Lin Yu smiled faintly. Whoosh! Tsunade ran around the boulders, her mind racing. The mirror of Susanoo absorbed Jiraiya's fire style. It probably can absorb mine too. I can't approach carelessly. Then, I'll attack from behind Susanoo. She quickly found the breakthrough point of Susanoo's divine tool and circled to the back of the crow Tengu Susanoo, clenching her heavy fist. Beautiful thought. Lin Yu clenched his palm. ZZZ. A third arm sprouted from the wrist of Susanoo's left arm holding the mirror, forming a large sword in its hand. But it was not a divine tool, just an ordinary Susanoo weapon. Whoosh! The large sword swung horizontally, slashing at Tsunade from behind. Crack! The blade cut halfway into Tsunade's abdomen, blood gushed out, and Tsunade gripped the large sword tightly, her gaze fierce as she suddenly twisted. Crack! The large sword broke. Hiss hiss hiss. The cut abdomen quickly healed. Tsunade raised the broken sword high, forcefully slamming it against the back of the crow, Tengu Susanoo. Boom! 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 With that monstrous strength, cracks appear in the armor behind Susanoo. Crack! In the end, that broken sword turned into fragments. Tsunade did not hold back and surged forward, infusing her 100 heel power into her fist, smashing it hard against the cracked Susanoo armor. Crack! After breaking the armor, it revealed the second form of Susanoo's outer garment. Roar! Tsunade lunged forward, her hands thrusting into the outer garment, tearing it apart to the sides. Crack! The Susanoo outer garment was really torn open by her bare hands, exposing the innermost layer of bones. That layer of bones was almost non-existent, shattered to pieces by Tsunade's punch. She had, with her flesh and blood, forcefully broken into the interior of Susanoo and braving the enormous resistance of chakra flow, charged towards Lin Yu. I must say, Lin Yu was truly amazed. The 100 heel power is strong, but not to this extent could it be. He suddenly thought of something. Yes, Tsunade is still young. She doesn't need to waste chakra to maintain her appearance for years, which allows her 100 heel power to be at its peak. Tsunade rushed closer, clenching her left fist, her gaze flickering, suddenly targeting Yuzuki Yugao. Lin Yu sensed something was wrong, and his left eye suddenly burst forth with divine power. Crack! Tsunade's left arm was twisted off. The reason Lin Yu didn't aim for Tsunade's head was not out of pity, but because twisting off her head would cause her body to continue charging forward due to inertia, and that punch would hit Yuzuki Yugao. But at the moment her left arm was twisted off, Tsunade almost seamlessly swung her right fist towards Lin Yu's abdomen. Lin Yu realized, so that's how it is. She deliberately attacked Yugao to force me to act, in order to seize the moment I materialized. Boom! Tsunade's right fist hit Lin Yu's abdomen solidly. Ugh! Lin Yu's abdomen caved in, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. Crack! Crack! Cracks continuously appeared on the front of Susanoo, eventually collapsing. Roar! Tsunade's fist pressed against Lin Yu's abdomen, breaking through the fragments of Susanoo, and with her remaining strength, Lin Yu shot out like a cannonball. Bang. Bang. After landing, he bounced up, landed again, and bounced up again, rolling over a dozen times, stopping hundreds of meters away, leaving a pool of blood beneath him. Yuzuki Yugao snapped back to reality from her astonishment, exclaiming and wanting to rush over. It's okay, Yukuin has Hashirama-sama's cells. Orochimaru pressed down on Yugao's shoulder. Hundreds of meters away. Lin Yu got up, blood seeping from his mouth and abdomen. Lin Yu looked down at the blood hole in his abdomen. With even his shattered internal organs clearly visible, this should be the heaviest injury he has sustained so far. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for Hashirama's cells, with this punch, I would definitely meet the king of hell. Well done, Tsunade. Lin Yu sincerely praised. With Hashirama cells fully activated, this fatal injury healed within seconds. Hoo. Tsunade gasped heavily, her expression extremely serious. This is the true power of grandfather's cells? No need for hand seals. It can heal injuries. Better than the 100 heal power. Even superior. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting ahead. Hiss. After a dozen seconds, her severed left arm regrew, but clearly, Tsunade's condition had declined significantly. Seeing that Lin Yu was fine, Yuzuki Yugao let out a long breath, but still felt guilty. It's my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt. Orochimaru said, don't be sad. Even if you're not here, Tsunade would still choose me as her target. Yukuin would have acted too. The result wouldn't change. At this moment, Lin Yu's peripheral vision glanced at Jiraiya, who was focused on entering Sage mode. Tsunade's pupils constricted. Not good. Jiraiya still needs time. I can't let it be disturbed. She gritted her teeth and was about to rush over. Crack. Suddenly, Susanoo's blade rose from the ground, piercing through Tsunade's abdomen, lifting her into the air. This scene seemed familiar. Boom. Then, the skeletal form of Susanoo rose from the ground. Tsunade, suspended in midair, looked at Lin Yu in the distance. Then at Lin Yu in front of Susanoo, her expression incredulous. How is that possible? Tsunade, this is would release, Shadow Clone. I buried it underfoot from the very beginning. In front of her, Lin Yu's would release Shadow Clone, and Susanoo said. Would release, Shadow Clone? No wonder. Even Susanoo can. ZZZ. Tsunade's voice became extremely weak, the 100 heal lines on her face already showing signs of fading. Whoosh. Susanoo's great sword swung, sending Tsunade flying far away. Hiss. The residual 100 heal power worked to heal her fatal abdominal injury, but the 100 heal seal on her forehead also disappeared. Unexpectedly, the art of the 100 heroes has come to an end in such a short time. Tsunade lay on the ground, unable to move. An endless weakness surged over her, and her heavy eyelids gradually closed. In her fading vision, she saw a tall figure walking towards her, with two other figures standing on its shoulders. Tsunade smiled. She knew her mission was complete. Closing her eyes, she fainted. From now on, it's up to you, my comrade, the sage Jiraiya. Chapter 85, Jiraiya, Sage Mode, Activate. Little Jiraiya, didn't you say that this way wouldn't attract girls? So you were reluctant to change into this form? Asked Fukasaku Sage on Jiraiya's right shoulder. Now is not the time to worry about such remarks. Because the enemy is the one known as Living Madara, that Uchiha Bido, Jiraiya said solemnly. Oh, is it the Uchiha brat who caused such a commotion in the ninja world and even crashed the 5 Kage summit, establishing himself as a shadow? Fukasaku Sage on Jiraiya's left shoulder remarked. It's not self-establishment. Now the entire ninja world has to acknowledge his status. Jiraiya stopped, looking down at Tsunade, who had lost consciousness. Tsunade, you've worked hard. He squatted down, bit his thumb, and without forming hand seals, slapped his palm directly on the ground. Boom! A large, medium-sized toad appeared as the white mist dissipated. Jiraiya picked Tsunade up in a princess carry and placed her on the back of the giant toad. Instructing, giant toad, take Tsunade back to the village, please. Grr! The giant toad puffed up its cheeks, responded, and then turned to leap away. Lin Yu did not stop him. He stared intently at Jiraiya's sage face. In contrast to the vertical pupils, the frog-like eyes had a slight bulge on the nose with toad-like granules. It is said that the more perfect the sage mode, the less obvious the frog-like transformation. Jiraiya's sage mode is not perfect, but the two great sages on his shoulders can continuously absorb natural energy for him in battle. Therefore, Jiraiya's sage mode has no time limit, which is the most terrifying aspect. Moreover, the strength of the two great sages themselves is not inferior to that of the Kage level. Lin Yu murmured, if, back then, Jiraiya's battle with pain hadn't suffered from intelligence loss, the outcome would have been quite different. Be careful, this sage mode is no joke. Orochimaru warned sternly from behind Linyu. Ah, I know, Linyu replied. He is not facing one sage, but three. Jiraiya looked around and fixed his gaze on Linyu's with clone draped in Susanoo, saying, Next, let us clear away the clones first. Leave the ones on the ground to me. Fukasaku Sage on Jiraiya's right shoulder formed hand seals and opened his mouth to unleash a water technique, even stronger than the Mizuki's water dragon bullet. The high-pressure water blade sliced through. Crack! The skeletal form Susanoo, along with the wooden clone it protected, was cut in half. Linyu's wood clone can indeed use the abilities of the main body, but only a single type. If it uses Susanoo, it cannot activate the penetration ability anymore. The main body does not have such limitations. Jiraiya squatted down, placing his hand on the ground, and closed his eyes to sense. Below the ground, there is still 1, 2, 3, exactly 5. In Sage mode, the wood clone is completely exposed. Jiraiya began forming hand seals. Sage Art, Earth Release, Burial Rising, Buzz. Under the pull of Sage Chakra, the underground soil became incredibly dense, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure. Boom, boom, boom. After a few seconds, 5 sharp stone pillars emerged from the ground, lifting 5 broken wooden clones that had been killed. Linyu sighed. This is really unreasonable. Jiraiya stood up, looking at Linyu's main body 100 meters away, and said to the 2 great sages on his shoulders, You too. The enemy possesses would release techniques comparable to the first Hokage and the power of the Sharingan, capable of unleashing space-time techniques that cannot be defended against. Both near and far, but the long-range ones should have a distance limit. Distance limit? How far? Fukasaku Sage asked. According to my previous observations, the limit distance of his left eye's technique is about 50 meters, Jiraiya replied. So that means we should avoid getting within 50 meters of him, Fukasaku Sage said. But when he activates Susanoo, that distance becomes even more dangerous. It's best not to get within 100 meters. Jiraiya added. So troublesome. Not only that, he can let all physical attacks and ninjutsu pass through his body, with a critical state lasting up to 5 minutes. Only when he actively attacks does he materialize. Meaning if we can't force him to with saturated attacks, we can only seize the moment when we attack each other. Jiraiya said. Fukasaku Sage cautioned. Then let's create an opportunity and strike carefully. At this moment, on Jiraiya's left shoulder, Shima Sage became impatient. Enough with the chatter. I still need to go home and prepare dinner for the kids. No time to play puzzle games here. If it's saturated attacks, let us use that technique. Saying that, Shima Sage began forming hand seals. Hey, that technique will cause environmental destruction, Fukasaku said. Who cares about that? Shima Sage completed the hand seals and opened her mouth to spit out a green light, shooting into the sky. Then, a dark cloud covered the top, and scattered raindrops began to fall. Linyu squinted his eyes and reached out to catch a drop. Hiss, hiss, hiss amidst the thick smoke. The flesh in his palm melted, revealing the bone underneath. His pupils constricted. This is acid rain, made with Sage Chakra, strong acid rain. Pouring acid rain came in torrents, and without thinking, Linyu activated his Yada Mirror Susanoo, protecting Orochimaru and Yuzuki Yugao together. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The wounds in his palm healed, and Linyu said solemnly, It seems that I can't Susanoo until the battle is over. This acid rain is a true saturated attack. The acid rain covered large areas of land, but when the raindrops fell within a few meters above Jiraiya and the others, they actively avoided them. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Truly worthy of the big sister. Merging Sage Chakra with the atmosphere to create a large area of natural acid rain. In this acid rain, apart from us using Sage Chakra, no one can escape. Now we have the home field advantage. After a pause, Jiraiya extended his 5 fingers, making his signature gesture. Well then, it's about time for me to make my entrance. Now I will replace ninjutsu with sage techniques, shining brightly. Jiraiya the hero. Bang, bang. Don't shout in our ears. On his shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima both delivered a friendly punch, causing Jiraiya's cheeks to swell. This entrance performance was ruthlessly interrupted. Jiraiya thought helplessly. Hurry up and end the battle. I want to go home and make dinner. Shima Sage said. Mom, compared to dinner, we should prioritize the opponent. He possesses the wood release power of the first Hokage and the Uchiha techniques. That technique, called Susanoo, looks quite troublesome. Fukasaku Sage said. I don't care. Don't underestimate the daily struggles of a housewife preparing meals. You old fossil. How are you talking to me? I'm only saying that because I'm worried about you. What did you say? Hey, who's making all that noise? Listening to the bickering couple beside him, Jiraiya inwardly complained and then said seriously. All right. Let us stop the couple quarrel here and quickly take that guy down. Shima Sage coldly said, "Humph, if not, then tonight we could just make fried food, kid. You prepare the oil, and your dad will use wind release." All right. The three great sages formed hand seals simultaneously at that moment. Is it coming? Lin used kaleidoscope behind a mask, gazed at the opponent, ready for battle. The three immortal seals fell, and his chest swelled together, combining wind release, toad oil, and fire release. Immortal technique. 5YG men.